10 Gods Chapter 1397 to Chapter 1455. Lin Tian walked with Jiang Luoluo on the main road. Hearing the discussions of the cultivators on the main road, he was moved. The peerless thunder technique derived from comprehending the heavenly tribulation? Thinking of this sentence, his eyes immediately intertwined with wisps of light. If the rumors were true, then obtaining that thunder technique might be of great use to him in his future heavenly tribulation. Luoluo, let's go to the ancient immortal divine garden. He called out to Jiang Luoluo. Okay. Jiang Luoluo replied. She followed Lin Tian, so it didn't matter where they went. There were many cultivators on this road, and they were all heading in the same direction. Therefore, Lin Tian didn't need to deliberately ask about the location of the ancient immortal divine garden. He didn't even need to think to know that the ancient immortal divine garden was where these cultivators were heading. He immediately led Jiang Luoluo to follow these people's footsteps. Soon, they arrived before a vast ocean. As far as the eye could see, the ocean was boundless. The waves on the surface of the ocean were turbulent, and at the center of the ocean was a huge island. It was unknown how wide the island was, but it looked very frightening. There were numerous desolate mountains towering on the island. They towered into the clouds, as if they were the backbone that supported the heavens and the earth, giving people an extremely grand feeling. The ancient immortal divine garden is there? Jiang Luoluo stared at the island in front of her. Lin Tian looked at her expression, and a trace of curiosity arose in his heart. You know this place? Why do you look so familiar with this island? Weren't you sent here from Tonghing Star Zone? Yes. I was sent here from Tonghing Star Zone. The moment I was sent here, I fell directly from the sky onto that island. Jiang Luoluo stared at the big island in the middle of the ocean, and an angry expression appeared on her face. That can be considered a divine garden? That's a demon island. There are savage beasts everywhere on it. There are hordes of Nirvana-level savage beasts, Chaos-level savage beasts, and Emperor-level savage beasts. I almost died there, and it took me a lot of effort to escape. Staring at the huge island in the ocean, Jiang Luoluo gritted her teeth, and her expression was full of resentment. Lin Tian was shocked by her words. You really fell from the sky onto that island? The island on the ocean was called the ancient immortal divine garden. He had heard from the cultivators that the divine garden was surrounded by a powerful bounded domain. Since ancient times, no one had been able to break it. Even the founder of the great Xian sect could not do it. However, Jiang Luoluo actually fell from the sky into the divine garden and directly passed through the powerful bounded domain outside the divine garden? Yes. Then, he was chased by a group of ferocious beasts. Jiang Luoluo gritted her teeth, full of resentment and grievance. I'm only in the airborne realm. You have no idea how much I suffered in there when facing such a group of ferocious monsters. If it wasn't for the divine chain that my great-grandfather personally refined for me to protect me, I wouldn't have known how many times I died in there. Lin Tian was even more shocked. Previously, those cultivators said that there was a powerful barrier surrounding the ancient immortal divine garden that no one could break through. Then, not long ago, that barrier mysteriously disappeared. Could it be that you broke it? Jiang Luoluo glared at him and said angrily, What are you talking about? Am I that heavy? My figure is very slim. Lin Tian was speechless. He pointed at the blue-gold divine chain around Jiang Luoluo's neck and said, What I mean is, when you fell from the sky and touched the bounded domain outside the divine garden, the divine chain around your neck might have caused the bounded domain outside the divine garden to collapse. There had been a powerful bounded domain outside the ancient immortal divine garden since ancient times. Cultivators outside were unable to enter it, and it was even difficult for them to see what was going on inside the divine garden. They only knew that there was an ancient immortal divine garden inside. However, Jiang Luoluo fell directly into the ancient immortal divine garden. The only possibility he could think of was the blue-gold necklace around her neck, because there was a trace of 7-colored sword spirit power in it. The collapse of the bounded domain outside the divine garden had something to do with the sword spirit power in the divine chain. Is it because of this divine chain? Jiang Luoluo looked at the divine chain around her neck and said, Oh, it seems like it is very powerful in terms of penetrating bounded domains. Previously, there was also a very powerful bounded domain outside the ancient ruins in the Tongheng starfield. Other powerful cultivators couldn't get close, but I directly walked in. When Lin Tian heard this, he was even more certain that the bounded domain outside the ancient immortal divine garden had collapsed inexplicably because of the blue gold necklace around Jiang Luoluo's neck. It was the remnant sword spirit aura that caused the bounded domain outside the divine garden to collapse. Whoosh! 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 The sound of the air being torn apart rang out. At this time, groups of cultivators were rushing towards the ancient immortal divine garden. This was because it was rumored that in the ancient immortal divine garden, other than the most powerful and valuable unparalleled thunder technique, there were also many ancient medicines and divine treasures. The temptation was very great. Come, let's go up too. Lin Tianandao stepped towards the divine garden. Don't. Jiang Luoluo grabbed him and shook her head like a rattledrum. Don't go. I told you, it's very dangerous inside. Fierce beasts are everywhere, and there are even ancient demonic beasts of the eternal realm. The whole place is a dangerous place. There are ancient demonic beasts of the eternal realm and above? Lin Tianwei was shocked. Yes, I saw 2 of them. They were very scary. If they had attacked me at that time, even with the divine chain that great-grandfather had personally refined for me, I would have died. Jiang Luoluo nodded and looked very serious. Lin Tian looked at the ancient immortal divine garden from afar. He didn't expect that there would even be fierce beasts of the eternal realm inside. Fierce beasts of this level were really terrifying. They were much more powerful than human cultivators of the same level. However, even so, he still had to go. He wanted to obtain the thunder technique inside. This was because, if the thunder technique was really deduced by comprehending the heavenly tribulations, then it must be extraordinary. It would definitely be of great importance to him when he went through the heavenly tribulations in the future. This was too significant for him. I have to go, he said to Jiang Luoluo. Jiang Luoluo stared at him and then felt helpless. She could see that Lin Tian was really determined to go to the divine garden. Then let's go, she said and walked towards the divine garden. Lin Tianyi smiled and patted her head, saying, "Don't worry, I will protect you." As he said that, he thought for a while and said, "Why don't you find a hidden place nearby and wait for me? I will come find you when I come out of the divine garden." What are you talking about? I am Luoluo, the Luoluo who is open and aboveboard. How can I stay here and watch you go to Savage Island alone? If you don't want to go, then don't go. If you want to go, then let's go together. Jiang Luoluo stared at him. Your words are quite domineering. However, this has nothing to do with being open and aboveboard. It should be called loyalty, right? Lin Tiandao. Jiang Luoluo snorted, it means the same thing. Lin Tian smiled, beckoning her to head towards the divine garden. The divine garden was in the center of the ocean. Even though he was extremely fast with Jiang Luoluo, it still took him a long time to reach the divine garden. After a pause, he directly stepped into the divine garden. Roar! Roar! As soon as he stepped into the divine garden, an ancient and desolate aura immediately rushed towards him. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth was also incomparably dense. There were shocking roars of beasts echoing in the sky. When we were outside, we didn't hear any strange sounds. Why are there such shocking roars of beasts echoing the moment we enter? The sounds inside can't be transmitted outside? Lin Tian was shocked. It seems so. Jiang Luoluo shrunk her neck and said, also, the beasts inside can't get out. They are restricted to this island by a special force. The roars of beasts shook the sky. Ancient trees were everywhere in the divine garden. The mountains that reached into the clouds were all very majestic and intertwined with a vigorous aura. It was like a wild world. Boom! A hurricane surged in the distance. A huge bird flew across the sky, blocking out the scorching sun in the sky. It cast a huge shadow on the ground. It was very frightening. Lin Tian was immediately shocked. This huge bird was really too huge. When it spread its wings, it was at least several 100 feet long. Celestial Venerable Tier. He was moved. With a boom, a loud sound came from the southeast. A white-furred lion strode forward, directly shattering the ground. Even further away, a snake-like turtle was moving. It was like a mountain. Just a glance was enough to make one's heart tremble. Ah! A scream rang out from a mountain range. Lin Tian looked in the direction of the sound and saw a powerful human cultivator of the Great Dao realm dying tragically. He was grabbed by a vicious eagle and torn to pieces before being swallowed into its stomach. No! Save me! Ah! The screams continued to reverberate. The barrier outside the divine garden shattered and many cultivators entered the divine garden. At this moment, screams could be heard coming from the mountain ranges inside the divine garden. One cultivator after another died in the mouths of the ferocious beasts in the divine garden. In the blink of an eye, the divine garden was filled with the strong smell of blood. In a short moment, at least several hundred people had died. Is this the divine garden or the demon realm? Lin Tian's eyes flickered. Cultivators died tragically one after another. Blood splattered everywhere. The scene was quite tragic. I already said that this is no divine garden. It's clearly a demon realm. Jiang Luoluo ground her teeth. She had a lot of complaints about this ancient immortal divine garden. With a boom, in the sky, the celestial venerable level bird that they had seen at the beginning swooped down. Its wings, which were several hundred feet long, flapped, creating a fierce hurricane that directly shattered a large part of the void. It clearly saw them as prey. Lin Tian pulled Jiang Luoluo over and used the golden light to protect his body. He instantly moved several hundred feet away, avoiding the celestial venerable level bird. Aren't you at the peak of the Emperor realm? You can kill a celestial venerable level demon beast with a single strike. Why are you running? Jiang Luoluo was curious. There are too many fierce beasts nearby. If I directly attack and kill it, it might attract the attention of all the other fierce beasts nearby. It won't do us any good. In this situation, I'll try not to attack if I can. Lin Tian Ondao. To read the latest novel, please visit the website. Huh? Hearing Lin Tian's words, Jiang Luoluo was surprised. I thought you were strong, but I didn't expect you to be so smart. Do you think I'm like you? You're not that strong, only at the flight realm. You're not very smart, but you can fly from the Tongheng Starfield to the Xian Starfield with a teleportation formation. Lin Tian looked at her from the corner of his eyes. You. Jiang Luoluo was embarrassed and angry. She was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Damn you. Lin Tian laughed. When he was alone, it felt good to have someone to bicker with. It was not so boring. He took Jiang Luoluo to avoid some fierce beasts and walked in the ancient immortal divine garden, looking for traces of the thunder technique. Where exactly is it? He said to himself. As far as the eye could see, this ancient immortal divine garden was truly vast. The mountain ranges were connected to each other, as if it was a boundless domain that had existed since ancient times. To find a thunder technique without any clues in this place was truly difficult. We don't even know if the legend is true. What if it's fake? It'll be a waste of effort to find it for decades. Jiang Luoluo said. Lin Tian gave her a knock on the head. Don't extinguish other people's hopes when they're working hard. Jiang Luoluo covered her forehead. It was so painful that she almost cried. The two of them walked in the divine garden, trying their best to avoid some ferocious beasts. Lin Tian spread out his powerful emperor-level divine consciousness to scan the surroundings, looking for any strange places. Such places could very well be the place where the thunder spell was. Deafening beast roars echoed in the ancient immortal divine garden. Sometimes, there would be a strong hurricane, which was caused by some giant beasts flapping their wings. That's an elixir that can prolong life. It can prolong life for 2,000 years. Divine jade, a divine material used to forge heavenly treasures. Fruit of truth, anyone in the enlightenment realm can increase their cultivation by a small level after refining it. The ancient immortal divine garden was extremely dangerous. Ferocious beasts were everywhere, but it had to be said that there were indeed many treasures. At this time, the cultivators in the mountains would occasionally cry out in surprise. Many people had discovered treasures and were frantically fighting over them. Lin Tian brought Jiang Luoluo to search for clues about the thunder art. Along the way, he also saw many precious things. There was a divine medicine that could extend one's life by 5,000 years, and there was a celestial lingjing that weighed more than 500 kilograms. He directly grabbed them and placed them into his stone ring. Soon after, the two of them walked quite a distance. The ancient trees around them were even more tall and straight, and the mountain range was even more majestic. The demonic energy in the air was even thicker. Boom, a demonic wind blew in front of them. A giant bird wrapped in flames flew out from a cliff. It looked like a legendary fire phoenix, causing the space to distort as if it was going to be melted in the next moment. Lin Tian was moved. This was a primordial mutated species. It was recorded in the demonic beast catalog that it was called the fire-winged bird. It was in the Emperor realm and was comparable to a half-step immortal realm human expert. This ancient immortal divine garden has existed since the primordial era. After countless years, no one has disturbed it. The mutated beasts that were born on it have grown to a terrifying level. He muttered to himself. He looked at the location where a few cultivators were gathering. They were all staring at the giant bird's nest at the top of the cliff. That old fire bird has already left. There are 3 young birds in the nest. Let's take them away as quickly as possible and then discuss how to distribute them. The leader said. The fire-winged bird was a primordial mutated species. Once it reached adulthood, its cultivation would be comparable to a great virtue realm expert. It could even spit out strange flames that were comparable to the essence of fire of the sun. It was extremely powerful. If they could find a young fire-winged bird and tame it until it grew up, they would have a powerful primordial mutated species as their battle beast in the future. This was something that could only be chanced upon and not sought. The others nodded in agreement. They moved very quickly and arrived beside the fire-winged bird's nest in the blink of an eye. There were 3 young fire-winged birds in the nest. When they saw the group of people approaching, they were instantly alarmed. They chirped and spat out scorching flames from their mouths. Take them away and leave quickly, one of them said. The group of people nodded and grabbed the 3 young birds in the nest. Lin Tian watched this scene from afar and couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. The strongest among these cultivators was only at the immortal connecting realm, yet they actually had their eyes on the descendant of an emperor-level ferocious bird. Their courage was truly extraordinary. It was also at this moment that a long cry rang out in the distant sky. Blazing flames burned half the sky. The old fire-winged bird, who had left, flew back at this moment. When it saw the few human cultivators attacking the young birds, it directly spat out a mouthful of flames. This is bad. Let's go. The expressions of the cultivators changed. They leaped out of the nest and quickly fled. However, the flames that the fire-winged bird spat out were too fast. They instantly burned the void and enveloped the cultivators. Ah! The cultivators screamed in agony as they were burned to ashes on the spot. So scary. Jiang Luoluo shrunk her neck. It's at least at the emperor level. This is nothing. Lin Tiandao. He looked over there and called out to Jiang Luoluo. They walked into the distance. However, in the next moment, his expression changed. From the corner of his eye, he saw that at the cliff where the cultivators were burned to ashes, an ancient vine outside the cliff had shattered, revealing a stone wall. There were many ancient runes on it. That is? He stopped and looked at the ancient runes on the stone wall. He immediately felt a shocking Taoist rhyme. He couldn't recognize that Tao, nor did he know what kind of Tao it was. However, he could vaguely sense a vigorous thunderous force from those ancient runes. That thunderous force was extremely similar to the force of heavenly tribulation's thunder punishment. He pulled Jiang Luoluo and approached the stone wall in an instant. He looked at the ancient runes on it at close range. At this moment, looking at these ancient runes at close range, he felt an even more shocking lightning punishment force. These ancient runes seemed to be deducing an ancient scripture. They were extremely domineering, as if they were going to shatter heaven and earth. It made one's heart tremble. Boom! A demonic wind swept out. It was very violent. On the other side of the cliff, the old fire-winged bird had just killed a few humans. When it discovered that there were more humans, it immediately became even more furious. Its bird eyes were extremely cold. Its two sharp claws grabbed at Lin Tian and Jiang Luoluo, wanting to tear them apart. The surrounding void immediately crumbled. Lin Tian raised his hand and slapped out. He directly slapped the old fire-winged bird thousands of feet away, smashing dozens of old trees in a row. Roar! The old fire-winged bird soared into the sky. It was both shocked and furious. Raging flames rolled and spat out a sea of fire towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian waved his hand. Golden pure yang flame swept out, directly burning the sea of fire spat out by the old fire-winged bird. Don't get in the way. I won't have any ideas about your children, nor will I do anything to you. Don't disturb me, he said with his back to the old fire-winged bird. His gaze was always on the stone wall in front of him, comprehending the special ancient runes on it. The old fire-winged bird's eyes were filled with shock. It was now at the Emperor realm, comparable to a human half-step immortal expert. Its battle strength was extremely powerful. The flames it spat out could burn everything. It was equivalent to its innate divine ability. However, now, a human's flames had completely burned away its innate divine ability in the blink of an eye. It was truly shocking. It looked at Lin Tian from afar. In the end, it didn't attack again. It flew back to its nest to protect its chicks. It looked coldly at Lin Tian in the nest. Then, it looked at the ancient runes on the stone wall. A strange light flashed in its eyes. Lin Tian ignored the fire-winged bird. He stared seriously at the ancient runes on the stone wall in front of him. These ancient runes were very crude, but extremely complex. They contained endless lightning power, as if they were nurturing the power of heavenly punishment. This is a lightning technique? Could it be that this was casually carved by that peerless being when he created this technique? His eyes flashed. These crude ancient runes here couldn't be directly cultivated, but the lightning power contained within was extremely terrifying. It was the purest defensive saint technique. It was extremely terrifying. Suddenly, a hand grabbed his clothes. Jiang Luoluo trembled. Her aura became extremely chaotic, and blood flowed out of her mouth. What's wrong with you? Lin Tian was shocked. He glanced over and found that Jiang Luoluo's aura was almost extinguished. He hurriedly used the nirvana of the sun to envelop Jiang Luoluo and heal her. He then found that Jiang Luoluo was inexplicably seriously injured. Her soul was covered in cracks, and her life source was extremely dim. It was almost about to shatter. He was a little confused and circulated the nirvana of the sun even faster. Even with his cultivation at the peak of the Emperor realm, it still took him dozens of breaths to heal Jiang Luoluo's injuries and restore her essence, qi, and spirit by more than half. What's going on? He frowned and asked. Standing in this place, nothing had happened, but Jiang Luoluo was suddenly so seriously injured. She was only one step away from death. This really made him feel very strange. Jiang Luoluo's injuries were healed by Lin Tian. Her face was pale, and her body couldn't help but tremble. She was almost clinging to Lin Tian. She grabbed the corner of Lin Tian's clothes with one hand and pointed at the stone wall engraved with complicated ancient runes with the other. That thing, I only saw a few ancient runes, and. She buried her face in Lin Tian's body and pointed at the ancient runes on the stone wall. At this time, she didn't dare to look at them anymore. Lin Tian was shocked. Jiang Luoluo was suddenly so seriously injured because she saw the ancient runes on the stone wall. He was clearly fine, but he felt a trace of enlightenment. He thought for a moment and said, it should be because the power contained in those ancient runes is too strong. With your current cultivation, it's not enough to support you to observe and comprehend them. In heaven and earth, runes and marks left behind by some supreme masters usually contained very powerful Tao power and would not dissipate for a long time. Those whose cultivation was too weak might hurt themselves if they looked at these runes. Jiang Luoluo shook her head. No, it doesn't seem to have anything to do with cultivation. She said, those ancient runes are repelling my soul and my life source. What? Lin Tian frowned. He could observe and comprehend these ancient runes, but Jiang Luoluo, who was also a human like him, couldn't. She was repelled? Lin Tian tilted his head to look at the old firewing bird and was immediately moved. The old firewing bird was clearly in the same situation as Jiang Luoluo just now. He paused for a moment, then took a step forward. Chirp, chirp. Within the firewing bird's nest, the three hatchlings saw Lin Tian approach and were immediately shocked, crying out even more frantically. At the same time, the old firewing bird's mouth was bleeding. It struggled to glare angrily at Lin Tian, its eyes full of wariness and hostility. It looked like it was about to attack, but the demonic energy outside its body became even more chaotic, and it could not help but cry out again. I won't harm you. On the contrary, I'm here to help you. However, I'm a little concerned about your situation, and I want to take a look. Lin Tian said quickly. The old firewing bird's current state was the same as Jiang Luoluo's, so he was very curious. The old firewing bird stared at Lin Tian, its eyes uncertain, but its hostility eventually dissipated. It was not that it trusted others easily, but because it had just fought with Lin Tian, it knew very well that it was no match for Lin Tian. Coupled with the fact that it was severely injured at the moment, if Lin Tian really wanted to deal with it, it would be a piece of cake. There was no need to lie to it. Lin Tian saw that the old firewing bird's hostility had disappeared, and only then did he truly approach it. He activated the nirvana of the sun, and a divine light like blood-red flames enveloped the old firewing bird, helping to heal its injuries. At the same time, he used his consciousness to explore the old firewing bird's body. He found that the old firewing bird's injuries were the same as Jiang Luoluo's. Its soul was full of cracks, and its origin was much dimmer. You were also looking at the ancient inscriptions on the stone wall, and your soul and origin were both repelled, so you suffered a backlash? He asked. With the nirvana of the sun, the old firewing bird's injuries were mostly healed in the blink of an eye. The old firewing bird was a little surprised by Lin Tian's strength. It had suffered such heavy injuries, but Lin Tian was able to heal most of them so quickly. It was truly terrifying. At the same time, it was very grateful to Lin Tian for healing it. Therefore, it did not evade Lin Tian's question. It replied with its consciousness, indeed. Lin Tian frowned when he heard this. While treating the old firewing bird, he looked at the ancient runes on the stone wall. Jiang Luoluo, who was at the flight level, had been injured from looking at those ancient runes. The old firewing bird, who was at the emperor level, had also been injured from looking at those ancient runes. Both of their spiritual souls and origin energies had been repelled, which made him feel puzzled. Why was he not repelled? Like I said, how is this lousy island a divine garden? It's clearly a ominous territory. I almost died just from looking at a few ancient runes. Jiang Luoluo saw that Lin Tian and the old firewing bird weren't fighting and seemed to be on good terms, so she also stepped over. Lin Tian frowned. The old firewing bird's injuries had already healed by 90% due to the solar nirvana art. He no longer used this healing saint art. He looked at the ancient runes on the stone wall and said, but why am I completely fine? Because you're a monster, a perverted monster. Jiang Luoluo muttered. Lin Tian raised his hand and knocked her. What do you mean by monster? Do you know how to talk? Reaching the peak of the emperor level in less than 100 years of cultivation and killing a half-step immortal with a raise of his hand. If you're not a monster, then what are you? Jiang Luoluo argued. Lin Tian knocked her again. Can't you use geniuses and prodigies to describe me? My master is called a prodigy. On the side, the old fire-winged bird's emperor realm body trembled involuntarily as it listened to their conversation. It looked at Lin Tian with even more shock. This human was at the peak of the emperor realm, but he had not even cultivated for 100 years. Moreover, he could kill a half-step immortal with a raise of his hand. There's a mysterious ancient rune there. It's a bit special. It seems extraordinary. Could it be a Tao mark left behind by an ancient sage? Possibly. Let's go closer and take a look. Many cultivators entered the divine garden. At this time, many cultivators saw the strange ancient runes on the other side of the cliff. Most of them were moved, and in the blink of an eye, a large group of cultivators came closer to study them. Hey! Don't look, there's danger. Jiang Luoluo warned loudly. Many cultivators heard the voice and looked over. Their gazes landed on Jiang Luoluo. Many people's eyes flashed with surprise because Jiang Luoluo was indeed very beautiful. She was like a pearl on a pedestal. Very few people were unmoved. However, in the next moment, when these people saw the old firewing bird next to them, they all trembled. They could clearly feel the terror of the old bird. The demonic energy emitted from its body was as vast as the ocean, frighteningly deep. These cultivators were shocked. They recognized the old firewing bird as an ancient variant, and couldn't help but become more curious about Jiang Luoluo. This woman was actually standing in front of such a terrifying ancient variant. As for the strongest person there, Lin Tian, these people weren't that surprised. Most of their gazes fell on the old firewing bird and Jiang Luoluo. The old firewing bird was in a huge nest at the top of the cliff. It looked coldly at these approaching human cultivators, appearing very quiet. In fact, if it were before, it would definitely drive these people away. However, because Lin Tian had helped it heal its injuries, it couldn't help but feel less hostile toward humans, so it didn't do anything now. When the approaching cultivators saw that the terrifying old firewing bird wasn't going to attack them, their fear wasn't strong. A cultivator said politely, "We'll leave immediately after we finish comprehending the ancient runes on the stone wall." Yes, we'll leave immediately after we finish comprehending these ancient runes. Another cultivator echoed. These people were mainly afraid of the old firewing bird because they could feel the terrifying demonic aura on its body. After saying that, these people immediately began to seriously comprehend the ancient runes on the stone wall. "Hey! Don't look, it's really dangerous," Jiang Luoluo reminded them. However, this reminder was obviously useless. These people didn't believe that comprehending the ancient runes would be dangerous, and they all studied even more seriously. Moreover, gradually, more cultivators came closer and stared at the ancient runes, seriously comprehending them one by one. In the blink of an eye, dozens of breaths passed, and many cultivators who were comprehending began to tremble. "Ah!" Someone screamed and fell from the void. Soon after, even more people screamed, and the auras they emitted instantly became incomparably chaotic. A few weaker cultivators screamed, and their life aura quickly disappeared. Their bodies were still there, but their souls were shattered. "Don't look. It's really dangerous," some of the cultivators who came closer shouted. The group of cultivators closest to the stone wall suffered a great disaster. Many people's souls shattered in the blink of an eye, and they directly fell to the ground and couldn't get up. In an instant, more than half of the people who were comprehending the ancient runes died tragically. Only a small number who stopped in time because they didn't see enough of the ancient runes, barely kept their lives. However, their souls and essences were obviously damaged, and their auras were much weaker. Lin Tian stood on the other side of the cliff and watched the scene. His eyes were filled with shock, and his brows furrowed again. These people seemed to be in the same situation as the Imperial Realm Jiang Luoluo and the Emperor Realm Old Firewing. They couldn't comprehend the ancient runes, and their souls and life essences seemed to be rejected by the ancient runes. This made him even more curious. From the situation, it seemed that he was the only one who could comprehend these ancient runes. How could this be? Stay away. Many people were executed by the stone wall, and the cultivators all stayed away from the stone wall with the ancient runes as if they were avoiding snakes and scorpions. However, the commotion here attracted even more cultivators, and there were many powerful figures among them. In particular, a few figures walked over from the southeast, causing the cultivators here to be incomparably fearful and full of reverence. These figures were all dressed in extraordinary clothes, and all of them had powerful essence, qi, and spirit, especially the middle-aged man in the middle. He was like a pitch-black abyss, giving people a feeling that they couldn't see through him. That's someone from the Fan family of the primordial era. The experts of this lineage have also come to this divine garden. Are they here for the legendary Peerless Thunder technique? The one in the middle is Fan Xianxia. He's the younger brother of the Fan clan's patriarch. It's that person. I heard that he's reached the immortal realm. Many cultivators were discussing. Looking at the middle-aged man in the middle of the Fan clan's group, the fear in their eyes was very strong, and there was a trace of a strange light in their eyes. Many people retreated, distancing themselves from this person. It was because this person was not a benevolent type. He was lustful to begin with, and was extremely cruel. It was unknown how many women he had harmed. However, his cultivation was extremely powerful, and he had the great banner of the Fan family behind him. There was really no one who could do anything to him. The Fan clan's group walked to the center. Fan Xianxia was in a purple robe, and there was an evil smile on his face. What happened here? Fan Xianxia asked casually. There's a stone wall at the cliff, and there are many ancient runes carved on it. However, you can't comprehend them, and if you do, you'll suffer. A black-robed man from the Fan clan beside him answered. Oh? Are you sure? I'm sure. The black-robed man from the Fan clan nodded. Although he had not been here for long, he already knew a lot of things. Oh, interesting. Fan Xianxia narrowed his eyes and looked at the stone wall in front of him. At the same time, he could not help but see Lin Tian and the others on the other side of the cliff. His eyes immediately fell on Jiang Luoluo, and there was a flash of surprise in his eyes. He had cultivated for so many years and had captured many women, but this was the first time he had seen such a beautiful woman. Bring her here. He stared at Jiang Luoluo and said to the person beside him. The black-robed man from the Fan clan beside him nodded and walked directly to Lin Tian and the others. In the blink of an eye, he was close to them. This person was in the Nirvana realm, and he did not care about Lin Tian and the old fire-wing bird at the Emperor realm. As if he did not see them, he directly bound Jiang Luoluo with a ray of divine light and took her away. Obviously, he had done this many times, and his movements were very skilled. What are you doing? Jiang Luoluo said angrily. This person walked over and bound her with a ray of divine light, and was about to take her away. She was furious. Lin Tian stood at the side and did not say a word. He lifted his leg and kicked the black-robed man. Ah! Blood floated in the air as the black-robed man was sent flying several hundred feet away. He coughed up blood, and his body was covered in cracks. You dare attack me? He glared at Lin Tian. As a member of the Fan family, he had followed Fan Xianxia, the younger brother of the immortal rank patriarch of the Fan family. He had done far too many things. Like kidnapping young girls for Fan Xianxia. No one had ever dared to do anything to him. Even if the friends of the kidnapped girls were nearby, and even if they were far stronger than him, they wouldn't dare to resist him. That would mean making an enemy out of Fan Xianxia and the Fan family. The Fan family was a superpower that had existed since the primordial era. Their patriarch was a true immortal, and it was said that he had ascended to the celestial realm. He had left behind a true immortal weapon to guard the family. He was a true overlord of the primordial era. Who in this land would dare to provoke him? Never, therefore, even though he saw Lin Tian and the old fire-wing bird beside Jiang Luoluo, he didn't care at all. He walked up to Jiang Luoluo, completely ignoring the old fire-wing bird and Lin Tian. However, he didn't expect Lin Tianyi to send him flying with a kick, almost taking his life. You're courting death, he shouted, glaring at Lin Tian. Lin Tian wiped away the divine light that bound Jiang Luoluo, then raised his hand and flung out a beam of golden sword light. The sword light was so fast that it pierced through the black-robed man and sent him flying several thousand feet away. He was nailed to a mountain in the distance, blood gushing out. Ah! The black-robed man screamed like a pig being slaughtered. The pain was bone-chilling. At the same time, the nearby cultivators' faces paled, and they all trembled. He's attacked a member of the Fan family twice? And it's one of Fan Xianxia's followers. Someone's heart trembled. Fan Xianxia was famous for his ruthlessness, and his cultivation was terrifying. Offending one of Fan Xianxia's followers was not going to end well. In the distance, Fan Xianxia's gaze fell on Lin Tian. He narrowed his eyes and ordered the three people beside him, go, take his head and bring that woman back. There was actually someone who was not afraid of his reputation and dared to stop his people from bringing back a woman for him. This was the first time this had happened. Beside him, 3 members of the Fan family nodded and walked towards Lin Tian. These were 3 emperor-level cultivators. Their blood chi was extremely dense and much stronger than the black-clothed man from before. Their expressions were indifferent as they walked towards Lin Tian, not bothering to hide their killing intent. The old fire-winged bird sat in its nest and stared coldly at the three members of the Fan family who had surrounded Lin Tian with their killing intent. Even though it knew that Lin Tian was very powerful, it still let out a low cry. A vast demonic aura immediately spread out and shook the sky. Lin Tian had helped it heal its injuries just now. Now that the three of them had tried to attack Lin Tian, a cold glint appeared in its eyes. The three members of the Fan family stopped in their tracks. Under the majestic demonic aura of the old fire-winged bird, their bodies involuntarily trembled. However, this only lasted for a moment. In the next moment, the expressions of the three people became cold and indifferent again. This has nothing to do with you. I advise you not to make a mistake. One of them said coldly to the old fire-winged bird, although you are very powerful, the Fan family is not something you can provoke. There are many people in the Fan family who can kill you. With that, this person and the other two members of the Fan family stepped forward again and walked towards Lin Tian. They were indifferent and unscrupulous. Too arrogant. Jiang Luoluo gritted her teeth. Lin Tian looked at the three of them calmly. Don't say that I didn't warn you. Put away your killing intent. Whoever dares to take another step forward will die. He said. The three members of the Fan family were stunned, but their eyes were still cold. Don't think that you can deal with us just because you injured a Nirvana-level cultivator. We are not Nirvana-level cultivators. Besides, who do you think you are? How dare you mention the word die in front of the Fan family? Just this word alone is enough to wipe out your entire family. One of them said coldly. Facing Lin Tian, they did not stop at all. Their killing intent did not diminish at all. Instead, it became stronger. Lin Tian did not say anything else. He waved his hand, and 3 rays of sword light flew out, shattering the great void on the spot. The sharp sword power caused the 3 of them to change their expressions. You, puff, puff. Puff, 3 rays of blood mist exploded. The 3 Emperor-level cultivators from the Fan family were crushed on the spot. Their physical bodies and souls were destroyed. Instantly, everyone's expressions changed. Dead, dead. 3 Emperor-level cultivators, and he just raised his hand but, they are from the Fan family. They are direct descendants of the Fan family who follow Fan Xianxia. He actually. Many cultivators were shocked. They were not only shocked by Lin Tian's powerful strength, but also by Lin Tian's killing of the 3 men. They were direct descendants of the Fan family who follow Fan Xianxia, but Lin Tian killed them so easily. Fan Xianxia stood in the distance and stared at Lin Tian. A sinister light flashed in his eyes, and a majestic aura spread out. This aura was extremely terrifying. It carried the divine power of the immortal level, and it caused all the cultivators in the area to tremble. Immortal. Immortal level. He really is at the immortal level. That Fan Xianxia is going to do it himself? Feeling the domineering aura from Fan Xianxia, many cultivators were frightened. Their eyes were filled with fear. Even the old fire-winged bird, who was at the Emperor level, could not help but tremble. After all, the aura of the immortal level was really terrifying. Fan Xianxia's eyes fell on Lin Tian. His aura was like a galaxy, and he walked toward Lin Tian step by step. How dare you stop me from doing my thing and kill the people of the Fan family? You are quite bold. You are the first to dare to do such a thing. Swoosh. The sound of air being torn apart resounded as Lin Tian's figure appeared before him like a bolt of lightning, directly interrupting him. Fan Xianxia was shocked by Lin Tian's sudden appearance. He did not see Lin Tian's movements clearly. Slap, a loud slap was heard. Lin Tian raised his hand and slapped Fan Xianxia's cheek, shattering the void. Immediately, drops of blood fell from the sky. Fan Xianxia was sent flying and tumbled thousands of miles away. He crashed into a mountain thousands of feet away and shattered it. What? He sent that Fan Xianxia flying. That's an immortal-level cultivator. How is it possible? Everyone's expression changed again. The old fire-winged bird and Jiang Luoluo were also shocked. An immortal-level cultivator was sent flying by Lin Tian's slap? Moreover, they were standing next to Lin Tian just now. They did not see how Lin Tian moved at all. Boom, thousands of feet away, divine power rolled. The immortal level Fan Xingye rushed up. His majestic immortal aura spread in all directions. At this moment, he stared at Lin Tian again. His eyes were extremely sinister. He was an immortal level cultivator, the younger brother of the Fan family leader. How could he be slapped in front of everyone? You're courting death. His voice was bone-chilling. His murderous intent erupted like a volcano. For a moment, the sky was shattered. This aura was shocking. Many cultivators trembled and retreated far away, afraid of being affected. Even the old flame-winged bird at the Emperor realm trembled, shocked by this aura. It was because it was indeed terrifying. Only Lin Tian's expression was still calm. His expression did not change at all. Shut up, trash. You've harmed many women these years, haven't you? Don't let your foul breath pollute this world. Don't think you're so great. You're just a piece of trash. He looked at Fan Xingye and said, also, don't think that your Fan family is very powerful. As the ancient saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. All these years, we've ignored your misdeeds. I think your Fan family is just a gathering place for trash. His voice was very calm. He did not deliberately sound sarcastic, but it was full of sarcasm and disdain. This, he said the Fan family is, many cultivators' expressions changed. Fan Xingye, an immortal level powerhouse, was actually called trash. As for the Fan family of the Desolate Era, their first ancestor was a true immortal level powerhouse and had left behind a true immortal artifact within the family. They had overlooked the entire purple spilled planet for countless years, but now, they were called a gathering place of trash. These words were too shocking and sharp, causing all the cultivators present to feel a chill run down their backs. Only Jiang Luoluo echoed, that's right. They're all trash and trash. What a disgraceful family. In these days, she had already learned about the power structure of this world. She knew how powerful the primeval Fan family was, but she didn't care at all. Moreover, Lin Tian was standing up for her, so she naturally had to follow Lin Tian's words. When these words were spoken, all of the cultivators present couldn't help but tremble and gulp. This man and woman, they're just, many people were trembling, only feeling that Lin Tian and Jiang Luoluo's guts were too big. One called the Fan family a gathering place of trash, while the other immediately agreed, calling the Fan family a disgraceful family. This truly made these people's hearts tremble. Blue veins popped out on Fan Xingye's forehead. Lin Tian and Jiang Luoluo dared to slander him and the Fan family in front of him, in front of so many people. I'll make you wish you were dead, he said cruelly. With a boom, the immortal level pressure around his body became stronger. It shook the sky and pressed down in all directions. In the next moment, he directly moved. Immortal level divine power surged. He raised his right hand to grab Lin Tian, and his left hand shot out a ray of divine light that covered Jiang Luoluo. At the same time, he attacked Lin Tian and Jiang Luoluo. All of a sudden, the void rumbled as a majestic divine might suppressed everything. Lin Tian humphed. Golden light shot out from his body. His peak emperor-level divine power blasted out. A pressure no weaker than Fan Xingye spread out, directly shattering Fan Xingye's divine light that was aimed at Jiang Luoluo. Golden divine light surged like a divine ocean as the might of the primal Chaos Emperor fist spread out in all directions. The silhouettes of a true dragon and a true phoenix emerged from Lin Tian's fist, intertwining with each other as they charged towards Fan Xingye's hand. It was as if they were about to shatter the heavens, causing all the cultivators in the area to tremble. They were all shocked by the might of the fist. So powerful. This aura. Many cultivators were shocked. Such a punch was truly terrifying. It was as if it could destroy everything. It was so shocking. At the same time, Jiang Luoluo and the old fire-wing bird were also shocked. The pressure that Lin Tian emitted was so powerful that it was not weaker than Fan Xingye's. Moreover, the Emperor fist that he used now was even more terrifying. Even Fan Xingye was shocked. He could see that Lin Tian's cultivation was at the peak of the Emperor realm. However, Lin Tian's aura and attack were not inferior to his at all. At this moment, Lin Tian used the true dragon and celestial phoenix formed by the Emperor Fist, which collided with Fan Jingye's big hand. With a loud boom, a large part of the void was destroyed, and transparent air waves rippled out like water. The fist and the palm collided, and they were evenly matched. Fan Jingye was shocked again, and then his attacks became more violent. He took a step forward and waved his left and right hands at the same time, forming palm prints one after another. Each palm print was intertwined with the immortal realm divine power, which made the surroundings tremble. Lin Tian's expression was cold. Divine light intertwined around his body as he punched Fan Jingye again and again. Bam, 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 the fist and palm kept colliding, and the sound echoed in the space like thunder. The roar was so loud that it hurt people's eardrums. Such a scene caused the hearts of the crowd to tremble. He blocked Fan Jingye's attack? He can fight with Fan Jingye for a short while. That's an immortal realm cultivator. This? How? How is this possible? As Lin Tian revealed his godly power, his cultivation level was also revealed. Everyone could sense that Lin Tian was at the peak of the imperial space realm. However, even though he was at that level, he was still able to compete with Fan Jingye, who was at the immortal plane. So powerful. Jiang Luoluo was shocked. She knew that Lin Tian was extremely strong, abnormally strong. She even used the word monster to describe Lin Tian. However, she didn't expect that Lin Tian would be able to fight Fan Jingye, who was at the early stage of the immortal realm. It was so shocking that her eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Because of this, the immortal realm and the early stage of the immortal realm. The gap between the peak of the Emperor realm and the early stage of the immortal realm was the gap between the two realms. And the difference was the difference between heaven and earth. They were two completely. Was. Immortal. Is. Bang. The sky rumbled, and the void trembled. It was like the sound of war drums being beaten again and again. Fan Jingye's eyes were cold. He waved his palms again and again, and the sky was filled with murderous light that almost crushed the great Tao. However, he could not do anything to Lin Tian. Lin Tian perfectly blocked each of his palms. Very good. You're not bad. His voice was cold. Lin Tian waved his fist, and the golden fist light suppressed everything. You're nothing. Is this all you've got in the immortal realm? Do you think you're invincible with this little bit of strength? Do you think no one can stop you from harming innocent women and doing whatever you want? Or perhaps, you think that with the Fan clan behind you, even if you are pitifully weak, even if others can crush you with a lift of their hand, they will not dare to attack you because of the Fan clan behind you? What a sharp-tongued thing. Fan Jingye's eyes were gloomy. He shook his right hand, and a majestic palm energy enveloped Lin Tian. At the same time, he formed a seal with his other hand. Immediately, dense runes appeared behind him. They interweaved with a destructive aura and pressed down on Lin Tian. With a sizzling sound, a large part of the void shattered. Chaotic light leaked out, but it was also crushed in an instant. Obviously, this was a very powerful killing technique. The Fan family's core grand theurgy, heart-devouring spiritual record. Those runes seem to be condensed by Tao laws and displayed in the body. Once hit, everything will be destroyed. An immortal level killing technique. Many cultivators in this place were shocked. They recognized this divine art. In their impression, this divine art of the Fan family was very terrifying. Once it was displayed, it could suppress almost everything. Boom, under the suppression of the heart-devouring spiritual record, runes filled the sky and trapped Lin Tian. Die. Fan Jingye said coldly. The dense runes vibrated, and the power interweaved with each other became even more terrifying than before. Lin Tian could feel the power of this divine art. However, his expression did not change at all. He was still indifferent. Clang, he activated the Ling Tian sword scripture. The dense golden divine swords immediately swung out and slashed at the runes in the sky. At the same time, he swung the Chaos Emperor fist again. The tip of his fist burst out with an even more dazzling golden light, and the power of his fist covered all directions. Roar! Roar! The true dragon roared, and the celestial phoenix cried. The true dragon and celestial phoenix surged out. Their power was even more terrifying than before. They attacked Xianxia from two different directions. Boom, the entire space was enveloped in unparalleled divine light. The void shattered, and the destructive aura interweaved in all directions. The Ling Tian sword radiance shattered the runes one after another. The true dragon and celestial phoenix attacked Xianxia directly. With a cracking sound, the void around Xianxia was shattered. Xianxia's eyes were cold. Immortal-level divine power surged and shattered the true dragon and celestial phoenix. He raised his hand and formed a long sword. Dao radiance interweaved on the sword, and he slashed at Lin Tian's head. The sharp power cut through everything around him. Lin Tian did not make any unnecessary movements. He swung the Chaos Emperor fist and met Xianxia's sword head-on. Clang, his fist landed on the sword formed by Xianxia's divine power. A metallic sound reverberated. Slash. Kill. Break. Shatter. Die. Xianxia shouted coldly. With a boom, the divine sword in his hand shook and formed a sword realm. It was full of killing swords, and they clanged loudly. These killing swords were extremely powerful. Dao radiance surrounded each sword. It was as if each killing sword could cut through everything. Obviously, this was also a divine art of the Fan family. It was even more powerful than the heart-devouring skill record. The densely packed killing swords sealed off the surroundings. Lin Tian's expression did not change at all. He still swung the Chaos Emperor fist. This time only a true dragon appeared. The dragon's body was thousands of feet long. It surrounded him and swung its tail. Boom, a shocking gust of wind swept out. The dragon's tail swung, shattering the killing swords one after another. Xianxia's mystique was instantly shattered. He blocked the immortal-level Xianxia with his emperor-level cultivation? What a monster! All of the cultivators in the area were trembling. Jiang Luoluo was also shocked. So powerful. Boom, in front of them, divine power surged. Lin Tian and Xianxia were fighting. Their fists and divine arts collided. They were evenly matched. Xianxia's gaze fell on Lin Tian. His eyes were cold like a vulture's. They were like two divine swords of slaughter. Do you really think you can block me, an immortal level, with your emperor-level cultivation? Don't be too arrogant. He yelled. As soon as he finished speaking, a furnace rushed out of his body. Blazing divine light intertwined inside the furnace. This is a divine soul treasure. Many cultivators were shocked. Xianxia took out the divine soul treasure furnace. The furnace was surrounded by blazing divine light. It was as if a wisp of it could destroy everything. Emperor-level cultivation against an immortal-level cultivator. You can only die. He said coldly. He activated the furnace of soul treasures with his immortal rank cultivation base, truly displaying the power of the soul treasure. Suddenly, endless divine light poured out from the mouth of the furnace. The destructive power was shocking, as if it was going to destroy everything. At the same time, he took out another powerful divine art. It covered all directions and suppressed Lin Tian. Instantly, the immortal-level divine art and the immortal-level soul treasure were destroyed. It took a long time for them to recover. Do you think you're the only one with a divine soul treasure? Lin Tian's voice was cold. With a clang, a short sword rushed out of his body. He had obtained it from an ancient tombstone. It was also a divine soul treasure. At this moment, he took it out and used it together with the towering heaven sword scripture. Just one sword slashed out endless sword light, shattering all directions. A divine soul sword. Many cultivators were shocked. Clang. Lin Tian activated the soul treasure rank short sword. Even though his cultivation base wasn't at the immortal realm, and he couldn't display the full power of the soul sword, it was still very terrifying. The unparalleled sword might shook the sky, and cracks appeared one after another. He stepped forward and activated the divine soul sword with the towering heaven sword scripture. He used it as an offensive weapon to slash at Xianxia's divine furnace technique. At the same time, with a buzzing sound, a divine diagram appeared behind him. At this moment, it directly supported the reincarnation diagram of the monarch region. As soon as it appeared, it emitted a divine and holy aura. It pressed down from the sky and suppressed Xianxia. With the appearance of this divine map, this space was immediately suppressed, and even the air was annihilated. Bang! Xianxia was injured. He was directly sent flying by the reincarnation diagram. Blood floated in the air. He injured Xianxia? With Dekong's cultivation level, he injured an immortal level cultivator. This? The cultivators were shocked. Lin Tian's gaze was cold. He used the duality steps and rushed towards Xianxia, who was sent flying. Damn beast, I found you. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Two figures rushed over from afar, condensing divine light hand seals and pressing down on Lin Tian at the same time. Instantly, everyone's expressions changed. Immortal. Immortal? Two immortal realm experts. Someone exclaimed. The two divine light hand seals intertwined, and a terrifying destructive aura fell from the sky, shattering a large part of the void. Lin Tian's expression changed slightly. He stopped moving toward Xianxia and waved his Chaos Emperor fist, intertwining a true dragon and celestial phoenix, to meet the two immortal realm hand seals. Boom! The true dragon and celestial phoenix collided with the two immortal realm hand seals, setting off a shocking storm of divine might that shattered everything. Spirit Temple of Titan, it's you again. Don't you want enough people to die? Lin Tianling looked coldly at the two immortal realm experts who were rushing toward him. He sensed the same aura from the two immortal realm experts from Spirit Temple of Titan that he had killed earlier. He didn't even need to think to know that they were from Spirit Temple of Titan. The two immortal realm experts were indeed from Spirit Temple of Titan. They were the Great Elder and the Second Elder of this branch. Both of them were in the early stage of the immortal realm. They were looking at Lin Tian in shock. They had come to capture Lin Tian, and when they found Lin Tian, they immediately used divine hand seals to suppress him. However, Lin Tian blocked their divine hand seals completely. One should know that both of them were in the immortal realm, but Lin Tian blocked their attacks at the same time. They were shocked, but in the next moment, their expressions turned cold again, and their eyes were filled with murderous intent. I'll make you wish you were dead. The two immortal realm experts were filled with murderous intent. They attacked Lin Tian again, and they even forgot about Xianxia, who was sent flying by Lin Tian's monarch's territory. Lin Tian faced the two coldly without dodging. His primal Chaos Emperor fist shook the heavens, shattering pieces of the void. Divine power surged around the bodies of Grand Elder Tai Ling and Second Elder. Immortal level Dao radiances trembled along with it. Then, they gradually revealed even more astonished expressions. The two of them attacked Lin Tian together, and the divine power they unleashed was much stronger than before. They wanted to suppress Lin Tian as quickly as possible, but to their surprise, Lin Tian was still able to completely block their attacks. How is this possible? The two of them were shocked. Subsequently, both of them gritted their teeth and activated their divine power even more fiercely as they performed even more powerful divine abilities and secret techniques. For a time, the space trembled violently. The sky and the ground crumbled inch by inch as if the end of the world had arrived. The First Elder and Second Elder of the Spirit Shrine, why would they attack that person? Many people were shocked. Naturally, they knew that the First Elder and Second Elder of the Spirit Shrine were also shocked at this moment. Only Jiang Luoluo knew what was going on. Lin Tian had killed the grandson of the Grand Elder of the Spirit Shrine, as well as several half-step immortal realm experts of the Spirit Shrine. Now, the Spirit Shrine was obviously even more furious. They had sent two immortal realm experts to suppress Lin Tian. This made Jiang Luoluo worried and anxious. After all, although Lin Tian was strong, to suddenly face two immortal realm experts of the Spirit Shrine while fighting against Xianxia, an immortal level expert, was really a bad situation. Very soon, Lin Tian, with his Emperor Realm cultivation base, would face three immortal level experts at the same time. An Emperor Realm cultivator facing three immortal level experts at the same time, no matter how heaven-defying or monstrous he was, it would be difficult for him to survive. Boom! Divine power surged as if confirming her worries. In the distance, Xianxia, who had been sent flying, rushed back. His eyes were even more sinister and cruel than before. He didn't care about the two immortal realm experts of the spirit shrine at all, and directly attacked Lin Tian. "Lowly peasant," he said in a cold voice. He activated his soul weapon furnace, which exploded with divine light. At the same time, he used his killing technique to suppress Lin Tian. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The surrounding space was instantly annihilated, and the destructive wave spread toward Lin Tian. "Fellow Taoist from the Fan Clan. Fellow Taoist from the Fan Clan, it's an honor to stand side by side with you. Let's quickly suppress this bastard." The two immortal realm experts of the spirit shrine naturally knew about Fan Xianxia. As they attacked Lin Tian, they spoke politely to Fan Xianxia. After all, Fan Xianxia was from the Fan clan of the primordial era, which was much stronger than their bloodline. Although their cultivation base was not the slightest bit lower than Fan Xianxia's, they subconsciously respected him. Fan Xianxia didn't say anything. He just stared cruelly at Lin Tian. All kinds of divine abilities and killing techniques pressed down on him. He didn't conceal his killing intent at all. It was very sinister. The two immortal realm experts of the spirit shrine didn't say anything in response to Fan Xianxia's arrogance. They knew that Fan Xianxia had the right to be arrogant to them, so they didn't say anything. They attacked together with Fan Xianxia, using divine abilities and great techniques. Suddenly, rumbling sounds could be heard. 3 waves of immortal realm divine power surged like a galaxy, pressing down on Lin Tian with great momentum. The killing intent was terrifying to the extreme. 3 immortal level experts attacking a peak emperor realm cultivator together. This. All the cultivators in the area paled. Boom. 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 In the battlefield, divine might surged as the 2 elders of the divine temple of Titan and Fan Xianxia attacked Lin Tian at the same time. Divine abilities and grand arts were launched one after another. Strands of grand Tao principles intertwined, shattering the void again and again. It was a terrifying scene. Golden divine light intertwined around Lin Tian's body. It was indeed very difficult for him to fight against 3 immortal level experts with his peak emperor realm cultivation base. He was forced to retreat in the void. However, even so, his expression didn't change at all. He was as cold as ever, not showing the slightest hint of fear or apprehension. He used divining divine technique and high heaven sword manual at the same time. Moreover, the soul treasure grade short sword shone brightly. Sharp sword might slashed out one after another, slashing out in all directions. He's barely able to stop 3 immortal level experts with his peak emperor realm cultivation base? This is. Many cultivators were shocked. At this time, Lin Tian was facing 3 immortal level experts at the same time. Although he was forced to retreat step by step and was at a disadvantage, he wasn't in a dangerous situation. The divine abilities of Fan Xianxia and the other 2 were all blocked. Too strong. This is simply a monster. Many people trembled. They were all shocked by Lin Tian's battle prowess. A peak emperor realm cultivator could actually fight 3 immortal level experts at the same time for a short period of time. How monstrous was this? Boom, 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 divine power surged, shattering the large space. The Great Elder, Second Elder, and Fan Xianxia surrounded Lin Tian in a triangular formation. Although Lin Tian was more or less at a disadvantage, it was difficult for them to completely suppress Lin Tian in a short period of time. Their expressions became colder and more sinister. Soul treasure. The Great Elder of the Divine Temple of Titan said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, a broadsword flew out from the top of his head with a boom. The divine power of a soul treasure grade immediately intertwined. At the same time, the second elder of the Divine Temple of Titan took out an ancient seal. As soon as it appeared, the power of a soul treasure spread out. Kill. Fan Xianxia said coldly. He activated the soul treasure grade furnace and combined it with a great ability to suppress Lin Tian. The great Tao Law manifested together. The Great Elder and Second Elder of the Divine Temple of Titan attacked together. The soul treasure grade broadsword and ancient seal pressed down on Lin Tian together. In an instant, the 3 immortal level experts controlled the 3 soul treasures to attack together. The sky seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. The scene was terrifying. He can't block it. No matter how strong a monstrous genius is, he can't block this kind of attack with his Emperor Realm cultivation. It's over. Many cultivators sighed. They could see that Lin Tian was very strong, and monstrous. However, no matter how strong and monstrous he was, it was impossible for him to fight 3 immortal-level experts with soul treasure-grade weapons at the same time with his Emperor Realm cultivation. Jiang Luoluo was even more anxious. However, no matter how anxious and worried she was, there was nothing she could do. Because her cultivation was there was nothing she could do to help Lin Tian at all. What should we do? What should we do? She was so anxious that she was going in circles. The old firewing bird also had a worried look in its eyes. It wanted to help Lin Tian, but it was as helpless as Jiang Luoluo. After all, even though it was very powerful, comparable to a half-step immortal expert, it was as weak as a speck of dust before a mortal expert. Boom, in front of him, divine light surged, and large expanses of the void were crushed. Let's see how long you can last. I've already said that death is your only ending. Xianxia held the soul weapon furnace and suppressed Lin Tian, his aura surging. The 2 from the divine temple of Tailing also attacked mercilessly, their divine power surging. Brother Fan, please don't kill him yet. This bastard killed the grandson of our clan's grand elder. We can't let him die so easily. Brother Fan, please spare his dog life for now. Let us take him away and let him taste the most severe punishment in the world. Grand Elder Tai Ling said. Xianxia used the soul weapon furnace to kill Lin Tian. When he heard the Grand Elder's words, his eyes narrowed slightly. I heard that your divine temple of Tailing still has many methods used in the desolate era to punish cultivators. Not bad, I'll leave them to you. However, I want to personally go to your divine temple of Tailing to see him howling in pain. Of course, it's an honor for Brother Fan to come to my divine temple of Tailing as a guest. Grand Elder Tai Ling said. Then, he and the second elder attacked even more fiercely, their divine might shaking the air. 3 immortal experts and 3 sex soul treasures combined. Divine might swept out like a tidal wave, suppressing the surroundings. Facing this kind of attack, Lin Tian was extremely strong, far stronger than his peers, but he still felt the threat of death. After all, his cultivation level was far lower than the 3 of them. Adding on the fact that the 3 of them were holding up their spirit treasures at the same time, with his own fighting strength, it was naturally impossible for him to resist. Even though he was a reincarnated body, he was still somewhat powerless. He retreated step by step in the void, narrowly escaping death. There were a few times when he was almost hit by the 3 spirit treasures, he was in a very sorry state. But even so, his expression didn't change at all. He was still indifferent and abnormally calm. Then, in the next moment, a golden light flickered around his body, and the soul treasure-grade short sword that resisted the 3 flew back into his body. Why did he keep the soul treasure in his body at this time? That's right, is he going to give up? Facing the encirclement of 3 immortal rank experts with soul treasures, Lin Tian actually put away his soul treasure. This caused all the cultivators here to be very surprised. Even the old firewing bird and Jiang Luoluo were puzzled. You've given up on your feudal resistance and are ready to die? Xianxia sneered. We won't kill you easily. Our spirit temple has many methods of torture, all of which are created for powerful cultivators. We'll let you taste them one by one. Spirit Temple's Grand Elder said coldly. Spirit Temple's Second Elder didn't say anything. His eyes were gloomy as he controlled the soul treasure level ancient seal. Together with Spirit Temple's Grand Elder and Xianxia, he bombarded Lin Tian with endless divine light. In an instant, the 3 immortal rank experts controlled the soul treasures of the 3 sections. Their power was terrifying and intimidating. The surging killing light enveloped Lin Tian like a monstrous wave. It's over, it's really over. After this attack, he'll be suppressed. Many cultivators shook their heads. No matter how powerful a peak Emperor Realm cultivator was, it was impossible for him to block such an attack. Jiang Luoluo was so anxious that she lost her composure. Her beautiful face turned pale. In the next moment, the unparalleled divine wave instantly fell in front of Lin Tian. I'll wait to see you scream miserably. Fan Jingye sneered. Lin Tian looked at him. You think too much. Facing the unparalleled divine wave, his expression didn't change at all. Golden divine light intertwined on the surface of his body, and a stone book flew out from his body. It was densely intertwined with ancient runes and Tao seals. The moment it appeared, it emitted a dazzling divine light. Chi. The divine wave that was pressing down emitted a crisp sound and was instantly shattered. Impossible. The sneer on Fan Jingye's face froze, and he was shocked. How can this be? Spirit Temple's Grand Elder and Second Elder's expressions also changed. At the same time, the other cultivators' expressions also changed. 3 immortal rank experts activated their soul treasures at the same time to launch a powerful attack, but Lin Tian shattered it in an instant. Everyone's eyes fell on Lin Tian, and then on the stone book floating above Lin Tian's head. On the stone book, densely packed runes interweaved with each other. Wisps of mysterious Taoist seals circled around Lin Tian. Wisps of strange divine light fell from the top of Lin Tian's head, firmly protecting Lin Tian within. A peerless pressure interweaved around the book. Eternal. Eternal weapon. Someone couldn't help but cry out. Everyone's expression changed. At this moment, their gazes landed on the stone book. Quite a few people were shocked. An eternal weapon was a treasure weapon that far surpassed a soul treasure. Its power was boundless, and it was invincible under the true immortal weapon. This guy actually controls a precious weapon of this level. Jiang Luoluo was shocked. The worry on her face disappeared. Above Lin Tian's head, the stone book interweaved with divine light. It was an ancient treasure that was once under Mount Tai. He took it back from the Western cultivation world when he returned to Earth. It was a peak-level eternal weapon that had helped him withstand an emperor-level heavenly tribulation. At this time, a terrifying pressure suddenly spread out, enveloping the space within a radius of several 100,000 feet in an oppressive pressure. You actually have a precious weapon of this level. Grand Elder Spirit Temple gritted his teeth. Damn it. Second Elder Spirit Temple's expression also turned ugly. Spirit Temple had existed for countless years and was a second-level force in Ziyan Starfield. However, the most powerful divine weapon they had was only a middle-grade eternal weapon. However, Lin Tian actually controlled a peak-level eternal weapon, which shocked and horrified them. Even Fan Jingye of the Fan family didn't look too good at this time. The Fan family looked down on this starfield. As the immortal realm expert of this family and the younger brother of the Fan family patriarch, his strongest precious weapon was only a peak-level soul treasure. However, Lin Tian, an emperor-level cultivator who didn't seem to have a strong background, had a peak-level eternal weapon. This made him feel extremely uncomfortable and unbalanced. Buzz. Divine light intertwined, and the void shook. With the stone book above his head and divine light surrounding his body, Lin Tian looked at Fan Jingye and the other two and closed in on them. You guys had fun besieging me just now. Now, it's my turn. He said. His combat strength wasn't enough to deal with 3 immortal realm experts who controlled soul treasures at the same time. However, it was different with an eternal weapon. With the support of a peak-level eternal weapon, he was confident that he could defeat the 3 of them. He stepped forward, leaving behind afterimages with each step. The stone book above his head bloomed with divine light and turned into a ripple that spread toward the 3 of them. Don't think that you can defeat us just because you have an eternal weapon. Great Elder Tai Ling shouted. Kill. Second Elder Tai Ling gritted his teeth. The 2 of them activated their respective soul treasures even stronger. Divine light shone brightly, and they once again used their powerful divine ability killing technique. At the same time, Fan Jingye also attacked. His soul furnace trembled, pouring out endless flames that pressed down on Lin Tian. The 3 of them joined forces to attack, and their power was even stronger than before. This large space shook uncontrollably, as if it was about to collapse and disintegrate in the next moment. However, when this terrifying divine power met the divine light ripples released by Lin Tian's eternal weapon stone book, it was like ice meeting fire. In an instant, there was a soft sizzling sound, and it was shattered in just a breath's time. The 3 of them were shocked again. The powerful attacks they had launched with their soul treasures were crushed so easily. Lin Tian stepped forward and arrived in front of the three of them. The stone book bloomed with divine light, and wisps of it surged and gathered at the tip of his fist. In the next moment, he raised his hand and swung out the Chaos Emperor fist. A vast fist power shook out on the spot, shaking the sky and splitting the earth. Bang! 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 Xianxia and the other two were sent flying at the same time. Each of them coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, and cracks instantly appeared on their bodies. This scene caused the hearts of all the cultivators in this place to palpitate. 3 immortal experts were instantly injured at the same time. Is that the power of a peak eternal weapon? It actually has such terrifying power in the hands of an Emperor Realm cultivator. That's not accurate. That's not an ordinary Emperor Realm expert. Yes, although his cultivation is at the peak of the Emperor Realm, his combat strength is definitely not inferior to an early-stage immortal expert. Many cultivators said. The old firewing bird watched from the side, protecting the 3 chirping chicks. His eyes were filled with surprise. Beat them up! Jiang Luoluo shouted. Just now, she thought that Lin Tian was in danger and was extremely worried. But now, she was completely relieved. Seeing Lin Tian injuring Xianxia and the other two, she was naturally very excited. After Lin Tian controlled the stone book and sent Xianxia and the other two flying, he did not stop at all. The stone book glowed and pressed forward. With a rumbling sound, the great void trembled. An oppressive aura immediately interweaved in every corner of the surroundings. Xianxia and the other two turned pale with fright and hurriedly raised their soul treasures to meet it. However, in the face of a peak eternal weapon, their soul treasures were not enough. In the blink of an eye, they were all sent flying. Lin Tian circulated the Sun Heart Sutra and activated the stone book. Another divine light was produced, and it still rippled like water. The divine light that rippled like water directly landed on the 3 of them at a close distance, as if the light of the Milky Way was pressing down. In an instant, 3 puffing sounds were heard. The 3 immortal experts were shattered into pieces at the same time. Blood splattered in the void like rain. Damn it! The 3 of them released soul voices. Their shattered flesh and blood wriggled rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, they reassembled and glared at Lin Tian. Lin Tian had nothing to say. He attacked again. The stone book shook, releasing a dazzling divine light, and pressed forward again. With a rumbling sound, a destructive aura came down majestically. Great Elder Tai Ling and the other two all felt a chill down their backs. They each retreated with mysterious steps at an extremely fast speed. However, even so, they still could not completely avoid this killing power. They were brushed by the stone book's powerful force, causing the 3 of them to cough up blood and fly away. Boom, the 3 of them roared. Divine power surged, and in the blink of an eye, they stabilized their bodies and healed their injuries. Kill! The 3 of them roared and used all their strength. Their soul treasures shook, and their divine abilities and secret techniques were also used together. They were all very powerful. However, at this moment, Lin Tian, who was holding an eternal weapon, was too strong. The stone book shook, and divine light filled the sky, instantly sending the 3 soul treasures flying again. Moreover, after that, the stone book shook again. The ancient divine seals on it seemed to have come to life. They interweaved with dense killing light and landed on the 3 of them again, causing them to shatter again. This is simply terrifying. In this place, the group of cultivators trembled. So powerful. Jiang Luoluo's beautiful eyes lit up. The void rumbled, and 3 waves of divine power surged. In the distance, Xianxia and the other two once again reassembled their bodies. The 3 of them gritted their teeth, and their faces were very ugly. Then, in the next moment, they retreated. They could see that at this moment, Lin Tian, who was holding a peak eternal weapon, was not a match for the 3 of them even if they worked together. Don't even think about leaving. Lin Tian's voice was indifferent. He had never shown mercy to his enemies. As long as he could kill them, he would not let them go. He took a step forward, and with a boom, the stone book shook. The ancient divine seals on it shone brightly, completely sealing off the space in all directions, forcibly cutting off Xianxia and the other two. Then, he activated the Heaven Domination Sword scripture and used it through the stone book. Dense sword light interweaved, and each of them was incomparably fierce, slashing horizontally at the three of them. Puff, 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 blood splattered, and the three immortal-level powerhouses were once again shattered. Ah! The three of them roared angrily. 3 different kinds of divine power surged, and their soul power surged. In the blink of an eye, they reassembled their bodies. However, basically as soon as they recondensed their bodies, Lin Tian's attacks arrived once again. Streaks of light from the soaring heavens descended once again. It was like a rain of swords, enveloping them at the same time and forcefully shattering them once again. Damn it! The three of them were shocked and angry. Their divine souls wrapped around their broken flesh and retreated, quickly reassembling in the distance. Lin Tian's expression was cold. He stared at the second elder of the Temple of Titan, took a step forward, and instantly approached him. The second elder of the Temple of Titan had only reassembled half of his body at this time. Seeing Lin Tian approaching him, his expression changed. You, die. Lin Tian's voice was cold. He activated the stone book with all his strength, using the peak eternal weapon to suppress him. In just an instant, a destructive force enveloped the second elder of the Temple of Titan. The second elder of the Temple of Titan was shocked and terrified. He desperately supported one great divine power after another to resist. However, it was useless. The pinnacle eternal weapon pressed down. With Lin Tian's current cultivation base, he pushed it to the limit. Although he was still far from being able to display the divine might of the pinnacle eternal weapon, its might was terrifying enough. It directly shattered all the divine abilities that second elder Tai Ling used. It was as if a starry sky was pressing down. No. Stop. Puff. Blood floated in the air. Both the body and soul of the second elder of Great Spirit Divine Palace had been destroyed. Everyone trembled in fear. An immortal realm expert was killed just like that. Damn it. Bastard. Great Elder Great Spirit Divine Palace reassembled his body. He was furious. Apart from the grandson of the Great Elder and the 7 half-step immortal realm experts, their Great Spirit Divine Palace had lost an immortal realm expert. Including the Great Elder who was at the peak of the immortal realm, their Great Spirit Divine Palace only had 4 immortal realm experts. However, one of them had died just like that. At the same time, Xianxia also reassembled his body. His eyes flickered with a sinister light as he stared at Lin Tian like a ghost. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. Without saying anything, he took a step forward. The stone book shook violently and shone brightly in all directions. For a moment, rumbling sounds could be heard. As the void distorted and collapsed. Spatial turbulence was rampant. He used the High Heaven Sword scripture with the Eternal Stone Book to envelop the two of them. Golden sword rays sealed off the surroundings. These sword rays were sharp. Each of them could easily kill an Emperor Space Realm expert. At this moment, they pressed down mightily and directly shattered the void. Great Elder Great Spirit Divine Palace and Xianxia were furious but also fearful. They did not dare to be careless as they faced the sword rays unleashed by Lin Tian's peak Eternal Stone Book. They activated their respective soul treasures and activated their divine abilities to resist. Bang! Bang! The golden sword rays destroyed everything in the blink of an eye. The two of them were sent flying. They both coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Lin Tian stepped forward. With a move of his divine sense, more sword rays shot out from the stone book and pressed down on the two of them. At the same time, he waved his hand and summoned the soul treasure ancient seal of second elder Tai Ling that had already been beheaded into his hand. He raised his hand and erased the divine sense brand left behind by second elder Tai Ling on it before storing it into his body. Clang! 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 The towering sword light hummed, suppressing everything and shattering the space in all directions. Grand Elder Tai Ling and Xianxia were strong. They pushed their soul treasures to their limits, unleashing over 10 types of great Daos, but they were still no match. Their soul treasures were blasted away, their bodies were slashed into pieces, blood splattered everywhere. Too strong. With a peak great eternal weapon, early-stage Immortal Realm experts can't stop him. This? Only a middle Immortal Realm expert can fight against him with the Eternal Weapon. This, the hearts of many cultivators palpitated. Godly might surged in all directions. There used to be many mountains in the area, but almost all of them collapsed. They couldn't withstand the battle between Lin Tian, Xianxia, and the Grand Elder of the Spirit Titan Temple. Bang! Bang! Once again, Xianxia and the Grand Elder of the Spirit Titan Temple were blasted away. They coughed out mouthfuls of blood, their bodies covered in cracks. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. He took a step forward, his godly power surging. For the second time, he pushed the stone book to its limit, causing it to erupt with the strongest godly might. It was like a starry sky, pressing down on the Grand Elder of the Spirit Titan Temple and Xianxia at the same time. This was the strongest attack he could muster with the stone book. Its power was terrifying. Whoosh! At this moment, an ear-piercing sound pierced through the air. Not far away, a furnace flew over. It was Xianxia's soul treasure. It was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Lin Tian. Then, in a flash, the soul furnace lit up, its aura became chaotic, and it turned into a furnace in an instant. The destructive aura gushed out and shrouded Lin Tian. This is a peak-grade soul treasure, self-destruction? Everyone was shocked. The self-destruction of a peak-grade soul treasure was terrifying. It was enough to threaten a middle Immortal Realm expert. Lin Tian was even more shocked. He didn't expect Xianxia to self-destruct his peak-grade soul treasure at this moment. Moreover, he did it so secretly that he didn't notice it at all. He couldn't dodge it even if he wanted to, and he couldn't recall the stone book in time. Do you think you can win by relying on a peak-grade eternal weapon? Naive. Combat power is very important in a battle, but combat experience is even more important. Although your combat power is not weak, your combat experience is far from enough. Xianxia's eyes were gloomy as he said cruelly, "Now, just die obediently. This seat will accept this stone book of yours." He secretly used a secret technique to hide the self-destruction of his soul treasure, and at the last moment, he sent the self-destruction soul treasure near Lin Tian. When the destructive aura shrouded Lin Tian's control of the stone book was directly affected, and he couldn't effectively kill him and Great Elder Tai Ling. At the same time, because the self-destruction soul treasure was in front of Lin Tian couldn't dodge it, nor could he recall the stone book to protect himself. He had to bear the terrifying destructive power of the peak-grade soul treasure's self-destruction. Even a middle Immortal Realm expert couldn't withstand such power. Although Lin Tian was strong, under such destructive power, he didn't think Lin Tian could survive. There was no doubt that he would die. If Lin Tian died, the peak-grade eternal weapon stone book would belong to him. It was equivalent to exchanging a peak-grade soul treasure for a peak-grade eternal weapon. He felt it was a good deal. As for his promise to Great Elder Tai Ling that he wouldn't kill Lin Tian for the time being, and that he would hand Lin Tian over to Tai Ling Temple to be executed, of course, he didn't care anymore. Die. He sneered, and his eyes were vicious. The peak-grade soul treasure furnace exploded completely. With a loud boom, the heaven and earth trembled. The sky cracked, and tornadoes swept across the land. Dozens of mountains were shattered. Lin Tian's aura disappeared without a trace in a flash. For a moment, all the cultivators paled, and many of them trembled. Lin Tian. Jiang Luolua's face paled, and she couldn't help but cry out. If she wasn't bound by the old firewing bird's demonic light, she would have rushed to the battlefield. Her face turned pale in an instant. At this moment, as far as the eye could see, there was a huge crater on the surface of the battlefield. The bottom could not be seen. The terrain of this place had changed, and it was extremely shocking. The void was covered by thick smoke and dust, blocking all vision. Dead? Great Elder Tai Ling looked ahead. The place was shrouded in sand and smoke. He couldn't see anything with his pure vision. Only Lin Tian's aura had completely disappeared from his senses. I used a special secret technique of my fan family to self-destruct my peak-grade soul treasure, and self-destruct in front of him at close range. How can I let him live? Xianxia sneered. He also sensed that Lin Tian's aura had disappeared. At this time, he tilted his head and looked at the stone book floating in the air. Wisps of light emerged in his eyes, and he directly raised his hand to grab the stone book. A peak grade eternal weapon, I'll take it. A pinnacle eternal weapon was extremely valuable. Clang, the sound of a sword was ear-piercing. A sword light slashed out from the void shrouded in smoke and sand, directly cutting open the space. With a puff, Fan Jingye's arm that was reaching for the stone book was directly cut off, and then it exploded in the void. Instantly, the crowd's expression changed again. They all tilted their heads and looked in the direction of the sword light. That was where Fan Jingye's soul treasure self-destructed, and also where Lin Tian stood just now. The dust and dirt that covered the sky dispersed in the blink of an eye. A violet-colored pagoda floated in midair, and it enveloped Lin Tian's entire body within it. Moreover, strands of shocking violet divine light coiled around it, and it emanated a primitive feeling. He's not dead. He's unharmed. The crowd of cultivators all turned pale. Then, in the next moment, these cultivators looked at the pagoda that protected Lin Tian and the wisps of purple divine light lingering around the pagoda, emitting a primitive aura. Their expressions changed drastically again, and many people couldn't help but tremble. That's primordial mother chi? It's primordial mother chi. And it's very pure. It's like the legendary primordial heavenly crystal. Primordial heavenly crystal? The legendary ultimate holy artifact used to forge weapons? He found the primordial heavenly crystal? He forged a primordial divine pagoda with it? All the cultivators were shocked. A weapon forged from a holy artifact like the primordial heavenly crystal could evolve continuously and was extremely difficult to destroy. It was definitely the prototype of a supreme emperor divine weapon, such an ultimate treasure. Even the legendary god-ranked experts would be envious if they saw it. Jiang Luolua's worry turned into joy when she saw that Lin Tian was unharmed. At this moment, she was also shocked. This guy actually has such a legendary ultimate holy artifact. His aura disappeared just now because the divine pagoda forged from the primordial heavenly crystal protected him, and at the same time, his aura was blocked by the primordial mother chi outside the divine pagoda? Jiang Luoluo stared ahead in shock. At the same time, Fan Jingye and the Grand Elder of Spirit Temple trembled violently, and their expressions changed again. You actually, Fan Jingye regenerated the arm that Lin Tian had chopped off. He stared at the pagoda that protected Lin Tian with shock and anger. At the same time, his eyes were filled with envy, jealousy, and greed. He had never thought that Lin Tian not only had a pinnacle eternal divine weapon, but also a pagoda forged from the legendary ultimate holy artifact, the primordial heavenly crystal. The value of the pagoda far exceeded that of a pinnacle eternal divine weapon. Lin Tian looked at Fan Jingye indifferently. Fan Jingye had used a special method to self-detonate his soul treasure, and Lin Tian didn't have time to dodge or summon the stone book to protect himself. The destructive power was truly terrifying. He couldn't withstand it, and ordinary soul treasures wouldn't be able to withstand it either. Therefore, he had summoned the immortal Emperor Pagoda and kept himself inside. The pagoda was forged from the primordial heavenly crystal, and its sturdiness was astonishing. Lin Tian was confident that it could withstand the self-destruction of a pinnacle soul treasure. In fact, the outcome was just as he had expected. The immortal Emperor Pagoda had perfectly blocked the self-destruction of Fan Jingye's soul treasure, leaving him completely unharmed. In terms of combat strength, you're nothing. In terms of combat experience, you're nothing. He looked at Fan Jingye coldly. In the next moment, he stepped forward and activated the immortal Emperor Pagoda to suppress Fan Jingye. With a boom, purple primordial origin chi surged outside the immortal Emperor Pagoda and enveloped Fan Jingye. The powerful force instantly sealed the space around Fan Jingye. Fan Jingye's eyes were filled with horror. He hurriedly pushed his divine power to the limit, supporting the Fan family's dozens of super mystiques. He summoned all of his great Dao laws to meet Lin Tian's immortal Emperor Pagoda. Lin Tian snorted. With a thought, the immortal Emperor Pagoda's aura grew stronger. The purple primordial origin chi roiled like a vast ocean. Immediately, Fan Jingye's Dao laws of divine ability were all crushed with a chi sound. The immortal Emperor Pagoda's momentum didn't decrease. In fact, its aura grew even stronger as it continued to press down on Fan Xingye. Fan Xingye's face fell. He felt as if the entire world was crushing down on him. No. Stop. Stop. Lin Tian's eyes were cold, and his expression didn't change. He only said one word. Die. With that, the immortal Emperor Pagoda's divine light shone again. In the next moment, it pressed down on Fan Xingye. Ah! Fan Xingye screamed. In an instant, his physical body exploded, and his soul was destroyed along with it. Blinding blood floated in the air. Fan Xingye was crushed by the immortal Emperor Pagoda, and his spirit was destroyed as well. Everyone was shocked. So strong. That's a divine pagoda made of primordial heavenly crystals? It's only at the level of an ancestral artifact, but it's already so scary. Many people trembled. An early-stage immortal realm expert was crushed to death by the immortal Emperor Pagoda. That kind of power was truly terrifying. However, in the next moment, they trembled again as they thought of something else. Fan Xingye was killed. Fan Xingye, that's the younger brother of the Fan family leader. He was killed just like that? Someone trembled. The primeval Fan family was a superpower that had existed since the Desolate Era. They had looked down on this world for who knew how long. They were at the top of the pyramid in this world, and they had left behind a true immortal artifact to protect their family. But now, an important member of the Fan family, the younger brother of the Fan family leader, had been killed. This was a huge matter. It was obvious that the Fan clan leader would be enraged. The Fan clan would be enraged. The wrath of the Fan family would be terrifying to the extreme. The cultivators couldn't help but tremble. Even the immortal Grand Elder of the Titan Spiritual Shrine was shocked. Although Lin Tian had already killed Fan Xingye, he still couldn't help but tremble when Lin Tian really killed Fan Xingye. You're too bold. How dare you kill the younger brother of the Fan family leader? You've committed a terrible crime. He said in a trembling voice. Lin Tian looked at him coldly. You'd better worry about yourself. He looked at him, and the immortal Emperor Pagoda and the stone book flew back to him at the same time. Then, he strode toward him. Grand Elder Titan Spiritual shuddered as Lin Tian walked toward him, and a chill ran down his spine. It was also at this time that Lin Tian took a step forward and pressed down with the immortal Emperor Pagoda without any unnecessary movements. Grand Elder Tai Ling felt his scalp go numb. Unable to dodge, he raised his soul treasure and charged towards the immortal Emperor Pagoda. His spirit treasure was a broadsword, and the blade was densely intertwined with array patterns and Dao patterns. At this moment, it erupted with a divine light that filled the sky. In the blink of an eye, the broadsword and the immortal Emperor Pagoda collided. Crack! A crisp sound rang out as a crack appeared on the broadsword. It was sent flying several thousand feet away by the immortal Emperor Pagoda. Then, the immortal Emperor Pagoda continued to press down on Grand Elder Tai Ling, crushing him to pieces. Only his spirit was barely preserved. With a look of horror on his face, he fled into the distance like a bolt of lightning. However, how could Lin Tian let him go? The immortal Emperor Pagoda shook, and a vigorous energy surged out of the pagoda. It was mixed with a powerful suction force, and it forcibly suppressed his soul into the pagoda. Let me out! Let me out! A terrified roar rang out from within the Emperor's pagoda. Stop dreaming. Lin Tian Dao. With a thought, purple divine light surged outside the Emperor's pagoda, shattering Grand Elder Tai Ling's spirit. In an instant, the place fell silent. All dead, someone's voice trembled. 3 immortal rank experts had all been killed by Lin Tian here. Moreover, one of them was an important figure from the Fan family, the younger brother of the patriarch of the Fan family. Even the old Firewing Bird and Jiang Luoluo were shocked. At this moment, their eyes flashed violently. It had only been a short while, but the 3 immortal rank experts had all been killed. In the void ahead, Lin Tian looked into the distance. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a broadsword covered in Dao patterns and array patterns. This broadsword was the spirit treasure of Grand Elder Tai Ling Shrine. It had been cracked and sent flying by the immortal Emperor Pagoda, but it hadn't been destroyed. It was just a little damaged, and it wasn't difficult to repair it to its original state. He used his divine power to erase Grand Elder Tai Ling's imprint on the broadsword, then stored it in his body. At the same time, he put away the immortal Emperor Pagoda and the stone book. With a step, he appeared in front of Jiang Luoluo. Amazing. So amazing. Jiang Luoluo's big eyes flashed, and then she said somewhat embarrassedly, also, sorry for the trouble. Naturally, she was referring to Fan Xianxia. After all, Fan Xianxia had set his sights on her from the very beginning, and Lin Tian had fought Fan Xianxia for her sake. In the end, Lin Tian had killed Fan Xianxia. By killing Fan Xianxia, Lin Tian had provoked the primeval Fan family of this world. This was no small matter. Lin Tianyi smiled and knocked her on the head. What are you being so polite for? Even if it was a girl we didn't know, I would still help her. What he said was the truth. In his opinion, those who casually harmed the chastity of innocent women were scum who had committed the most heinous crimes. When encountering such a situation, as long as he had the ability, even if the victim was a complete stranger, he would definitely take action. This was his principle as a person. I told you I have good eyesight, and I know how to judge people. You're a good person. Jiang Luoluo giggled. Lin Tian smiled and didn't say anything. He tilted his head and looked at the densely packed ancient runes on the stone wall. After a moment of hesitation, he used his golden divine light to erase all of the ancient runes on the wall. The power of thunder and lightning intertwined within these ancient runes, and they contained astonishing power. They were very extraordinary, but ordinary people couldn't seem to comprehend them. Even the slightest attempt to comprehend them would lead to disaster. Many people had already died trying to comprehend these ancient runes. He destroyed them to prevent more people from dying trying to comprehend these ancient runes. They should be destroyed. These are not good things, Jiang Luoluo mumbled. Jiang Luoluo mumbled. Previously, she had almost died trying to comprehend these ancient runes. Lin Tian didn't say anything. He looked at the old firewing bird and bid him a simple farewell. The old firewing bird nodded and replied with his divine sense, take care. Also, thank you for healing me before. Don't worry about it. Lin Tian Dao. He said a few more words to the old firewing bird, then left with Jiang Luoluo toward the center of the ancient immortal divine garden. The cultivators here watched Lin Tian and Jiang Luoluo leave. Many of them trembled as they looked at Lin Tian's back. But, what a scary man. Someone said to himself in a trembling voice. Lin Tian took Jiang Luoluo and quickly left the place where the battle had taken place. Strands of light intertwined in his eyes, and the ancient runes on the stone wall from before kept appearing in his mind. Are you thinking about the ancient runes on the stone wall? Did you get anything? Jiang Luoluo was very smart and could tell what Lin Tian was thinking. Hearing Jiang Luoluo's question, Lin Tiandao said, I don't have any specific gains, but I'm sure of one thing. This ancient immortal divine garden does indeed have the legendary peerless lightning technique. The ancient runes on the stone wall did not contain any cultivation methods, so he could not rely on them to cultivate. After comprehending them, he did not obtain any substantial benefits. However, based on these ancient markings that contained the terrifying energy of lightning, he was able to confirm that there was indeed a peerless lightning technique within this divine garden, and the ancient markings he saw earlier were left behind by the existence that created the peerless lightning technique all those years ago. Why do you say that? How did you come to this conclusion? Jiang Luoluo was curious. Lin Tian looked at her and became even more curious. Didn't you try to comprehend those ancient runes before? Although you failed and could not comprehend them, you should have at least felt the power of lightning that interweaved within those ancient runes, right? With those ancient runes that contained the terrifying power of lightning, it was enough to confirm that there was indeed a peerless lightning technique in this divine garden, right? Eh? The power of lightning that was like a heavenly tribulation? I didn't feel it. Jiang Luoluo stared. Lin Tian was moved. Jiang Luoluo did not feel the power of lightning within those ancient runes? You really didn't feel it? Why would I lie to you? Jiang Luoluo said, when I was comprehending it, only my soul and life source were severely rejected, and then suffered serious injuries, but I really did not feel any power of lightning within those ancient runes. Lin Tianwei frowned slightly. It seemed that Jiang Luoluo really did not feel the power of lightning within them. Then, what about the others? Did they not feel the power of lightning that was like a heavenly tribulation within those ancient runes? He thought about it. According to the situation at that time, those who had studied the ancient runes on the stone wall were really like Jiang Luoluo. Not only were they unable to comprehend them, they also did not feel the power of lightning within them. That was because not all of the people who had comprehended those ancient runes had died. There was still a portion of them who were still alive. If they had truly sensed the powerful lightning contained within those ancient runes, they should have immediately connected with the legendary invincible lightning technique. After that, some of them would have revealed some clues. However, such a situation did not occur at that time. He still remembered the expressions of those people. It seemed that they were only horrified because they had been injured while observing the ancient runes. As he thought about this, he was slightly dazed. Hey! Jiang Luoluo patted him on the back. Does it really contain the power of lightning like the heavenly tribulation? She was curious about what Lin Tian had mentioned. After all, it had something to do with the legendary thunder technique. Regarding the legend of the thunder technique, she had heard countless times during this period of time, and the content of everyone's discussion was the same. It was an extremely terrifying divine technique. There really is. Lin Tiandao told Jiang Luoluo about how Lin Tian had comprehended the ancient runes. Immediately, Jiang Luoluo was even more shocked. According to what you said, those ancient runes were indeed left behind by the existence who had created the thunder technique. There is indeed such an invincible divine technique on this broken island. Jiang Luoluo was shocked. Then, she looked at Lin Tian and her surprise grew. However, why is it that you are the only one who can comprehend those ancient runes? It seems that you are the only one who can sense the power of lightning contained within those runes. Isn't that too strange? Lin Tian shook his head. He was also puzzled and did not understand at all. However, he did not think too much about it. He led Jiang Luoluo to the center of the ancient immortal divine garden. Very quickly, 6 hours passed. The two of them had walked through many places. Did you find it? During the process of heading to the center of the divine garden, Lin Tian had been spreading out his divine sense to search for places where the thunder technique might exist. At this time, Jiang Luoluo opened her mouth and asked Lin Tiandao. During this process, she had also helped, but she did not obtain anything. No. Lin Tian shook his head. He shrouded the surroundings with his divine sense and continued to lead Jiang Luoluo forward. At this time, many places in the ancient immortal divine garden were filled with shocked discussions. This was because the news that Lin Tian, with his Emperor Realm Cultivation, had killed the two immortal realm elders of the divine temple of Titan and Xianxia of the Fan clan had spread. It shocked countless cultivators who had come to the divine garden. What shocked these cultivators the most was that Lin Tian had a terrifying pagoda that was forged from the primordial heavenly crystal. That person actually found the legendary ultimate divine artifact for forging weapons? And it was forged into a divine pagoda? The primordial heavenly crystal was a weapon forged from the legendary ultimate divine artifact. Its value was too great. It was the prototype of a supreme emperor divine weapon. Even the legendary gods would not be able to remain calm when they saw it. Now, on this island, there is a perfect prototype of an emperor divine weapon. Many people's hearts trembled. Moreover, some of the powerful cultivators who had come to the divine garden were eager to make a move. They all had other intentions. At the same time, the news that Lin Tian had killed the 3 immortal realm experts and possessed a divine pagoda made from the primordial heavenly crystal spread from the divine garden at an extremely fast speed. It shocked many cultivators in this world. The Fan clan of the ancients, the Fan clan had been passed down since the antiquity era. Like many other great forces, it was located in a group of celestial mountains. There were many towering palaces, all of which were dazzling in gold and jade. There were also many treasure islands floating in the void. What? A furious roar came from the center of the Fan clan. The patriarch of the Fan clan had received a report that his own younger brother had been killed. Moreover, he had been killed by a young Emperor Realm independent cultivator. Damn it! The man roared. He was at the peak of the immortal realm. Today, he personally took action. He walked out of the main Fan clan and rushed to the ancient immortal divine garden. Moreover, several other middle-stage immortal realm elders of the clan followed the patriarch of the Fan clan and rushed to the divine garden. Xianxia had gone to the ancient immortal divine garden on behalf of the Fan clan to search for the peerless thunder technique. However, he had been killed. Who on the Xian star didn't know that Xianxia was an important figure of the Fan clan? He was the younger brother of the patriarch of the Fan clan. Even the patriarch of the Xian god sect had to think twice before attacking Xianxia. But now, this independent cultivator had killed him without mercy. "You're courting death." Several elders of the clan were filled with murderous intent. Almost at the same time, in the divine temple of Mount Tai, the supreme elder of the clan had failed to break through to the eternal realm. When he came out of seclusion and learned that his grandson, Xianxia, had been killed, he was furious. His terrifying murderous intent almost overturned the sky. "Bastard!" The elder, who was only one step away from the eternal realm, rushed out of the divine temple of Mount Tai. He was furious and his murderous intent was shocking. Above the ancient immortal divine garden, the sky was blue and the sun was blazing. Lin Tian took Jiang Luoluo and searched many places in the divine garden. However, they still couldn't find any place where the thunder technique might exist. Lin Tian wasn't anxious about this at all. He was very clearly aware that it was impossible for it to be so simple to find the peerless lightning technique of legend within such an enormous divine garden. He led Jiang Luoluo through the divine garden and soon crossed several mountains. Soon, a huge mine appeared in front of them. "Stop!" Jiang Luoluo suddenly said. She grabbed Lin Tian's arm and stared at the mine in front of them, trembling. Lin Tian was curious. He stopped and looked at Jiang Luoluo. "Don't get close. There is an eternal realm ancient demonic beast in there. I saw it before." Jiang Luoluo whispered. Lin Tian heard this and was shocked. Jiang Luoluo had said that she fell into this divine garden and saw two eternal realm ancient demonic beasts. Was one of them in the mine in front of them? "I don't feel a strong demon aura there." He frowned. Looking at the mine from where he was, it was very deep and difficult to see inside. However, he didn't feel a strong demon aura there. "That demonic beast seems to be sleeping. When I passed by here, I happened to see it turn over. There was a strong demon aura. It is definitely above the eternal realm." Jiang Luoluo said in a very low voice, "Under normal circumstances, if it doesn't move, there shouldn't be any demon aura." Lin Tian understood and didn't say much. He pulled Jiang Luoluo back carefully. After going far away from the mine, they continued to go to the center of the divine garden. Then, 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. He and Jiang Luoluo walked through more places in the divine garden, but still didn't find the legendary peerless thunder technique. "Where is this thunder technique hidden?" Jiang Luoluo murmured. "Don't worry. Take your time. Let's just take this as a scenic tour," Lin Tian said. At this time, he and Jiang Luoluo walked out from a desolate ancient mountain. They walked forward on foot. Swish! Suddenly, the void roared. A blood-stained divine arrow rushed out from a mountain not far away. It was so fast that it pierced through a space tunnel. The tip of the arrow was aimed at Lin Tian's glabella. Lin Tian's expression changed. This arrow was extremely terrifying. It could definitely kill an ordinary sempiternal realm expert with a single shot. The hair on Lin Tian's body stood on end. Facing the sharpness of the arrow, Lin Tian felt an intense pain in his glabella. It was as though a sharp blade had pierced into his glabella. Even so, his reaction speed was not affected. He pulled Jiang Luoluo and used the 9th level of the Yin and Yang steps to move more than 10,000 feet away. At the last moment, he dodged the killing arrow. Boom, the killing arrow fell on the ground where he was standing just now. It directly shattered the ground, revealing a bottomless black hole. A cry of surprise came from the mountain not far away. Obviously, the person who attacked in secret was surprised that Lin Tian could dodge the killing arrow. In the next moment, a middle-aged man in a black robe walked out of the mountain. He was holding a treasure bow in his left hand. The bow was covered with all kinds of strange Dao patterns. It was a peak-level soul treasure. Moreover, this person's aura was extraordinarily powerful. He was at the peak of the middle stage of the immortal realm. Even in the immortal realm, there are very few people who can successfully dodge the arrow just now. Young man, you are really good. The person looked at Lin Tian with a trace of surprise in his eyes. However, it was replaced by coldness and greed in the next moment. He said coldly, "Hand over the divine pagoda made from the primordial heavenly crystal and the eternal weapon stone book." After the battle with Fan Xingye and the other two, the fact that Lin Tian had a peak-level eternal weapon and a divine pagoda made of grand mist heavenly crystal had been exposed. Many cultivators were shocked and envious. Many powerful cultivators had other ideas. The black-robed middle-aged man was naturally one of these people. He looked to be in his 40s or 50s, but his actual age was obviously not so. He had lived for at least tens of thousands of years. Now, he had found Lin Tian and wanted to seize the Eternal Weapon Stone Book and the Immortal Emperor Pagoda made of Grand Mist Heavenly Crystal. Hand them over obediently, and I may spare your life. If you resist and don't cooperate, you should know the only outcome. Death. This person was a rogue cultivator, but he was very powerful. His essence, qi, and spirit were very strong. Do you think you can kill me? Lin Tian looked at the man and said. The black-robed middle-aged man's eyes were cold. Don't think that you're amazing just because you killed a few early-stage Immortal Realm experts with an eternal weapon. Early-stage Immortal Realm experts are nothing. You can fight early-stage Immortal Realm experts with an eternal weapon, but you can't do anything in front of me, who is at the peak of middle-stage Immortal Realm. Is that so? You can try. Lin Tian Andao. In fact, he could feel that the black-robed middle-aged man in front of him was very powerful. Even if he had a peak-level eternal weapon, he was no match for him. After all, his opponent was about to reach the peak of Immortal Realm. Even so, he couldn't show weakness to his opponent. That was not his character. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. You're courting death. The black-robed middle-aged man's voice was cold. He didn't say anything more and directly moved. He replaced the sword with the soul bow in his hand and pressed it toward Lin Tian. With a clang, the sound of a sword whistling through the air was so real that it shattered all the trees in the surroundings. Lin Tian was not careless. He directly held up the stone book and operated the Heart Sutra of Sunday. All the ancient runes and divine seals on the book lit up, emitting blazing divine light toward the black-robed middle-aged man. Boom! The momentum of the two collided, and a monstrous divine wave erupted. It was just a simple collision, but several mountains here were directly destroyed. Sand, stones, and wood splashed everywhere. It's really a peak-level eternal weapon. The black-robed middle-aged man's eyes lit up. Give it to me. He shook the longbow in his hand, and divine light surged. Lin Tian immediately felt the pressure as heavy as a mountain. A warrior who was about to reach the peak of Immortal Realm was really intimidating. If he didn't have the Supreme Reincarnation King body and a peak-level eternal weapon to protect him, he would have been crushed instantly. However, his expression didn't change in the slightest. The Shirshu's brilliance erupted, turning into a divine sun that pressed down. Boom! Intense divine power surged, causing the void to collapse. A few more mountains crumbled as a result. Powerful ripples spread out in all directions, spreading far and wide. For a moment, many cultivators in the nearby mountains were alarmed and looked in that direction. What happened there? It seems like someone is fighting. What? What a powerful wave. Let's go and take a look. Go. Soon, many cultivators began to move. Not long after, some people arrived. Seeing the battle between Lin Tian and the black-robed middle-aged man, they were all shocked. That person seems to be the one who killed Fan Xingye and the two elders of Titan Temple. Someone's eyes fell on Lin Tian, and his pupils immediately shrank. Yes, it's that person. Everyone trembled. Not long ago, Lin Tian had single-handedly killed Fan Xingye of the Fan family and the two immortal elders of the Titan Spirit Temple. Many people had seen this, and now, the news had spread everywhere. Some people who had witnessed the battle had even used their divine sense to imprint him. Naturally, many people knew what Lin Tian looked like. At this time, when they came here, they recognized him at a glance. There's another person. Who is that? Middle stage immortal realm, why is this person fighting with that ruthless young man? He doesn't seem to be from the Fan family or Titan Temple. He seems to be a rogue cultivator. He must be, after that ruthless young man's thing, the pagoda made of primordial heavenly crystal. These cultivators instantly thought of many things. Boom, 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 in front of them, on the battlefield, divine light surged, shaking the surroundings. Lin Tian and the black-robed middle-aged man were fighting. Naturally, they noticed that a crowd had arrived, but they didn't care too much. On the contrary, the black-robed middle-aged man's eyes narrowed slightly. He had found Lin Tian with great difficulty and wanted to seize the treasure on Lin Tian. Naturally, he didn't want to be seen by more people. That would attract more powerhouses. If someone competed with him, it would be very troublesome. He didn't want to see that happen. Let's end this quickly, he muttered to himself in a low voice. With a boom, he shook the longbow in his hand. Suddenly, a dense number of light arrows condensed between heaven and earth. They scattered one after another, like billions of birds flapping their wings, majestically heading toward Lin Tian. The power of the arrows was somewhat frightening. Under the might of this arrow, the void shook and distorted, as though it would shatter at the very next moment. This caused the cultivators who had rushed over from afar to feel a chill in their hearts. This arrow intent was simply too terrifying. It was basically capable of breaking through anything. Lin Tian had the stone book above his head to protect his body. The four-symbol seal was activated, and it directly evolved into 6 silver layers of the Tao diagram of the 4 symbols. At the same time, he took out a broadsword. The blade was covered with ancient runes and divine seals, and there was a big crack on it. When he activated the 4-symbol seal with the stone book to meet the black-robed man, he also took out the broadsword to suppress his opponent. Using the 4-symbol seal as a shield, he used a special method to shake the broadsword. In an instant, the broadsword's aura became chaotic. A destructive aura immediately spread out, and the soul treasure instantly approached the black-robed man. Immediately, everyone in this place was greatly shocked. Especially the black-robed man, who was the first to change his expression, revealing a horrified expression. You, self-destructed your soul treasure? The broadsword was obtained by Lin Tian from the Great Elder of Spirit Temple. There was a crack on it previously, but it was still a soul treasure. At this time, Lin Tian knew that he could not defeat his opponent with his combat strength, so he directly took out the soul treasure to self-destruct. Because he used the 4-symbol seal to conceal the self-destruction aura in the early stage of the broadsword's self-destruction, it was only exposed in the later stage. At this time, it landed near the black-robed man, who could not dodge at all, and his face instantly turned pale. Explode. Lin Tian spat out a word. With a boom, the broadsword exploded, and the destructive power directly shrouded all directions. Ah! The black-robed man screamed miserably as he was drowned in the destructive power. The destructive aura spread even further. The surrounding void was instantly annihilated. This guy actually destroyed a peak soul treasure so decisively. And, so suddenly. Jiang Luolua was moved. Boom. Boom. The void exploded, and the destructive aura intertwined in all directions. After a long time, the destructive aura dispersed, and the ground was shattered beyond recognition. The black-robed man was blown into pieces, and only his god soul was barely preserved. However, it was also badly damaged. The soul weapon-grade longbow was blown into pieces. The cultivators in this area were all shaken, and many of them felt a chill run down their spines. They had never thought that Lin Tian would be so decisive to destroy a peak soul treasure. In just a blink of an eye, he had blown up a middle immortal realm expert, leaving only a badly damaged god soul. Apparently, the black-robed man was not far from death, and his aura was extremely weak. You think you can kill me? Lin Tian dashed toward the black-robed man, condensing the high heaven sword in his hand. The black-robed man shivered. At this moment, his god soul showed fear, and he turned around to run away. When the soul treasure self-destructed, it was already hard for him to survive. At this moment, he was so weak that he could not resist Lin Tian. If he didn't run away, he would die. Lin Tian harumphed. He took a step forward, and the high heaven sword in his hand slashed down mercilessly. The sword aura was extremely sharp. The black-robed man was frightened. He screamed, "No! Stop!" Swoosh, a soft sound echoed, and the black-robed man's body and soul were destroyed in just a blink of an eye. A middle immortal realm expert, the surrounding cultivators shivered inwardly. They looked at Lin Tian, and many of them couldn't help but take a step back. Lin Tian stepped forward, appearing next to Jiang Luoluo. "Let's go." He didn't want to be surrounded, so he was about to leave. "You want to leave? Stay." A voice arose. A woman walked over from the distance. She was enchanting and charming, wearing revealing clothes. She looked around 21 or 22 years old, but her eyes were full of the vicissitudes of life. Apparently, she was a senior who had lived for a long time. The woman arrived in front of them in just a blink of an eye. Her speed was fast, and her spirit, energy, and blood qi were extremely intimidating. She was at the peak of Immortal Realm. It's Everlasting Yuji of the Concord Immortal Sect. She's the supreme elder of this branch. She's here? Many people paled. The Concord Immortal Sect was a second-level grade influence of the Purple Spill planet. They were extremely famous, and the cultivators of this world naturally knew of their supreme elder. Lin Tian's expression changed. This woman made him feel a true threat. "Little fellow, hand over that thing and I'll let you go." Everlasting Yuji had lived for many years, but she had always maintained the appearance of a young woman. Her words were filled with seductiveness. This caused all the cultivators here to be moved. They clearly understood what the thing she was referring to was Lin Tian's pagoda forged from Grand Mist Heaven crystal. Lin Tian naturally understood the woman's words. He directly said, "Don't even think about it." It was impossible for him to hand over the Immortal Emperor pagoda. At this time, he pulled Jiang Luoluo and prepared to leave this place as quickly as possible. "Then, I'll just have to snatch it." Everlasting Yuji narrowed her eyes and pressed forward. A powerful aura suddenly pressed down on Lin Tian. At this time an old man rushed over from the east. His aura was tyrannical, pressing down on them. "Beast!" The old man roared, not concealing his killing intent at all. Almost at the same time, 5 figures flashed from the south, rushing over. The one in the lead was a middle-aged man. His killing intent was terrifying, like a god of death descending to the world. The supreme elder of the spirit temple, as well as the patriarch of the Fan family and the 4 elders of the Fan family. All the cultivators were startled. After the supreme elder of Joyous Immortal Sect, Everlasting Yuchi, the supreme elder of Titan Spirit Shrine had also arrived. All of them were peak immortal experts. Even the patriarch of Fan family of Desolation had arrived. Moreover, there were 4 mid-immortal elders of Fan family following him. All of them had come for Lin Tian. Lin Tian himself was shaken as well. He naturally knew that these people were up to no good. They were either here to steal his Immortal Emperor pagoda or purely to kill him. Regardless of which it was a dangerous situation for him. At this moment, without any hesitation, he pulled Jiang Luoluo and performed the 9th level of the duality steps. They transformed into a bolt of lightning and dashed into the distance. Facing a middle immortal realm expert, he could destroy one of his soul treasures to kill him. However, facing this group of people, he didn't have the ability to confront them directly. He could only run away with his speed. So fast. This speed. His speed is comparable to a peak of immortal realm expert. This person. Many people were shocked by the speed Lin Tian displayed at this moment. "You want to escape? Don't even think about it." The Divine Temple's Grand Elder roared as he chased after Huang Xiaolong. The eyes of the head of the Fan family were filled with murderous intent. Naturally, he also gave chase. Behind him, the 4 elders of the Fan family followed suit. All of them moved at an extremely fast speed. Everlasting Yuchi of the Joyous Immortal Sect narrowed her eyes. She took light steps, leaving behind afterimages. Her speed was much faster than the Grand Elder of the Divine Temple and the head of the Fan clan. In the blink of an eye, the group was already very far away from this location. Boom, the Grand Elder of the Divine Temple unleashed a beam of killing intent that shattered the greater void. The power of laws intertwined within the beam of killing intent as it shot towards Lin Tian. At the same time, the Patriarch of the Fan Clan and the others also attacked, showing no mercy. Joyous Union Immortal School's everlasting Yuqi was also making her move. Her aura was not vigorous, but it carried a feminine aura that sealed off all directions. For a time, rumbling sounds could be heard as the surrounding land was destroyed. Lin Tian took Jiang Luoluo and quickly escaped. He could naturally feel the attacks from the people behind him. They were extremely terrifying and made his scalp tingle. After all, there were 3 Peak of Immortal Realm experts among them. His current cultivation base was much weaker than theirs. He used the Eternal Level Stone Book to protect himself and fled at top speed. However, he failed to completely avoid the attacks and suffered heavy injuries in the blink of an eye. The pursuers were simply too powerful. With his current cultivation base, even with the protection of a peak eternal weapon, he could not completely block the attacks of these people. Lin Tian, put me down. You can escape by yourself, Jiang Luoluo said. Lin Tian carried her and fled. Although his speed was fast, it was definitely not comparable to his peak state. She felt that if he let her go, Lin Tian's speed would increase and he would be able to avoid these people. Lin Tian shook his head. Although he could increase his speed by a little if he was alone, how could he leave Jiang Luoluo behind at this time? Abandoning Jiang Luoluo at this time was equivalent to sending her to the death penalty platform. The Supreme Elder of the Spirit Shrine and the Patriarch of the Fan Clan would definitely kill Jiang Luoluo mercilessly because she was with him. If this goes on, we will all die. Put me down and you can at least live, Jiang Luoluo said anxiously. Lin Tian shook his head. It was impossible for him to do that. Behind them, divine energy surged and the killing intent was terrifying. How dare you touch the brother of the Patriarch of the Fan Clan? You're courting death, an elder of the Fan Clan said coldly. The Patriarch of the Fan Clan chased at the front. He did not say anything, but the killing intent in his eyes was incomparably thick. Kill. The Supreme Elder of the Spirit Shrine's eyes were filled with killing intent. The everlasting Yuqi of the Concord Immortal Sect attacked as well, but there was no killing intent. She kept an eye on Lin Tian, waiting for an opportunity to seize the Immortal Emperor Pagoda. Lin Tian used the stone book to protect himself as he fled with Jiang Luoluo. From time to time, he would be injured, and his face gradually paled. At the same time, many cultivators along the way saw this scene. Many of them were shocked and could not help but tremble. That person, rumor has it that he killed the Grand Elder and Second Elder of the Spirit Shrine, as well as Xianxia of the Fan Clan. Now, he's being hunted. The Patriarch of the Fan Clan and 4 elders, the Supreme Elder of the Spirit Shrine, and the Supreme Elder of the Concord Immortal Sect, that ruthless person, no matter how strong he is, he can't stop them. Many people trembled. Lin Tian continued to flee, and his injuries worsened. He could not shake off the Patriarch of the Fan Clan and the others, and the distance between them was getting closer and closer. A dark light flashed in his eyes as he pulled Jiang Luoluo in a fixed direction. You killed my grandson. Even if you run to the ends of the world, you will die. The Supreme Elder of the Spirit Shrine roared as he raised his hand and slashed out a large number of killing lights. The attacks of the Fan Clan experts were even more shocking, and the killing lights were denser. This caused Lin Tian to bleed from his mouth. Even with the protection of a peak eternal weapon, he was still heavily injured. However, he did not slow down. He continued to fly in a fixed direction. He's dead. How can he survive in such a situation? He's going to die. Along the way, many cultivators saw this scene and shook their heads. I wonder who will get the pagoda forged from primordial heavenly crystal in the end, someone said. Lin Tian continued to flee. After an unknown period of time, a mine appeared in front of him. At first glance, it was dark inside, and he could not see what was inside. As soon as he arrived, he rushed straight into the mine. Lin Tian, where are we? Jiang Luoluo turned pale. There was an eternal realm ancient demonic beast sleeping in the mine. Lin Tian knew this, but he still rushed into the mine. Are you trying to? She looked at the patriarch of the Fan clan and the others who were chasing after them and vaguely guessed something. Don't speak. Lin Tian transmitted his voice. His speed was very fast, but his divine power was limited. If he simply kept running, he would definitely be caught by the Fan family patriarch and the others. In a head-on confrontation, he was no match for them. In order to get out of this dangerous situation, he could only think of one idea, which was to lure them into the mine where the Eternal Realm demonic beast was hibernating. Then, with the killing power of these people, the ancient demonic beast would wake up from its slumber and join in the fight. This would give him a chance to escape. Of course, he might be in more danger if he did so. After all, the Eternal Realm ancient demonic beast was not his friend. Once it woke up and was angry, he might be in trouble. But now, he had no other choice. He could only use this method to gamble and find a way to survive. He was very fast. He brought Jiang Luoluo and suppressed his aura. Soon, they arrived at the depths of the mine. There was a huge black cave in front of them. It was so dark that even divine consciousness could not see through it. Only when one looked carefully, one could feel an extremely oppressive fluctuation. That ancient demonic beast seems to be in that position. Jiang Luoluo transmitted her voice. She had seen the ancient demonic beast turn over by chance and remembered the approximate position. Lin Tian naturally guessed this and stopped at this time. Then, in a flash, the patriarch of the Fan family and the others caught up. Except for the everlasting Yuchi of the Joyous Immortal sect, the others were full of murderous intent. They waved their hands, filling the sky with murderous light. Suddenly, there was a rumbling sound. All kinds of murderous light pressed down on Lin Tian. Lin Tian's eyes flashed with a dark light. He used the ninth tier of the yin-yang steps to dodge the murderous light. The murderous light directly entered the black cave behind him. Divine energy exploded, shaking the entire mine. Let's see how long you can last. The patriarch of the Fan family said coldly, taking a step forward. The supreme elder of the divine temple of Titan closed in on Lin Tian and reached out to grab Lin Tian. His violent murderous intent seemed to want to destroy everything. The everlasting Yuchi of the Joyous Immortal sect also reached out to grab Lin Tian, her eyes flashing. Her main goal was to seize the Immortal Emperor Pagoda. Die, you beast. The other elders of the Fan family attacked together. In the blink of an eye, they were in front of Lin Tian, their murderous light terrifying to the soul. However, it was also at this moment that an incomparably terrifying demonic aura rose up from the mine. In the black cave behind Lin Tian, a pair of gigantic demonic eyes opened. Demonic light flashed, revealing the body of the demonic creature. It was actually a violet-scaled python. Its demonic eyes were filled with an eerie light, as if it was a hell serpent. Roar! A loud roar came out of its mouth. The sound waves rolled, shattering everything. The terrifying pressure of the Eternal Realm was undeniable. Because of his relationship with Jiang Luoluo, Lin Tian had long known that there was an Eternal Realm ancient demonic beast here. Just now, he deliberately lured the attacks of the patriarch of the Fan family and the others to awaken this demonic beast. He knew that it would be furious when it woke up, so he was prepared. At this time, he directly summoned the Immortal Emperor Pagoda. This incomparably sturdy Immortal Emperor Pagoda completely enveloped himself and Jiang Luoluo. He also used the Eternal Weapon level stone book to protect himself and Jiang Luoluo. However, the patriarch of the Fan family and the supreme elder of the Divine Temple of Titan Spirit were different. These people did not know the situation here and were only attacking Lin Tian. At this time, they did not have time to defend themselves. Their eyes were wide open, and they were shocked and terrified. Then, in an instant, a violent sound wave rushed over, directly covering Lin Tian, the patriarch of the Fan family, and the others. Ah! Miserable shrieks immediately rang out, blood mist splashed in all directions. The Taisheng elder of the Spirit Divine Palace, everlasting Yuji of the Harmonious Immortal sect, and the Fan family patriarch all suffered the same fate. They were all sent flying, blood gushing out of their mouths, their bodies covered in cracks. Lin Tian was also in trouble. However, because he had prepared a perfect defense, the Great Tao Reincarnation Diagram, the Stone Book, and the Immortal Emperor Pagoda helped him withstand most of the sound attack. Although he was injured, compared to the patriarch of the Fan family and the others, he was much better off. Go. An Eternal Realm ancient demonic beast was too terrifying. It had only roared once, and it had not used any demonic aura, but it still possessed terrifying destructive power. The Supreme Elder of Spirit Temple, Patriarch of Fan family, and the others were severely injured and almost died on the spot. Lin Tian had been prepared for this. He had propped up the Great Tao Reincarnation Diagram, the Eternal Weapon Level Stone Book, and the sturdy Immortal Emperor Pagoda, but he was still severely injured. He felt like his body was about to shatter. He gritted his teeth. While he could still move, and while Patriarch of Fan family and the others were severely injured, he rushed out of the mine with Jiang Luoluo. The process was smoother than he had imagined. Patriarch of Fan family and the others could not stop him, and the terrifying ancient demonic beast did not attack him. In just a moment, he had rushed out of the mine with Jiang Luoluo. Only then did he dare to turn his head around to take a look. It was also when he turned his head around that he discovered something. The ancient demonic beast in the depths of the mine actually had a strand of true divine energy lingering around its body. It's not sleeping. It's trying to break through to the true immortal realm? His heart trembled. This ancient demonic beast was trying to break through to the true immortal realm. His eyes narrowed as he stared at the scene. He then realized that the wisp of true immortal chi around the ancient demonic beast's body had suddenly become chaotic. It's at the critical juncture of breaking through to the true immortal realm, so it can't attack. That roar just now will greatly affect its breakthrough? That's why it didn't attack me and watched me escape from the mine. In that instant, he guessed many things. Jiang Luoluo was protected by him. Although she was also injured by the demonic beast's roar, her injuries were not serious. At this time, she followed his gaze to the depths of the mine. After a moment, she understood the situation, and her face was immediately filled with shock. It's already breaking through to that realm? She was shocked. Patriarch of Fan family and the others were severely injured, but they were still alive. At this time, they also discovered the ancient demonic beast in the depths of the mine. They could not help but feel a sense of fear. Say, Senior, we didn't mean to disturb you. Please forgive us. The body of the Supreme Elder of the Tailing Divine Temple and the others were cracked. They could feel the terror of the ancient demonic beast in front of them. Its aura made their souls tremble. This was definitely a terrifying existence at the peak of the Eternal Realm. It was even close to entering the true immortal realm. A demon of this level could sweep away everything under the true immortal realm. It was so terrifying that even the family master of the remote antiquity Fan family was terrified. We've disturbed your meditation, please forgive us for our recklessness. We'll leave right away. The Fan family patriarch bowed and slowly retreated. The wisp of true immortal chi outside the ancient demonic beast's body was still in chaos. Its huge eyes looked down at the head of the Fan family and the others. Then, a bone-chilling coldness appeared in its eyes. It sensed the same killing aura from these people as the one that had landed in its seclusion. That killing aura had affected it quite a bit when it was trying to break through to the true immortal realm. Roar. It looked at the group. Because it was in the process of breaking through to the true immortal realm, it was unable to use its demonic power. It let out a furious roar. For a moment, the terrifying destructive power of sound once again spread out. Ah! With shrill screams, for clouds of mist exploded. The 4 middle-stage immortal realm elders of the Fan family were already severely injured. Now, they exploded under the power of the roar. Even their divine souls were not spared. They were shattered along with their bodies. The Supreme Elder of the Spirit Temple, the everlasting Yuji of the Concord Immortal Sect, and the family master of the Fan family were all at the peak of the immortal realm. They barely managed to survive the roar. Their bodies were badly damaged, and their origin and divine souls were cracked. They were directly thrown out of the mine by the roar. It's so scary. It's just a roar, but... Outside the mine, Jiang Luoluo's heart trembled. Lin Tian was also shocked. He then realized that the wisp of true immortal chi outside the ancient demonic beast's body was even more chaotic. Obviously, the roar just now had affected its breakthrough to the true immortal realm. Within the mine, the ancient magical beast's eyes were ice cold as it looked out from the depths. It icily swept its gaze over Lin Tian. After which, the entire mine once again became pitch black. Its body could no longer be seen, and everything within had also become blurry. Lin Tianji felt his scalp go numb. Being glanced at by an ancient demonic beast that was about to break through to the true immortal realm, even he could not help but tremble. However, as the ancient demonic beast's figure disappeared, he calmed down slightly. He looked at the mine in front of him, and a faint light flashed in his eyes. There should be very powerful defensive Dao inscriptions in this mine. Otherwise, it would not have been able to withstand the two roars of that ancient demonic beast. At this time, weak screams rang out. The Supreme Elder of the Spirit Temple, the everlasting Yuji of the Concord Immortal Sect, and the family master of the Fan family were all knocked out of the mine. They were severely injured and on the verge of death. Lin Tian looked in the direction of the sound. When he saw the miserable state of the three of them, he immediately sneered and approached the three of them. The family master of the Fan family and the other two were recovering from their injuries. At this time, when they saw Lin Tian approaching them, they were immediately enraged. "You deliberately led us into that mine?" The family master of the Fan family roared. At this time, of course, he would not believe that Lin Tian had coincidentally escaped into that mine and that there was a terrifying demonic beast that was about to reach the true immortal realm inside. He was not a fool. "So what if I did?" Lin Tianling smiled. The family master of the Fan family was furious. Lin Tian had led them into that mine, and the Fan family had lost 4 middle-stage immortal realm experts. He had also almost died. "I'll tear you into pieces." The man roared, and his killing intent was overflowing. He took a step forward and approached Lin Tian. He moved his hands, and a faint divine light surrounded Lin Tian. Lin Tianling snorted. He raised his leg and kicked the man's chest. Immediately, with a bang, the family master of the Fan family coughed up blood and flew away. "With your current state, any early-stage Emperor Realm cultivator can kill you. How dare you take the initiative to attack me?" He sneered. The family master of the Fan family was shocked and angry. At the same time, the everlasting Yuji of the Concord Immortal Sect and the Supreme Elder of the Spirit Temple were also shocked. They were severely injured. At this moment, they were in the same state as the family master of the Fan family. Although Lin Tian was also injured, his injuries were far less serious than theirs. In terms of combat strength, he was far superior to them. Immediately, the two of them did not say anything unnecessary. They directly fled into the distance. Their speed was extremely fast. In a flash, they covered tens of thousands of feet. The patriarch of the Fan family, everlasting Yuji of the Joyous Immortal Sect, and the Supreme Elder of the Titan Spiritual Shrine all fled at lightning speed. They knew very well that it was impossible for them to stop Lin Tian in their current state. Lin Tian's expression was cold. He waved his hand, and a powerful sword momentum suddenly spread out, instantly turning into a monstrous hurricane. Bang! 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 3 loud sounds rang out, and in an instant, the 3 people who had fled far away were all knocked back. "You 3 are at the peak of the sempiternal realm. Why are you running away from me, an Emperor Realm cultivator?" He looked at the 3 of them and forced them to move forward step by step, not bothering to hide his killing intent at all. At this time, all 3 of them were severely injured and were not far from death. In terms of combat strength, he was far superior to the 3 of them. "Don't be too smug. Even if we are severely injured, don't think that you can kill us easily." The Supreme Elder of the Titan Spiritual Shrine gritted his teeth and said coldly. "Is that so?" Lin Tian looked at the person and took a step forward, appearing beside him. Then, he kicked the person to the ground, causing the ground to tremble violently. The Supreme Elder of the Titan Spiritual Shrine coughed up blood and was shocked and angry at the same time. "Little beast," Lin Tian raised his leg and kicked the person again, directly interrupting him. "Old fool. You, Buzz." The stone book shone brightly, interrupting the person again. At this time, Lin Tian directly activated the peak-level eternal weapon. "It's very easy for me to kill you now," he said indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, the stone book directly pressed down on the Supreme Elder of the Titan spiritual shrine with a boom, landing on the other party's body. Immediately, with a puff, the Supreme Elder of the Titan spiritual shrine was directly shattered into pieces. Ah! His divine soul was not destroyed. At this time, he roared in shock and anger, wrapping the broken pieces of flesh with his soul power and quickly reassembling them. However, Lin Tian was right in front of him. Naturally, he wouldn't give him such a chance. He immediately summoned his pure yang flames and the reincarnation diagram of the monarch territory. At the same time, the spiritual Titan temple's supreme elder's shattered body and soul were enveloped. The supreme elder of the divine temple let out a miserable shriek as he was suppressed by the pure yang flames and the reincarnation diagram of monarch territory. His body was crushed even more severely, and his soul was also crumbling inch by inch. No matter how hard he struggled, it was useless. No. After a dozen breaths of time, a scream of despair and unwillingness rang out. The supreme elder of the divine temple was dead, his body incinerated by the pure yang flames, and his soul completely shattered under the crushing pressure of the reincarnation diagram of the king's territory. Destruction of body and soul. He killed a peak immortal expert. Jiang Luoluo glared at him. Even though she knew that the Grand Elder of the Titan spiritual shrine was severely injured, and his current strength was far from his peak condition, she couldn't help but be shocked when she saw Lin Tian kill him. After all, he was at the peak of the immortal realm. At the same time, the patriarch of the Fan family and ageless Yuji of the Concord Immortal sect also changed their expressions and couldn't help but tremble. In the next moment, two whooshing sounds could be heard. The two of them didn't stop at all and fled again like before. Lin Tianling smiled and used the stone book to vibrate the heaven ascending sword scripture, directly cutting off their escape route and forcing them back. "You can't escape," he said coldly. With a buzzing sound, a golden divine sword condensed from his right hand, mixed with the aura of the eternal weapon-level stone book. It was so powerful that it seemed to be able to cut through everything. He walked towards the patriarch of the Fan family and ageless Yuji of the Concord Immortal sect. As soon as this aura was released, the patriarch of the Fan family and ageless Yuji couldn't help but tremble again. This was because, in their current state, the sword chi that Lin Tianling had summoned at this moment was enough to threaten their lives. "Fellow Daoist, I've never thought of killing you. I've never had the intention to kill you. I was just confused for a moment and wanted to seize the sect divine pagoda. Can you show mercy? Then, as an apology, I can give you generous compensation. No matter what you want, as long as the Concord Immortal sect has it, we'll definitely get it for you," ageless Yuji said at this time. Naturally, she didn't want to die here. "Show mercy?" Lin Tianling tilted his head and looked. "Do you think that's possible?" The other party had come to seize his divine pagoda, and it was already a matter of life and death. Without any hesitation, he slashed down with the golden divine sword in his hand. With a puff, ageless Yuji exploded on the spot, blood splattering everywhere. Her spirit was not destroyed, and it was filled with shock, anger, and fear. "You, die." Lin Tianji said this word, and the stone book directly pressed down, shattering ageless Yuji's spirit body. In the blink of an eye, only the patriarch of the Fan family was left of the three-peak immortal realm experts. Lin Tianling held the golden divine sword and walked towards this person. "It's your turn." His voice was indifferent. The patriarch of the Fan family's face was ashen, and a sinister light flashed in his eyes. In the next moment, he fled again. This time, his speed suddenly increased by a lot compared to before, and the aura around his body was also much stronger. Clearly, he had used some kind of strange technique to forcefully stimulate his body's potential. Whoosh, in just an instant, the patriarch of the Fan family had rushed extremely far away. So fast. Jiang Luoluo was slightly shocked. Lin Tianling's expression didn't change at all. He wrapped Jiang Luoluo in a golden divine light and chased after the patriarch of the Fan family. He used the 9th tier of the duality steps, and his speed was very fast. He steadily followed behind the patriarch of the Fan family. At the same time, the sun's nirvana technique was quickly activated. Blood-red flames curled around his body, causing his injuries to heal at an extremely fast speed. Previously, you were so happy chasing after me, but now, how should I put it? Every dog has its day, he said with a sneer. He chased after the patriarch of the Fan family with Jiang Luoluo. With a wave of his hand, he swept out a large expanse of sword energy. The patriarch of the Fan family's expression was ugly. He dodged Lin Tianling's sword energy with difficulty and quickly fled into the distance. At this time, he used a strange technique from his family to forcefully increase his aura and speed. He couldn't maintain it for long. At most, he could maintain it for a quarter of an hour. After that, his aura would weaken again, and he would have to pay a small price. Even so, his current speed was far from his peak. Therefore, even though he was furious at Lin Tianling's words, he didn't dare to stop at all. Lin Tianling chased after him. From time to time, he would send out a sharp sword energy that cut through the void and slashed at the patriarch of the Fan family. The patriarch of the Fan family gritted his teeth and fled, his body covered in blood. In the blink of an eye, they had crossed dozens of desolate mountains. Many cultivators saw this scene. That is, the patriarch of the Fan family, and the ruthless person who killed Fan Xianxia and the two elders of the Divine Temple of Titan. That ruthless person is chasing after the patriarch of the Fan family of the primeval era? Wasn't the patriarch of the Fan family the one chasing after that ruthless person? But now, he's the one being chased? Apart from the patriarch of the Fan family, there were also a few elders from the Fan family, the supreme elder of the Divine Temple of Titan, and the everlasting Yuji from the Union Celestial sect. But now, the patriarch of the Fan family is the only one being chased. Where did the elders from the Fan family, the supreme elder of the Divine Temple of Titan, and the everlasting Yuji go? Looking at this scene, could it be that the powerful elders from the Fan family, the supreme elder of the Divine Temple of Titan, and the everlasting Yuji from the Union Celestial sect have all been killed by that ruthless person? How is that possible? The supreme elder of the Divine Temple of Titan and the everlasting Yuji from the Union Celestial sect were at the peak of the immortal realm. The elders from the Fan family were at the middle stage of the immortal realm. How could they be killed by that ruthless person? No matter how monstrous and abnormal he is, he's only at the peak of the Emperor realm in the end. How could he possibly kill 2 experts at the peak of the immortal realm and 4 experts at the middle stage of the immortal realm? But, now, the patriarch of the Fan family is chasing after him, and the others have all disappeared. Is there any other possibility other than being killed by that ruthless person? Seeing this, many cultivators trembled and came up with all kinds of guesses. Clang, the sound of the sword was ear-piercing. Lin Tian chased after the patriarch of the Fan family with Jiang Luoluo. The stone book glowed as it was activated by the High Heaven Sword scripture. Immediately, the sound of the sword resonated as a large expanse of golden sword radiance slashed toward the patriarch of the Fan family. The patriarch of the Fan family quickly dodged, but he wasn't able to completely avoid it. A sword light pierced through his abdomen, causing blood to gush out. His complexion paled. As he healed his wounds, he continued to fly away. At the same time, he shouted out to all the cultivators he saw along the way, "Fellow Taoists, please lend me a hand in dealing with this demon. My Fan family will be endlessly grateful." Ancient cultivation scriptures, powerful soul treasures, supernatural abilities, secret techniques, life-extending medicines, divine materials for refining weapons, anything you want can be obtained. As he spoke, many cultivators couldn't help but be moved. Many of their eyes shined with a sharp light. This was because this was the patriarch of the Fan family, a family that had overlooked the purple spill planet for countless years. If they could help the patriarch of this lineage and form some sort of relationship with the Fan family, then their future path of cultivation would be smooth and the benefits would be unimaginable. But even so, even though many people here were moved and their eyes shone with a sharp light, in the end, no one dared to move. After all, during this period of time, Lin Tian's fame had spread. He controlled a peak-level eternal weapon and could kill an immortal realm powerhouse with his Emperor realm cultivation. Who would dare to provoke such a person? Seeing that no one dared to step forward, the patriarch of the Fan family's face became even more livid. He was both shocked and angry. It was also at this moment that Lin Tian's speed suddenly soared. Like a golden bolt of lightning, he instantly approached the patriarch of the Fan family. "You, Buzz." Lin Tian directly propped up the reincarnation diagram of the king's territory and the eternal weapon level stone book. The two combined as one, suppressing the patriarch of the Fan family. Then, the sixth realm of the four symbols seal was activated, and the six divine diagrams merged into one. With a whoosh, they entered the patriarch of the Fan family's divine sense. The patriarch of the Fan family immediately let out a scream of horror. The Tao diagram of the four symbols entered his divine sense and rushed directly to his divine sense. He was terrified and struggled violently. "What are you doing? Stop. Stop." Ah. The flesh shell of the patriarch of Fan family was perfectly preserved, but his soul was destroyed. This was naturally done by Lin Tian on purpose. After all, the patriarch of Fan family was an expert at the peak of immortal realm. The flesh and blood essence contained in his flesh shell was extremely shocking. With his flesh shell and the saint refining treasure technique he mastered, he could at least step into the half-step immortal realm. He raised his hand and shot out a ray of divine light, putting the flesh shell into the stone ring. "Why did you leave his body here?" Jiang Luoluo was puzzled. "It's useful," Lin Tian said simply. He wrapped Jiang Luoluo in golden divine light and left. Soon, the two were far away from here. The surrounding cultivators were all aghast, their hearts trembling. The Fan family patriarch was, many people's hearts trembled. The primeval Fan family had been passed down since the Desolate Era. They had overlooked the purple spill planet for countless years. No one in this world dared to provoke them. But now, the family head of this bloodline had been killed in this divine garden just like that. That person, who is he? How can he be so bold? He dared to kill the Fan family patriarch. The other elders of the Fan family, Everlasting Yuji of the Concord Immortal Sect, and the Grand Elder of the Spirit Temple, followed the patriarch of the Fan family to hunt him down. Now it seems that they have all been killed by him. This is crazy. Let's not talk about the Grand Elders of the Spirit Temple and the Concord Immortal Sect. They must be afraid of that person now, but the Fan family of the Primeval Immortal Sect will never let this go. After all, even the patriarch of the Fan family was killed. How can the Fan family allow that person to live? The Fan family has an eternal realm expert and a true immortal artifact. That ruthless person really pierced through the heavens. The cultivators' hearts trembled. Lin Tian brought Jiang Luoluo away from the place where they had just been. At this time, they found a secluded place and set up 9 great ceiling formations. Only then did they take out the flesh shell of the Fan family's patriarch. He used the saint-refined treasure art on this body and spent half a month to completely refine it. His cultivation base had reached the half-step immortal realm from the peak of Emperor Sky realm. He was only half a step away from the true immortal realm. My fleshly body, divine power, and divine soul have all become much stronger, he muttered to himself. Staying in this place, he circulated the Heart Sutra of Sun to consolidate his half-step sempiternal realm cultivation base. It was not until half a month later that he woke up and thoroughly consolidated his half-step sempiternal realm cultivation base. Then, he left with Jiang Luoluo. Roar! Roar! The ancient immortal divine garden was extremely vast. The roars of the demonic beasts would resound through the sky from time to time, causing the ground to tremble. Lin Tian and Jiang Luoluo continued to walk through the divine garden. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. On this day, a piece of news suddenly spread through the divine garden. Someone had discovered a sea of lightning in a barren mountain at the very center of the divine garden. It occupied an extremely vast area, as if it had existed since ancient times. The expression of all the cultivators in the divine garden changed at the first moment. A sea of lightning? Could it be the place of inheritance of the legendary peerless lightning technique? In the blink of an eye, the entire ancient immortal divine garden was in an uproar. Many cultivators rushed toward the center of the divine garden. Lin Tian and Jiang Luoluo naturally heard the news and were immediately moved. Let's go and have a look. Lin Tian was very decisive. He directly opened up the golden divine light and used it to envelop Jiang Luoluo. Then, he quickly rushed toward the center of the divine garden. After about an hour, he brought Jiang Luoluo to the center of the divine garden. At a glance, he saw a dense crowd of cultivators, all of whom had extraordinary spiritual energy. They were all walking toward the same barren mountain. There was not much vegetation on that barren mountain, but it was very tall. At the foot of the mountain, there was a mountain cave. At this time, all the cultivators who had come to this place had rushed into the interior of the mountain through this mountain cave. Lin Tian did not hesitate. He brought Jiang Luoluo and rushed into the mountain cave in a flash. The mountain cave was a little dim. He and Jiang Luoluo walked through it, all the way to the interior of the mountain. Then, gradually, the surrounding space became wider, and the light began to become stronger. Then, they unknowingly entered a special space. It was like a desert inside. The ground was covered with red barren stones, and there were bursts of violent roars coming from the depths of the desert. Lin Tian looked in the direction of the sound and found that many cultivators were rushing in that direction. At the same time, he vaguely felt an extremely majestic thunderbolt force from that position. It was similar to the thunderbolt force contained in the ancient runes on the stone wall, but it was countless times stronger. It was not at the same level at all. His eyes were intertwined with a sharp light. He brought Jiang Luoluo and moved faster. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the depths of the desert. As far as the eye could see, the ground in front of them was scorched black. The air was densely intertwined with lightning. Some were blood red, some were black, and some were purple, blue, and silver. All kinds of different colors of lightning intertwined in that position. It was unknown how vast the area was, but it was as if there were ancient lightning dragons rolling in it. This is... Jiang Luoluo stared with her eyes wide open. The scene in front of her was really spectacular. It was really like a sea of lightning. Not only her, but even Lin Tian could not help but be moved at this time. He was shocked by the scene in front of him. Ah! There was a miserable scream. A Nirvana realm cultivator looked at the sea of lightning and could not help but move closer to the sea of lightning. Then, he was directly hit by the unparalleled thunderbolt force and was shattered on the spot. Even his spiritual soul was destroyed at the same time. This thunderbolt, a Nirvana realm cultivator just moved a little closer. He did not even enter the sea of lightning before he was shocked to death. If he really enters the sea of lightning, who can withstand it? Does it contain the legendary Peerless Thunderbolt skill? Judging from the situation, it is 100% true. Yes, it definitely is. Many cultivators had come to this place. They were all very energetic. At this time, they were all staring at the sea of lightning. Then, gradually, someone stepped forward and supported a peak heavenly treasure for a hidden heavenly master. He carefully approached the sea of lightning, but the result was the same as the previous Nirvana realm cultivator. Before he could really get close to the sea of lightning, his body and soul were directly destroyed by the terrifying thunderbolt force in the sea of lightning. The peak heavenly treasure used to protect his body was also shattered into pieces. Even a heavenly master, all the cultivators in this place were horrified. Many people could not help but tremble. They all involuntarily stepped back and stood further away to watch the sea of lightning. Lin Tian stood in the distance and observed the sea of lightning. The shock in his eyes grew stronger. Even someone as powerful as him could not help but be shocked by the terror of the sea of lightning. Also, tomorrow's update will be a little late. Please forgive me, everyone. The dragon will note down the chapters that he owes. Including today's chapter, there are a total of 5 chapters. He will make up for it later. Thunder rumbled. Bolts of lightning rolled ahead like thunder dragons, intertwining with different colors. The aura was terrifying. Lin Tian stared fixedly at the sea of lightning. He felt that every wisp of lightning arc could easily destroy an eternal realm existence, as if it was the will of the heavens and earth. Zhong Wudi's thunder skill inheritance might be inside. But who can get it in such a situation? Jiang Luoluo said. Although her cultivation was not strong, her spiritual sense was not weak. She could feel how terrifying the sea of lightning was. Whoosh, 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 the sound of something breaking through the air was very loud. 3 figures rushed over from afar. Their auras were terrifying. That's the 5th elder, 6th elder, and 7th elder of the Xianluo Immortal Palace. They are all at the middle stage of the immortal realm. Some cultivators recognized the 3 of them. In the next moment, another sound of something breaking through the air was heard. The experts of the Purple Evolved God sect had also arrived. There were 3 of them, and all of them were at the middle stage of the immortal realm. The Purple Evolved God sect has also arrived. 3 immortal realm experts. Many cultivators were shocked. The experts of the Xianluo Immortal Palace and the Purple Evolved God sect have arrived. Then, the experts of the Fan family of the remote antiquity should also come, right? Didn't they come a long time ago? Fan Xianxia, the brother of the patriarch of the Fan family, several middle-stage immortal realm elders, and even the patriarch of the Fan family, who is at the peak of the immortal realm, came in person. However, they were all killed. Oh, right. I forgot about it. Speaking of which, where did that unknown young man come from? He is too strong and too bold. He even dared to kill the patriarch of the Fan family of the remote antiquity. Really? I reckon the old ancestor of the Fan family will be infuriated. That's an indestructible existence of the eternal realm. Many people were discussing. At this moment, Lin Tian and Jiang Luoluo were standing in an inconspicuous corner. No one noticed them. Will the patriarch of the Fan family really come out? The patriarch of the eternal realm is terrifying. Jiang Luoluo listened to the cultivator's discussion and whispered. I don't know if the old ancestor of the Fan family, who is in the eternal realm, will come. But I guess a few of their supreme elders will come. After all, their family head has died outside. Lin Tiandao. The patriarch, who represented the face of the clan, had been beheaded, several elders had been killed, and the patriarch's younger brother had died. In addition, there was the legendary peerless lightning technique in the Divine Garden. No matter how one looked at it, this clan would still send experts to kill their way here. As he spoke, his expression did not change at all. He stared straight at the sea of lightning in front of him. That place was silver, blue, purple, black, and red. 5 different colors of lightning interweaved, densely covering an unknown area. From time to time, the crackling sound of electric arcs and the rumbling of thunder could be heard. As he looked at it, golden divine light intertwined in his eyes. He could feel the aura of lightning that was similar to the ancient runes he had comprehended on the stone wall. The more he tried to comprehend it, the clearer the feeling became. The elders of the Xianluo Immortal Palace and the Purple Yen Divine Sect are siding with Lei Hai. A voice came from the front. As far as the eye could see, the elders of the Xianluo Immortal Palace and the Purple Yen Divine Sect were moving. They moved cautiously toward the Sea of Lightning, and at the same time, they activated their soul treasures. For a moment, all the cultivators' eyes fell on these 2 people. The experts of the 2 great sects were at the middle stage of the immortal realm. Soon, they were 3 feet away from the Sea of Lightning. They have already crossed the distance of the heavenly venerable expert. They are indeed powerful figures at the middle stage of the immortal realm. Previously, a heavenly venerable expert was annihilated when he was 5 feet away from the Sea of Lightning. At this time, the people of the Xianluo Immortal Palace and the Purple Yen Divine Sect were 3 feet away from the Sea of Lightning. Naturally, many people were shocked. However, it only lasted for a moment. After all, both of them were experts at the middle immortal realm. Experts at this level were much stronger than celestial masters. Naturally, they were closer to the Sea of Lightning than celestial masters. It was normal for them to be closer to the Sea of Lightning than celestial masters. I wonder if they can get close to the Sea of Lightning and enter it. I'm sure that the Sea of Lightning contains the inheritance of Zhong Wudi's thunder technique. As long as they can enter it, they will be able to obtain the thunder technique. That's not necessarily true. Whether they can obtain the thunder technique inheritance depends on whether they can withstand the lightning in the Sea of Lightning. Some cultivators discussed as they stared at the 2 people from the Xianluo Immortal Palace and the Purple Yen Divine Sect. At the same time, the other experts of the 2 sects were also looking at the 2 people. They were very cautious, with divine power surging out of their bodies. Obviously, they were prepared to pull back the experts of their sects if there was any abnormality. These 2 are very powerful. However, I feel that it's not possible for them to enter the Sea of Lightning. Jiang Luoluo was also looking at the 2 people from the Xianluo Immortal Palace and the Purple Yen Divine Sect, and she shook her head. Lin Tian did not express his opinion. He did not even pay attention to the people from the Purple Yen Divine Sect and the Xianluo Immortal Palace. His eyes were fixed on the Sea of Lightning. Strands of golden divine light intertwined in his eyes as he continued to observe the Sea of Lightning. In the blink of an eye, dozens of breaths passed. The two elders from the Xianluo Immortal Palace and the Purple Yen Divine Sect were about 10 feet away from the Sea of Lightning. Then, they began to tremble, unable to move forward. The spirit treasures above their heads were trembling violently, and cracks quickly appeared on them. At the same time, the Sea of Lightning in front of them began to roll. Thunder rumbled, and a terrifying aura swept out like a wave. The two Immortal Realm elders from the Xianluo Immortal Palace and the Purple Yen Divine Sect who were about 10 feet away from the Sea of Lightning trembled. The protective spirit treasures above their heads were instantly torn apart. They could not help but cough up blood. Their bodies were instantly covered with cracks. Retreat! More than 10 feet away from the Sea of Lightning, the other experts from the Xianluo Immortal Palace and the Purple Yen Divine Sect shouted at the same time. They each took action, condensing chains with divine power. They quickly wrapped around the elders of their sects who were about 10 feet away from the Sea of Lightning and pulled them back. Boom! The Sea of Lightning exploded, and lightning bolts raged. Like a heavenly tribulation, a destructive force rippled out like water. Ah! No! The elders of the Xianluo Immortal Palace and the Purple Yen Divine Sect who were about 10 feet away from the Sea of Lightning screamed and exploded. Not only were their physical bodies destroyed, but their divine souls were also shattered. Those were two experts at the middle stage of the Immortal Realm. They died just like that, and they couldn't even enter the Sea of Lightning? What kind of cultivation does one have to be to enter the Sea of Lightning? At this place, the expressions of all the cultivators changed greatly. The faces of the people from the Xianluo Immortal Palace and the Purple Yen Divine Sect were the most unsightly. They knew that the Sea of Lightning was very terrifying, so they had been vigilant. As long as the people from their sects were in danger, they would immediately pull them back. In fact, they had indeed done so. However, they did not expect that it would be useless. The power overflowing from the Sea of Lightning was so terrifying that it could make one's hair stand on end. In an instant, the two elders' bodies and souls were destroyed. There was no chance for them to pull them back. Like I said, those two had no hope at all. In a remote corner far away, Jiang Luoluo muttered. Beside her, Lin Tian had been observing the Sea of Lightning. At this time, the golden divine light in his eyes became more intense. Moreover, there were strands of lightning arcs flashing and intertwining in his eyes. It was as if a heavenly tribulation was brewing in his eyes. Luoluo, I'm going to the Sea of Lightning. Before I come out, find a place to hide. He said to Jiang Luoluo. What? Jiang Luoluo's eyes widened. She pulled his arm and said, Calm down. I know that you care a lot about that thunder art. It seems like you have a very special need. I also know that there may be some kind of peerless thunder art inheritance in there. But, it's too dangerous. You saw what happened just now. The middle stage Immortal Realm cultivator did not even have the chance to get close before he was destroyed by the thunder chi emitted by the Sea of Lightning. He did not even have the time to escape. Although you are very strong and have the protection of the Eternal Weapon and the Hongmeng Divine Pagoda, I don't think you can withstand such a terrifying thunder chi, let alone enter the Sea of Lightning. After entering the Sea of Lightning, you will have to bear the direct bombardment of the lightning. Even a true Immortal Realm expert may not be able to withstand it. Lin Tian knew that Jiang Luoluo was worried about his safety. He said, It's okay. I know what I'm doing. As he stood there, he observed the Sea of Lightning seriously and could clearly feel how terrifying it was. Then, gradually, as time passed and he observed the Sea of Lightning even more deeply, that Sea of Lightning is terrifying still remained, but the sense of danger grew weaker and weaker. It was so weak that it gave him an extremely strange feeling at this moment. It was as if he could step into the Sea of Lightning as if he was walking on flat ground without putting up any defenses. This feeling was a little absurd, but it was born just like that. Even his life origin and divine soul started to vibrate at this time. It was as if there was an indescribable will in the Sea of Lightning that was calling out to him. He spoke again, asking Jiang Luoluo to find a hidden place to hide. This was because if someone from the Fan clan rushed here and discovered Jiang Luoluo, and he was not by her side at that time, Jiang Luoluo would definitely die. Jiang Luoluo looked at Lin Tian. She knew that Lin Tian had made up his mind to enter the Sea of Lightning. Moreover, he seemed to be very confident and did not seem to be fooling around. In the end, she nodded and said, "Be careful. Safety is the most important thing." After she finished speaking, she scanned the surroundings. With Lin Tian's help, she suppressed all her aura and quickly moved to a very hidden place. This place was even more inconspicuous than the place she and Lin Tian were at. Normally, no one would pay attention to this place. Lin Tian looked at Jiang Luoluo and nodded to her. Then, he stepped forward. With one step, he was 100 feet away from the Sea of Lightning. Then, he walked on the ground and slowly stepped into the Sea of Lightning. This is the ruthless person who killed the head of the Fan family? He is also here. Is he also here for Zhong Wudi's lightning technique? Is he going to enter the Sea of Lightning? Seeing Lin Tian appear here, the expressions of all the cultivators outside the Lacey changed. It was because Lin Tian's reputation had been too great recently. He had even killed the head of the Fan family, causing many cultivators to be fearful. Even the middle-stage Immortal Realm elders of the Xianluo Immortal Palace and the Purple Yen Divine Sect were distressed because they had just lost an Immortal Realm elder. However, when they looked at Lin Tian, their eyes narrowed. Obviously, they had heard that Lin Tian had killed the master of the Fan family in public. The patriarch of the Fan clan was in existence at the same level as the sect masters of the Xianluo Immortal Palace and the Purple Yen Divine Sect. He could be said to be one of the overlords who looked down on the Purple Yen Divine Sect. Half-step Immortal Realm. They looked at Lin Tian and saw Lin Tian's cultivation. Then, they couldn't help but frown slightly. How could he injure and kill the master of the Fan family, who was at the peak of the Immortal Realm? It's strange. Even if he has a peak eternal weapon and a divine pagoda made of Hongmeng heavenly crystal, he shouldn't be able to contend with a peak Immortal Realm expert. They had strange expressions. Lin Tian could feel the gazes of the nearby cultivators on him, but he did not care. There was no special expression on his face as he walked towards the Sea of Lightning from 10 zhang away. His pace was not fast, but very slow. Although he had a strange feeling that the Sea of Lightning couldn't hurt him, he didn't dare to recklessly charge into the Sea of Lightning. He had to be more cautious, so he slowly approached the Sea of Lightning on foot from 100 feet away. When he stepped on the ground, he could clearly feel the terrifying fluctuations coming from the Thunder Sea in front of him. The aura was like a mountain of thunder, as if it could suppress everything. It was very frightening. However, the strange thing was that although he could feel the terror of the Sea of Lightning, as he got closer and closer, he did not feel the slightest sense of danger, nor did he feel any pressure. He walked from 10 feet away from the Sea of Lightning and gradually approached the 90 feet, then the 80 feet, the 70 feet, the 60 feet, the 50 feet, the 40 feet, the 30 feet, the 20 feet, the 10 feet. The entire process was as if he was truly walking on a flat road and did not encounter the slightest obstruction. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the edge of the Sea of Lightning. 0 distance. This, the middle-stage Immortal Realm experts of the Xianluo Immortal Palace and the Purple Yen Divine Sect only managed to get close to the Thunder Sea with their powerful soul treasures. However, he hasn't reached the Immortal Realm, but now, he just walked so close to the Thunder Sea? All the cultivators lost their composure. Even the elders of the Xianluo Immortal Palace and the Purple Yen Divine Sect were no exception. In their field of vision, Lin Tian did not put up any defenses at all. He just casually walked to the edge of the Lightning Sea. This was just too shocking, making everyone feel like they were seeing an illusion. This guy? That Thunder Sea can't hurt him? In the distance, Jiang Luoluo also saw the scene. She couldn't help but open her mouth in disbelief. After that, she was visibly moved in the next moment as she thought of another matter. Earlier, there were numerous strange ancient markings inscribed on a stone wall, and only Lin Tian was able to comprehend them while the others would suffer misfortune if they tried to comprehend them. Moreover, Lin Tian said that those ancient markings contained the energy of lightning that was like heavenly tribulation, and it might be related to the legendary peerless lightning technique in this divine garden. Now, there was such a terrifying thunder sea in this place. It was confirmed that there was the legendary invincible thunder technique in it. Experts at the middle stage of the immortal realm couldn't even get close to it. However, Lin Tian walked into it as if he was walking on flat ground. He wasn't stopped at all. This gave her a very strange feeling. That lightning technique couldn't have been created for him, right? She was surprised. In front of her, as Lin Tian approached, the thunder sea suddenly boiled, and the aura of thunder chi soared. This made the surrounding cultivators tremble. They couldn't help but retreat further away from the thunder sea. Even the elders at the middle stage of the immortal realm from the Xianluo Immortal Palace and the Divine Purple Yen Divine Sect were no exception. They were afraid of being affected. As for Lin Tian, he was still safe and sound in that position. What? That aura of thunder chi can destroy the body and soul of an expert at the middle stage of the immortal realm in an instant. But he's fine? How could it be? It shouldn't be. The crowd of cultivators was shocked. Previously, when the elders from the Xianluo Immortal Palace and the Divine Purple Yen Divine Sect were 3 meters away from the thunder chi, they were instantly destroyed by the aura of thunder chi. They couldn't even escape. Now, the aura of thunder chi was at least 5 times stronger than before. However, Lin Tian, who was only at the Emperor Kong realm, was not injured at all. Most importantly, Lin Tian didn't put up any defense during the whole process. This was simply bizarre to the extreme. Why do I feel that the thunder sea has suddenly become more terrifying and boiling? It's like, it's welcoming him? A cultivator muttered to himself. Then, he was shocked by this thought because it was too strange. Rumble. In front of him, the thunder sea shook. 5 different kinds of thunder chi roared as if they were going to destroy the world. Lin Tian was at the edge of the thunder sea, so he could clearly feel that the thunder sea had become more terrifying. However, he didn't feel any pressure at all. He didn't feel any sense of danger at all. My feeling was right. As expected, the thunder sea can't hurt me. He muttered to himself. As a matter of fact, he was also very curious about this matter. After all, not even sempiternal realm middle stage experts were able to get close to this place, and their bodies and souls would be obliterated midway. Yet, he was completely unaffected by it. This was indeed strange. However, he didn't think too much about it. He only knew that this was not a bad thing for him. He stood at the edge of the thunder sea and took a deep breath. Then, he stepped into the thunder sea. He stepped in. He's fine? The thunder chi in the thunder sea didn't attack him? At this place, when the crowd of cultivators saw Lin Tian directly step into the sea of lightning, all of them trembled. After that, they gradually became shocked. This was because after Lin Tian entered the sea of lightning, the surging 5-colored lightning that seemed capable of destroying everything actually did not attack him at all. Instead, some of the lightning began to revolve around Lin Tian like lightning dragons. What's going on? This is too strange. All the cultivators were shocked as they stared in disbelief at Lin Tian, who had stepped into the sea of lightning. All of them were dumbfounded. Experts at the middle stage of the immortal realm would be shocked to death before they could even get close to the thunder sea. However, Lin Tianji was only in the emperor realm, but he was able to get close to the thunder sea as if he was walking on flat ground. Moreover, he was safe and sound after entering the thunder sea. He was not attacked by the terrifying thunderbolts. This scene was so bizarre that it shocked everyone. Who the hell is this guy? In the distance, Jiang Luolua's beautiful eyes widened. In the thunder sea, Lin Tian stood where he was. Thunderbolts intertwined around him. He could clearly feel how terrifying these thunderbolts were. They could easily crush immortal existences in the eternal realm. Even genuine immortals might not be able to withstand them. However, he, who was only in the emperor realm, felt no pressure at all. He did not feel any sense of danger. He paused and glanced at Jiang Luoluo, who was far away from the thunder sea. Then, he stepped into the center of the thunder sea. He went deeper into the thunder sea. He's safe and sound. None of the thunderbolts hit him. Is it because the thunderbolts don't attack people who enter the thunder sea? As long as one enters the thunder sea, he will be safe and sound? This doesn't look like it. I don't think so either. Then, why can he, outside the Thunder Sea? The practitioners were all shocked. Even the powerful elders of the Xianluo Immortal Palace and the Purple Amplified Divine Sect were shocked. This young man is very strange. An elder of the Xianluo Immortal Palace said in a low voice. Lin Tian had already entered the Thunder Sea. He walked toward the center and found that although the thunderbolts were terrifying and dense, they did not destroy the ground here. The ground was very intact. He was somewhat surprised by this, but he did not care too much about it. He did not change his pace. While observing the dense thunderbolts around him, he walked toward the center of the Thunder Sea. The roar of thunder kept ringing in his ears. Silver, blue, purple, red, black. He observed the thunder and lightning in the Sea of Thunder. The dense thunder and lightning were divided into 5 different colors: silver, blue, purple, red, and black. The power of the thunder and lightning contained in each color increased exponentially. The silver lightning was the weakest, and the black lightning was the strongest. Even the weakest silver lightning bolt could easily destroy an indestructible existence in the eternal realm. Just how strong was the person who created this lightning technique back then? Conservatively speaking, he should have reached the true God realm. He muttered to himself. With this in mind, he observed the dense lightning and thunder around him. He paused for a moment and continued to walk into the depths of the Sea of Lightning. As he took a step forward, thunder rumbled all around him. It was as if there were true dragons swimming in this space, and as if they had their own consciousness, they actually automatically made way for him. Everywhere he passed, the wind was smooth. This made Lin Tian feel a bit strange, but he couldn't figure it out, so he didn't think too much about it. His footsteps didn't change, and he walked in the Sea of Lightning. Soon, he finally came to the center of the Sea of Lightning. Looking around, there was a brown stone platform in the center. It was neither big nor small, just enough for a person to sit cross-legged on. It was already covered with sand and dust, and he didn't know how long it had been in this position. When he came here, his eyes fell on the stone platform, and the spiritual soul in his sea of consciousness couldn't help but tremble slightly. On the stone platform, there was an extremely strong wall of thunder and lightning. If the inheritance of that lightning technique really exists in this Sea of Lightning, then this stone platform is the real place where the person created the technique. He muttered to himself. He looked at the stone platform and walked forward until he was right in front of it. Immediately, he felt an even more amazing power of thunder and lightning. This place seemed to have once had a thunder god sitting cross-legged. His eyes lit up, and he wiped off the dust on the stone platform. After a pause, he sat cross-legged on the stone platform. That lightning technique, I must get it. He sat cross-legged on the stone platform, and his powerful divine thought immediately spread out. With the stone platform as the center, it spread in all directions, and began to search for the inheritance of that lightning technique in this Sea of Lightning. Immediately, in just an instant, the Sea of Lightning boiled on its own. Bolts of thunder and lightning roared together, and as if they were attracted, they surged toward him. In just 3 breaths, the dense lightning gathered around him like real dragons, and slowly rotated around him. Lin Tian naturally felt this, and he opened his eyes immediately. He was moved. At this time, his divine thought was no longer moving, but the lightning circled around him on its own. He sat cross-legged on the stone platform and stared at the lightning. He could clearly feel the terrifying aura contained within them, and he felt an unparalleled will of the Great Path, which made his Great Path precepts involuntarily move on their own. Buzz! The light of the Great Path intertwined around his body, and it seemed to be resonating with the lightning around him. At the same time, in his sea of consciousness, his soul glowed on its own, intertwining with streaks of lightning arcs, and crackling. These streaks of lightning had the aura of the heavenly tribulation, and it was proof that he had survived 9 consecutive destructive heavenly tribulations. Boom! 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 All around him, the aura of the lightning surged, and it shook this world, causing countless living beings in this space to tremble. In the next moment, the surrounding bolts of lightning vibrated, and they rumbled toward Lin Tian, trying to drown him. This scene frightened Lin Tian so much that he felt a chill run down his spine. If this kind of lightning came crashing down, He reckoned that even a true immortal level expert would be instantly struck to death. He almost wanted to get up and flee. However, in the end, he calmed down quickly, because although he could feel the terror of these lightning bolts, he still did not feel the slightest bit of danger. Then, in just an instant, the densely surging thunderbolts directly shrouded him within. Among them, 5 bolts of lightning were the most dazzling. They were silver, blue, purple, red, and black respectively, and they were like 5 divine dragons of Tao. In the next moment, they rushed toward Lin Tian's sea of consciousness together with the dense lightning that was about to drown him. Lin Tian's body trembled, and in the next moment, these bolts of lightning entered his sea of consciousness in an instant, and then circled around his soul, slowly revolving around it like thunder dragons. His soul was surrounded by these bolts of lightning, and the remaining power of lightning outside his soul after surviving 9 destructive heavenly tribulations became even stronger. It vibrated together with the bolts of lightning that rushed into his sea of consciousness, causing it to seethe even more. Boom! 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 5 consecutive thunderous roars rang out. The 5 bolts of lightning were silver, blue, purple, red, and black respectively. They moved along with the dense lightning around them, and in an instant they turned into ancient runes that filled the sky. Each ancient rune was intertwined with infinite power of lightning. Lin Tian's body trembled slightly. These ancient runes were too similar to the ancient runes that he had comprehended on the stone wall before. They had the same power of lightning. It could be said that these ancient runes were the complete form of the ancient runes on the stone wall. Boom! The dense bolts of lightning turned into ancient runes that filled the sky. Among them, 5 ancient runes were the brightest. They were evolved from the 5 bolts of lightning that were silver, blue, purple, red, and black respectively. They seemed to be the core of the ancient runes that filled the sky. At this moment, they collectively roared again, resounding through Lin Tian's sea of consciousness, causing monstrous waves to rise in this sea of consciousness in an instant. Lin Tianji felt a sharp pain in his head. The 5 ancient runes that were evolved from the 5 bolts of lightning emitted an even brighter light, like 5 immortal thunder swords. An incomparably tyrannical will of lightning flooded his sea of consciousness, causing a vague and obscure idea to gradually emerge in his heart. 5 heaven-shaking thunders incantation. Boom! The 5 most brilliant ancient runes roared and became even more dazzling. An earth-shaking thunder will seemed to flatten the heavens. In the next moment, the 5 ancient runes, together with the other ancient runes that were formed from lightning, rushed into his spirit. In an instant, his spirit trembled violently. The dense lightning runes poured into his spirit, causing his spirit to tremble violently. A heart-wrenching pain instantly spread through his body, causing even someone as strong as him to let out a muffled groan. At the same time, strange images appeared in his sea of consciousness. He saw a vast sea of lightning tribulation, and a hazy figure charging through it, covered in blood. In the end, he shattered the tribulation and bathed in rainbow auspicious clouds, becoming even stronger. After that, time passed and the images changed. He saw the hazy figure going through the 2nd tribulation, the 3rd tribulation, the 4th tribulation, the 5th tribulation, the 6th tribulation, the 7th tribulation, the 8th tribulation, the 9th tribulation. This is? His body trembled violently, and shock filled his entire body. There were people like him who attracted the tribulation not only after reaching the immortal connecting realm, but were constantly bombarded by the tribulation. He was stunned by the images that suddenly appeared in his sea of consciousness. He stared blankly at the hazy figure going through the tribulation continuously. In the end, he saw the hazy figure go through a total of 18 tribulations. 18 tribulations. His heart trembled. 18 tribulations in a row. Had the person in the images reached the divine arch realm? In the images, lightning filled the sky. The hazy figure tore through the 18th tribulation, bathed in the light of rainbow auspicious clouds, stepped into a divine island, walked through many places, and walked into a mountain. With a wave of his hand, he opened up a small world and meditated inside. He didn't know how long he sat there. When the world turned into mulberry fields, the hazy figure opened his eyes again. In an instant, electric arcs intertwined around him, turning into a sea of lightning in an instant. An unparalleled thunder will was nurtured within. Through the blurry images, Lin Tian saw the hazy figure's eyes. There was endless vicissitudes and profoundness in them. At the same time, there was also an incomparably stubborn hatred. In an instant, it pierced through the misty world and suppressed everything in the world. In the picture in the sea of consciousness, the pair of eyes were too big, many times bigger than the stars, as if they had existed since ancient times. Lin Tian's body shook immediately. This pair of huge eyes had appeared in his sea of consciousness twice, and he would never forget them. Now, they had appeared again. Chi. With a soft sound, as the pair of huge eyes appeared, the picture in his sea of consciousness was instantly shattered. What's going on? The picture that appeared in his sea of consciousness should be the picture that the will of thunder contained in this place had preserved. That thunder technique was created by that hazy figure, and the moment the technique was completed, that person rushed into an unknown space. And in that unknown space, there was a pair of huge eyes, exactly the same as the pair of huge eyes in the starry sky that had appeared in his sea of consciousness inexplicably. They were always filled with indifference and ruthlessness, which made him feel incredulous. When that pair of huge eyes appeared in his sea of consciousness before, he didn't know what they were, and he didn't even know if they actually existed. But now, after comprehending that thunder technique in this place, he knew that the pair of eyes actually existed. The peerless existence who created that thunder technique in this place rushed into that pair of huge eyes the moment the technique was completed. Moreover, that pair of huge eyes seemed to be terrifying. He didn't know what that pair of eyes were, and he didn't know why the person who created that thunder technique had rushed into that pair of huge eyes in the past. He also didn't know why he had seen that pair of huge eyes again and again. For a moment, his mind became a little confused, as if there was a mess in his mind. Boom! The roar of thunder resounded in his sea of consciousness, setting off waves of thunder and lightning, which made him come back to his senses slightly. At this moment, the 5 ancient runes formed by the 5 different colored thunderbolts, silver, blue, purple, red, and black, and other dense thunder runes vibrated in his divine soul, causing his sea of consciousness to become more turbulent, and the aura of thunder and lightning was frightening. They merged into his soul, and there was a wave of unparalleled lightning might that surged outwards. It was as if it could shake the heavens and shake the past and present. Lin Tian only felt a sharp pain in his soul. At this moment, he finally regained his senses. Then, the lightning runes in his soul slowly disintegrated and merged with his soul. The profound lightning runes circulated in his mind again and again. It was a vast and terrifying scene. The 5 heaven-shaking thunder spell consists of silver, blue, purple, red, and black. Each color represents the heavens. When all 5 colors are formed, it is known as the thunder spell mastery. He muttered to himself. The densely packed lightning ancient markings merged with his divine soul and were incomparably compatible with it. He didn't even bother to explore and comprehend these lightning markings. They were the complete lightning arts that had merged with his divine soul, allowing him to understand everything in the blink of an eye. The 5 heaven-shaking thunders incantation. This invincible thunder technique was deduced and created by that unparalleled expert in the past after going through 18 heavenly tribulations in a row. Because I kept going through heavenly tribulations after reaching the airborne realm, my spiritual soul gradually became entangled with strands of heavenly tribulation lightning. That's why I can perfectly fit this thunder technique. That's why I can enter the sea of lightning without being affected. At the same time, it's also because of this that I'm the only one who can comprehend the ancient markings on the stone wall that contain the power of the thunder spell. He muttered to himself. Rumble, 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 his divine soul trembled. The pain was still there, but it was even more intense. Those dense lightning runes were rapidly fusing with his divine soul. After that, even more lightning runes interweaved and poured into his heart. He took a deep breath and stopped thinking about it. At this time, he began to move. He sat cross-legged on the stone platform in the center of the sea of lightning and began to vibrate the divine power in his body according to the ancient lightning spells that appeared in his mind. His hands also moved at the same time. Then, in the blink of an eye, his physical body shook slightly. Then, streaks of lightning appeared on the surface of his body. These streaks of lightning were faint silver and contained a strange power. They were very similar to the great path of thunder, but the essence was completely different. They were two different kinds of power from the Great Path of Thunder and were far beyond the level of the Great Path of Thunder. Boom! As he cultivated the 5 heaven-shaking thunders that appeared in his mind, a strong aura of thunder intertwined around him in the blink of an eye. The streaks of lightning on the surface of his body gradually increased. They were still faint silver and surrounded his entire body. Time flew by, and a month passed. A month later, the silver streaks of lightning on the surface of his body became denser, causing the sea of lightning to shake again and again, emitting thunderous roars. He was aware of this, but he didn't care. His hands moved rhythmically as he seriously comprehended the profound thunder spell that appeared in his mind and cultivated diligently. Outside the sea of lightning, there were many cultivators. Everyone was staring at the sea of lightning, including the immortal elders of the Xianxia Immortal Palace and the Purple Evolved Divine Sect. Since Lin Tian entered the Sea of Lightning, they had been staring at the Sea of Lightning. A month. That person has been in there for a month. Why hasn't he come out yet? There's no movement at all? Could it be that he died in the depths of the Sea of Lightning? Someone whispered. The Sea of Lightning was intertwined with dense streaks of lightning. The naked eye and divine thought could only see the scene at the edge of the Sea of Lightning. They couldn't see the situation inside. Lin Tian had been in there for a month, and there was no movement. Many people couldn't help but think that Lin Tian might have met with an accident in the depths of the Sea of Lightning and died there. It's okay. This guy must be okay. Jiang Luoluo muttered to herself in the distance, clenching her fists. She believed that Lin Tian could walk out of the Sea of Lightning unscathed. Whoosh! 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 The sound of air breaking rang out. 3 figures flew in from the southeast, each of them exuding a strong and terrifying fluctuation of divine power. All of them were at the half-step eternal realm. They are the 3 supreme elders of the Fan family of the remote antiquity, the 3 most powerful people under the ancestor of the Fan family, all rushed here. Many cultivators recognized the 3 people and were all shocked. Even the elders of the Xianxia Immortal Palace and the Purple Evolved Divine Sect were no exception. After all, the 3 supreme elders of the Fan family were in the half-step to the eternal realm, and their strength was much stronger than theirs. Jiang Luoluo was hiding in a secluded place far away. When she heard the voices of the cultivators and knew the identities of the 3 people who were rushing over, her expression changed. Just as Lin Tian had expected, the Fan clan had sent a grand elder to kill their way here. She hid in the distance while suppressing her aura with all her might, and she didn't move at all as she was deeply afraid of being noticed by the 3 supreme elders of the Fan clan. Because once she was noticed, she would surely suffer great misfortune, and it was even to the extent that they might capture her and use her to threaten Lin Tian. She believed that Lin Tian would be able to walk out of the Sea of Lightning in a while. She didn't want to cause trouble for Lin Tian again. In the Sea of Lightning, Lin Tian sat cross-legged on the stone platform in the center. He forgot about himself and forgot about everything else as he cultivated the 5 thunders shocking heaven extinction. The silver lightning on the surface of his body became denser, and the color gradually changed from light silver to thick silver. Buzz! Silver electric arcs intertwined around his body. Lin Tian moved his hands to practice the 5 heaven-shaking thunders skill that appeared in his mind. For a moment, his essence, chi, spirit, and cultivation soared at an extremely fast speed. Boom, the powerful aura of thunder intertwined, and the essence of the 5 heaven-shaking thunders skill flowed in his mind. He closed his eyes slightly, and his hands moved rhythmically. His divine power vibrated in a regular manner, and the intertwining lightning on his body became denser. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. On this day, the lightning outside his body became sharper and more overbearing. Its color was pure silver, and there was a thunderous aura intertwined around him like a heavenly tribulation. It was as if he was a god emperor who could control the heavenly tribulation. Moreover, his essence, chi, and spirit had become stronger. His cultivation had reached the peak of half-step immortal realm, and he was only a little away from the immortal realm. At this time, he opened his eyes, and there were strands of silver lightning intertwined in his eyes. After entering the Thunder Sea and obtaining the legendary Thunder technique, he had been practicing here for 2 months. He had already cultivated this Thunder technique to the extreme with his current cultivation. He also had a certain understanding of this Thunder technique. It could definitely be called a top-notch offensive saint technique. Moreover, it had the power to control tens of thousands of thunderbolts. Even if it was a heavenly tribulation, it could interfere with it to a large extent. It was indeed very useful for him to cross the heavenly tribulation in the future. It's time to leave. After obtaining the thunder skill and cultivating it to the highest level, there was no need for him to stay here any longer. Moreover, Jiang Luoluo was still waiting for him outside. He stood up and walked down the stone platform. He glanced at the stone platform one last time, and then he walked back to the Thunder Sea. The Thunder Sea was vast, and the dense lightning bolts were rampant. Each of them was extremely terrifying. If he was struck by these lightning bolts at the same time, he was 100% sure that even a true immortal expert would not be able to withstand it. He would be struck to death in an instant. Originally, he did not feel any pressure as he walked in this sea of lightning and was not affected by these lightning bolts. Now, because he had mastered the 5 lightning heaven shocking art, he felt even more relaxed as he walked in this sea of lightning. Not only did he not feel the slightest pressure, he even felt a comfortable feeling as if he was swimming in a hot spring. Soon, he had traveled a long distance along the path he had come from and gradually approached the edge of the sea of lightning. Boom! At this moment, there was an astonishing amount of divine power tumbling in front of him. 3 silhouettes approached the edge of the sea of lightning. Their auras were extremely powerful, and they were already very close to the sea of lightning. They stepped forward cautiously and entered the sea of lightning one after another. At this time, Lin Tian was only a few feet away from the edge of the sea of lightning. Looking at the 3 people, he stopped in his tracks. This was the first time he had seen these 3 people, but he instantly guessed where they came from. Someone from the Fan clan, he said. He sensed a very familiar aura from the 3 of them. It was very similar to the aura of the Fan family leader and Fan Xianxia. Their bloodline fluctuations were exactly the same, so he immediately knew that they were from the Fan family of the ancients. At the edge of the Thunder Sea, the 3 figures were indeed from the Fan family. They were the 3 grand elders of the Fan family, and their cultivations were all at half-step to the eternal realm. At this time, they naturally heard Lin Tian's voice and noticed Lin Tian. "You're not dead?" The Fan family leader, his brother Fan Xianxia, and several elders at the middle stage of the immortal realm had all died because of Lin Tian, which caused the Fan family to be furious. Naturally, they had already known about Lin Tian. One of their purposes in coming to this place was to kill Lin Tian, and the other was to obtain the legendary unparalleled thunder skill. They had arrived outside the Thunder Sea a month ago and heard that many people in this place said that Lin Tian had entered the Sea of Lightning and might have died there. They stayed outside the Sea of Lightning for another month and carefully observed the Sea of Lightning. After another month, Lin Tian still did not come out. Gradually, they began to believe that Lin Tian had indeed died in the Sea of Lightning. At the same time, after a month of observation, they had a certain understanding of the Sea of Lightning. They began to walk to the edge of the Sea of Lightning with their powerful cultivation of half-step to the eternal realm. Then, they stepped into the Sea of Lightning. Unexpectedly, as soon as they stepped into the Sea of Lightning, they saw Lin Tian, the man who had killed the Fan family leader. When they saw Lin Tian, they were shocked at first. Then, their expressions turned cold, and the killing intent in their eyes was not concealed at all. It was like a few cold swords that wanted to cut through everything in the world. At the same time, many practitioners gathered outside the Sea of Lightning. They had been watching the 3 upper elders of the Fan family break through the Sea of Lightning. At this time, they naturally noticed the strange behavior of the 3 upper elders of the Fan family. Then, they followed their gazes and saw Lin Tian. All of them were shocked, including the elders of the Xianluo Immortal Palace and the Purple Yen Divine Sect. It's that man. He's still alive. He's not dead. He seems to be walking toward the Sea of Lightning. Is he preparing to leave the Sea of Lightning? Could it be that he has obtained the legendary invincible thunder skill in the Sea of Lightning? At this time, Lin Tian was only a few feet away from the edge of the Sea of Lightning. At this position, the practitioners outside the Sea of Lightning could barely see Lin Tian. Everyone was shocked. He's fine. He's still alive. Jiang Luoluo was very happy outside the Sea of Lightning. Although she had always believed that Lin Tian would be fine and would be able to walk out of the Sea of Lightning unscathed, she could not help but worry when she heard the practitioners in this place say that Lin Tian had died in the Sea of Lightning. Now that she saw Lin Tian appear in front of her, unharmed, she immediately heaved a long sigh of relief. In the Sea of Lightning, Lin Tian looked at the three upper elders of the Fan family who had just stepped into the Sea of Lightning. His expression was very calm. "You want to kill me?" He looked at the three of them and asked. He could clearly feel their naked killing intent. In fact, he knew very well why the three of them had come to the Divine Garden. First, they were here for the 5 heaven-shaking thunders skill. Second, they were here to kill him. The three of them looked at Lin Tian and said, "Take your head." As they spoke, one of them directly attacked. He stood in place and did not take a step forward. Instead, he raised his hand and performed a very powerful divine power, which pressed down on Lin Tian. This divine power was very powerful and mysterious. Its killing power was very frightening. It was enough to kill anyone below the eternal realm. Lin Tian stood in place. He could feel the terror of this divine power, but he did not care at all. He performed the 5 heaven-shaking thunders skill slightly. Immediately, a wisp of lightning aura spread out, causing the Sea of Lightning to tremble slightly. The intertwining bolts of lightning crackled and instantly crushed the divine power that the Fan family man had performed. Moreover, a powerful thunderbolt force rippled out like water ripples. In the blink of an eye, it pressed down on the expert from the Fan clan who had attacked. It also enveloped the other 2 experts from the Fan clan beside him. In the next instant, it landed on the 3 of them. Outside the Thunder Sea, the crowd of cultivators turned pale. What happened just now? These cultivators only saw a Grand Elder from the Fan clan unleash a divine ability to kill Lin Tian. Then, they saw the divine ability unleashed by the Grand Elder being crushed. Then, the 3 Grand Elders from the Fan clan were all sent flying out of the Lightning Sea. That Thunder Sea is actively protecting that person? The crowd of cultivators looked at Lin Tian. They did not know that it was Lin Tian who had used the 5 heavenly thunders technique to guide the Thunder Sea to send the 3 Grand Elders of the Fan family flying. At this moment, their faces were filled with shock. Even the elders of the Xianluo Immortal Palace and the Purple Amplified Divine Sect were no exception. Lin Tian naturally noticed the shock in these cultivators' eyes, but he did not care at all. He walked out of the Thunder Sea leisurely. His gaze swept across the crowd and then fell on the 3 Grand Elders of the Fan family who were dozens of feet away. His expression was still calm and indifferent. "Won't your patriarch of the Fan family come to kill me personally?" He looked at the 3 of them and asked. The 3 Grand Elders of the Fan family were covered in blood. At this moment, they had painstakingly repaired their bodies. When they heard Lin Tian's words, their eyes turned cold. "You, an Emperor Relmant, are worthy of our patriarch coming out of seclusion to kill you personally? What a joke. You're not worthy," one of them said coldly. It was the 3rd Grand Elder of the Fan family. Lin Tian looked at this person. Without saying anything, he casually pointed a finger. Suddenly, a silver lightning bolt rushed out of the Thunder Sea behind him. It was extremely fast and directly hit this person. With a puff, blood splattered. This person was instantly smashed into pieces. Even his spirit body disappeared. What? A lightning bolt rushed out of the Thunder Sea and killed the 3rd Grand Elder of the Fan family. That's a half step to the Eternal Realm expert. In an instant, many people trembled. Was the lightning in the Thunder Sea so terrifying? A casual strike could kill a half step to the Eternal Realm expert? At the same time, these cultivators thought of something else. The silver lightning that had rushed out from the Sea of Lightning seemed to have appeared when Lin Tian extended his hand towards the 3rd Grand Elder of the Fan clan. Then, the 3rd Grand Elder of the Fan clan was killed. He can control the lightning in this Sea of Lightning? Someone said with a trembling voice. Of the 3 Fan clan Grand Elders, only 2 were left. The 1st Grand Elder and the 2nd Grand Elder were trembling uncontrollably. Their 3rd Grand Elder, a half-step to Eternal Realm expert, had died just like that. The 2 of them looked at Lin Tian with anger, shock, and fear. Lin Tian was not only able to move through the Sea of Lightning without being affected, but he could also guide the lightning attacks in the Sea of Lightning. After entering the Thunder Sea, you have already obtained the legendary Thunder technique and can guide the attacks of the Thunder Sea. The number 1 Grand Elder of the Fan clan gritted his teeth. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in this place was greatly shaken and their expressions changed. Did he really obtain the invincible Thunder technique? Everyone's gazes landed on Lin Tian at this moment. That legendary lightning technique, the supreme offensive saint technique derived from heavenly tribulation, had really been found by Lin Tian? Facing these people's gazes, Lin Tian's expression did not change in the slightest. He was still as calm and indifferent as ever. It's a pity, but it would be wonderful if the Eternal Realm Patriarch of the Fan clan were here as well. He looked at the first Grand Elder of this branch and pointed his finger again. Suddenly, another silver lightning shot out from the Sea of Lightning behind him and landed on the Grand Elder in the blink of an eye. Ah! The Grand Elder screamed as his body and soul were destroyed in an instant. The first Grand Elder of the Fan clan, second only to the Patriarch of the Fan clan, he casually guided the lightning attacks in the Sea of Lightning twice in a row. This is right, absolutely right. He has found the legendary invincible Thunder technique and has already cultivated it. That's why he can control the Sea of Lightning here. Everyone's hearts trembled. He obtained the Thunder technique? This guy is really not ordinary. In the distance, Jiang Luolua's eyes lit up. Of the 3 Grand Elders of the Fan clan, only the second Grand Elder was left. He could not stop trembling in place. The 3 experts of the half-step Eternal Realm had attacked together, but 2 of them had been killed in an instant. And the person who killed them was only in the Emperor Realm. Looking at Lin Tian, the Grand Elder could not help but retreat. Lin Tian's gaze fell on the Grand Elder, still calm. If your Eternal Realm Patriarch also comes here, I can kill you all together, saving me trouble in the future. He had cultivated and mastered the 5 Heavenly Thunders technique, and the lightning here was completely created by the 5 Heavenly Thunders technique. He could easily control them. Even if a true immortal came, he could destroy him with a lift of his hand. If the Eternal Realm Patriarch of the Fan clan came here, he could guide the lightning here to destroy him directly, saving him trouble in the future. This was because he was sure that the ancestor of this lineage would eventually jump out to make trouble for him. If he did not live in this place, he would not be a match for the ancestor of the Fan family, who was in the Eternal Realm, even if he had mastered the 5 heaven-shaking thunder skill. After all, the difference in cultivation between the 2 of them was too great. You should die too. He looked at the second Grand Elder of the Fan clan and raised his hand. Immediately, another bolt of lightning rushed out from the Sea of Lightning. One of the objectives of the 3 Grand Elders of the Fan clan was to kill him, so he naturally would not show mercy. Ah! The lightning was extremely fast, and as soon as it rushed out of the Sea of Lightning, it enveloped the second Grand Elder of the Fan clan. Then, with a shrill scream, he was directly struck to death. For a moment, the place fell into a dead silence. The 3 Grand Elders of the Fan clan, who were half a step to the Eternal Realm, were so easily annihilated by an Emperor Realm cultivator. Even the elders of the Xianluo Immortal Palace and the Purple Amplified Divine Sect felt a chill down their spines. At this time, they looked at Lin Tian from afar, unable to say a word as their eyes twitched violently. Lin Tian could see the shock in the hearts of the cultivators here, but he did not care. He calmly took a step forward, and in the next moment, he appeared beside Jiang Luoluo, who was hiding in the distance. That's amazing. You can actually guide the terrifying lightning attack from the Sea of Lightning. Did you really find that thunder technique? She looked at Lin Tian, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Lin Tian smiled faintly at her, but did not comment. Let's go. He said to Jiang Luoluo. Can we leave now? Seeing Lin Tian's expression and hearing Lin Tian's words, Jiang Luoluo's eyes lit up. She immediately understood many things. It seems that you really found the thunder skill. That's amazing. Not bad. Lin Tianyi smiled and said, let's go. Since he had found the thunder skill that could help him survive the heavenly tribulation in the future, there was no need for him to stay here any longer. Immediately, he left with Jiang Luoluo and walked out of the space. Soon, they were far away. This man, it can't be wrong. According to the situation just now, he must have found the peerless thunder skill. Counting the divine pagoda made of primordial heavenly crystal and the peak eternal weapon, this man is simply full of treasures. In this place, a group of cultivators looked at Lin Tian's back as he left. Many of them could not help but twitch their eyes. Speaking of which, the Fan family has suffered a great loss in this man's hands. Yes, Fan Xianxia at the early stage of Immortal Realm, 4 elders at the middle stage of Immortal Realm, the patriarch of the Fan family at the peak of Immortal Realm, and 3 supreme elders at the half-step Eternal Realm. So many experts have died. This is the first time the Fan family has encountered such a thing since its inception. The Eternal Realm patriarch of this lineage will probably come out in person soon. Nonsense, after such a series of events, how can the patriarch of the Fan family sit still? He will definitely jump out and attack that man personally. That's an Eternal Realm expert. If he really jumps out, no matter how monstrous that man is, he won't be able to resist him. After all, that man is only at the Emperor Realm. He's too weak compared to an Eternal Realm expert. Of course he won't be able to resist him. He must have some special reasons to be able to kill the patriarch of the Fan family at the peak of Immortal Realm. Just now, he was able to kill the 3 supreme elders at the half-step Eternal Realm because he drew the power of the Thunder Sea. If he only relied on his own strength, he will never be a match for the patriarch of the Fan family and the 3 supreme elders, let alone the patriarch of the Fan family, who is in the Eternal Realm. If he really fights with them, he will definitely die. Well, that's not necessarily true. Maybe he has some special means to deal with Eternal Realm experts? After all, that person always gives people a mysterious and evil feeling. He can't be judged by common sense. That does make sense. Why do you care about that? I know now that that person is a walking treasure trove. Some cultivators murmured. Their eyes lit up as they stared at the direction where Lin Tian left. They wanted nothing more than to rush over and devour Lin Tian, erasing all the divine treasures on Lin Tian's body. The treasures on Lin Tian's body were simply too shocking. Anyone who obtained them would definitely be able to step into the ranks of supreme experts in the future. It wouldn't be a problem for them to dominate a domain. The elders of the Xianluo Immortal Palace and the Purple Yen God sect looked at the sea of lightning with a strange light in their eyes, then glanced in the direction Lin Tian left. Return to the clan and report everything about that person to the patriarch. An elder of the Xianluo Immortal Palace said to another elder of his sect. The 2 elders of the Purple Yen God sect looked at each other, then one of them said in a deep voice, "Return." He only spat out 2 words, but the other elder Ziyin beside him obviously knew the deeper meaning of these 2 words. Return to the Purple Yen God sect and report all the information he knew about Lin Tian to the higher-ups. Because Lin Tian was too extraordinary. Whether it was the divine pagoda made of primordial heavenly crystal or the legendary peerless thunder technique in the divine garden, he was extremely attractive. They had to report all of this to their superiors so that their sect masters, venerated elders, and old ancestors would know about it. Then, these top-level figures would decide what kind of attitude they should use to deal with this matter. Lin Tian took Jiang Luoluo with him. Their speed was neither fast nor slow. At this time, they had already left the space where the Sea of Lightning was and walked out of the primitive mountain that contained the special space. Roar! Roar! As they walked out of the mountain, the deafening roar of beasts and birds resounded through the sky. The 2 walked on foot, away from the mountain. Not long after, they walked a long distance. Can we leave this broken place? Jiang Luoluo asked Lin Tiandao. She really didn't want to stay in this divine garden. She had suffered a lot when she first fell in, so her impression of this so-called ancient immortal divine garden was extremely bad. What's the rush? We have nothing to do outside. Why don't we walk around this divine garden? Maybe we can find something good. Lin Tiandao said. They didn't have anything urgent that they had to deal with. This divine garden had been closed since the prehistoric era until now. After such a long time, there should be many precious treasures in this place. Shi Yan wanted to search around. Perhaps he could find something good that could help him enter the immortal realm directly. Jiang Luoluo curled her lips. Although she really didn't want to stay in this divine garden, since Lin Tian wanted to stay for a while, she naturally wouldn't object. Moreover, Lin Tian was right. There was nothing for them to do outside right now, so searching for treasures and fortuitous encounters in the Divine Garden wasn't a bad idea. Boom! At this moment, a region far to the northwest of the Divine Garden suddenly shook violently. An astonishing medicinal fragrance accompanied by dense spiritual qi rushed out. This? Jiang Luolua's expression changed. What a rich medicinal fragrance. What a rich spiritual energy. I can actually sense it from so far away. Could it be that some super holy medicine has been born there? Not only her, but even Lin Tian, who was half-step into the immortal realm, couldn't help but be shocked by the medicinal fragrance and spiritual energy. I just said to look for treasures. I didn't expect them to jump out like this. He narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself. Come, let's go. He said to Jiang Luoluo. Golden divine light wrapped around Jiang Luoluo, and he turned into a golden bolt of lightning, rushing toward the northwest of the Divine Garden. Based on the astonishing spiritual energy and rich medicinal fragrance rushing out from that location, he was 100% sure that there was an incredible treasure there. If he could get it, he might be able to reach the immortal realm in the blink of an eye. His speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed over dozens of mountains and arrived at a plain. As far as the eye could see, the plain in front of him was very large. At the center of the plain, smoke and dust billowed. The surface of the ground there had shattered, revealing a huge and vast underground world. The astonishing medicinal fragrance and rich spiritual energy from before had come from that location. It was obvious that they had rushed out from the underground world. There's actually such an underground world here. The medicinal fragrance and spiritual energy just now seemed to have rushed out from the underground world. There must be some rare treasures in there. Come, let's go down. At this moment, many cultivators had come to this place. It was obvious that they had been in the vicinity since the beginning and had rushed here from nearby. Many of them looked at the underground world with shining eyes and then rushed down. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of cultivators had stepped into the underground world. Moreover, even more cultivators were rushing here from afar. They were all attracted by the astonishing medicinal fragrance and rich spiritual energy from before. Let's go down too. Lin Tian said to Jiang Luoluo. With a flash of golden light, he brought Jiang Luoluo through the crack in the center of the plain and shot into the underground world. In the blink of an eye, they landed on the surface of the underground world. As far as the eye could see, this underground world was unimaginably vast. There were many mountains and rivers, and there was a lot of vegetation. It was no different from a real small world. Strange. Previously, I could still feel the astonishing medicinal fragrance and spiritual energy on the surface. But after entering the underground world, why did the medicinal fragrance and spiritual energy become fainter? Jiang Luoluo muttered. There should be a very amazing sacred medicine here. So, you can roughly think of the current situation like this. The amazing sacred medicine here has been continuously emitting medicinal fragrance and spiritual energy. The medicinal fragrance and spiritual energy are floating in the air. Previously, because the surface of the ground was broken open, the circulation of the airflow caused most of it to rush to the surface. So, when we enter the underground now, the medicinal fragrance and spiritual energy in the air are naturally weaker than outside. Lin Tiandao. He looked at this subterranean world, and faint light of dragon patterns intertwined in his eyes. Dragon patterns also spread out from the soles of his feet. He briefly explored this subterranean world, and then led Jiang Luoluo into the depths of this space. Ziyan planet, where the Fan family was located, what? An angry roar came from the depths of the Fan family. Murderous intent filled the sky. Xianxia of the Fan family, who was at the early stage of the immortal realm, had been killed. 4 elders at the middle stage of the immortal realm had died. The patriarch of the Fan family, who was at the peak of the immortal realm, had been killed. 3 supreme elders at the half-step eternal realm had also fallen. This made the other elders of the Fan family tremble. The eternal realm ancestor of the Fan family roared, his terrifying eternal realm divine power seeming to destroy everything. Bastard! On this day, a rainbow light rushed out from the depths of the Fan family. The old ancestor of the Fan family had personally moved, rushing towards the ancient immortal divine garden. In the underground world in the northwest of the ancient immortal divine garden, Lin Tiandao led Jiang Luoluo through this underground world. He used the dragon burial scripture to explore the general trend of the earth veins and the topography of this space. At this time, they entered a chain of mountains. Are you sure there are good treasures in this area? Jiang Luoluo asked. Yes. Lin Tiandao. As the master of the dragon burial scripture, he was very good at understanding the direction of the earth veins. Naturally, he was very clear about where treasures and divine objects were most likely to appear. The mountains in this chain of mountains were not tall, but they were very dense. There was very little vegetation on them. Some of the mountains were pitch black, while others were reddish-brown. Many places were shrouded in a faint mist. He and Jiang Luoluo walked through this chain of mountains. Soon, they went further and further. Gradually, many withered bones appeared on the ground. Among them, there were the skulls of demonic apes, the tail bones of saber-toothed tigers, and the wing bones of lightning birds. All of them belonged to demonic beasts. At the same time, when they arrived here, they felt a somewhat familiar wave of demonic qi in the air. It was mixed with a faint wisp of genuine immortal qi. For a moment, they could not help but be shocked. This seems to be the aura of the purple-scaled python in the mine. Wasn't it in seclusion to break through to the genuine immortal realm? Why is there its aura here? Is it too tired from seclusion, so it came here to relax? Jiang Luoluo shrunk her neck, and Lin Tian's expression changed. This place actually had the aura of the purple-scaled python that was trying to break through to the true immortal realm. He was really surprised. That ancient demonic beast had come to this place? It should have stayed in the mine to break through to the true immortal realm. It shouldn't have come here. Or did it successfully break through to the true immortal realm and come here after it came out? He guessed in his heart, but he immediately shook his head because this possibility was not high. According to what he saw at that time, that ancient demonic beast definitely couldn't break through to the true immortal realm so quickly. Boom! Suddenly, in the distance of this chain of mountains, a terrifying demonic aura appeared. A purple-scaled python appeared in the sky. Its demonic eyes were deep, and the demonic aura around its body was as hot and terrifying as the ancient demonic flames. It seemed to be using some kind of great magic. It's really that ancient demonic beast. Jiang Luoluo widened her eyes. Lin Tian was also shocked. That ancient demonic beast that was trying to break through to the true immortal realm had really come here. It seems to be breaking some kind of restriction. Let's retreat. Retreat immediately. Jiang Luoluo swallowed her saliva and whispered to Lin Tiandao. 2 months ago, Lin Tian had lured the clan leader of the Fan clan and the others to the place where the violet python was in seclusion. They had borrowed the python's peerless demonic might to evade the threat posed by the clan leader of the Fan clan and the others, killing all of them instead. However, they had also disturbed the python's seclusion. If the python discovered them now, they would definitely die here. Lin Tian nodded. At this time, he didn't say anything more. They had to retreat. In front of them, a strong demonic aura was rolling. The purple-scaled python's body was mixed with faint true immortal qi. It was trying hard to break through something. Almost at the same time, it glanced out of the corner of its eye and saw Lin Tian and Jiang Luoluo. Humans, it's you. The purple-scaled python let out a roar. Its pair of demonic eyes were exceptionally cold. It swung its tail like a real dragon swinging its tail. A beam of demonic light rushed out like a sharp blade, straight towards Lin Tian and the other man at an extremely fast speed. More than 2 months ago, when it was in seclusion in its own mine to break through to the true immortal realm, Lin Tian led a group of people into its mine and disturbed it. Naturally, it recognized Lin Tian. At this time, it was in this underground world. When it noticed Lin Tian and Jiang Luoluo from afar, it immediately shook and emitted a demonic light, crushing toward Lin Tian and Jiang Luoluo. This was the demonic light of a half-step to true immortal, and there was even a hint of killing intent mixed within it. It was so terrifying that even an ordinary eternal realm being might not be able to withstand it. Lin Tian's expression changed immediately. He could easily feel the horror of this demonic light, which made his internal organs turn cold. Even so, it did not make him unable to move. At this time, he quickly displayed the 9th level of the yin and yang steps. At the same time, he also ran the 5 thunder sky shocking skill, causing dense thunderbolts to intertwine on the surface of his body. With the help of the yin and yang steps, he directly pulled Jiang Luoluo to the right side. Whoosh! In just a moment, the great void was distorted. At this moment, his speed reached an extremely amazing level. With the help of the yin and yang steps, his pure speed was almost comparable to that of an expert at a half-step to Eternal Realm. It was as if he had teleported more than 300 meters away, as if he had just teleported. He narrowly avoided the demonic light thrown by the purple-scaled python. Then, the demonic light thrown by the purple-scaled python fell on the place where he and Jiang Luoluo had been standing, directly annihilating the surface of that place. The space within a radius of hundreds of meters turned into a chaotic zone in the blink of an eye. In the distance, the purple-scaled python showed a strange expression. It was about to reach the true immortal realm. Although the demonic light that it sent out just now was casual, it was definitely terrifying and fast. However, it was dodged by an Emperor Realm cultivator, which made it feel a little surprised. Then, in the next moment, it noticed the thunder arcs on the surface of Lin Tian's body. Immediately, its demonic body shook. This is? Its demonic eyes showed a look of disbelief, staring at Lin Tian in the distance. Lin Tian took Jiang Luoluo to avoid the attack of the purple-scaled python. At this time, he did not dare to have the slightest hesitation, and directly moved again. With the help of the 5 thunder sky shocking skill and the yin and yang steps, he rushed to the distance. The speed of thunder and lightning was very fast, and with the help of the thunder technique and the yin and yang steps, he could naturally increase his speed. At this time, he used the 5 thunder sky shocking skill and the yin and yang steps to increase his speed to the extreme, to escape from here. Human, wait. The purple-scaled python's voice sounded. At this time, its real body moved at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, it blocked in front of Lin Tian. The majestic demon aura around its body completely sealed the surrounding space. It's over, it's over, it's over. This time, it's really over. I said that we should leave this demonic garden island as soon as possible. Jiang Luoluo wanted to cry but had no tears. Lin Tian felt a chill down his spine. At this time, he regretted that he did not leave directly after obtaining the 5 thunder sky shocking skill. He did not expect to meet the purple-scaled python in the previous mine here. This was an ancient demonic beast at the half-step true immortal realm. It was terrifying. Now that they were trapped by it, how could they resist it? Human, you obtained the god's inheritance in this divine garden? The purple-scaled python's voice sounded again, and it stared straight at Lin Tian. At this time, there was no coldness in its eyes, and there was no coldness in its voice. Instead, there was a trace of surprise and excitement. Lin Tian naturally noticed the change in the purple-scaled python. At this moment, the great evil beast did not have any hostility toward him at all. Its eyes were full of surprise and excitement, as if it was expecting something. He paused and said, I don't know what the god's inheritance is, but not long ago, in a special space in this divine garden, I obtained a powerful thunder technique. That's right. According to legend, the god's inheritance is a peerless thunder technique. You really obtained it. These intertwining lightning arcs around your body, this kind of aura is exactly the same as the invisible divine thunder aura that is suppressing us and preventing us from leaving this divine garden. The purple-scaled python was excited. It was obviously about to reach the true immortal realm. It was an ancient living fossil that had lived for countless years, but at this time, it was so excited that its body was trembling. Lin Tian was moved. He looked at the purple-scaled python and said, there is an invisible divine thunder aura that is suppressing all the demonic beasts born in this divine garden, preventing you from leaving this divine garden? He asked. Then, he remembered what Jiang Luoluo said before. When she first fell into this divine garden to escape, the demonic beasts in this divine garden were unable to leave due to some special reason. They were unable to enter the divine garden to chase after her. So it turned out that there was an invisible divine thunder aura that was suppressing them? From its birth to its current cultivation level of half-step true immortal, the purple-scaled python had spent an unknown number of years in this divine garden. Even though it knew that the outside world was very vast and even though it was strong enough, it was still unable to leave. It could only move about in this divine garden. It could be said to be a form of torture. Now, Lin Tian had appeared here and obtained the divine inheritance of this divine garden. He possessed the same aura as the divine lightning aura that prevented it from leaving this divine garden. It believed that if Lin Tian was willing to help it, he would definitely be able to take it out of this divine garden that was like a cage to it. At this moment, its eyes were filled with anticipation. "Please, human," it said again. At the same time, the demonic aura outside its body calmed down, causing the confined space around it to return to its original state. Lin Tian looked at this violet-scaled python that was half-step true immortal. He could clearly sense that the python's emotions were fluctuating violently. At this moment, it was as if he was the only life-saving straw that it could grab onto when it was about to drown. He paused for a moment and said, "Let me sense it." He stood where he was and operated the 5 heaven-shaking thunder spell. Together with his powerful divine sense, he scanned the sky of this divine garden. At the same time, he also enveloped the violet-scaled python in front of him. In next to no time, a few tens of breaths had passed, and his expression changed slightly. He had indeed sensed the aura of lightning that was similar to the 5 heaven shaker lightning technique coiled around the divine garden, and all living beings born within the divine garden would be suppressed and unable to leave. At the same time, he also sensed that with the help of the 5 heaven-shaking thunder spell that he controlled, he could indeed help all living creatures born in this divine garden to leave this place safely. "How is it?" Jiang Luoluo asked him. "It's right. There is indeed a divine lightning aura in this divine garden that prevents all living creatures born in this divine garden from leaving. With the lightning technique that I obtained in that space, I can indeed help it leave." Lin Tiandao. Jiang Luoluo was shocked. "Really?" The purple-scaled python's body trembled slightly. After knowing that Lin Tian had obtained the inheritance of the thunder technique, although it had absolute confidence that Lin Tian could rely on the thunder technique to bring it out of this space, when it heard Lin Tian's words, it couldn't help but become even more excited. It stared at Lin Tian and said, "Human, please, you must help me." Ever since it was born, it had cultivated to the half-step true immortal realm. It had stayed in this divine garden for far too long. Now that it had a chance to leave, that there was someone who could bring it out, its eyes were filled with pleading. Lin Tian paused and said, "No problem, I can help you. But in exchange, you have to do 2 things for me." He didn't pause and directly said, "These 2 things are not difficult for you. First, accompany me to a valley in this world to retrieve an item. Second, help me find the coordinates of an ancient star in the starry sky. There was a fragment of Sword Soul in the celestial devouring valley of the Xian star. It was very dangerous for ordinary eternal realm experts to enter. Even though he was a reincarnated body, he had to at least reach the peak of the immortal realm to have the confidence to enter the depths of the celestial devouring valley and retrieve the fragment of Sword Soul. Now, there was a half-step true immortal in front of him. He believed that with his ability, he should be able to quickly enter the depths of the celestial devouring valley and retrieve the fragment of Sword Soul. As for helping him find the coordinates of an ancient star in the starry sky, it was naturally to find the location of the 10 Directions Heaven territory. He really wanted to go back to the 10 Directions Heaven territory. There were too many important people in that ancient star that he cared about. "Just these 2 things?" the purple-scaled python asked. For an existence at its level, the 2 things that Lin Tian mentioned were not difficult. "Yes, just these 2 things." Lin Tiandao. In fact, among these 2 things, he initially thought that he should not let the python accompany him to the celestial devouring valley to retrieve the fragment of Sword Soul because it was too extraordinary. Although he wanted to get the fragment of Sword Soul as soon as possible, he was also worried that the purple-scaled python would be disloyal after seeing the fragment of Sword Soul and try to snatch it. However, after thinking about it seriously, he rejected this idea in the end. Because when this great ominous beast knew that he controlled the inheritance of the sect god and could take him away, it could completely threaten him with death. After all, it was at the half-step true immortal realm, and it definitely had the ability to force him to submit. However, the python did not do that. Instead, it humbled itself and asked for help. It was enough to show that the python was not a sinister person and would not do such a despicable thing. "Okay, no problem. I swear on my dignity that as long as we can get out of here, I will help you with these two things. The purple-scaled python said solemnly. Compared to Lin Tian taking it away from the divine garden and asking it to do these two simple things for Lin Tian, it was really too simple. Good. Then it's a deal. Lin Tian Dao. In fact, it was very simple for him to help the purple-scaled python leave the divine garden. The purple-scaled python was a little excited, but it calmed down after a while. Demonic light intertwined and turned into the appearance of a middle-aged man. I found a piece of supreme immortal jade in this underground world. It is very useful for me to break through to the true immortal realm. I want to find it first and then leave. Is that okay? Its cultivation was very strong and could look down on the Xian planet. However, it did not put on any airs in front of Lin Tiandao and spoke frankly. Supreme immortal jade? Lin Tiandao was a little surprised. He naturally knew about this kind of precious jade. It was said that it was formed by the aura of the immortal Tao drifting between heaven and earth. It was a supreme treasure for those who were breaking through to the true immortal realm. Not only could it help those who were breaking through to the true immortal realm to enter the true immortal realm very quickly, but it could also help those who were breaking through to the true immortal realm to condense true immortal qi. Its value was amazing. At the same time, he finally understood why this purple-scaled python, who was originally in the mine, suddenly came to this underground world when it was trying to break through to the true immortal stage. It turned out that it had sensed that there was a supreme immortal jade in this place. Then, he remembered that he had led the Fan family master and others into the purple-scaled python's secluded meditation place 2 months ago. He said, "Oh, by the way, I was chased by someone and broke into your secluded meditation place. I should have caused you a lot of trouble. I am sorry." 2 months ago, the purple-scaled python was trying to break through to the genuine immortal realm. In order to escape from the clutches of the Fan family's patriarch and the others, he had lured them into the cave and disturbed the purple-scaled python's closed-door cultivation. The purple-scaled python waved its hand. "It doesn't matter. Although it did cause me some trouble at that time, it is not a big deal. I have been trying to break through to the true immortal realm for a long time, but it has always been difficult to succeed. Even if the incident 2 months ago hadn't happened, I still wouldn't have been able to enter the true immortal realm so easily. I still need more accumulation. Moreover, just now I attacked you and the little girl beside you. Since you are both unharmed, let's call it even." It was really afraid that it had killed Lin Tian and Jiang Luoluo, especially Lin Tian. If it had killed Lin Tian, it would have regretted it for the rest of its life. It wouldn't even have a place to cry. Because now Lin Tian was its only hope to leave this divine garden. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was its star of light. "Okay." Lin Tian nodded with a smile. Then he said, "Senior, let's wait for you to get the supreme celestial jade before we leave. At the same time, I happen to be looking for a worldly treasure in this place." He could see that the purple-scaled python had been cultivating for at least 100,000 years. Therefore, it was reasonable for him to call it senior. Moreover, he'd already searched this place repeatedly with the dragon burial scripture, and he was 100% sure that an extraordinary treasure of the heavens and the earth was definitely growing in this area. If he obtained it, then it would definitely be able to assist him in attaining the eternal realm. Treasures of heaven and earth? The purple-scaled python showed a strange expression. Is there a faint medicinal fragrance? Is there a special spiritual energy mixed with this medicinal fragrance? Lin Tian was surprised. "Senior, you know about it?" Jiang Luoluo was also surprised. What the purple-scaled python mentioned was very similar to what they were looking for. The purple-scaled python said with a smile, "In a corner of the place where I found the supreme celestial jade, there was a strange plant with 5 colored leaves and 5 colored flowers. It had a faint medicinal fragrance and a special spiritual energy. It was quite extraordinary. However, it was useless to me, so I didn't pay attention to it. But now, it seems that the worldly treasure you are looking for is this plant." Immediately, it brought Lin Tian and Jiang Luoluo away with its demonic light. With a flash, they arrived at a dark canyon. As far as the eye could see, there were many corpses in the canyon. The soil was inky black, and the air was slightly cold. There. The python opened its mouth and pointed at an inconspicuous corner of the canyon. Lin Tian looked in the direction that the purple-scaled ominous light was pointing at, and saw a 3-inch-tall treasure flower. Just like what the purple-scaled ominous python said, the leaves were 5 colors, and the flowers were 5 colors as well. As a whole, it looked like a phoenix that was about to soar into the immortal area. 5-colored phoenix plant. Lin Tian's eyes glinted as he recognized this precious flower. He had once read the description of this exotic flower in an ancient book. If one refined it, it would allow a half-step immortal realm expert to directly step into the immortal realm. So beautiful. Jiang Luoluo said. Her knowledge wasn't as broad as Lin Tian's. She didn't know what the flower in front of her was. She could only feel that it was very beautiful. The purple-scaled python looked at Lin Tian and said to Lin Tian, "Little friend, you go and get it. This thing is useless to me. After you get it, I will use the technique to take out the supreme celestial jade from the bottom of this canyon. It will take about 3 days." Lin Tian nodded. He did not hesitate or act pretentiously because this treasure flower was indeed useless to the purple-scaled python. He took a step, flashed, and arrived in front of the 5-colored phoenix plant. He used a special technique to pick the precious flower and carefully put it into his stone ring. After that, he returned. "Thank you, Senior," he said to the purple-scaled python. The purple-scaled python waved its hand. "There is no need to thank me. Little friend, you are too polite." Then, it said, "Little friend, please step back. I will take the supreme celestial, buzz." Suddenly, the canyon trembled, interrupting the purple-scaled vicious python's words. A streak of silver light emerged from the ground and rushed into the distance at an extremely fast speed. Not good. The supreme celestial jade is intelligent. It wants to escape from here by following the earth vein. The silver precious light was dazzling as it emerged from the ground. Like a spirit, it rushed out of the canyon at an extremely fast speed. Is this the supreme celestial jade? Lin Tian was shocked. The supreme celestial jade moved, and he could see with his naked eyes that it was intertwined with dense genuine celestial energy. He suddenly felt that the 5-colored phoenix plant's birth here should be related to this piece of supreme immortal jade. It should have been nurtured by true immortal energy. Boom! Demonic light shone brightly as the purple-scaled python attacked quickly. The half-step genuine celestial demonic light surged and enveloped a radius of several hundred feet. It prevented the supreme celestial jade from escaping and tried to grab it from the ground. However, the result wasn't ideal. The silver light outside the supreme celestial jade was very dense, and many earth veins in this place moved because of it. A mysterious domain was formed, and the powerful demonic light released by the purple-scaled python was isolated for a short time. It couldn't effectively grab the supreme celestial jade from the ground. A half-step genuine celestial powerhouse can't catch it? Jiang Luoluo was surprised. It was born here, and it came from my will. It can escape by using the power of the world veins here. It's difficult to trap it with pure power, and if you try to catch it with pure brute force, you'll damage it directly, which will greatly affect its divine power. Lin Tian said. As he spoke, he took a step forward, and dense dragon patterns appeared under his feet. It was as if many genuine dragons were flying out, and they spread in all directions and branded themselves in every corner of the canyon. The supreme celestial jade suddenly trembled and became chaotic, and its speed dropped by several hundred times. "Senior, do it. Catch it in one fell swoop," he said to the purple-scaled python. The purple-scaled python's strength was extraordinary, and it could see that the supreme celestial jade was obstructed. It didn't hesitate, and its half-step genuine celestial demonic power surged and transformed into a great demonic claw. It interweaved with demonic patterns and grabbed the supreme celestial jade from the ground. I got it." The purple-scaled python was slightly excited. A piece of supreme celestial jade was more valuable than an ordinary supreme celestial jade, and if it was refined later, it could enter the genuine celestial realm more smoothly and quickly. It used demonic patterns to seal the supreme celestial jade and put it away. It looked at Lin Tiandao and thanked him. "Thank you, young friend." Just now, if it hadn't been for Lin Tian's help, it wouldn't have been able to grab the supreme immortal jade in one piece. At this moment, its face was filled with gratitude. At the same time, its eyes were filled with unconcealable shock. It's hard to imagine. Even I, a half-step true immortal, find it difficult to stop the movement of the supreme immortal jade, but you, a half-step immortal cultivator, forcefully interrupted it. Moreover, you didn't damage it in the slightest. You're truly worthy of being the person who obtained the inheritance of the gods in this divine garden. It looked at Lin Tian and was truly a little shocked. I just happened to cultivate a technique related to the grand momentum of heaven and earth. I can cut off the supreme immortal jade and use the earth veins here to escape. Lin Tian Dao. The supreme immortal jade was psychic, and it could use the earth veins here to escape. Without cutting off the connection between the jade and the earth veins here, if it forcefully grabbed it with brute force, it might damage the jade. Therefore, although the purple-scaled python's cultivation was astonishing and its strength was astonishing, it was somewhat restrained because it was obviously not good at manipulating the earth vein's grand momentum. However, it was different. It had mastered the dragon burial scripture, so it could forcefully interfere with the earth vein's grand momentum here, so that the psychic supreme immortal jade couldn't borrow its strength and cut off its connection with the earth vein's grand momentum, preventing it from borrowing the power of the earth veins here. After that, with the purple-scaled python's great strength, it naturally grabbed the supreme immortal jade in an instant. It's really amazing, the purple-scaled python said seriously. Then, it once again expressed its gratitude to Lin Tian. It was ready to use brute force to grab the supreme immortal jade, but it didn't expect that Lin Tian would directly cut off the connection between the supreme immortal jade and the earth veins here, allowing it to obtain an intact supreme immortal jade. Moreover, it was a psychic supreme immortal jade, so it was really grateful. Lin Tian waved his hand, saying that it was not necessary. The matter here is over, right? Now, can we leave this stupid divine garden? Jiang Luoluo said. She wholeheartedly didn't want to stay in this divine garden. Lin Tian nodded. It was enough to get the 5-colored phoenix plant. After refining it, he could break through to the immortal realm. At this time, he could leave, and there was no need to look for any immortal fate here. At this time, leaving the divine garden and leaving with the purple-scaled python could let it accompany him to the immortal devouring valley to get the sword soul fragment there, and then help him find the star's coordinates in the 10 directions heavenly domain. He really wanted to go back to the 10 directions heavenly domain now. Thinking of this, he tilted his head and looked at the purple-scaled python. I have no more questions. I can leave at any time. The purple-scaled python's eyes lit up. It had obtained the supreme immortal jade, and now Jiang Luoluo said that they would leave the divine garden. In fact, it was looking forward to it because it had been trapped in this divine garden for a long time and had never been to the outside world. It was full of yearning and anticipation for the outside world. Okay, let's go. Lin Tian. Immediately, they left the underground space, rushed to the surface, and flew toward the edge of the divine garden. In the blink of an eye, they were very far away from the location of the underground world. Eh? It's that person. The person who killed the Fan family's patriarch swaggered out of the divine garden? The Eternal Realm patriarch of the Fan family has come to the divine garden and is looking for him everywhere. Doesn't he know? There were many cultivators in the divine garden. At this time, many of them saw Lin Tian and were shocked. It said that the Eternal Realm patriarchs of the Xianluo Immortal Palace and the Purple Amplified Divine Sect have also come to this divine garden. The strongest experts of these 2 inheritances are also here? What are they going to do? What are they going to do? Isn't it obvious? Obviously, they are also here for that person. After all, that person has obtained the legendary thunder technique and the divine pagoda made of primordial heavenly crystal. They are all amazing treasures. Many cultivators discussed. Their voices were very low and they were far from Lin Tian, but Lin Tian still heard them. The Fan family patriarch is not a big deal, but the patriarchs of the Xianluo Immortal Palace and the Purple Amplified Divine Sect have also jumped out to look for me? A faint light intertwined in his eyes. Beside him, the purple-scaled python was surprised. It looked at Lin Tian Dao and asked, "Little friend, you've obtained the legendary primordial heavenly crystal?" It naturally knew that the primordial heavenly crystal was a sacred object that was difficult to find in the world. It did not expect Lin Tian to have found a piece and used it to forge a divine pagoda. This was a little shocking. The divine pagoda's value was immeasurable. I was lucky to have obtained one, Lin Tian said with a smile. Many cultivators knew that he had a divine pagoda made of primordial heavenly crystal, so there was no need to hide it. Boom! At this moment, a powerful wave of divine power surged. An elder appeared in the distance. Terrifying waves of divine power interweaved around his body. As he moved, he caused the void to shatter inch by inch. He was like a furious dragon in human form, flying toward them at high speed. The Fan family patriarch. The Fan family's ancestors' divine power tumbled around his body. The cold air was oppressive as he rushed over from afar. In the blink of an eye, the Fan family's ancestor rushed forward and his gaze fell on Lin Tian. An icy chill immediately suppressed everything. For a moment, everyone present couldn't help but tremble. This was because the old ancestor of the Fan family was an eternal realm expert, an immortal existence. To ordinary cultivators, an existence of this level was no different from a deity. The old ancestor of the Fan family was dressed in purple robes. It was unknown how long he had lived for. His eyes were incomparably deep, but the blood chi rippling from him was extremely shocking. It was like a furnace, but also like an abyss, causing one to feel fear just by looking at him. Beast. Looking at Lin Tian, his voice was cold as he approached step by step. The killing intent outside his body was not concealed at all. It was incomparably terrifying. Lin Tian stood in the void, facing the Fan family's ancestor. He naturally felt a huge pressure. The other party's killing intent was like a raging sea, and he was like a small boat that could be crushed by this raging sea at any time. However, his expression was calm, without any fear. He was calm and composed. "Old man, you're going to die if you force your way in like that," Jiang Luolua whispered. She could clearly feel how terrifying the Fan family's ancestor's aura was. However, like Lin Tianyi, she didn't show any fear at this time. Hearing her words, all the cultivators here were stunned. What is she saying? The Fan family's ancestor will die? Is she scared out of her wits? The Fan family's ancestor was an eternal realm expert. He was immortal and had looked down on the Xian ancient star for tens of thousands of years. He, the Xianluo Immortal Palace's ancestor and the Xian Divine Sect's ancestor were the true rulers of the Xian ancient star. But now, a little girl, who was only in the airborne realm, said that the Fan family's ancestor who was chasing Lin Tian to this divine garden would die. This made all the cultivators here speechless. They all looked at each other, thinking that Jiang Luoluo was scared out of her wits. The eyes of the Fan clan's ancestor were cold and his aura was chilly. Naturally, he did not care about Jiang Luoluo's words and continued to press forward. The killing intent around his body became even more frightening. When Lin Tian saw the Fan family's ancestor closing in, he didn't seem to care. His expression was still calm. In the next moment, he shifted his gaze away from the Fan family's ancestor and looked in two other directions. Almost at the same time, two powerful waves of divine might appeared in the distance, shaking the sky. In an instant, they rushed forward and stood in two different positions. They were two old men, and their chi and blood were extremely vigorous. They were not any weaker than the Fan family's grand ancestor. The ancestor of the Xianluo Immortal Palace. The old ancestor of the Purple Yang Divine Sect. In this place, all of the cultivators were moved, recognizing these two. The Fan clan's ancestor, who was closing in on Lin Tian, couldn't help but stop and look at Ancestor Xianluo and Ancestor Xian. When Ancestor Xianluo and Ancestor Xian arrived, their gazes immediately fell on Lin Tian. Brilliant light intertwined in their eyes. When they looked at Lin Tian, it was as if they were looking at a peerless divine treasure. Their eyes were very open. The two of them were the same as the old ancestor of the Fan family. They were the strongest existences in their respective lineages. Normally, they would not step out of their sections. However, after learning of Lin Tian's existence, they immediately stepped out. This was because Lin Tian possessed too many extraordinary items. One was a divine pagoda forged from Hongmeng heavenly crystals, while the other was a peerless lightning technique derived from heavenly tribulations. The temptation of these two items was too great. Even as strong as they were, they could not help but be tempted. Even though the Fan family's ancestor had come here in anger because of Lin Tianxia's death, he was still thinking about Lin Tian's immortal Emperor Pagoda and 5 heaven-shaking thunders incantation. This was because the value of these two items was too great. He even felt that if he could obtain these two items, the deaths of the Fan family's ancestor and the others would not be a big deal. Wang. Space distorted and ripples appeared. The 3 eternal realm auras intertwined and sealed off the surrounding void. Lin Tian glanced at the Fan family's ancestor, Xian Luo ancestor and Ziyan ancestor. At this time, the 3 of them intertwined and sealed off the space around him, Jiang Luo and the purple-scaled python. The Xian Luo Immortal Palace's ancestor and Ziyan Divine Sect's ancestor stared at Lin Tian. Then, they looked away and looked at the Fan family's ancestor. Then, the 3 of them looked at each other with cold and deep eyes. His life belongs to the Fan family. We will share the thunder technique. As for the divine pagoda, we will decide who it belongs to after we obtain it. Xian Luo ancestor said. All right. Ziyan ancestor nodded. Their voices were calm and indifferent. They talked as if there was no one else around. They even ignored Lin Tian as if everything was under their control. You too. Jiang Luo was furious. She glared at Xian Luo and Ziyan ancestor and scolded, no matter what, you two are the strongest experts of the strongest lineages on the same ancient star. How can you snatch the treasures without any reason? Do you have any shame? Aren't you afraid of being cursed by the world? For the Fan clan old ancestor to kill his way here, no matter what, there was still some enmity between them. But as for old ancestor Xian Luo and old ancestor Ziyan, Lin Tian had no enmity with them at all. Yet, the two of them actually walked out like this, discussing with the Fan clan old ancestor right in front of Lin Tian to kill Lin Tian and seize his divine pagoda lightning art. This caused her to feel extremely hateful, wanting nothing more than to bite the two of them to death. When Xian Luo and Ziyan ancestor heard Jiang Luoluo's words, they didn't care at all. Their sects were the strongest lineages in the purple yen ancient star. They looked down on this world. Who would dare to curse them, so what if they cursed and scolded them? It wouldn't harm them in the slightest. On the contrary, obtaining the immortal Emperor Pagoda forged from the primordial heavenly crystal and the unparalleled lightning technique would make their respective legacies stronger and more glorious. Hence, obtaining the divine pagoda's thunder technique was a must. What do you think? Xian Luo ancestor asked again. Ziyan ancestor had already accepted his suggestion, so he asked the Fan family's ancestor. The Fan family's ancestor nodded. All right. After Lin Tianxia killed the Fan family's patriarch and the others, he would hand Lin Tian over to the Fan family to vent his anger. They would share the thunder technique and the primordial divine pagoda would be decided by other means later. No matter what, they would get more of it. This would prevent the 3 of them from fighting each other and causing a war between the 3 great lineages. He naturally wouldn't have any objections. If that's the case, take him down. Xian Luo ancestor said. Ziyan ancestor nodded. The Fan family's ancestor's eyes were cold. The 3 Eternal Realm experts walked towards Lin Tian at the same time. The 3 Eternal Realm experts together, that man is finished. Many people's hearts palpitated. These cultivators knew how powerful Lin Tian was. He was monstrous. However, no matter how monstrous he was still a half-step immortal realm expert. No matter how monstrous he was, he wouldn't be able to withstand the attacks of the Eternal Realm experts. Lin Tian stood in the void, looking at the 3 Eternal Realm experts approaching him. His expression was calm and there was no change in his expression. Senior, I'll have to trouble you. He said to the purple-scaled python beside him. It's my duty. The purple-scaled python nodded. It had to rely on Lin Tian to get out of this divine garden. Now that the Fan family's ancestor and Xian Luo ancestor were here to kill Lin Tian, it was already very uncomfortable. This was because they were indirectly cutting off its way out of this divine garden. Bastard! I'll make you wish you were dead. A cold voice rang out. The Fan family's ancestor was the first to make a move. He reached out his hand to grab Lin Tian. For a moment, the void rumbled and cracked. The divine energy was terrifying. The Fan family's ancestor's hand landed on Lin Tian's head in the blink of an eye. There were more than 10 types of Great Tao Law intertwined on it. Lin Tian remained calm and didn't move an inch. It was also at this moment that the purple-scaled python next to him moved. It was strong and domineering, and it directly slapped out. In an instant, a majestic demonic aura soared into the sky. With a puff sound, it shattered the large hand of the Fan ancestor. Subsequently, a slap landed on the other party's head, slamming it into his chest before it exploded. Only a spirit escaped in a miserable state. It moved several thousand feet away as it looked at the purple-scaled python with a horrified expression. The purple-scaled python snorted. Its eyes moved, and 2 demonic lights rushed out, turning into 2 demon clan swords, and mercilessly slashed down. No! The Fan family's ancestor's soul screamed as it was instantly shattered. His body and soul were destroyed. What? The Fan family's ancestor is dead? In this place, everyone's expression changed as they looked at the purple-scaled python in horror. Jiang Luoluo shrank her neck. Although she knew how terrifying the purple-scaled python was, she couldn't help but swallow when she saw the Fan family's ancestor, who was at the early eternal realm, being killed so easily. So violent. She whispered. At the same time, on the other side, Ancestor Xianluo and Ancestor Xian were trembling, their eyes full of shock. Half-step true immortal, the strength of these 2 people was not ordinary. Although the purple-scaled python had only attacked for a moment, they were still able to see the level of the python. It was only half a step away from the true immortal realm. Its realm was much higher than theirs. They looked at the purple-scaled python and trembled. Then, they looked at Lin Tian and trembled even more violently. They came to this place to seize Lin Tian's Immortal Emperor Pagoda and the Peerless Thunder technique. They thought that with their eternal realm cultivation, they could easily suppress Lin Tian. Then, they would take the Immortal Pagoda in Lin Tian's body and the Peerless Thunder technique Lin Tian obtained in this divine garden. But they didn't expect that there was a half-step true immortal beside Lin Tian. They had never heard of such a thing. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, without any hesitation, the 2 turned into streaks of light and fled into the distance. They were at the eternal state and under normal circumstances, they were immortal and indestructible. However, if they were to face someone stronger than them and had their spirits destroyed, they would still die. It was just like what had happened to the old ancestor of the Fan family. Didn't you come to seize the treasure? Didn't you look like you had everything under control just now? Why are you running away? Jiang Luoluo mocked in a low voice. Lin Tian didn't say anything. His expression was calm. A majestic demonic aura surged, sealing off all directions and trapping everything, instantly cutting off Ancestor Xianluo and Ancestor Xian's escape route. With 2 bangs, the 2 were shaken back and fell to the ground awkwardly. The 2 got up and staggered back. When they looked at the purple-scaled python again, cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. Who are you? Ancestor Xianluo asked in a trembling voice. Ancestor Xian was also trembling. The demonic aura emitted by the purple-scaled python was too strong, making him feel terrified. Now you're afraid? We have no grudges, but you shamelessly came here to steal the treasure. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Jiang Luoluo said. Lin Tian didn't say anything, just looked at the 2 calmly. The purple-scaled python didn't say much, but directly attacked. It slapped down, enveloping Ancestor Xianluo and Ancestor Xian at the same time. For a moment, the demonic aura shattered a large part of the void. Ancestor Xianluo and Ancestor Xian were horrified. They immediately exerted all their strength, supporting the great Tao principles and the top super skills of their respective lineages, to meet the purple-scaled python's big hand. Boom! The divine light and demonic aura collided, shaking the sky. The next moment, the divine light in the sky shattered. Ancestor Xianluo and Ancestor Xian were both sent flying. Their super skills and great Daos were all shattered. They both coughed up blood, and their bodies were covered with cracks. 2 Eternal Realm experts joined forces, and they, in this place, a group of cultivators looked at the purple-scaled python, and many of them couldn't help but tremble. A slap shattered the full-strength attacks of 2 early-stage Eternal Realm experts and seriously injured them. How terrifying was its power! Then, many people's eyes fell on Lin Tian, and they trembled again. Obviously, the purple-scaled python was attacking for Lin Tian. Where did this person come from? When did such a terrifying existence appear beside him? Many people trembled. Ancestor Xianluo and Ancestor Xian quickly repaired their bodies. They looked at the purple-scaled python with even more fear. They retreated, then turned into lightning and fled again. They didn't want to fight head-on because they knew very well that they couldn't stop a half-step true immortal purple-scaled python. After all, they were only at the early stage of the Eternal Realm. The purple-scaled python coldly snorted. Its demonic aura fluctuated greatly, causing the space to distort. Once again, the two of them were shaken back. Bang! Bang! The two of them fell to the ground and coughed up blood. The two of them stood up after 2 breaths had passed. Their faces were filled with awe as they looked at the python. Fellow Daoist, please show mercy. Old Ancestor Xianluo cupped his hands, his body trembling slightly. Patriarch Ziyan looked at Lin Tian, his voice was also trembling as he said, "This little friend, the two of us were muddle-headed, we were blinded by treasures and precious techniques. This time, we came here to offend you, please forgive us. Little friend, please ask your friend to be lenient. Later, the two of us will certainly give you a suitable compensation. Little friend will be satisfied." At this time, Patriarch Ziyan naturally saw that the purple-scaled python was attacking for Lin Tian. As long as Lin Tian was willing to speak, the purple-scaled python would not attack the two of them. You arrogantly came here to kill and rob, and now you shamelessly beg for mercy. You're really shameless. If I were you, I would cut my own throat with a knife. Jiang Luoluo mocked them mercilessly. She really felt that the two of them were too disgusting and hateful. When Patriarch Xianluo and Patriarch Ziyan heard this, their faces became livid and ugly. However, they didn't dare to say anything at this time because Jiang Luoluo was Lin Tian's friend. Their lives were now in Lin Tian's hands. Little friend, please forgive us and show mercy. Patriarch Xianluo also cupped his hands and said to Lin Tian. Like Patriarch Ziyan, he was very humble at this time. Lin Tian glanced at the two of them indifferently. He was too lazy to say anything. He and Jiang Luoluo had the same feeling about the two of them. They felt that the two of them were far more hateful than the patriarch of the Fan family. How could he let the purple-scaled python show mercy to them? At the side, the purple-scaled python glanced at Lin Tian. Naturally, it understood Lin Tian's intention. Once again, it pressed down on Lin Tian. Boom! Rolling demonic power mixed with a faint wisp of genuine celestial qi enveloped Patriarch Xianluo and Patriarch Ziyan at the same time. Patriarch Xianluo and Patriarch Ziyan were frightened. They used all their strength to resist and supported one grand magic after another to meet the attack. However, it was useless. In the blink of an eye, their magical powers and secret techniques were shattered by the gigantic handprints of the purple-scaled python. Then, the gigantic handprints of the purple-scaled python fell on their bodies and smashed their bodies into pieces. Only their souls managed to escape. However, in the next moment, the two demonic light swords of the purple-scaled python collided with them and smashed them into pieces. At this time, the patriarch of the Fan family, Patriarch Xianluo Immortal Palace, and Patriarch Ziyan Divine Sect were all killed by the purple-scaled python. Dead. They're all dead. In this place, a group of cultivators couldn't help but tremble. How long had it been? The patriarch of the Fan family, Patriarch Xianluo, and Patriarch Ziyan, 3 indestructible existences of the Eternal Realm, were killed in this divine garden. This made the cultivators' hearts palpitate and their scalps tingle. You asked for it. Jiang Luoluo snorted. Lin Tian glanced at the blood dripping from the patriarch of the Fan family. He looked at the purple-scaled python and said, "Sorry to trouble you, Senior." "It's nothing." The purple-scaled python waved its hand. For a half-step true immortal like it, killing 3 early-stage Eternal Realm cultivators was a very simple matter. Lin Tian smiled and said, "Then, let's go out and leave this divine garden." He knew that the purple-scaled python was looking forward to leaving this divine garden. Good, good, good. Let's go. Let's go. The purple-scaled python nodded immediately, unable to hide the excitement in its eyes. Then, the three left this place. Lin Tiantan knew that the purple-scaled python was very eager to leave this divine garden, so he deliberately sped up. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the edge of the divine garden. When they arrived here, the purple-scaled python trembled obviously, as if its monster body had been electrocuted by an invisible force. Lin Tian noticed this scene, and he was more or less able to guess that this should be related to the invisible lightning divine aura that coiled around this divine garden. That aura oppressed the surrounding space, and prevented the purple-scaled python from stepping out of this divine garden. "Senior, take it easy," he said. He didn't hesitate at this time. The five heaven-shaking thunder's secret art operated at the first moment. Strands of thunder and lightning circled out, shrouding the purple-scaled ominous python. They covered the purple-scaled ominous python's body and entangled its spirit. The purple-scaled python trembled, and then in the next moment, its eyes jumped, giving birth to a ray of excitement. At this moment, it clearly felt that the thunder divine chi suppressing it had weakened countless times in an instant. "Let's go, senior," Lin Tiantan said with a smile. The ancient immortal divine garden was located in a vast sea on the purple spill planet. Lin Tian led the purple-scaled python and Jiang Luoluo out of the ancient immortal divine garden and appeared on a sea several thousand feet away from the ancient immortal divine garden. Here, the sea breeze was blowing and there was a salty smell in the air. The purple-scaled python looked at the ancient immortal divine garden and glanced around. Its eyes gradually widened and its monster body couldn't help but tremble. "Out, out. I'm out. I'm out." Its voice was trembling. Since the ancient immortal divine garden was born, it had cultivated to the level of half-step true immortal. It had lived for countless years and had been trapped in the divine garden for countless years. Now, it had walked out of the divine garden and came to the outside world. It couldn't hide its excitement. Even though it had lived for so many years, it was as excited as a child. "Congratulations, senior." Lin Tian. He was able to understand the feelings of the violet-scaled python. To the violet-scaled python, that divine garden was like a cage that had imprisoned it for countless years. Now that it had escaped from that cage, it was like a bird that was free to fly, so it would naturally be extremely excited. The purple-scaled python was excited. It looked at Lin Tian and thanked him repeatedly. "Thank you, little friend. Thank you. Thank you." For Lin Tian, taking it out of the divine garden was nothing, but for the purple-scaled python, it was like giving it a new lease of life. "Senior is too polite. When the eternal realm ancestors of several inheritances attacked us, we were safe because of Senior's power. Later, we will have to trouble Senior to help us. Now, helping Senior to leave the divine garden is what I should do," Lin Tian said with a smile. "I still have to thank you. This is too important for me," the purple-scaled python said. It glanced at the outside world with a bright light. After a dozen breaths, it calmed down a little. It looked at Lin Tian and said, "By the way, little friend, didn't you want to go somewhere to find something? You can go get it now. Then, I will help you find that ancient life star. Later, if you need anything, just tell me. As long as I can do it, I won't refuse." Lin Tian took it out of the divine garden. It was really grateful to Lin Tian and now it couldn't wait to help Lin Tian. "Thank you, senior. However, these two things are not urgent. I want to spend a few days to refine the five-colored phoenix plant and break through to the immortal realm," Lin Tian said with a smile. "After that, we will go to the three inheritances of the three eternal realm ancestors who tried to kill me. They have accumulated a lot of treasures and resources over the years, and they all had genuine immortal weapons. We can take them all. Senior, you will soon break through to the true immortal realm. At that time, you will need a genuine immortal weapon." He was never a person who was willing to suffer losses. The Fan family had tried to kill him time and time again. The Xianluo Immortal Palace and the Purple Evolved Divine Sect had tried to rob him of the Divine Pagoda Divine Technique even though they had no enmity with him. They even talked about who his life belonged to and who the divine pagoda divine technique belonged to. It could be said that they were bullying him. He naturally couldn't let it go so easily. Later, he would go to the three inheritances and rob them, taking all their ancient scriptures, Baodan, secret techniques and other resources. In this way, when he returned to the 10 Directions heavenly domain, he would bring back a divine treasure that could strengthen the immortal court. Moreover, there should be many other soul treasures and heavenly materials and earthly treasures that he could give to his relatives and friends in the 10 Directions heavenly domain. When the purple-scaled python heard this, it was stunned at first, then it laughed, kindness for kindness, hatred for hatred, this is how it should be. If there is resentment, then there is resentment. Let's do as you say. When you break through to the immortal realm, we will kill them directly. It was forthright and straightforward by nature. It already knew the general reason why the Fan family ancestor and the Xianluo immortal ancestor went to the divine garden to kill Lin Tian. It knew that Lin Tian was unhappy. Now that Lin Tian wanted to rob the three inheritances, in its opinion, it should be done. Resentment should not be bottled up in one's heart. Resentment had to be vented out. On the other hand, as Lin Tian said, it would break through to the true immortal realm soon and would need a suitable genuine immortal weapon. Therefore, it was naturally very happy to go to the inheritances of Lin Tian and seize a genuine immortal weapon. This is really, beside them, Jiang Luoluo looked at Lin Tian and the purple-scaled python and could not help but shrink her neck. She only felt that these two were really ruthless. They actually wanted to rob the Fan family, Xianluo Immortal Palace, and Purple Evolving Divine Sect directly. Let's go. Lin Tian Dao. He glanced at the ancient immortal divine garden in the sea area and did not stop for a moment. He left with the purple-scaled python and Jiang Luoluo and went all the way south. After about a day, they appeared in a desert area in the southernmost part of the purple evolving ancient star. As far as the eye could see, the desert was boundless and there was no trace of life in it. It took you a day to come to such a desolate place to refine the 5-colored phoenix plant. What are you thinking? Jiang Luoluo stared at Lin Tiandao and asked. Generally speaking, if one needed to choose a place to refine a treasure of heaven and earth, they would usually choose a place with abundant spiritual qi. But now, Lin Tian had spent a whole day to come to such a desolate desert. Except for its vastness, there was no other advantage. The spiritual qi was very thin, which made her feel strange. Not only her, but even the purple-scaled python, who was a half-step to true immortal realm, was a little curious and did not understand. You will know in a few days. Lin Tian said with a smile. He did not say anything and asked the purple-scaled python and Jiang Luoluo to wait for him at the edge of the desert. Then, he walked to the center of the desert and found a stone in the center of the desert and sat down cross-legged on it. The temperature in the desert was very high, but it was nothing to him. He sat cross-legged on the stone and operated the Heart Sutra of Sun until his essence, qi, and spirit reached the peak of his current cultivation. Then, he took out the 5-colored phoenix plant. The 5-colored phoenix plant was like a phoenix. Its leaves were 5-colored, and its flowers were 5-colored. When it was taken out, it emitted a very strong fragrance with a faint special spiritual qi, which made people feel refreshed. Buzz, he did not hesitate and began to refine the 5-colored phoenix plant with the Heart Sutra of Sun and began to absorb its essence to cultivate. Suddenly, the golden divine light outside his body began to become stronger, burning like a golden flame. His essence, qi, and spirit rose bit by bit. His cultivation also gradually increased. According to this trend, he will enter the immortal realm in about 3 days. At the edge of the desert, the purple-scaled python said. This guy, his cultivation is improving too fast. When we met last time, he was only at the peak of the Emperor Space Realm. Only a few months have passed and he is already about to enter the immortal realm. Really? Jiang Luoluo muttered. Lin Tian sat cross-legged in the center of the desert, operating the Heart Sutra of Sun to refine the 5-colored phoenix plant. Several hours passed in a flash. Buzz, the golden light outside his body became stronger, and the essence, qi, and spirit he emitted became stronger. The Fan family of the Desolation, WH. What? The old ancestor, is dead? A frightened voice came from the Fan family. A middle-stage immortal realm elder of the family trembled, his eyes full of fear. Just a moment ago, the news came that the old ancestor of their family went to the Divine Garden to kill Lin Tian. However, he was killed by a terrifying figure beside Lin Tian. The old ancestor's body and spirit were destroyed. At the same time, someone in the family's soul palace came to report that the soul of the old ancestor of the Fan family, who was standing in the soul palace, was shattered. The soul fire inside was completely extinguished. How? How is this possible? The old ancestor was, no. This shouldn't be, it shouldn't be. In an instant, the entire Fan family fell into fear. The old ancestor of the Fan family was the strongest person of this generation of the Fan family. He was at the eternal realm and was immortal and indestructible. He was the key reason why their family looked down on the Xian planet. He was the strongest pillar of their family, but now he was killed outside their family. At the same time, the Xianluo Immortal Palace and the Purple Yen God sect also learned that their strongest old ancestor had been killed in the Divine Garden. Their high-level figures panicked. How? How could this be? How could this happen? Didn't that person only have a young woman who hasn't even reached the immortal realm? When did a half-step true immortal realm powerhouse appear? Old ancestor, the Xianluo Immortal Palace and the Purple Yen God sect were terrified. Their strongest powerhouses had been killed just like that, in the southernmost desert of the Xian planet, Buzz. In the center of the desert, the golden light outside Lin Tian's body became even more blazing. The great Tao laws also became stronger. At the same time, his essence, qi, and spirit became more vigorous. His cultivation base was even closer to the immortal realm. He could feel the changes in his body. He could feel that he was not far away from the immortal realm. He immediately refined the 5-colored phoenix plant more diligently. He used the essence qi inside to cultivate and improve his essence, qi, spirit, and cultivation base at a faster speed. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. On this day, the 5-colored phoenix plant was completely refined by him. A tyrannical divine power suddenly spread out from his body, creating hurricanes around him and rolling up yellow sand. The immortal realm has rushed in. At the edge of the desert, the purple-scaled python spoke. A light flashed in its eyes and it couldn't help but smile. So fast. Jiang Luolua's eyes flickered. Lin Tian's cultivation speed was really frightening. In the center of the desert, Lin Tian opened his eyes. He naturally knew that he had entered the immortal realm. He slightly clenched his fist and felt the tyrannical power. He was completely different from when he was half-step immortal realm. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. Good. He muttered to himself. A light flashed in his eyes. At the same time, there was a loud bang. The sky trembled and a huge thunder resounded through the 9 heavens. Thunder rumbled, resounding through the heavens and the earth. At this moment, pitch-black clouds gathered in the sky, forming a huge thundercloud vortex in an instant. Lightning interweaved within it, like a terrifying thunder dragon. It was terrifying and frightening. This is, the heavenly tribulation? The purple fierce python was shocked. Someone broke through to the immortal realm here and attracted the tribulation? But, there's no one nearby. Jiang Luolua was shocked. And the power of the heavenly tribulation, how could it be attracted by someone at the immortal realm? Boom, thunder roared and rolled. The world became darker, and the destructive aura suppressed all directions. The purple fierce python looked around, looking for the person who was going through the heavenly tribulation. Then, its pupils constricted. It saw the dark thundercloud vortex in the sky above Lin Tian's head. The center of the vortex was aimed at Lin Tian. This, could it be, its expression changed. At the same time, Jiang Luoluo also noticed this. The thundercloud vortex seemed to have locked onto Lin Tian. No way? This heavenly tribulation was attracted by him? She looked at Lin Tian in the center of the desert and couldn't help but tremble. At this moment, Lin Tian stood in the center of the desert under the dark thundercloud vortex and said, "Senior, Luoluo, please step back. I'm going through the heavenly tribulation." As soon as he finished speaking, another thunder roared and shook all directions. the lightning in the dark thundercloud became denser. You really attracted it? This, Jiang Luoluo and the purple fierce python's eyelids twitched. Although they had seen that the heavenly tribulation might be targeting Lin Tian and was attracted by Lin Tian, they still couldn't help but be surprised when they heard Lin Tian say that he was going through the heavenly tribulation. An Emperor Realm cultivator who had entered the immortal realm had attracted the heavenly tribulation? They had never seen such a thing before. Boom, the thunder roared and became more violent. The thundercloud in the sky became thicker and thicker, as if it was going to crush everything. During this time, the blood-red lightning bolts connected one after another, completely covering the space within a radius of 100,000 feet. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the aura of destruction enveloped the surroundings. Before the lightning descended, the desert was already greatly shaken, and large cracks appeared one after another. Jiang Luoluo trembled. She deeply felt the terror of the lightning in the sky. It was as if it could destroy everything. Even the powerful purple-scaled python, which was a half-step true immortal, couldn't help but shiver slightly. At the same time, they finally understood why Lin Tian chose to come here to refine the five-colored phoenix root in order to break through to the sempiternal realm. He must have known that he would attract a terrifying heavenly tribulation after breaking through to the sempiternal realm and was worried that he would implicate others. Dong! Thunder rumbled, and the world became even darker. The destructive fluctuations from the tribulation lightning grew stronger. This kind of lightning force, Jiang Luoluo shivered. She thought that even a peak of immortal realm expert couldn't resist such a heaven punishment. Little friend, let me help you break through the tribulation, the purple-scaled python said and walked forward. Of course, it could also see the terror of this lightning punishment. It could definitely destroy an ordinary peak of immortal realm expert, so it thought that Lin Tian couldn't resist it. After all, although Lin Tian was extraordinary, he had just stepped into the immortal realm. Thank you, senior. But, no need. I'll go through it myself. Lin Tian. He looked at the heaven punishment thundercloud in the sky and could clearly feel its terror. But now, he wasn't afraid of it. He took a deep breath. Then, he activated the five thunder sky-shaking art. Immediately, a powerful thunderbolt gushed out from his body. Strands of silver lightning intertwined around him, making crackling noises. As the thunderbolt aura gushed out, the thundercloud vortex in the sky trembled. The dense tribulation lightning in the black thundercloud vortex seemed to be disturbed. It's the same as the thunderbolt aura in the ancient immortal divine garden. Did he use the thunder technique of Xianxia? The purple-scaled python's eyes moved. It stood at the edge of the desert and looked at Lin Tian seriously. Then, it stepped back and didn't move forward. At this time, as Lin Tian activated the five heaven-shaking lightning arts and interweaved with that astonishing lightning aura, it felt that Lin Tian was different at this time. It was as if he had transformed into an ancient lightning god, his aura oppressive. He can get through it. Its eyes shone with a strange light. At this moment, it felt that Lin Tian could definitely break through this immortal tribulation. However, even though it had this feeling, it still stared at the field seriously. If Lin Tian couldn't handle it, it would help him immediately. Lightning crackled. In the center of the desert, Lin Tian was surrounded by lightning. Like the Thunder King, he looked up at the heaven punishment thundercloud in the sky. Come on. He looked at the sky and said. Boom. The sky shook fiercely. The oppressive aura became thicker, and the destructive fluctuation became more intense. Within the pitch-black thundercloud vortex, there seemed to be a sovereign of heavenly punishment. At this moment, it seemed to feel that Lin Tian was provoking him, but it also seemed like the lightning punishment had just finished brewing. The first round of heavenly lightning directly descended, striking towards Lin Tian. For a moment, wherever the heavenly thunder passed, the space collapsed directly. Then, in the blink of an eye, the heavenly thunder appeared above Lin Tian's head and struck down mercilessly. Watch out! Jiang Luoluo shouted in the distance. She could clearly feel the horror of this heavenly thunder. It could definitely kill any ordinary expert at the middle stage of the immortal realm in an instant. Lin Tian stood quietly at his spot. Facing the first round of heavenly punishment, he operated the five thunder sky-shaking art. strands of silver lightning intertwined at the tip of his fist. He directly threw a punch. Boom! With a violent boom, his fist collided with the first round of heavenly punishment. Thunderous splendor filled the sky. Then, with a crisp sound, the first round of heavenly punishment was smashed into pieces by his punch, turning into starlight filling the sky. He only used one punch to smash that round of heavenly punishment. Outside the barren desert, Jiang Luoluo couldn't help but shiver. Even the mighty purple-scaled python was startled. The power of that round of heavenly punishment was really intimidating. However, Lin Tian had smashed it into pieces with just one punch. Lin Tian stood in the center of the barren desert, lowering his head to look at his fist. Looking at the silver lightning intertwining at the tip of his fist, his eyes couldn't help but sparkle. The first round of heavenly punishment was really intimidating. However, when he operated the 5 thunder sky-shaking art, the power of this round of heavenly punishment was greatly weakened. It became unstable, which was why he could smash it with just one punch. Moreover, after operating the 5 thunder sky-shaking art, he was sensitive enough to feel that his resistance to the power of heavenly punishment had increased a lot. It works. When he had known that the 5 thunder sky-shaking art was derived from heavenly punishment, he had guessed that this thunder technique would be of great help to him when he crossed the heavenly punishment in the future. And now, he was sure that his guess wasn't wrong. Again. He gazed at the sky and said, "Boom." Almost at the same time he said this, the pitch-black lightning vortex in the sky trembled and became even more turbulent. Dense lightning bolts rolled in it, and then it turned into a rain of lightning that filled the sky and pressed down on the ground. Crack! 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 Everywhere this thunderstorm passed, the void was instantly annihilated, and spatial turbulence poured out wantonly. For a moment, the desert was swept by a fierce wind. Yellow sand was blown into the air by the hurricane, and the scene was terrifying. Lin Tian stood in the desert. The black hair in front of his forehead danced wildly in the wind, but his expression didn't change at all. His eyes were calm, and silver lightning intertwined on the surface of his body. He activated the 5 thunder sky-shaking art, and streaks of silver lightning rushed out from his body like thunder dragons, toward the dense thunderstorm that was falling from the sky. Boom! 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 A violent explosion reverberated. The silver lightning mixed with the power of the 5 thunders sky-shaking art shattered the thunderbolts of heavenly punishment. In the blink of an eye, the second round of heavenly punishment collapsed and dissipated into nothingness. He clenched his fist and looked up at the thunder vortex in the sky. Silver lightning intertwined on the surface of his body, making sizzling sounds. Boom! The thunder vortex vibrated, and thunder rumbled again. In the huge thunder vortex, the third round of heavenly punishment appeared. It was a thunder river, and its aura was extremely oppressive. Then, in the next moment, 2 more thunder rumbled. The 4th and 5th round of heavenly punishment appeared together. They only paused for a moment, and then they fell together with the 3rd round of heavenly punishment. There were calamity thunderbolts as thick as mountains around them, as if they were going to destroy the Xian ancient star. The destructive power was terrifying. Seeing this, Jiang Luoluo couldn't help but gasp. This heavenly punishment of heavenly punishment was too terrifying. She estimated that even an expert at the peak of the immortal realm would be destroyed in an instant. Even the powerful purple-scaled fierce python couldn't help but squint. It was not that the 3 rounds of heavenly punishment made it feel threatened and pressured. It was at the level of a half-step true immortal. Even if the heavenly punishment was several times stronger, it wouldn't have any effect on it. What surprised it was that not only did Lin Tian attract the thunder tribulation when he broke through the immortal realm, but the thunder tribulation he attracted was so terrifying. It seemed that it didn't leave any chance for Lin Tian to survive. It was simply destroying for the sake of destruction. Boom! The 3 rounds of heavenly punishment fell. Thunder rumbled, and the aura was terrifying. Lin Tian was in the desert, but he was still calm and composed. He was not afraid of the 3 rounds of heavenly punishment. He stood in the middle of the desert, and his hands quickly formed seals to run the 5 thunders sky-shaking art faster. Then, the silver lightning on the surface of his body vibrated, and in an instant, it became denser and denser, striking toward the 3 rounds of heavenly punishment. Chi. With a crisp sound, the third round of heavenly punishment was smashed into pieces in an instant. Then, the fourth and fifth round of heavenly punishment trembled, and in the blink of an eye, they were also smashed by the silver lightning. The third, fourth, and fifth rounds were all shattered by Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. Jiang Luoluo was really shocked. This guy is really scary. And that thunder technique can actually interfere with and restrain the heavenly tribulation to a certain extent. It's really. She shivered. The heavenly tribulation was the most mysterious and scary thing. It was not Dao, but Dao. Now, the thunder technique that Lin Tian obtained in the Divine Garden seemed to be able to restrain the power of the heavenly tribulation to a certain extent. She found it hard to believe. Boom! Thunder roared, resounding in all directions. Above the desert, the sky was pitch black. Bolts of tribulation lightning surged in the thundercloud vortex, exuding a terrifying destructive aura. Lin Tian stood in the center of the desert, silver arcs of lightning crisscrossing his body. He looked up at the terrifying heavenly tribulation without fear. Continue. He looked at the sky and said. The 5 heaven-shaking thunders incantation protected his body. At this moment, facing this heavenly tribulation, he was calm and composed. He was no longer as cautious as before. Boom! Thunder rolled, and an even more shocking roar sounded. The ruler of the thunder punishment seemed to be extremely dissatisfied with Lin Tian's provocation. This time, the 6th round of tribulation lightning appeared. It was a vast and boundless group of thunder mountains. There were countless of them, as if they had come from the eternal unknown. Crack, crack, crack. As the 2 rounds of tribulation lightning fell together, the entire desert began to crumble. Lin Tian stood in the desert, lightning crisscrossing his body. His expression was still calm as he faced the 6th round of tribulation lightning. With a buzz, the silver lightning outside his body became even more intense. He formed the thunder mudra with one hand, and a halberd made completely of silver lightning appeared in front of his chest. Then, the silver lightning condensed into a real dragon, circling around the halberd. Thunder Dragon Sky Halberd. He raised his hand, grabbed the halberd with the thunder dragon circling around his chest, and threw it into the sky. With a whoosh, the thunder dragon circled around the thunder halberd and went up into the sky, directly piercing through a huge void tunnel. In an instant, it collided with the 6th round of the main thunder punishment that was pressing down from the sky, erupting with a monstrous thunder light. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The mountains of tribulation lightning shattered. After a few breaths, the 6th round of tribulation lightning was completely destroyed. So strong. In the distance, Jiang Luoluo stared at this scene and couldn't help but gasp. Such a terrifying heavenly tribulation of lightning punishment could easily kill an expert at the peak of the sempiternal realm. But now, it was shattered by Lin Tian's lightning halberd divine ability. This made her shrink her neck involuntarily. Even the half-step true immortal purple-scaled python was startled. It was startled by Lin Tian's strength, and also by Lin Tian's thunder technique divine ability. Dong! Claps of thunder rang out in the sky. The thunderclouds became even more turbulent. More and more blood-red lightning bolts appeared, becoming denser and denser. The moment the 6th round of tribulation lightning shattered, the thundercloud vortex trembled violently, and the 7th round of tribulation lightning appeared, interweaving into a huge tribulation lightning waterfall. It mercilessly pressed down, and everywhere it passed, the space was crushed into pieces. Then, almost in the next instant, 2 more thunderous booms rang out, and the 8th and 9th round of the main lightning punishment appeared together. With a loud boom, the sky seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. The destructive power was appalling. Suddenly, the desert trembled even more violently. Dense cracks appeared and spread out in all directions like a spiderweb. The surface of the desert even sank down. In the blink of an eye, it had sunk a few feet deep. Such a lightning punishment was undeniably terrifying. It sent chills down one's spine, and it stirred up violent hurricanes in the desert. Lin Tian stood in the desert, his clothes flapping in the wind. At this moment, he finally felt a wave of pressure. However, his expression was still calm, and there was no fear in it. After mastering the 5 heavenly thunders skill, his ability to withstand the power of the heavenly tribulation was much stronger than before. With a loud boom, he circulated the 5 heavenly thunders skill even faster, and the silver lightning around his body became even more intense. Then, in the next moment, an immortal tiger appeared behind him. It was dozens of feet long, and it was completely formed by silver lightning. There was a thunder sword interwoven with silver lightning in it, and it exuded a domineering thunder divine power. Silver Lotus Tiger Slaying Sword. His voice was low and deep. The immortal tiger divine sword, which was condensed from silver lightning, rushed toward the firmament. It was as if a real immortal spirit divine tiger was carrying a divine sword to attack the great world. The scene was shocking. In the blink of an eye, the offensive superpower of the 5 heavenly thunder skill collided with the descending tribulation lightning. Chi! 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 Soft sounds were heard, and the surrounding void was annihilated. The 3 rounds of the main lightning punishment were instantly destroyed. In the distance, Jiang Luoluo opened her mouth, but she did not say a word for a long time. The 3 rounds of the main lightning punishment were more than twice as terrifying as the previous 6 rounds of lightning punishment. Its destructive power was terrifying. But now, it was so easily destroyed by Lin Tian's superpower of the thunder technique. Amazing! The purple-scaled python's eyes shone with a strange light, and it praised sincerely. At this moment, another roar sounded in the dark sky. The thundercloud vortex did not disappear, and a large number of lightning bolts appeared again. Each of them was about 10 feet thick, and each of them seemed to be able to easily crush everything. As soon as they appeared, the space in all directions cracked. The oppressive and destructive aura became more intense, and the world seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Since ancient times, the heavenly tribulation has a limit of 9. How could he have a 10th round of lightning punishment? Jiang Luoluo's expression changed. The purple-scaled python was also surprised. However, it thought that Lin Tian had attracted a heavenly tribulation when he was advancing to the immortal realm. This was abnormal and could not be explained by common sense. Therefore, it was not surprising that the number of lightning punishments in the heavenly tribulation exceeded 9. Boom! Thunder rolled and the sky shook. The 10th round of the main lightning punishment appeared, and without any pause, it pressed down on Lin Tian mercilessly. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept across the desert, and every inch of the space within a radius of 10,000 feet was filled with destructive power. Lin Tian looked up at the sky. The pressure was several times stronger than before, and he felt a little threatened. However, his expression was still calm. He circulated the 5 heaven-shaking lightning technique more vigorously, and he faced the 10th round of the heavenly tribulation with silver lightning. Boom! The two collided, and the void and the desert trembled. After more than 10 breaths, the collision stopped. The 10th round of the heavenly tribulation collapsed, and Lin Tian's legs sank deep into the yellow sand. His clothes were slightly damaged, and there was a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Although he had mastered the 5 heaven-shaking lightning technique, which was derived from the heavenly tribulation, and used its powerful offensive superpowers, he was still injured by the 10th round of the heavenly tribulation. However, the injury was not too serious. Continue. He circulated the nirvana of the sun and healed his injured body in an instant. Then, he looked at the sky and said, as the one who was going through the heavenly tribulation, he could sense his own heavenly tribulation and knew that it would continue. Boom! Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the sky exploded, and the 11th round of the heavenly tribulation appeared and pressed down mightily. In the distance, Jiang Luoluo's expression changed again. There's an 11th round? Shocking thunder resounded in all directions. In the sky, the 11th round of the heavenly tribulation pressed down, and the surrounding space was enveloped. The great void was collapsing piece by piece. Lin Tian looked up at the sky, and his expression became serious. He circulated the 5 heaven-shaking lightning technique faster. Boom! Silver lightning intertwined around him. He waved his hands and caught a silver lightning bolt, and used it as a weapon to slash at the sky. At the same time, he rose from the ground, and the silver lightning around his body vibrated, turning into thunder swords that slashed at the sky. In the blink of an eye, the silver lightning intertwined by the 5 heaven-shaking lightning technique collided with the lightning formed by the heavenly tribulation. Thunder and lightning filled the sky, and the entire space was distorted and shattered. The spatial turbulence was shattered as soon as it appeared. Cough. Lin Tian coughed up blood. A bolt of heavenly tribulation lightning landed on his chest, and it exploded into a bloody light. However, his expression did not change. He attacked with the 5 heaven-shaking lightning technique, shattering the heavenly tribulation lightning one after another. After a few breaths, the 12th round of the heavenly tribulation lightning was shattered. His clothes were stained with blood, and he was seriously injured. Almost as soon as the 12th round of the heavenly tribulation lightning ended, the sky exploded, and the 13th round of the heavenly tribulation lightning descended. Lin Tian used the nirvana of the sun to heal his injured body, and used the 5 heaven-shaking lightning technique to attack. He charged against the heavenly tribulation lightning under the sea of thunder. For a moment, lightning against lightning, thunder against thunder. The entire space was filled with destructive thunder power. There was thunder power from the 5 heaven-shaking lightning technique, and also thunder power from the heavenly tribulation. Boom! The thunder did not stop, and it shook the sky. Lin Tian used the 5 heaven-shaking lightning technique to resist the heavenly tribulation. Then, as time passed, the 14th, 15th, 16th, and 17th rounds of the heavenly tribulation lightning descended one after another, and he resisted them all. Dong! After the 17th round of the heavenly tribulation lightning passed, the most ear-piercing sound of thunder exploded, and heaven and earth shook violently. The 18th round of the heavenly tribulation lightning appeared. At this moment, the sky was filled with shadows. There were angels with broken wings, headless knights, immortals with broken arms, ferocious ghosts, ferocious savage beasts, and blind blood shadows. In an instant, the entire space was darkened, and the oppressive and destructive aura was extremely dense. Then, in the next moment, the dense shadows of thunder and lightning pressed down mightily. Lin Tian was now covered in blood. Although he had mastered the 5 heaven-shaking lightning technique, he had resisted the 17th round of the heavenly tribulation lightning consecutively, and he was severely injured. Along the way, his body was shattered a few times, and his divine power was somewhat insufficient. Even so, he did not show a trace of fear. Facing the 18th round of the heavenly tribulation lightning descending from the sky, his eyes were full of determination. It's the last round. Light intertwined in his eyes, and with a boom, he circulated the 5 heaven-shaking lightning technique to the limit of his current cultivation level. He then propped up the reincarnation diagram of the king's territory and the Great Tao laws to condense the reincarnation diagram of the Great Tao. Then, he injected the origin thunder power of the 5 heaven-shaking lightning technique into the reincarnation diagram of the Great Tao and charged towards the 18th round of the heavenly tribulation lightning in the sky. In the blink of an eye, the two collided, and in an instant, the sky was filled with divine light. Terrifying gales swept in all directions, and the desert collapsed and shattered again. The destructive fluctuations covered everything. At this moment, the great world seemed to be trembling, and it finally calmed down after dozens of breaths. Then, after a few breaths, smoke and dust intertwined, and the thundercloud vortex in the sky began to dissipate slowly. Heaven and earth became bright again, and only wisps of electric arcs intertwined in the air, making crackling sounds. As far as the eye could see, the vast desert was almost completely destroyed, and there were large pits and charred black everywhere. Lin Tian stood in the center of the desert, his body in tatters and dripping with blood. In many places, even his bones and internal organs could be seen. It was a terrifying sight. I withstood it. He looked at the sky that had regained its brightness and smiled with difficulty. For the latest novel updates, please visit the website. The desert was completely destroyed. Lin Tian stood in the center, his body stained with blood, but there was a smile on his face. With the 5 heaven-shaking thunder's incantation and his combat strength, he had passed through the immortal realm heavenly tribulation without using any weapons. Oh, I forgot to use the tribulation lightning to refine the immortal Emperor Pagoda. He suddenly thought of something. Buzz. In the sky, auspicious clouds gathered, revealing 7 different lights that intertwined with a sacred aura. In the next moment, the seven-colored auspicious clouds moved slightly, and a large amount of seven-colored light fell, enveloping Lin Tian. In an instant, Lin Tian's injuries began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his essence, energy, and spirit rose rapidly. In the distance, Jiang Luoluo heaved a sigh of relief. He finally passed. Lin Tian had gone through 18 rounds of heavenly tribulation in a row, and every single one of them was terrifying. Even though Lin Tian had mastered the 5 heavenly lightning shock incantation that could interfere with the heavenly tribulation, he was still injured repeatedly, and his body was shattered several times. She had been on tenterhooks all this while. Now that Lin Tian had truly passed the heavenly tribulation, and the rainbow-colored auspicious clouds gathered, she could finally relax. In the center of the desert, Lin Tian was enveloped by the 7-colored light. At this moment, he circulated the Heart Sutra of Sun, causing his injuries to heal faster, and his essence, energy, and spirit to rise faster. He also used the 7-colored light to refine his body and spirit. In the blink of an eye, 15 minutes had passed. The 7-colored auspicious clouds in the sky slowly dispersed, and his injuries were healed. At the same time, his essence, energy, and spirit had reached a peak, and he was like a blazing furnace. Early stage immortal realm, he muttered to himself. He muttered to himself while a wisp of deep bright light flashed through his eyes. At this moment, he clearly sensed the changes in himself. His body, divine energy, sea of consciousness, soul, and various other aspects had become extremely strong, and it was an enormous improvement when compared to the Emperor Void Realm. Among them, the changes in his body were the most special. His flesh and blood had become countless times purer than glass, and there were strands of light intertwined on the surface, making him truly untainted. Most importantly, he felt that his body now had an additional divine power, as if his lifespan had withered, but his body would never decay under the years. This is the immortal realm. He muttered to himself, and the light in his eyes became even brighter. In the domain of the sempiternal realm, one's physical body would truly reach an indestructible state. Given his current perception, it was indeed true. He clenched his fist slightly and waved it lightly. Immediately, a deafening sound of thunder rang out, and the void was directly distorted. The power of the flesh shell was unparalleled. Amazing! At the edge of the desert, the purple-scaled fierce python's eyes flashed with surprise when it saw the scene. It clearly felt that Lin Tian's physical strength was not much worse than that of an expert at the early stage of the eternal realm. Looking at Lin Tian from afar, its eyes flickered. Originally, the heavenly tribulation could only be triggered when one entered the immortal realm. However, Lin Tian also triggered the heavenly tribulation when he entered the immortal realm. Although the heavenly tribulation was supposed to have 9 rounds, Lin Tian had gone through 18 rounds. Now, Lin Tian had just entered the immortal realm, but his physical strength was no weaker than that of an expert in the eternal realm. All this really shocked the python. In the center of the desert, Lin Tian waved his fist a few more times to adapt to the physical body of the immortal realm. Then, he stopped and calmed his breathing. Stepping out of the desert, he appeared at the edge of the desert beside Jiang Luoluo and the purple-scaled fierce python. Congratulations on successfully crossing the heavenly tribulation, Jiang Luoluo said. Then, she looked Lin Tian up and down and said, "It's not wrong to say that you're a monster. You actually triggered the heavenly tribulation when you entered the immortal realm. Moreover, it was such a terrifying heavenly tribulation. It's really incredible. How should I put it? I always feel that the heavens don't like you." Lin Tian was speechless. "I've had this feeling for a long time. Moreover, you're not the first person to say this. In the previous heavenly tribulations, some people also said the same thing," he said. As soon as he said this, Jiang Luoluo and the purple-scaled fierce python were stunned. Then, they revealed a look of surprise. "The previous heavenly tribulations? What do you mean?" Jiang Luoluo stared at him. "Don't tell me that you've been struck by the heavenly tribulation since you reached the immortal realm?" Jiang Luoluo and the purple-scaled fierce python were not stupid. They instantly understood many things from Lin Tian's words. "Well, the situation is a little worse than you think," Lin Tian said. "I haven't been struck by the heavenly tribulation since I reached the immortal realm. I've been struck by the heavenly tribulation since I reached the immortal realm. This was not a secret. Therefore, he had nothing to hide. What? Jiang Luoluo and the purple-scaled fierce python were stunned again. According to Lin Tian's words, they guessed that Lin Tian might have experienced the heavenly tribulation since he reached the immortal realm. However, the reality was even more exaggerated than they had imagined. It turned out that he had attracted the heavenly tribulation since he reached the immortal realm. Are you still a human? Jiang Luoluo's eyes widened. Lin Tian was speechless. Young friend, you're really, the purple-scaled fierce python, who was half a step away from the true immortal realm, was shocked at this time. It smiled bitterly. After dozens of breaths, it and Jiang Luoluo finally calmed down. He's really a monster. Jiang Luoluo whispered. Lin Tian raised his hand and gave her a knock on the head. This little girl was addicted to calling him a monster. Then, he looked at the purple-scaled fierce python and said with a smile, Senior, let's go to the 3 great inheritances in this world. Now that he had passed the heavenly tribulation of the immortal realm and reached the immortal realm, it was time for him to go to the purple amplified god sect, the Fan family of the remote antiquity, and the Xianluo immortal palace. He would not let go of being hunted by these inheritances. The purple-scaled fierce python laughed, Okay, let's go. Then, the 3 of them walked together in the void toward a fixed direction. Soon, half an hour had passed. They arrived at a vast group of immortal mountains. As far as the eye could see, the group of immortal mountains was extremely vast. Numerous golden and dazzling halls resided within them, and there were even numerous treasured islands that floated in midair. They were grand and imposing, and there were immortal flying beasts that circled about in the sky. Purple amplified god sect. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. The purple amplified god sect, the Fan family of the remote antiquity, and the Xianluo immortal palace were the 3 strongest inheritances in the purple amplification planet. The location of their sects was naturally not a secret. They had arrived at the location of the purple amplified god sect. It said that the ancestor of this great sect was a true immortal realm powerhouse. There should be a complete true immortal realm killing array in the sect. With a complete true immortal realm killing array and a true immortal weapon, it can kill almost anyone below the true immortal realm. Will there be any problem if we go in like this? Jiang Luoluo whispered. Among the 3 of them, the purple-scaled fierce python was the strongest. Under normal circumstances, it could sweep across the entire purple amplification planet and be invincible. However, if they were to break into an inheritance with a complete true immortal weapon and a true immortal realm killing array, their lives would be in danger. Don't worry, I'm quite proficient in array Dao. With Senior Purple Python's half-step true immortal demonic power and my array Dao, a true immortal realm killing array is nothing. Lin Tian Dao. He had already thought of the problem that Jiang Luoluo was worried about, but he didn't care at all. With his attainments in array Dao and the purple-scaled fierce python's half-step true immortal demonic power, a true immortal realm killing array could be destroyed in the blink of an eye. I believe in your ability. Let's go, we'll kill our way in. The purple-scaled fierce python laughed, looking very forthright. Let's go. Lin Tian also laughed. Then, the 3 of them stepped into the immortal mountains in front of them and went straight ahead. In the blink of an eye, they were outside the purple amplified god sect. Who's there? Like all the other sects, there were several powerful disciples guarding outside the purple amplified god sect, each of them holding a golden battle spear. At this time, seeing Lin Tian's group approaching, one of them stepped forward with a battle spear in hand and asked coldly. However, in the next moment, when the purple amplified god sect disciple saw the appearance of Lin Tian's group, his face changed color directly. It's you. You. The disciple trembled. At the same time, the other purple amplified god sect disciples also saw the appearance of the 3 people, and they all trembled. Not long ago, the old ancestor of the Purple Evolved Divine Cult, the old ancestor of the Xianluo Immortal Palace, and the old ancestor of the Desolate Fan family, the 3 eternal realm existences who looked down on the Purple Evolution planet, had been killed in the Divine Garden. This news had long since spread throughout the entire Purple Evolution planet. Lin Tian and the other two's appearances were naturally known by the cultivators of this world. The disciples of the Purple Evolved Divine Cult naturally recognized the trio. Lin Tian didn't say anything. His pace didn't change as he walked straight into the Purple Amplified God sect with the purple-scaled Fierce Python and Jiang Luoluo. You. The Purple Amplified God sect disciples who were guarding this place trembled. They held their battle spears and retreated all the way. As the Purple Amplified God sect's disciples who looked down on the Purple Amplified God sect, these people were usually very arrogant. However, at this time, their eyes were filled with fear because the ones who came here were Lin Tian's group. The strongest ancestor of their sect, an eternal realm existence, died in the hands of Lin Tian's group. Now that they saw Lin Tian's group, how could they not be afraid? How could they not be frightened? In the blink of an eye, these people retreated into the Purple Amplified God sect. Lin Tian's group also stepped into the Purple Amplified God sect. After entering the Purple Yen God sect, as far as the eye could see, there were many mystical and ancient buildings in this branch. There were immortal plants and precious trees everywhere, and the spirit energy in the air was shockingly dense. It was as if this place was located in an immortal land. It's worthy of being a sect founded by a true immortal. Lin Tian's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. The moment he stepped into the Purple Evolved Divine sect, he could feel the magnificence and extraordinariness of this sect. The scale of this sect was just too grand. It was like a small celestial realm, surpassing any inheritance he had ever seen before. There were many disciples and cultivators coming and going inside the Purple Amplified God sect. At this time, many people naturally noticed Lin Tian's group and saw the faces of Lin Tian's group. Then, everyone's expression changed greatly in an instant. The group of Purple Amplified God sect's disciples trembled. The three who killed the strongest ancestor of their sect had broken into this place. To read the latest novel, please visit the disciples of the Purple Yen Divine Sect were terrified. Many of them trembled when they saw Lin Tian and the other two intruding into the sect. The three people who killed their Eternal Realm ancestor had broken into the Purple Yen Divine Sect at this time. Tong quickly informed the sect master and the supreme elders. A deacon said in a trembling voice. Immediately, some disciples rushed into the depths of the Purple Yen Divine Sect, trembling. Apparently, they were going to report to their superiors. Lin Tian glanced at the disciple of Ziyan who was rushing to report. He did not care and did not stop him. At the same time, he did not care about the other disciples and deacons in Ziyan Divine Sect. He followed the purple-scaled Fierce Python and Jiang Luoluo into the depths of the sect. Most of the supreme genuine fairy weapons and resources were placed in the depths of the sect. So this is the inheritance of a sect in the outside world. The Purple Yen Divine Python muttered to itself. It was born in the ancient immortal divine garden and had never been able to get out. Naturally, it did not know about the inheritance of a sect in the outside world. The Purple Yen Divine Sect here was the first sect it had seen since it started cultivating. Lin Tian could hear the Purple Yen Divine Python's muttering. He knew that it was curious because it had seen the inheritance of a sect in the outside world for the first time. He smiled and said nothing. The three of them walked in the Purple Yen Divine Sect and soon walked far away. Whoosh! 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 The sound of air braking rang out. 12 figures rushed in from the Purple Yen Divine Sect. Each of them was full of energy. 3 of them were at the half-step Eternal Realm, 1 was at the peak of the Immortal Realm, and the other 8 were at the middle stage of the Immortal Realm. They were the 3 supreme elders of the Purple Yen Divine Sect, the sect master of the Purple Yen Divine Sect, and the 8 ordinary elders of this sect. How dare you break in here? A supreme elder of the Purple Yen Divine Sect said. He gritted his teeth and stared at Lin Tian and the other 2. His face was livid with anger and hatred. The most powerful person in the Purple Yen Divine Sect, an Eternal Realm immortal, died in the hands of this group of people. Lin Tian glanced at the person who spoke and the other big shots of this sect. His expression was calm. Your Purple Evolved Divine Sect's old ancestor went to the Divine Garden to steal my Divine Pagoda's divine skill. Now, I am here to reap the fruits of your actions. He looked at the group of big shots from the Purple Evolved Divine Sect and said, hand over your true immortal artifacts and all your treasures as an apology, then I will leave. Otherwise, I will raze this place to the ground and erase your Purple Evolved Divine Sect from the Ziyan planet forever. His voice was very calm and not loud at all, but it instantly spread to every corner of the Purple Evolved God sect. For a moment, the group of ordinary disciples of the Purple Yang Divine sect shuddered. On the other hand, the eyes of the 12 great figures of this branch were burning with anger, and they all exuded a shocking coldness and killing intent. Not only did you kill our patriarch, but you also want to steal our genuine immortal weapons and resources, and even want to destroy our sect. Where do you think this is? So what if you have a half-step true immortal by your side? If it were any other place, we might be afraid, but right now, we are in the Purple Yen Divine Sect's territory. In this place, all those below the true immortal realm were ants. Whoever comes will die. The eyes of the 12 great figures were filled with coldness. Activate the formation. One of them roared. Immediately, the 12 of them formed hand seals at the same time. The Purple Evolved Divine Sect shook violently. Strands of murderous runes emerged, covering the entire Purple Evolved Divine Sect. A terrifying murderous intent that could shatter the heavens and shatter the earth rushed out. With a rumbling sound, the entire world seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. A genuine immortal level killing formation, tyrannical and terrifying. This, Jiang Luoluo couldn't help but tremble. She grabbed Lin Tian's sleeve tightly, because this killing intent was truly terrifying. The 10 great figures of the Purple Yen Divine Sect stood together, each of their eyes cold. A half-step true immortal beast, our patriarch died at your hands. If it were any other place, we wouldn't be able to do anything. But since you've come here, today, you won't be able to escape death. The third Grand Elder of this branch stared at the purple-scaled python, and his voice was bone-chilling. Then, he looked at Lin Tian, and you. Even though our patriarch was killed by that beast, the main reason was you, he died because of you. You've caused a great loss to our sect. Later, you'll be tortured to death by endless torture. Looking at Lin Tian, this person's eyes were filled with hatred. He only thought that their patriarch died because of Lin Tian, but did not think that their patriarch died because he wanted to snatch Lin Tian's divine pagoda technique and kill Lin Tian. It was clearly your old ancestor who shamelessly came to steal the treasure and kill people, only to be killed instead. Now, you actually have the nerve to complain with hatred? How can your skin be so thick? You really don't care about face at all. Jiang Luoluo's heart palpitated because of the genuine immortal level killing formation of the Purple Yen Divine Sect, but she still couldn't help but speak up. The Grand Elder of the Purple Yen Divine Sect who spoke up suddenly turned pale, and then became even more gloomy. Activate the Foundation Immortal Treasure. This person said coldly. Boom. The 12 great figures of this branch took action again. In the blink of an eye, they summoned a ball of immortal light and rushed out from the depths. In the next moment, the immortal light dispersed, revealing its shape. It was a treasured furnace covered with Tao patterns and immortal seals. The immortal light around it was true immortal qi, and the aura it emitted was extremely oppressive, as if a true immortal had walked out of seclusion. Our sect's strongest true immortal artifact, the Purple Yen Furnace. In this place, many disciples of the Purple Yen Divine Sect were excited, and their eyes fell on the treasured furnace that rushed out from the depths of the great sect. This treasured furnace was left behind by their founding ancestor of the Purple Yen Divine Sect, and it truly had the power to destroy everything. Lin Tian raised his head and looked at the Purple Yen Furnace that flew out from the depths of the Purple Yen Divine Sect, and his eyes were intertwined with rays of light. This is a true immortal artifact, it's really extraordinary. He muttered to himself. True immortal qi intertwined outside the Purple Yen Tower, and he felt the fluctuation of the immortal Tao Law, which was very shocking. Boom. Divine power rolled, shaking all directions, and the sound waves. It was deafening. The 12 great figures of the Purple Yen Divine Sect stood together, and at this time, directly merged the Purple Yen Furnace with the true immortal killing array, because they knew that the purple-scaled python beside Lin Tian was very terrifying, and only by using the true immortal artifact Purple Yen Furnace and the true immortal killing array at the same time could they possibly deal with the Purple Yen Python. Kill. The leading Grand Elder of the Purple Yen Divine Sect shouted. After the Purple Yen Furnace and the true immortal killing array merged, the killing light produced by the Purple Yen Furnace directly pressed down on Lin Tian and the other two. The void in all directions was completely sealed in an instant. The primordial pagoda and that sex thunder technique in your body, thank you for personally bringing it here. Later, we will slowly take it out. The sect leader of this sect stared at Lin Tian, his eyes were like a vulture, like a poisonous snake. Boom. Divine power boiled, and the killing light emitted by the purple yen furnace and the true immortal killing array suppressed Lin Tian and the other two in the blink of an eye. The killing power was extremely shocking. Lin Tian looked at the killing light pressing down on him, and he could feel how terrifying it was, but there was no trace of fear on his face. "Senior, please lend me your demonic power," he said to the purple-scaled python. The purple-scaled python nodded, and without the slightest hesitation, the demonic power of the half-step true immortal level continuously entered Lin Tian's body. Because of this matter, Lin Tian had mentioned before that he needed to borrow its power to break the array. The purple-scaled python's demonic power was gray, and it surged into Lin Tian's body, filling Lin Tian's entire body in a flash, making Lin Tian feel like he was omnipotent, and his essence, qi, and spirit soared. He looked at the true immortal killing array's power and the purple yen furnace that were pressing down from the sky, and his hands quickly formed a seal, and the heavenly one soul spell was directly operated to the limit, interweaving strands of formation seals and runes, and fiercely slapped above the sky. In the blink of an eye, these formation seals and runes collided with the true immortal killing array's power and the purple yen furnace that were pressing down from the sky. Chi. With a shattering sound, the true immortal killing array in the purple yen divine sect was immediately shattered, and its power was greatly reduced. Then, the sizzling sound continued to be heard, and in just a moment, the entire true immortal killing array collapsed, causing the power of the true immortal killing array to completely disappear. Only the purple yen furnace, which was a true immortal weapon, continued to press down. For a moment, everyone's expression changed. Our sect protecting killing array is broken? How is this possible? Impossible. The disciples of the purple yen divine sect were shocked. The highest elder, the sect leader, and several other elders, as well as the 12 bigwigs, were also trembling violently. How is this possible? The true immortal killing array left by their sect's ancestor was unparalleled in power, but now it was destroyed in an instant. On the other side, Jiang Luoluo and the purple-scaled python were also shocked. This is really, the purple-scaled python's eyes twitched violently. Previously, Lin Tian had mentioned that he was proficient in array Dao, and with its demonic power of half-step to true immortal level, the true immortal killing array of the purple yen divine sect was nothing. Although the python was convinced, it could not help but be shocked when it saw Lin Tian so easily destroy the true immortal killing array of the purple yen divine sect with its demonic power. It was too extraordinary. "Senior, take the purple yen furnace." Lin Tian's voice was heard. The purple-scaled python's body shook, and it immediately came to its senses. Okay. As soon as it finished speaking, it raised its hand, and its demonic power of half-step to true immortal realm surged, and there was even a faint immortal Dao law intertwined in it. It turned into a true immortal handprint and grabbed at the purple yen furnace. "You, don't even think about it." The 12 bigwigs of the purple yen divine sect also came to their senses at this time. Seeing the purple yen python of half-step to true immortal realm trying to seize the purple yen furnace, they were all shocked and angry. At the same time, they joined forces to control the purple yen furnace, causing it to emit a monstrous immortal power. Humph! With a cold snort, Lin Tian made his move. He activated the 5 thunder sky-shaking art, and dense silver lightning intertwined. In an instant, the place evolved into a sea of thunder, and the 12 bigwigs of the purple yen divine sect were shrouded in it. This was a peerless divine skill deduced from the heavenly tribulation. It was so powerful that it immediately made the 12 bigwigs' faces change. In the next moment, the 12 bigwigs were sent flying by the sea of thunder at the same time, and they all coughed up blood. The purple amplification furnace was covered with Dao runes, and strands of genuine immortal qi were intertwined around it, causing the void to distort inch by inch. Very strong. Lin Tian's eyes flashed. At this time, holding the purple amplification furnace, he could clearly feel its extraordinariness. He felt that with his current cultivation realm, holding the purple amplification furnace, he could almost fight with an early-stage eternal realm expert. This, the heritage of our clan, the immortal furnace, actually, how could this be? Inside the Purple Amplification Divine Sect, a group of Purple Amplification Divine Sect disciples trembled, their eyes full of panic. First, the genuine immortal level protective array was crushed, and now, even the most powerful immortal treasure was taken away. And all of this happened in an instant. Damn it. Return it. The 12 big shots of the Purple Amplification Divine Sect were all shocked and angry. One of the elders directly rushed towards Lin Tian. Lin Tian glanced at the man indifferently. He operated the 5 thunder sky shocking technique, and directly a silver lightning fell from the sky. With a puff, the elder of the Purple Amplification Divine Sect was smashed on the spot. Only his spirit was barely preserved, but it was also full of cracks. Obviously, he was only one step away from death. No wonder he has been struck by the heavenly tribulation all the way until now. It's really terrifying. Jiang Luoluo shrank her neck. Lin Tian had just stepped into the immortal realm, and the elder of the Purple Amplification Divine Sect was at the middle stage of the immortal realm. But such a casual silver lightning almost destroyed the elder of the Purple Amplification Divine Sect. It was really terrifying. Not only her, but the other big shots of the Purple Amplification Divine Sect were also shocked by Lin Tian's combat strength. Amazing. The purple-scaled fierce python also praised with heartfelt admiration. Lin Tian smiled and handed the Purple Amplification Furnace to the purple-scaled fierce python. Senior, refine this immortal furnace first. Then, with your cultivation and this genuine immortal weapon, it will be easier for us to break through the other 2 inheritances. All right. The violet-scaled python roared with laughter. Its natural disposition was forthright, and it wasn't pretentious at all. It directly took the violet amplification furnace that Lin Tian handed over and branded its own divine sense on it. Little friend, you can take the other treasures of this great sect, the true immortal artifacts of the other 2 inheritances, and other hidden treasures. This violet amplification furnace is enough for me. All right. Lin Tian nodded with a smile. He was not pretentious. Moreover, with the purple-scaled python's cultivation, the resources of the Purple Evolved God sect, the Xianluo Immortal Palace, and the Fan family were useless to the purple-scaled python except for the genuine immortal weapon. Now that the purple-scaled python had obtained a genuine immortal weapon from this place, there was no need for it to obtain anything else. In the next moment, he tilted his head and looked at the 3 supreme elders of the Purple Evolved God sect, the sect leader Ziyan, and the 8 ordinary elders. I've said it before. Hand over the genuine immortal weapon and resources as an apology, and I'll leave as if nothing happened. Otherwise, I'll raze this place to the ground and make your Purple Yen Divine sect disappear completely. Unfortunately, you chose the latter, he said. He took a step forward, and in the next moment, there was a loud boom. Thunder roared and lightning intertwined, and the whole sky darkened. The power of the thunder shrouded the entire area, as if a heavenly tribulation was pressing down. In an instant, the cultivators of the Purple Evolved God sect trembled again. They were all frightened by the power of the thunder. Even the 3 supreme elders who were half a step to the eternal realm could not help but tremble. You. What do you want to do? You want to kill us and destroy our inheritance? Don't go too far. One of the supreme elders of the Purple Evolved God sect spoke. He had cultivated for countless years and was about to enter the immortal realm, but at this time, his voice was trembling and his face was very ugly. Go too far? Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. He walked toward the 12 people at a steady pace. If you were in my position, if you had the ability to kill me, I would have been a corpse. No, there wouldn't even be a corpse left. In comparison, I gave you a chance to live in the beginning, a chance to continue preserving your inheritance, but you didn't cherish it. Since you don't cherish the chance to live and preserve your inheritance, then accept your fate. Now, don't lick your faces and say that I'm too ruthless. It's a disgrace. You, the supreme elder of the Purple Evolved God sect, was livid and looked very ugly. For a moment, he could not find any words to refute. The other 11 big shots also looked ugly, and they all clenched their hands tightly. Lin Tian took a step forward. With a boom, the sky was filled with thunder and lightning, and dozens of lightning bolts fell together. These lightning bolts were silver and intertwined with extremely strong thunder aura. They shrouded the 12 big shots of the purple evolved god sect and attacked them at the same time. You. Insolent. Fight him. The 12 big shots' faces were ugly. They knew that Lin Tian was going to kill them and destroy the purple evolved god sect no matter what. At this moment, they all attacked together. They all supported the powerful secret techniques of the purple evolved god sect and attacked Lin Tian in a mighty manner. Suddenly, the 12 people's attacks combined, and their divine power was violent, shaking the void in this place. The purple-scaled python coldly snorted, and a large amount of demonic light appeared. The aura of a half-step true immortal suppressed everything in an instant, causing the 12 big shots of the purple evolved god sect to tremble. The divine power outside their body became chaotic in an instant. "Senior, you don't have to do it. I'll do it alone," Lin Tian said. After stepping into the immortal realm, he wanted to test his current combat strength against the 12 people of the purple evolved god sect. The purple-scaled python was slightly stunned, and then nodded. It naturally guessed what Lin Tian was thinking at this time. It immediately withdrew its majestic demonic power, and quietly watched from the side. It was only ready to attack when Lin Tian's life was in danger. He just stepped into the immortal realm, and he wants to fight against 12 people alone. There are 3 half-step eternal level experts among them. "Is this a problem?" Jiang Luolua whispered. Boom! Thunder rumbled. Lin Tian stepped into the void, surrounded by silver lightning. It was the Lord of Thunder Punishment who was patrolling the world. He raised his hand, and dozens of lightning bolts fell from the sky. Just like before, they attacked the 12 people at the same time. The 12 big shots of the purple evolved god sect glanced at the purple-scaled python not far away. Seeing that it had no intention to help, they stared at Lin Tian, and their eyes became cold again. "I'll kill you," an elder said. His aura was much weaker than the others, and he was the one who was almost killed by Lin Tian's lightning. After saying that, he was the first to rush out. He activated the Great Path Law and Divine Sense secret skill at the same time, dodging the silver lightning bolts that fell on him. Then, he used the Great Path Law and Divine Sense secret skill to attack Lin Tian's head. At the same time, the other 11 people also attacked. From the beginning, they attacked with fatal moves, and their eyes were sinister. At this moment, Lin Tian had already made up his mind to kill. On the other hand, their true immortal level killing formation had been destroyed and their purple amplification furnace had been taken away. They were already very clear that they would definitely die today because there was a half-step true immortal level expert following Lin Tian. With such an expert standing behind Lin Tian, they, who no longer had the true immortal level killing formation and the purple amplification furnace, had no way of surviving. Therefore, at this moment, all of them were ruthless and used all their strength. They were determined to kill Lin Tian before they died. For a moment, the 12 Immortal Realm experts moved together, and the aura of destruction covered Lin Tian's surroundings. The scene was horrifying. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. Naturally, he knew what these people were thinking at this time, but he was not afraid at all. With a boom, he directly activated the 5 heaven-shaking thunders incantation to the extreme. In an instant, a vast sea of lightning appeared in this place. Silver lightning interweaved in this space like rain, and every bolt was extremely terrifying. In the next moment, his figure disappeared in an instant, and like a ghost, he appeared in front of an ordinary elder among the 12 people. This person's expression changed. He was the one whose body was shattered by Lin Tian's silver lightning. When he attacked Lin Tian, he had been staring at Lin Tian. He did not see Lin Tian at all, but Lin Tian appeared in front of him just like that. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. He directly slapped out, and silver lightning wrapped around his palm and fingers, and landed on this person's body. Ah! This person screamed. His body was torn into pieces, and his spirit was also shattered in an instant. 7th Elder. Sect leader Ziyan was shocked. The other 10 big shots also changed their expressions. They were originally attacking Lin Tian, and they were all staring at Lin Tian. Even so, Lin Tian disappeared from their sight in an instant. Then, in the next moment, one of their middle-stage Immortal Realm experts was killed. Everything happened too fast, and it made them tremble slightly. Damn it! Kill! The 11 of them were shocked and enraged. At this moment, they locked onto Lin Tian with their divine senses and unleashed their extreme speed. As they dodged the silver lightning that filled the sky, they once again attacked Lin Tian. Their killing power was extremely strong. Seeing the 11 people coming at him, Lin Tian's expression did not change. In the next moment, he disappeared again and appeared in front of another person among the 11. This person turned pale with fright. As the third elder of this branch, he was also at the half-step immortal realm. He did not see how Lin Tian moved to his side. How did you, boom? Lin Tian raised his hand. Silver lightning emerged, turning into a thunder sword and piercing into this person's sea of consciousness. With a puff, this person's body exploded. His sea of consciousness collapsed, and his spirit was also destroyed in an instant. Damn it! What's going on? How did you move? A grand elder of this branch couldn't help but roar. The other 9 people also looked at Lin Tian in both shock and anger. Just now, they had locked on Lin Tian with their divine senses. Even if Lin Tian was fast, they should have sensed something. However, they did not sense Lin Tian's movement at all. It was not logical. Lin Tian looked at the 10 people and took another step. In a flash, he appeared in front of another middle-stage immortal realm expert, Elder Ziyin. You, puff. Thunder rumbled. As Lin Tian waved his hand, the man was smashed into pieces. The dense silver lightning intertwined into a sea of thunder with blood splashing. In the blink of an eye, 3 elders at the middle stage of immortal realm were killed. Everyone in this branch trembled in fear. Damn it! The third great elder of this branch roared. His divine thought was boiling as he locked onto Lin Tian. The mighty divine power of half-step to eternal realm violently rushed toward Lin Tian in the silver sea of thunder. At the same time, the other 8 bigwigs of this branch also roared. They pushed their powerful divine thought to the limit, covering every corner in all directions. They locked onto Lin Tian and attacked him crazily. For a moment, the space was boiling with a rumbling sound. The destructive power was wanton. They knew that they would die today. They just wanted to kill Lin Tian before they died and drag Lin Tian down with them. They were all crazy. Lin Tian snorted. He used the 5 heavenly thunders technique to create a sea of thunder. The silver lightning was dense. He didn't care about the 9 bigwigs of the Purple Yin sect. The next moment, he disappeared again and reappeared in front of another elder. The man's expression changed. You. He had pushed his divine thought to the limit and locked onto Lin Tian. However, he still couldn't see Lin Tian's movement. In a flash, Lin Tian was right in front of him. Boom! Thunder roared. Lin Tian was expressionless. He used the 5 heavenly thunders technique to create the thunder god fist and hit the man directly. Ah! The man screamed. His body was torn into pieces. His divine soul was barely preserved and fled into the distance. However, in the next moment, a thick silver lightning fell from the sky and smashed his divine soul into pieces. In the blink of an eye, 4 of the 12 bigwigs of the Purple Yin sect were killed. What? What a monster! Jiang Luolua's eyes widened. Among the 12 great figures of the Purple Evolved God sect, the weakest was at the middle stage of the immortal realm. There were even 3 half-step immortal realm existences. Their combined battle strength was enough to sweep away anyone below the immortal realm. But now, Lin Tian, who had just stepped into the immortal realm, was able to fight against the 12 of them alone. He even killed 4 of them in the blink of an eye. In the silver sea of thunder, there were only 8 of the 12 high-ranking figures of the Purple Evolved God sect left. All of them were shocked and furious. At this time, they were completely unable to catch the trajectory of Lin Tian's movements, as if they had become live targets for Lin Tian. This feeling made them feel uncomfortable and angry. You scampering thing, do you dare to fight me face to face? An elder roared. Lin Tian glanced at this person from within the sea of lightning. His expression was indifferent, and he didn't say anything. In a flash, he appeared in front of this person. The man trembled, shocked by the sudden appearance of Lin Tian. He couldn't help but take a step back. You, Clang, the silver divine thunder surged. Lin Tian pointed his sword, using the five thunder sky-shocking art to evolve the thunder god slaying sword, which directly shattered the vast sky. With a puff, the man was smashed into pieces on the spot. As soon as his spirit body escaped, Lin Tianyi caught it in his hand. With a move of the silver thunder, it was directly crushed into pieces. There were only 7 of the 12 high-ranking figures of the purple evolved god sect left, and they became even more furious. Bastard! The 7 of them stared at Lin Tian, and then rushed toward him again. Lin Tian looked at these people with an indifferent expression. He operated the 5 thunder sky-shocking art. Silver lightning intertwined in this space, densely packed. He was in the middle of it, facing the 7 people rushing toward him. The next moment, he disappeared again and reappeared in front of another elder Ziyan. He raised his hand and punched. There were wisps of lightning intertwining at the tip of his fist, which was a combination of his physical strength and thunder technique. Puff, this elder Ziyan didn't even have time to dodge. He was directly smashed into pieces, and his blood splashed in the sky. Then, a large amount of silver lightning fell, shattering his divine soul. Again. Lin Tiandao. He didn't make any unnecessary movements and flashed like a ghost in the sea of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of another elder. He also ferociously struck down with a lightning fist, bringing along a large expanse of silver lightning and destroying this elder's body and soul. Damn. There were still 5 high-ranking figures left in this branch. They were all more furious, crazily storming toward Lin Tian, using all of their secret techniques. However, Lin Tian's movements in this sea of lightning were too strange. No one could capture his movements, and they couldn't even sense his movements. He easily dodged all of their attacks. In a blink of an eye, he appeared in front of another Middle Immortal Realm expert of this branch. Endless lightning struck him. Ah! The man screamed. Under the peerless thunder technique, his body and soul were destroyed on the spot. 8 great elders, all, in this place, the ordinary disciples of the Purple Yen God sect were frightened. It hadn't been long, but Lin Tian had killed all 8 Middle Immortal Realm elders of their branch. Ah! The 3 great elders of this branch and Headmaster Ziyan roared, their eyes bloodshot. For left, Lin Tian's voice was indifferent. Continue. Silver lightning weaved in all directions, creating a sea of lightning. In fact, it was a kind of realm divine ability of the 5 thunder sky-shaking art. It was called the 5 thunder god territory. In this 5 thunder god territory, he could use any lightning to change his position. It was as if he was stepping on a space node. It was hard for anyone to capture his movements. They couldn't even sense the aura of his divine power when he moved. Only those whose cultivation base was much higher than his could do that. At this moment, he supported this thunder god territory and stayed in this sea of lightning. It was like he was the master of this space. However, this 5 thunder god territory consumed a lot of divine power. Even with his current cultivation base and divine power, he couldn't support this secret technique for a long time. I'll kill all of you in 30 breaths. He said. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward and disappeared through the sea of lightning. He appeared in front of Headmaster Ziyan and threw a punch. Dong. This punch not only combined the power of his Immortal Realm reincarnation physique and the 5 thunder sky-shaking arts lightning power, but also the power of the Chaos Emperor fist. It was comparable to a supreme divine ability. Headmaster Ziyan's expression changed. He saw how terrifying this punch was. With a roar, he supported more than 10 great Tao principles and performed the core divine ability of the Purple Yen God sect to meet Lin Tian's punch. In the blink of an eye, the two collided. Crack! 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 The surrounding void shattered inch by inch. In the end, Headmaster Ziyan flew out and half of his body exploded. Lin Tian was unharmed. Looking at Headmaster Ziyan who was flying out, he switched places with the silver lightning in the 5 thunder god territory and appeared in front of Headmaster Ziyan in an instant. You, die. Lin Tian's voice was calm. The power of his flesh shell, the power of the Chaos Emperor fist, and the lightning power of the 5 thunder sky-shaking art combined to form another destructive punch. This time, sect leader Ziyan was forcefully shattered. His soul was also covered in cracks as he fled into the distance in a panic. Lin Tian's expression remained the same. He flicked his finger and a silver lightning turned into a thunder sword. It arrived in the blink of an eye and shattered the divine soul. "You're the only ones left." He looked at the three supreme elders and formed a seal with one hand. He formed the thunder dragon halberd and threw it out. With a whoosh, the thunder dragon halberd was extremely fast. It appeared in front of the three supreme elders in an instant. "Break!" The three supreme elders of the Purple Yen divine sect roared. They activated their great divine powers and shattered the thunder dragon halberd. However, at this moment, Lin Tian's figure stepped forward. Vast and mighty silver lightning enveloped the three men at the same time, attacking them indiscriminately. At the same time, he constantly changed his position with the help of the silver lightning in the thunder territory, making it difficult for the three men at the half-step eternal realm to track his movements. Their divine powers and secret skills were all ineffective. Puff. After a while, the third supreme elder of the Purple Yen divine sect was injured. He was smashed into pieces by Lin Tian. Blood splattered all over the sky. Then, Lin Tian stepped forward and operated the five thunder sky-shaking art to the limit. He summoned hundreds of silver lightning bolts and directly drowned the Supreme Elder's divine soul. "Ah!" A scream rang out. The Supreme Elder's divine soul was shattered and his body and spirit were destroyed in an instant. This Supreme Elder of the half-step to eternal realm was killed by him just like that. He has just entered the immortal realm, but he's already invincible in this realm? And that thunder skill of his is too terrifying? Jiang Luolua was shocked. In her vision, Lin Tian turned into a silver thunder sea. His whole body was covered with silver divine thunder. He really looked like the thunder god. The power of each lightning bolt made her heart palpitate. There are two more. In front, Lin Tian tilted his head and looked at the last two supreme elders of the Purple Yen divine sect. He stepped forward and pressed forward. Boom! He formed a seal with his hands and the sea of thunder boiled. The five heaven-shaking thunder incantation was activated to the maximum. The thunder dragon halberd and the silver lotus tiger slash appeared at the same time. They both contained a terrifying destructive power and rushed toward the two of them. At the same time, he moved with the help of the lightning in the thunder sea. The reincarnation map of the king's territory was supported and merged with the Great Way Law to form a reincarnation map of the Great Way. He really exerted his strongest battle strength and enveloped the two supreme elders of the half-step to eternal realm. Kill! The last two supreme elders of the Purple Yen divine sect roared. Their eyes had already turned red. At this time, they joined forces and madly attacked Lin Tian. In the blink of an eye, the two sides collided and shattered the void. Bang! Bang! Two figures flew out horizontally. The last two supreme elders of the Purple Yen divine sect coughed up blood and half of their bodies collapsed. On the other side, Lin Tian's body trembled a few times and his face turned pale. He collided with two experts of the half-step to eternal realm head-on. Even as strong as he was now, he still suffered some injuries. Of course, it was only a minor injury. He moved his mind and the nirvana of the sun automatically operated. This kind of injury was healed in the blink of an eye. Then, he stepped forward. The five thunder sacred realm boiled under his control. The dense silver lightning turned into silver thunder swords at this moment. Like a thunderstorm, they sealed off all directions and rushed toward the last two supreme elders of the Purple Yen divine sect. Puff! Puff! Blood splattered. The last two supreme elders of the Purple Yen divine sect did not have time to dodge and were directly smashed by the dense silver thunder swords. Their souls and bodies were tattered. They were shocked, angry, and frightened. Swoosh! The Purple Evolved God sect, including three supreme elders who were half a step away from the eternal realm, Headmaster Ziyan who was at the peak of the immortal realm, and 8 ordinary elders at the middle stage of the immortal realm, had all died in battle. The entire sect quieted down in an instant. Headmaster, elders, supreme elders, all of them, inside the Purple Evolved God sect, all the disciples were trembling in fear and panic. Their Purple Evolving God sect had been overlooking the Purple Spill planet for countless years. Their inheritance was endless, their background was deep, and their powerhouses were as numerous as clouds. They never thought that they would encounter such a situation one day. Just 3 people had broken into their sect and destroyed everything. The true immortal level sect protecting killing array had been destroyed, the true immortal artifact purple evolving furnace had been stolen, Headmaster Ziyin and all the other immortal realm masters and above had been killed, and even the eternal realm old ancestor had been killed by these 3 people outside their sect. How could this be? The headmaster and the elders are dead. What about us? What will happen to us? These people were terrified. Lin Tian stood in the distance. At this time, he put away the 5 heavenly thunder spell and appeared beside Jiang Luoluo and the purple-scaled python. Isn't your combat strength a little too terrifying? It's so strong that it defies the heavens. Jiang Luoluo looked at him with her eyes wide open. 12 experts were actually killed by Lin Tian alone in such a short period of time. It was truly a little shocking. If your combat strength isn't strong, how can you face the heavenly tribulation that came down one after another? You can't bear that kind of punishment for nothing. Lin Tian Dao. From the airborne realm until now, every time he stepped into a new realm, he had to suffer the destruction of heavenly tribulation. Although this process was pleasant, the benefits were undoubtedly huge. It was equivalent to being baptized by the power of heaven and earth many times more than other cultivators. In addition, he had the strongest reincarnation body. With such a combination, his combat strength was naturally far superior to other cultivators at the same level. Anyway, it's really amazing. The purple-scaled python said and then asked Lin Tian, little friend, the sea of silver lightning intertwined with the sea of thunder, is it a kind of domain magical ability? That is indeed the case. Lin Tian nodded. At the same time, he couldn't help but think that the purple-scaled python was worthy of being called a half-step true immortal realm expert. It actually saw through the 5 lightning divine territory that he had used just now, which was similar to a domain divine ability. Sure enough. The purple-scaled python nodded and said, it's a very powerful technique. Not bad, just that it consumes a bit more divine power. Lin Tian Dao. Powerful techniques often consume a lot of divine power. The purple-scaled python laughed. Lin Tian nodded. He naturally understood this. Then, he tilted his head and looked at the disciples of the Purple Yang Divine Sect. What are you going to do with these people? Jiang Luoluo asked. The Purple Yang Divine Sect is going to be destroyed. After that, they can go wherever they want. Lin Tian Dao. As he spoke, he glanced at the disciples of the Purple Yang Divine Sect and asked them to leave on their own. If anyone wanted to stay and resist, he would not show mercy. In this regard, the disciples of the Purple Yang Divine Sect naturally chose to leave. It was impossible for them to stay and seek death. In just a moment, all the disciples of the Purple Yang Divine Sect rushed out of the Purple Yang Divine Sect and quickly fled into the distance. They were afraid that Lin Tian would go back on his words and kill them. They're running really fast. Jiang Luoluo muttered. Lin Tian did not care about the disciples of the Purple Yang Divine Sect who fled. He tilted his head and looked at the various divine palaces of the Purple Yang Divine Sect. Let's go and get the treasures, he said. The Purple Yang Divine Sect's true immortal level formation was destroyed. The Purple Yang Furnace, a true immortal level weapon, was taken away. All the big shots were killed and the rest of the disciples fled. Now, the sect was basically destroyed. He called Jiang Luoluo and the purple-scaled python to go into the depths of the sect. He opened the ancient divine palaces and divine pavilions to search for the treasures accumulated by the sect. Clang! A magnificent immortal palace was pushed open. There were many precious weapons on display. There were sabers, swords, spears, and all kinds of weapons. They were all intertwined with cold light and covered with Dao patterns. Many of the weapons were spontaneously making clanging sounds as if they were alive. They emitted an incomparably fierce murderous aura as if they were going to kill Lin Tian and the other 2 on the spot. Lin Tian glanced around and found that there were 5 eternal weapon-level precious weapons, dozens of spirit treasure-level precious weapons, hundreds of ancestral weapon-level precious weapons, nearly 1,000 primordial heavenly treasure-level precious weapons, and countless other levels of precious weapons. It could be said to be a real armory. The value of the precious weapons together was immeasurable and beyond imagination. It should be said that it is worthy of being the sex inheritance created by a true immortal. Lin Tian's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. He waved his hand and collected all the weapons in the treasury. Next place, he said, and called Jiang Luoluo and the purple-scaled python to go to the other palaces of the sect. Soon, they found all kinds of treasures. There were too many to count, and most of them were extraordinarily valuable. Crack! A stone chamber was pushed open. Inside, there was a glimmer of light and extremely rich spiritual chi fluctuations intertwined. They were all Ling Jing. Lin Tian glanced at them roughly and found that there were about 80 billion jin. It's more than the total amount of Ling Jing I have accumulated before. He muttered to himself. 80 billion caddies of spirit crystals, even to the current him, was considered a very valuable treasure. He put away all of these spirit crystals, and then went to the other great halls of this branch, and found a great many treasures. Among them were all kinds of precious pills that could increase one's cultivation, divine materials for refining weapons, and divine medicines that could prolong one's life. He put all of them away. Finally, he, Jiang Luoluo, and the purple-scaled python went to the scripture palace of the sect. There were many mysterious and unpredictable ancient scriptures and divine skills. The core of the scripture was the purple amplification immortal scripture, which was a true immortal-level ancient scripture and was extremely valuable. Well, it seems that all the valuable treasures have been taken. Are we leaving? Jiang Luoluo looked at Lin Tian and asked. The purple amplification immortal sect was rich and had many treasures. However, she was not surprised because her family was slightly better than the purple amplification immortal sect. She had seen all the resources in her family. In terms of knowledge, she was better than Lin Tian. There are still some things I need to take. Lin Tianandao looked at the purple-scaled python and said, Senior, please lend me your demonic power. Okay. The purple-scaled python was curious about what Lin Tian wanted to do. However, it did not hesitate and directly injected the half-step true immortal-level demonic power into Lin Tian's body. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tian's body was filled with majestic half-step true immortal-level power. It was also at this moment that Lin Tianyuan circulated the dragon burial scripture and directly broke open the surface of this lineage, revealing the underground world where its foundation was. A vast and powerful immortal formation was engraved inside, imprisoning numerous spiritual light dragons that were overflowing with spiritual energy. These spiritual light dragons were all divine veins, and there were about 900 of them. They were imprisoned here by a true immortal level array as the foundation of the purple amplification immortal sect. There was also a spiritual celestial pool under it. Its spiritual energy was much more powerful than the divine veins, 900 divine veins. And a spiritual celestial pool. Lin Tian muttered to himself as his eyes lit up. He could not help but sigh. The purple amplification ancient star was indeed the central star of a star field. The purple amplification immortal sect on this ancient star alone had 900 divine veins. Adding all the inheritances on this ancient star, as well as the ownerless divine veins in other places, the number of divine veins in this star was at least hundreds of thousands, or even more than 1 million. It was really shocking and much more powerful than the 10 heavenly regions. In other words, the two could not be compared at all. He took a deep breath, and with the help of the half-step true immortal realm demonic energy of the purple-scaled python, he broke open the true immortal realm grand array that was sealing the 900 divine veins and the spiritual celestial pool. Then, he used the dragon burial scripture to compress all 900 divine veins into small dragons that were about 1 inch long. Then, he carefully took out the spiritual celestial pool and placed it in his origin small world. The spiritual celestial pool was many times more valuable than the 900 divine veins. It was almost comparable to the dragon essence of the ancestral dragon's vein he found in the 10 heavenly regions. You really didn't leave anything behind, Jiang Luoluo muttered. Jiang Luoluo muttered. Then, she said, however, the value of this foundation is indeed very high. If it's not valuable, I'm too lazy to take it. Lin Tiandao said. Can we go now? Jiang Luoluo asked. Lin Tiandao nodded. He had taken all the valuable things in the purple evolved divine sect, so it was time to leave. He called out to Jiang Luoluo and the purple-scaled python and soared into the sky. He destroyed the place where this sect was established with a dense sword light. Then, he flew in the sky and flew toward the western side of this ancient star. Not long after, he arrived outside another group of immortals. A group of strange palaces stood in the group of immortals. They were all magnificent. It was the Xianluo Immortal Palace's establishment. Arriving at this place, he, Jiang Luoluo, and the purple-scaled python directly stepped into the group of mountains. They entered the Xianluo Immortal Palace under the frightened gazes of the Xianluo Immortal Palace's disciples. All the big shots of this sect jumped out. You killed our sect's ancestor. How dare you come here? What do you think the Xianluo Immortal Palace is? Come here, even if you have a half-step true immortal with you, you will still die. How dare you? The primordial divine pagoda and the thunder art that our ancestor couldn't get, but you personally delivered them. Very good, very good. The big shots of this sect's big shots had eyes as sharp as knives. Among them, the first Supreme Elder said coldly, activate the sect's killing array and sacrifice the Xianluo Immortal Sword. Kill that half-step true immortal demonic beast and that little girl. His eyes fell on Lin Tiandao. As for him, suppress him first. After we get the primordial divine pagoda and the thunder art, we will cut him into pieces. As soon as he finished speaking, the big shots of this sect moved together and directly activated the immortal level killing array left by their sect's founder. The entire Xianluo Immortal Palace was shrouded by this terrifying killing array, trapping Lin Tiandao and the other two. Moreover, almost at the same time, a true immortal level immortal sword charged out from the depths of this lineage. The sword was covered with strange Dao patterns, and it emitted an extremely cold sword might. It was as if the slightest movement of the sword could shatter everything in the world. Boom! The void rumbled. The combination of the Xianluo Immortal Palace's true immortal-grade killing formation and the Xianluo sword, a true immortal-grade weapon, was simply too frightening. It completely sealed off every inch of the surrounding void. For a time, along with this terrifying killing intent and sword momentum, violent hurricanes swept up in this place. Lin Tian and the other two's hair and clothes fluttered wildly in the wind. However, their expressions did not change. You guys are really obsessed with my primordial divine pagoda and the thunder art. Even Ancestor Xianluo, who is in the eternal realm, failed to snatch them from me. Yet, you guys are still thinking about it and want to kill me to snatch my treasures. Lin Tian laughed. The big shots of Xianluo Immortal Palace stared coldly at Lin Tian with killing intent and greed in their eyes. You can only blame yourself for barging into this place. The divine treasures of heaven and earth belong to those who are capable. Xianluo Immortal Palace has been overlooking Xian Ancient Star for countless years. We are the uncrowned emperor of this world. The primordial divine pagoda and the thunder art should belong to us. You are just a rogue cultivator. You don't deserve to have them. Don't talk nonsense with him. Suppress him and take the primordial divine pagoda and the thunder art. Then, kill him to avenge our ancestor and use his blood and soul to defend the dignity of our sect. All of these important figures had emotionless expressions on their faces. Suppress. The first Supreme Elder waved his hand and the Xianluo Immortal Sword combined with the true immortal killing array pressed down on Lin Tian and the other two. The overbearing aura was vast and mighty, like a galaxy pressing down. Lin Tian raised his head and looked at the true immortal killing array and the Xianluo Immortal Sword hanging high in the sky. Little friend, let me do it. The purple-scaled python said. Lin Tian nodded. Then, I'll have to trouble you. It's my pleasure. The purple-scaled python laughed. When the big shots of Xianluo Immortal Palace heard his words, they could not help but snort with disdain. So what if you have reached the half-step true immortal realm? You can't block our true immortal killing array and true immortal weapon. Xianluo sneered. The purple-scaled python coldly glanced at this person. Then, it took a step forward. The demonic power of the half-step real immortal realm surged out like a raging sea. Then, in the next moment, an immortal furnace flew out from his body. It was covered in Taoist patterns and instantly emitted boundless true immortal force. In an instant, the great figures of the Xianluo Immortal Palace shuddered, and their expressions changed. Purple Amplification Furnace. These people were shocked. Naturally, they recognized that this was the strongest true immortal artifact of the purple evolved divine sect. At the same time, the expressions of all the disciples of the Xianluo Immortal Palace changed, and all of them were astounded. The true immortal weapon of the purple evolved divine sect, how could it be in its hands? This is, borrowed from the purple evolved divine sect? That's impossible. The old ancestor of the purple evolved divine sect was also killed by this man. How could he lend the supreme genuine immortal weapon to him? Could it be, it was taken from the purple evolved divine sect? This. The disciples of the Xianluo Immortal Palace trembled. Boom, the aura of a true immortal rolled, and it was so powerful that it shook the void. The violet-scaled python took out the purple amplification furnace, causing it to emit an incomparably terrifying aura. Dense immortal Tao laws intertwined. It was unknown how many times stronger it was than the Xianluo sword unleashed by the Xianluo Immortal Palace. This was not because the Xianluo Immortal Sword was inferior to the purple amplification furnace. In fact, the two weapons were of the same grade. The reason why the purple amplification furnace was so much more powerful than the Xianluo Immortal Sword was because the purple amplification furnace was activated by the purple-scaled fierce python, who was a half-step true immortal, while the Xianluo Immortal Sword was only activated by a dozen immortal-level practitioners. Therefore, the purple amplification furnace was naturally more powerful than the Xianluo Immortal Sword. How could you have the true immortal artifact of the purple evolved divine sect? The great figures of the Xianluo Immortal Palace all looked frightened. Originally, with the combination of the Xianluo Sword and the true immortal level killing formation, they were confident that they could easily suppress Lin Tianyi and the others. But now, as the purple-scaled fierce python released the purple amplification furnace, which was of the same grade as the Xianluo sword, they panicked. With the purple-scaled fierce python's half-step true immortal level cultivation and the purple amplification furnace, the combination of their true immortal level killing formation and the true immortal level killing formation lost its deterrent power. In comparison, it was much weaker than the purple-scaled fierce python with the purple amplification furnace. Looking at the purple-scaled fierce python and Lin Tian, the great figures of the Xianluo Immortal Palace could not help but tremble. Lin Tian glanced at them indifferently and said nothing. This is bad. Jiang Luoluo murmured. As soon as she finished speaking, an even more terrifying true immortal aura and the law of immortal Tao surged, shaking the heavens and splitting the earth. The purple amplification furnace moved with the purple amplification python in hand. With the cultivation base of a half-step true immortal, it directly activated the strongest power that a half-step true immortal could muster. It was like an active volcano erupting. In an instant, it caused the Xianluo Immortal Palace's true immortal level killing formation and true immortal weapon to tremble. Then, with a series of cracking sounds, the true immortal level killing formation began to disintegrate. After 3 breaths, a corner of the true immortal level killing formation was torn apart by the purple-scaled fierce python with the purple amplification furnace. Then, it stepped forward and attacked the Xianluo sword with the purple amplification furnace. Together, activate the immortal sword. The first supreme elder of the Xianluo Immortal Palace shouted, frantically activating the Xianluo Immortal Sword with the other great figures. However, the strongest among them was only a half-step to the eternal realm. How could they resist the purple amplification furnace, a true immortal level weapon activated by the purple-scaled fierce python? In a flash, they were all sent flying, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. The purple-scaled fierce python pressed down with the purple amplification furnace. Rich true immortal aura and the law of immortal Tao intertwined beside the purple amplification furnace, directly suppressing the Xianluo Immortal Palace's imprint on the sword. Little friend, take this sword. With a wave of its hand, it threw the Xianluo Immortal Sword, which had its imprint removed, to Lin Tian. Lin Tian raised his hand and caught the Xianluo Immortal Sword, branding his divine soul imprint on the immortal sword. The immortal sword was 3 feet long, forged with special Yen immortal divine iron. He injected a little divine power into it, causing the Xianluo Immortal Sword to hum loudly. An extremely sharp sword force spread out, as if it wanted to split the heavens in two. Good sword. A bright light flashed in his eyes. This Xianluo Immortal Sword was really good. The immortal sword of my sect was, how could this be, In this place, the disciples of the Xianluo Immortal Palace were terrified. Lin Tian and the other two had only entered for a short while, but their sect's most powerful genuine immortal artifact had been taken away. This was the most powerful treasure of the Xianluo Immortal Palace. Damn it! Give it back! The big shots of the Xianluo Immortal Palace were shocked and angry. The first Supreme Elder of the Xianluo Immortal Palace rushed toward Lin Tian. Humph! The purple-scaled fierce python snorted and waved its hand. A demonic light flashed and enveloped the person. Ah! The first Supreme Elder of the Xianluo Immortal Palace screamed. His body and divine soul were annihilated on the spot. After all, this person was only a half-step to the Eternal Realm. How could he block the attack of a half-step genuine Immortal Realm expert? First Supreme Elder. Xianluo Sect Master was terrified. At the same time, the other two Supreme Elders and the other ordinary elders of the Xianluo Immortal Palace were terrified and trembling. You, the second Supreme Elder of the Xianluo Immortal Palace looked at the purple-scaled fierce python and couldn't help but step back. The purple-scaled fierce python glanced at the second Supreme Elder and the other big shots of the Xianluo Immortal Palace. It snorted and attacked again. It didn't use the purple amplification furnace this time. Instead, it waved its right hand and a large amount of demonic light fell on the crowd. Ah! The second Supreme Elder of the Xianluo Immortal Palace was hit by the demonic light and died on the spot. Then, the screams continued. In the face of the demonic light of the half-step genuine immortal purple-scaled fierce python, these people couldn't resist at all. In just a moment, the Xianluo Immortal Palace's sect master, several ordinary elders, and 3 Supreme Elders of the Xianluo Immortal Palace were all killed. In an instant, the whole Xianluo Immortal Palace was dead silent. Only the disciples of the Xianluo Immortal Palace were trembling in fear. Little friend, how should we deal with these people? The purple-scaled fierce python asked Lin Tian. If they don't want to resist and kill us, let them go. Lin Tian Dao. He glanced at the ordinary disciples of the Xianluo Immortal Palace and asked them to leave on their own. If they didn't want to and wanted to stay and fight with the Xianluo Immortal Palace, he would kill them without mercy. In this regard, the disciples of the Xianluo Immortal Palace naturally chose to leave. After all, after witnessing the ferocious power of the purple-scaled fierce python, who would want to stay and fight back, in an instant, the sound of the air being torn was heard continuously. The disciples of the Xianluo Immortal Palace ran away in the blink of an eye. They ran away so fast. Jiang Luoluo murmured. Go and get the treasure. Lin Tian Dao. The big shots of the Xianluo Immortal Palace were killed and the Xianluo Immortal Sword was taken away. The other ordinary disciples had already left. He, Jiang Luoluo and the purple-scaled fierce python went to the depths of the Xianluo Immortal Palace. They pushed open the immortal palaces one after another and took out the treasures. There were 5 eternal weapons, dozens of immortal soul treasures, hundreds of Emperor Void ancestral weapons, more than 1,000 primordial heavenly treasures, 70 billion gene of Ling Jing, and countless Baodan treasures that could increase one's cultivation and heal one's body. Among these divine abilities and secret techniques, the Xianluo scripture was the most valuable. It was a true immortal ancient scripture and was very mysterious. Lin Tian put away all the treasures and resources. Then, with the help of the purple-scaled python's half-step true immortal demonic energy, he took out the foundation of this vein. There were a total of 900 divine veins and 2 spiritual chi dragon pearls, which were extremely valuable. Well, let's go. He took all the valuable treasures of the Xianluo Immortal Palace and destroyed the place where the Xianluo Immortal Palace was established. Then, he called Jiang Luoluo and the purple-scaled fierce python and went in another direction of this world. Not long after that, they appeared outside another inheritance. It was the ancestral land of the Fan family. The Fan clan had been passed down since the primordial era. Like the other great powers, it was situated within an extraordinary group of mountains. When looked at from afar, the Fan clan was filled with numerous grand divine halls and divine pavilions. Moreover, there were numerous unique plants growing within the clan. It was even to the extent that one could see a few waterfalls that flowed in reverse in the depths of the Fan clan. Lin Tian, Jiang Luoluo, and the purple fierce python had nothing to say. They arrived at the Fan family's territory in the blink of an eye. Under the fearful gazes of the Fan family's disciples, they walked into the Fan family's territory as if they were walking on flat ground. In an instant, the Fan family's disciples trembled, and many of them involuntarily stepped back. "You. What do you want?" someone asked, but his voice was trembling. Lin Tian glanced at him and said nothing. He tilted his head and looked toward the depths of the Fan family's territory. Almost at the same time, 3 figures rushed out from the depths of the Fan family's territory and approached them in the blink of an eye. They were 3 elders at the middle stage of the immortal realm. When they saw Lin Tian, Jiang Luoluo, and Lin Tian and the purple fierce python, their eyes were bone-chilling. They clenched their fists tightly, full of anger and killing intent. Lin Tian and the purple fierce python, one had killed the Fan family's patriarch, 4 immortal elders, and 3 half-step eternal realm supreme elders. The other had even killed their eternal realm ancestor. They hated the 2 of them very much. Lin Tian glanced at them and said, "I won't say much. You know very well why I'm here. Hand over your family's genuine immortal weapons and resources as an apology, and I'll leave. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences." His voice was very calm, causing the 3 elders of the Fan clan to be even more enraged. The killing intent in their eyes intensified. "You killed our patriarch, supreme elders, and ancestor. Now you're in our territory, and you dare to ask us to hand over our genuine immortal weapons and resources? You're courting death. Where do you think the Fan family's territory is?" The first elder of this branch gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with rage and killing intent. At the same time, the other 2 elders did the same. They were all extremely angry. "I'm giving you a chance. Don't waste it." Lin Tian Dao. His voice was calm from beginning to end. There was no joy or sorrow in his voice, which made the 3 elders of the Fan clan even more furious. The eyes of the Grand Elder of the Fan family were filled with murderous intent, and he did not bother to hide it at all. "Sacrifice the clan's killing array. The immortal cauldron of the Protector clan. Not just anyone can barge into my Fan clan. Anyone below the true immortal realm can come." "Stop." A voice rang out from outside the Fan clan. It was filled with urgency as it interrupted the words of the Fan clan's first elder. There, a figure rushed over, the divine force fluctuations around his body extremely vigorous. "Yes. 5th elder." A disciple of the Fan clan said. Lin Tian looked outside the Fan clan. Seeing the 5th elder of the Fan clan rushing over, he didn't care. His expression remained calm. In the blink of an eye, the Fan family's 5th elder rushed in from the outside, arriving beside the other 3 Fan family elders. "5th elder, you've returned just in time." The first elder of the Fan clan glanced at the 5th elder. The 5th elder had gone out on his travels a few years ago, and there had been no news of him. Now that he had returned, and at such a coincidental time, he could be considered a powerful force. "Let's work together to activate the clan's protective killing formation and protective immortal cauldron to kill these 3. One of them is a half-step true immortal, so be careful. As for the reason, I'll tell you in detail later." As he spoke to the 5th elder, his gaze fell on Lin Tian and the other 2. The killing intent in his eyes intensified. With the addition of a mid-stage immortal 5th elder, they could activate the clan's protective killing formation and protective immortal cauldron even more. "No. 1st elder, listen to me." The 5th elder glanced at Lin Tian, his eyes filled with panic. He said urgently to the 1st elder of the Fan clan, "No matter what request he has, agree to it. Don't do anything." "What?" The 1st elder of the Fan clan glared at the 5th elder. "5th elder, have you lost your mind from traveling the world? Do you know what you're saying? Do you know what happened?" He roared, "Our clan's grand ancestor, patriarch, 3 grand supreme elders, and a few other elders died because of him. Now, he's barging into our clan and arrogantly demanding that we hand over our true immortal cauldron and all our treasures and resources. You're telling us not to do anything and to agree to all his requests?" The other 2 elders of the Fan clan also looked at the 5th elder. They did not understand why the 5th elder would say something like that. The 5th elder said anxiously, "I know. I've heard about everything that happened before I came back. I know very well what the situation is now. First Elder, listen to me. Don't do anything to him. Otherwise, we'll be in big trouble. As he spoke, he leaned toward the First Elder of the Fan Clan and whispered something that only the First Elder of the Fan Clan could hear. What? The First Elder of the Fan Clan trembled. The anger on his face disappeared in an instant. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Lin Tian, Jiang Luoluo, and the purple-scaled python stood together. They looked at the First Elder of the Fan Clan calmly. Have you finished your discussion? Are you going to hand it over or not? He asked, his voice still calm. The First Elder of the Fan Clan trembled. He looked at Lin Tian and could not help but tremble. He said with difficulty, "We'll hand it over." As soon as he said that, the other two elders of the Fan Clan who had rushed out with him were shocked. They did not understand what was going on. One of them, the second elder of the Fan Clan, looked at the First Elder of the Fan Clan and said, "First Elder, why are you suddenly, shut up?" The First Elder of the Fan Clan roared and interrupted him. Then, he ordered a few Empyrean realm experts of the Fan Clan to retrieve the accumulated resources of the clan. Soon, they took out all the precious weapons, Baodan, Lingjing, and other treasures of the Fan Clan. Then, he summoned a true immortal cauldron from the depths of the clan. It was the Fan Clan's Fan Flame Cauldron. He reluctantly handed it to Lin Tian with trembling hands. "Everything you want is here." He gritted his teeth and said with a trembling voice. Lin Tian glanced at the Fan Flame Cauldron. The Fan Flame Cauldron was a true immortal artifact, and there were also the 5 Sex eternal weapons, dozens of immortal soul artifacts, hundreds of Empyrean realm ancestral artifacts, Chaos Origin heavenly treasures, and other artifacts. In addition, there were also various Baodan immortal herbs. There was a total of 70 billion caddies of Lingjing. There were also many kinds of divine abilities and secret techniques, comparable to the Xianluo Immortal Palace. He waved his hand and took the Fan Flame Cauldron, erasing the Fan Clan's mark on it and placing his own divine sense imprint on it. He kept the other treasures and glanced at the 5th Elder of the Fan Clan. Then, he asked Jiang Luoluo and the purple-scaled python to leave. The disciples of the Fan family watched as Lin Tian, Jiang Luoluo, and the purple-scaled python left. Only when the 3 of them were out of sight of the Fan family did they finally let out a long sigh of relief. "First Elder, what's going on? Why did you change your mind? Why did you lower your head? We have genuine immortal grade killing arrays and genuine immortal artifacts, we don't need to be afraid of them." The second elder of the Fan Clan looked at the First Elder with a slightly ashen face. Then, he looked at the 5th Elder of the Fan Clan. "5th Elder, what did you say to the First Elder? What happened?" At the same time, the other elder of the Fan Clan and the other disciples of the Fan Clan looked at the 5th Elder. The 5th Elder suddenly rushed back and said a few words to the First Elder, and the First Elder suddenly changed his mind. The 5th Elder of the Fan Clan looked in the direction Lin Tian and the others left with unconcealable fear in his eyes. He took a deep breath and said, "When I came back, I learned that the Purple Yang Divine Sect and the Xianluo Immortal Palace were all destroyed by him." "What?" As soon as this was said, the second elder and the other elders of the Fan Clan turned pale with fright. At the same time, the other disciples of the Fan Clan trembled. The Purple Yang Divine Sect and the Xianluo Immortal Palace were, how is that possible? This, everyone was shocked. The Purple Yang Divine Sect and the Xianluo Immortal Palace were the top 3 inheritances of the Purple Yang Ancient Star. Among them, the Purple Yang Divine Sect was even stronger than the Fan Clan. But now, it was destroyed by Lin Tian together with the Xianluo Immortal Palace? Are you sure? The second elder of the Fan Clan looked at the 5th Elder in shock. "Would I joke about this?" The 5th Elder of the Fan Clan said in detail. He had seen a group of disciples of the Xianluo Immortal Palace fleeing in fear. Out of curiosity, he went forward to ask them and learned that the Xianluo Immortal Palace had been destroyed by Lin Tian and the Purple Yang Divine Sect. He was shocked and personally went to the place where the Purple Yang Divine Sect and the Xianluo Immortal Palace were established. What he saw was 2 pieces of ruins. During this process, he learned about the grudge between Lin Tian and the Xianluo Immortal Palace and the Purple Yang Divine Sect. He also knew that Lin Tian also had a grudge with the Fan Clan. He had rushed to the Fan Clan's residence at full speed and returned before the calamity befell the Fan Clan. If we had fought with him just now, we would have followed in the footsteps of the Purple Yang Divine Sect and the Xianluo Immortal Palace. This person said, his voice trembling. On the Purple Yang Star, the wind was blowing. Lin Tian's group walked out of the Fan Clan's residence. At this time, they were already very far away from the Fan Clan's residence. Speaking of which, why did the Fan Clan's Grand Elder suddenly change his mind? Didn't he want to kill us in the beginning? Why did his attitude change so quickly? What did that fifth elder who rushed back say to him? Jiang Luoluo was curious. Lin Tian glanced at her from the corner of his eyes. Little girl, your brain is not very flexible. He said, the Fan Clan's Grand Elder changed his mind, which means that he is afraid of us after hearing the fifth elder's words. Then, what does the fifth elder know about us that could make him afraid? Obviously, it's the matter of us destroying the Purple Yang Divine Sect and the Xianluo Immortal Palace. After Lin Tian's reminder, Jiang Luoluo instantly understood why the great elder of the Fan family changed his attitude. That old man is very wise, she said. As long as it's a normal person, after knowing that kind of thing, they would make the same judgment. Lin Tiandao. He, Jiang Luoluo, and the purple-scaled python were walking in the void. After a while, they had gone far away. Senior, let's go to the celestial devouring valley of this world. There is something very important there. Please accompany me to get it, he said to the purple-scaled python. There was a fragment of the sword soul in the celestial devouring valley of the Xian star, but it was extremely dangerous. Ordinary eternal realm experts would die there. With his current strength, even if he was a reincarnated body, he could not enter the depths of the celestial devouring valley safely. However, with the help of the purple-scaled python, a half-step true celestial expert, it was not a big problem. Now that the grievances with the three top inheritances of this world had been settled, it was time to get the fragment of the sword soul. No problem. Let's go, the purple-scaled python said with a smile. Lin Tian had mentioned this matter to it before, and it had always kept it in mind. Thank you, Senior. Lin Tiandao. Then, he led the way with Jiang Luoluo and the purple-scaled python in a fixed direction. Along the way, they tore the void several times and appeared in front of a valley after a few hours. Actually, it wasn't accurate to call it a valley because it was too vast. It was formed from tens of thousands of mountains, and it wasn't related to the word valley at all. Instead, it was more like a boundless mountain range. As far as the eye could see, the vegetation was sparse, and wisps of mist floated about. It was like a dead mountain in hell. When they came to this place, they could not help but feel a sense of fear just by looking at it from afar. Is this the celestial devouring valley you mentioned? It's a little scary. Jiang Luoluo stared at him. Her cultivation was not high, but her spiritual sense was not weak. She could clearly feel that this mountain range was not simple. Furthermore, in the face of such a gloomy place, even those with weak spiritual perception would be able to tell that it was very frightening just by looking at its surface. If I wasn't afraid, I would have already taken that thing out by myself. Why would I wait until now? Lin Tiandao looked at the purple-scaled python and asked, Senior, what do you think? Not simple, the purple-scaled python said, but it's not a big problem. Lin Tianyi smiled and said, then I'll have to trouble Senior. This place was the most dreadful life-forbidden zone on the entire Xian planet. He couldn't see anyone else nearby. He found a remote corner and directly entered with Jiang Luoluo and the purple-scaled python. As soon as he stepped in, the air suddenly became countless times colder. It was as if he had stepped into the underworld. So cold. Jiang Luoluo shuddered involuntarily. Lin Tian looked towards the depths of the cave. His eyes were intertwined with a brilliant light. He said something to the purple-scaled python. Then, the three of them stepped into the depths of the cave. There was a wind blowing in the valley. It brought with it strands of black fog, making the air even colder. There were many mountains and the soil was moist. Many places were brownish red, as if they had been soaked in blood. The three of them walked into the depths of the valley. The purple-scaled python walked in the front. Soon, they were very far away. Roar. A sound beast with bloody hair all over its body rushed out. Its eyes were green, and its aura was very frightening. It was comparable to an Emperor Space Realm cultivator. The purple-scaled python raised its hand and directly smashed it into pieces with a slap. For a half-step true immortal expert, a lunar beast that was comparable to an Emperor Space Realm cultivator was really nothing. The three of them walked into the depths of the cave. Along the way, they encountered many strange monsters. However, they were all easily dealt with by the purple-scaled python. Gradually, the air became even colder. A mountain appeared in front of them. Black fog lingered on it. It was thicker than other places. 7 figures stood there quietly. They are still standing there. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. Looking from afar, the 7 figures had empty eyes. They were all wearing extremely ancient clothes. It was difficult to tell which era they belonged to. There was not a trace of life fluctuation on their bodies. They were completely dead. Most importantly, they were surrounded by a very thick true immortal aura and immortal law fluctuation, which gave people a very frightening feeling. This is? Jiang Luoluo stared. Could it be that the corpses of true immortals have changed? She could naturally feel that the 7 figures were not living people. The true immortal aura and immortal law fluctuation on their bodies were very thick. It was far from the true immortal aura and immortal law fluctuation of a half-step true immortal cultivator. Even the purple-scaled python was shocked. I can be sure that they were at least true immortals when they were alive. Suddenly, on the mountain ridge in the distance, the 7 figures turned their heads at the same time. They looked in their direction at the same time. Their eyes were like black holes. Jiang Luoluo trembled. They found us. On the mountain ridge, the 7 ancient corpses had existed for a very long time. Their corpses were indestructible. Their empty and numb eyes looked at Lin Tian and the other 2. They were like 7 soul reapers who had stepped into this world from the underworld. Senior, can you deal with them? Lin Tian asked the purple-scaled python. The 7 ancient corpses were very frightening. The last time he came to this immortal devouring valley to get the sword soul fragment, he had to retreat because of these 7 ancient corpses. Now, his cultivation was much stronger than before. He had reached the early stage of immortal realm. However, when facing these 7 ancient corpses, he still felt a great pressure. He was not confident that he could deal with them. The purple-scaled python looked at the 7 ancient corpses on the mountain ridge and said, "No problem." True immortals were very frightening. However, these were just corpses of true immortals. For a half-step true immortal like it, they were nothing. After saying that, it asked Lin Tian and Jiang Luoluo to follow behind it. Its half-step true immortal realm demonic power surged as it walked forward. On the mountain ridge, the 7 ancient corpses were like puppets, and their expressions were numb and stiff. When they saw Lin Tian's group of 3 approaching, they suddenly moved like ghosts, and they brought along strands of bone-piercing cold winds as they pounced towards the 3 of them from the front. The purple-scaled python snorted and growled. A 100-meter-long purple python appeared behind it. It was formed by the half-step true immortal realm demonic power. With a swing of its tail, it smashed dozens of mountain ridges and then fell on the 7 ancient corpses. Suddenly, a series of banging sounds rang out. The 7 ancient corpses were sent flying at the same time, smashing into the distance like meteors. So violent. Jiang Luoluo swallowed her saliva. Even Lin Tian was shocked. Although he had seen how powerful and frightening the purple-scaled python was, he could not help but be surprised when he saw the purple-scaled python use its demonic art to send the 7 true immortal realm corpses flying with a swing of its tail. He tilted his head and looked in the direction of the 7 ancient corpses. Well, it's a pity. These 7 ancient corpses should have been true immortal realm powerhouses when they were alive. The essence of flesh and blood in their bodies was very shocking. If they had not turned into corpses, he could have used the Saint Refining Precious technique to refine their life essence. Then, his cultivation would have increased greatly. But now, the 7 corpses had changed. The essence of flesh and blood in their bodies must have been corroded and polluted by the yin qi. Refining and absorbing it would only be harmful. Senior, let's go deeper. he said to the purple-scaled python. Okay. The purple-scaled python said. After the 7 ancient corpses were sent flying, they did not return. The 3 of them walked deeper into the celestial devouring valley. Soon, more than 100 mountains were behind them. The 3 of them walked far away. Ah! The ground cracked, and a ghost claw stretched out. Its flesh and blood were rotten. It was surrounded by true immortal qi and immortal Dao La. It was very shocking. At the same time, a dead bear rushed from the distance. One of its eyes was bleeding. Its true immortal qi and immortal Dao La were frightening. Roar! A bone bird flew out from a mountain in the distance. It had 3 heads and rushed toward Lin Tian and the others. Its true immortal qi and immortal Dao La were intertwined. It was much stronger than the 7 ancient corpses from before. Then, shadows stepped out from every corner. They were either demons or humans. They were all not living creatures. They were all surrounded by true immortal qi and immortal Dao La. It was very terrifying. They are all true immortal ancient corpses? Jiang Luolua's eyes widened. Lin Tian was also shocked. He really did not expect that there would be so many true immortal leveling corpses in this place. So many true immortal realm powerhouses died in this place before? He was shocked. This place was really worthy of the name Celestial Devouring Valley. Boom! A cold wind blew. A group of true immortal leveling corpses rushed over. The gloomy aura corroded the air. However, this was nothing to the purple-scaled python, who was half a step away from true immortal realm. They were all killed in the blink of an eye. After that, the 3 of them continued to move forward. In the blink of an eye, they had walked far away. They were very close to the deepest part of the valley. At this moment, they walked into a relatively empty region. There were much fewer mountains around them, and they were all dark red in color. As they moved forward, strands of red mist swept out from these mountains and drifted in all directions with the wind. At the same time, the ground began to shake. The void suddenly twisted on its own. Wisps of blurry natural patterns intertwined, causing the air in this place to suddenly become extremely oppressive. Lin Tian and the other 2 trembled at the same time. Their expressions changed drastically. What's wrong? What happened? Jiang Luolua's heart palpitated. Even the purple-scaled python, who was half a step away from true immortal realm, could not help but be shocked at this time. Lin Tian opened his divine eyes of illusion breaker and scanned the surroundings. Then, his expression changed again. We are in big trouble, he said in a deep voice. After opening his divine eyes of illusion breaker, he saw through many things in the blink of an eye. At this time, they had stepped into a terrifying killing trap. This was the most dangerous area in the Celestial Devouring Valley, where all the killing power of the terrain gathered. The killing power of the terrain gathered together to form a killing trap that could kill a true immortal realm powerhouse. Boom! The blood-red ripple was extremely frightening and contained an astonishing destructive power. Wherever it passed, the void remained unscathed. However, it made Lin Tian and the other 2 feel a chill run down their spines. It was as if an invincible immortal king was attacking them. The purple-scaled python roared. Its half-step true immortal level demonic power surged. It activated its original divine form and faced the attack head-on. Its original divine form was a purple python. Its demonic power was surging. It was at least 100 feet long and was extremely frightening. However, the blood-red ripple was somewhat frightening. It instantly shattered its original divine form. The purple-scaled python suffered a backlash. Its body trembled and blood spilled out of its mouth. However, the blood-red ripple didn't change its momentum at all. It was still pressing forward without slowing down. The purple-scaled python clenched its teeth and activated its half-step true immortal level demonic power. It then propped up the purple amplification furnace. It used this genuine immortal level precious weapon to attack the blood-red ripple. When the 2 collided, an overwhelming radiance erupted. However, it still couldn't stop the blood-red ripple. The ripple was slowly pressing forward. This? Jiang Luolua was shocked. The half-step true immortal level purple-scaled python propped up a genuine immortal level weapon, but it couldn't stop the blood-red ripple. The purple-scaled python clenched its teeth and used its half-step true immortal-level demonic power to propel the purple amplification furnace even more. However, it was still useless. The blood-red ripple was still pressing forward. It was just that its speed was much slower. Lin Tian naturally saw this scene. He knew that the purple-scaled python couldn't stop the blood-red ripple with its power. He was very anxious, but he forced himself to calm down. He opened his divine eyes of delusion breaker and operated the dragon burial scripture quickly to search the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, 10 breaths passed. Although the purple-scaled python tried its best to stop the blood-red ripple, it was still pressed forward by the blood-red ripple. Its destructive and oppressive aura gave rise to a feeling that it was impossible to resist. "Senior, retreat first." "I'll do it." Lin Tian's voice resounded at this moment. He took a step forward and appeared in front of the python. He then faced the blood-red ripples head-on. Shermu took advantage of the time gap when the purple-scaled python was blocking the blood-red ripples. He used his delusion breaker divine eyes and the dragon burial scripture to capture the general trend of this place. He was able to see something. At this time, he stepped in front of the purple-scaled python. Then, he stomped on the ground with his right leg. Suddenly, countless dragon patterns submerged into the ground and drew out a blood-red light from the ground. This blood-colored light had the same aura as the blood-colored ripple. It was of the same nature and origin as it charged towards the blood-colored ripple. Chi, when the two collided, a light sound rang out. The blood-colored ripples dissipated as if they had evaporated. Such a scene shocked Jiang Luoluo and the purple-scaled python, especially the purple-scaled python, whose eyes were filled with shock. In the face of such blood-colored ripples, it had used up all of its half-step true immortal strength to block them, but Lin Tian had dealt with them so easily. "Young friend, you are truly extraordinary." It looked at Lin Tian and sighed. "How on earth did you do it?" Senior purple-scaled python couldn't block such a terrible blood-colored ripple even with its half-step true immortal strength and genuine immortal weapon. "But you crushed it so easily. Isn't this too strange?" Jiang Luoluo asked in surprise. "Didn't I say before that I know a lot about topography? Just now, I borrowed the power of the ley lines in this place." Lin Tiandao. Jiang Luoluo didn't quite understand. "What do you mean?" Then, she asked, "And, what's the situation now?" "These things." She looked around. At this time, in this place, there were wisps of blood-colored mist floating in the air. At the same time, there were wisps of natural patterns falling down. They combined together and completely trapped the three of them. There was a very oppressive aura intertwined in this place. The void was distorted from time to time. The scene was somewhat horrifying. Lin Tiandao said, "The blood-colored ripple just now was a kind of natural killing force condensed by the ley lines in this place. Just now, I used a special technique to forcibly pull out the same natural killing force from the ley lines and collide with it to cancel it out." As he spoke, he glanced around and continued to explain quickly, "As for the situation now, to put it simply, we have stepped into a ley line killing formation. This killing formation has condensed all the killing forces in a radius of at least hundreds of thousands of miles. As long as a living thing enters it, it will immediately become the target of this killing formation." "Ley line killing formation?" Jiang Luoluo thought for a moment and said, "Is it a natural killing formation formed by heaven and earth?" "That's more or less what it means." Lin Tiandao. "How's its power?" "It's very terrifying," Lin Tian said. "It has no problem killing ordinary true immortals." As soon as these words came out, Jiang Luoluo's eyes widened. Didn't this mean that they were doomed? However, in the next moment, she returned to normal and asked Lin Tiandao, "You should have a way to break it, right?" She felt that since Lin Tian was able to explain everything so clearly and had used a special method to erase the blood-red ripples, he should be able to find a way to break out of the earth vein killing formation and safely leave this place. "Little friend, do you have a way to get out of here?" the purple-scaled python asked. It also felt that Lin Tian should have a way. Lin Tian nodded, "I can break it." Then, he said to the purple-scaled python, "We still have to rely on Senior's strength." With the help of the delusion breaker divine eye and the dragon burial scripture, he had already understood the structure of this killing formation. He knew how to break it, but his own strength was not enough to do it. He needed the help of the purple-scaled python's demonic power, which was half a step away from the true immortal level. Boom! It was at this point that the air and land began to tremble even more violently. The blood-colored mist that floated in the area seemed to have a mind of its own, and began to move. It locked down the entire area, and at the same time, began to press down on the trio. At the same time, the natural patterns floating in the surroundings trembled. An even more terrifying ripple of destruction spread out, terrifying people's souls. In the whole space, the oppressive and destructive aura became thicker. The natural killing power of heaven and earth surged violently. The killing formation of this place really moved. Senior, please give me your demonic power and give me the control of the purple amplification furnace for the time being. Lin Tian said quickly. The purple-scaled python did not hesitate. It already knew that Lin Tian was very proficient in the layout of earth veins. At this moment, it moved immediately. Its demonic power, which was half a step away from the true immortal level, was continuously injected into Lin Tian's body. At the same time, it directly threw the purple amplification furnace to Lin Tian. Lin Tian's body shook slightly. The demonic power of the purple-scaled python's demonic power, which was half a step away from the true immortal level, rushed into his body and instantly filled every corner of his body. He directly operated the dragon burial scripture to the limit, interweaving dense dragon patterns and rushing towards the ground. At the same time, he took out the Xianluo sword and Fan Yan cauldron, which were true immortal level. Together with the purple amplification furnace, he let them intertwine with the dragon patterns, protecting him, Xianluo, and the purple-scaled python in the triangular immortal ceiling formation. Then, with the dragon patterns rushing towards the ground, endless blood-colored light was drawn from the ground, covering the true immortal weapons of the three sections. Suddenly, with a clang, an ear-piercing sword sound was heard. The true immortal weapons of the three sects protected the three people. Combined with the killing power of the earth veins drawn from the ground by Lin Tian, they turned into a light sword of dozens of feet, firmly protecting the three people. Let's go, Lin Tian said. Facing the destructive power of the earth veins killing formation, he used the delusion breaker divine eyes to find the weakest point of the earth veins killing formation. Then, with a thought, he controlled the divine light sword formed by the dragon patterns, the killing light of the earth veins, and the true immortal weapons of the three sects to go straight towards the weakest point of the earth veins killing formation. The sword sound was clanging, and the light sword of dozens of feet wrapped Lin Tian and the other two people. Its speed was extremely fast, and it faced the destructive power of the earth veins killing formation. It forcibly traversed a distance of hundreds of feet in this destructive power, and came to the edge of the earth veins killing formation. Then, it forcibly cut open a big crack at the weakest point of the earth veins killing formation, and forcibly broke out. In an instant, the surrounding blood-colored mist and natural patterns all disappeared, and the light sword of dozens of feet also dispersed, revealing the bodies of the true immortal weapons of the three sects and Lin Tian and the other two people. We're out. Xianluo was pleasantly surprised. At this time, the oppressive and destructive power was no longer in the air. Obviously, they had rushed out of the killing formation. Young friend is really extraordinary. The purple-scaled fierce python looked at Lin Tian and praised. Facing such a terrible earth veins killing formation, the half-step true immortal python had no ability at all. However, Lin Tian only borrowed a trace of its demonic power, and took it and Xianluo out safely, which really shocked it. Without the help of Senior's demonic power, I would have had no way to get out. Lin Tian said with a smile. In addition, I have to thank the true immortal weapons of the Purple Amplified God sect, the Xianluo Immortal Palace, and the Fan family. I used Senior's power to forcibly draw the killing power of the earth veins in this place as a sword to open up a way out, and forcibly cut open the destructive power of the earth veins killing formation. During this process, the recoil was very terrible, and the true immortal weapons of the three sects helped us completely withstand the recoil. Otherwise, even if we could have rushed out, we would have been seriously injured. As he said, he looked at the purple amplified furnace, the Xianluo sword, and the Brahma flame cauldron. The immortal light outside the true immortal weapons of the three sects had become very chaotic at this time. Obviously, they had been affected greatly. However, this was not a big deal. The three precious weapons were not badly damaged, and would soon recover. Well, this is the will of heaven. It was really right to come here and take a trip to the three inheritances. Jiang Luoluo clicked her tongue. Lin Tianyi smiled, you can say that. At this time, they had already walked out of the terrible killing formation. Lin Tian put away the Xian Luo sword and the Brahma flame cauldron, and the purple-scaled fierce python put away the purple amplified furnace. The three of them stopped to rest for a while, and then continued to go deeper into the immortal valley. Their speed was not very fast, but it was not slow either. In the blink of an eye, a full hour had passed. The seven-colored light source was only the size of a fist, but it was like an invincible divine emperor, making all Dao submit to it. Lin Tian looked at the seven-colored divine light from afar, and a gleam of light flashed across his eyes. He had finally found the sword's soul fragment that lived in the celestial devouring valley. At the same time, the pupils of the purple-scaled fierce python constricted, and it was shocked. The moment it saw the seven-colored light source, it was shocked. It could tell that the seven-colored divine light source was unusual. It was too unusual. It was like the origin of heaven and earth. Jiang Luoluo was the most surprised. Looking at the seven-colored light source in front of her, she widened her eyes and asked, that is? She had accidentally entered the Xian ancient star from the Tongxing star area. There was a strange seven-colored divine light on the Tongxing star, which repelled everything and suppressed the great ways. The necklace on her neck was made from a special metal that her great-grandfather found near the seven-colored divine light in the ancient land. It had an extraordinary effect and had helped her avoid death several times. She did not expect to see another seven-colored divine light in this place at this time. It was exactly the same as the seven-colored divine light in the ancient land on the Tongxing star. They were of the same quality and origin. She widened her eyes and looked incredulous. Senior, Luoluo, wait for me here. I will get it and then leave. At this time, Lin Tian's voice sounded. Hearing this, the purple-scaled fierce python and Jiang Luoluo were shocked. You mentioned that you would come here to get something. That thing is the seven-colored divine light? Jiang Luoluo was surprised. Yes. Lin Tian. He did not hide it. After he finished speaking, he stepped forward and instantly crossed hundreds of feet and appeared on the mountain ridge in front of him. Almost as soon as he stepped onto the mountain ridge, the fist-sized rainbow light source behind the mountain ridge trembled, and the rainbow light it emitted became a little thicker. As if it had a mind of its own, it took the initiative to move closer to him. Such a scene shocked the purple-scaled fierce python and Jiang Luoluo, especially Jiang Luoluo, who looked incredulous. Her eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The Tongxing star area where she was originally located had the same seven-colored divine light as the seven-colored divine light in this place. It suppressed the great ways and repelled everything. No one could get close to it, not even experts at the peak of the eternal realm. Even someone with a genuine immortal weapon couldn't get close to it. But now, in this place, there was an identical seven-colored divine light in front of her. Lin Tian, who was at the early stage of the immortal realm, approached it, but the divine light didn't repel her at all. Buzz, in the distance, the rainbow-colored light source buzzed. The intertwining rainbow-colored light became even more intense. It approached Lin Tian's side and bobbed up and down in front of Lin Tian. It was like the light source of heaven and earth. It did not emit a very strong aura, but it could really suppress everything. Around it, all the great Daos were submitting. Lin Tian's eyes lit up. He had traveled thousands of miles from the ancient Milky Way to the ancient Xian star area for the sword soul fragment. Looking at the sword soul fragment, he took a deep breath and raised his right hand. The sword tattoo on his palm shone faintly. Then, in the next moment, the fist-sized sword soul fragment dragged a rainbow-colored tail and disappeared into his body. It went into his body on its own? In the distance, Jiang Luoluo was shocked again. So was the purple-scaled fierce python. On the mountain ridge, Lin Tian stood upright. The sword soul fragment entered his body and came to his sea of consciousness in a flash. Then, it came to the seven-colored divine sword at the bottom of his sea of consciousness. It circled around the divine sword and went straight into it. Suddenly, the divine sword vibrated. Strands of rainbow-colored divine light intertwined and spread to all parts of Lin Tian's body. Lin Tian naturally sensed this scene. He knew it was a gift after finding the sword soul fragment. He was very familiar with it. Without any hesitation, he ran the Heart Sutra of Sun to quickly refine the rainbow-colored divine light. In an instant, his energy, qi, and spirit began to rise. His cultivation also increased slowly. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. After half an hour, the sword soul fragment he found in this place had completely fused with the divine sword in his sea of consciousness, making more mysterious divine runes on the divine sword light up. At the same time, his energy, qi, and spirit were stronger than before. His cultivation had reached the middle level of the early immortal realm. It was an exaggerated progress. After all, he was now in the immortal realm. It wasn't easy for an ordinary person to reach the middle level of the early immortal realm from the critical point of the early immortal realm. Some people couldn't reach this step even after spending their whole lives. However, he had done it in half an hour. He clenched his fists and felt that he was much stronger than before. He used his soul consciousness to scan the seven-colored divine sword at the bottom of his sea of consciousness. Then, he flashed and left the mountain ridge, returning to Jiang Luoluo and the purple-scaled fierce python. You. Why did the seven-colored divine light approach you? How could you get the seven-colored divine light that easily? Why is that? Jiang Luoluo asked, her eyes full of surprise. There was a seven-colored divine light in the Tongheng ancient star area. Even the Eternal Realm experts with genuine immortal weapons couldn't get close to it. However, in this place, there was a seven-colored divine light that was exactly the same as the seven-colored divine light on the Tongheng star. It also suppressed all Dao. However, it approached Lin Tian and was easily taken away by Lin Tian. Why? Lin Tian Dao asked, because I'm a good person. Jiang Luoluo stared at him. Apparently, she was not satisfied with his answer. Lin Tian laughed. He was in a good mood after getting the sword soul fragment here. Then, he called Jiang Luoluo and the purple-scaled fierce python to lead the celestial devouring valley. At this time, they had got the sword soul fragment here. There was no need for them to stay. Whoosh! In the celestial devouring valley, a chilly wind blew on them. The three of them walked out of the celestial devouring valley. Because they had passed through many dangerous places, the process of going back the way they came was relatively smooth. It didn't take them long to get out of the celestial devouring valley. Now that we have got the thing here, shall we find the location of the ancient life star that you mentioned? The purple-scaled fierce python asked Lin Tian Dao. Lin Tian had helped it get out of the ancient immortal divine garden and it had promised Lin Tian two things. One was to accompany Lin Tian into the celestial devouring valley to get something. The other was to help Lin Tian find the starry sky coordinates of an ancient life star in the starry sky. Now that Lin Tian had gotten the thing in the celestial devouring valley, it wanted to help Lin Tian with the other thing. Lin Tian's eyes lit up when he heard that. Well, thank you, Senior. Then, just outside the celestial devouring valley, he took Jiang Luoluo and the purple-scaled fierce python and rushed out of the Xian star. They broke through the natural star barrier outside the Xian ancient star and went directly into the starry sky. As far as the eye could see, the starry sky seemed to be slightly dim. Silver light coiled around it, and it gave one a strange and vast feeling. Senior, I'm sorry to trouble you. Lin Tian said. He told the purple-scaled fierce python in detail about the surface features of the ancient life star in the 10 Directions celestial domain. When he came out of the 10 Directions celestial domain, he looked at the ancient life star in the starry sky for a long time, so he knew what it looked like very well. The purple-scaled fierce python nodded and activated its half-step true immortal divine sense to the limit. Its majestic demonic power surged. It used its vast divine sense and amazing monster clan divine ability to carry out all kinds of deductions in the starry sky. After about 14 hours, it stopped. Is it this ancient life star? It asked Lin Tian Dao. It spread out its right hand, and the demonic power gathered and intertwined into a round star. This star was colorful. In terms of size, it was far smaller than the Xian ancient star. However, outside the star, there was a hazy light, which made it look somewhat magical. Lin Tian saw the star that the purple-scaled fierce python created with its demonic power, and the light in his eyes became brighter. Yes. That's it. He nodded. The purple-scaled fierce python nodded and said with a smile, found it. Then, a wisp of divine sense rushed out from between its eyebrows and sent the coordinates of the 10 directions celestial domain into Lin Tian's sea of consciousness. After receiving the coordinates of the 10 directions celestial domain sent by the purple-scaled fierce python, Lin Tian's eyes became brighter. Thank you, Senior. He expressed his gratitude. Helping him find the coordinates of the ancient life star in the 10 directions celestial domain was one of the 2 conditions that he put forward before helping the purple-scaled fierce python leave the ancient immortal divine garden. He didn't need to thank it, but he still thanked it now because he was very depressed when he accidentally lost the way back after leaving the 10 directions celestial domain. Now, the purple-scaled fierce python helped him find the coordinates of the 10 directions celestial domain, and he got the way back, which made him very happy. Little friend, you're too polite. This is what I promised to do for you. It's not worth your thanks, the purple-scaled fierce python said with a smile. The purple-scaled python replied with a smile. Then, it asked curiously, young friend, why are you looking for the coordinates of that star? Because I started my cultivation on that ancient life star. My family and friends are on that ancient life star. Because of an accident, I left that ancient life star. At first, I didn't know the coordinates of that ancient life star, so I directly lost the way back. I've been wanting to go back all these years. Lin Tian said simply. The purple-scaled fierce python understood, I see. It said, then, little friend, are you going to leave Xian ancient star and go back to that ancient life star? That's right. Lin Tian nodded. Because of an accident, he left the 10 directions celestial domain and didn't know the way back, so he couldn't go back. After so many years, he missed his family and friends in the 10 directions celestial domain very much. At the same time, because of that accident, he left the ancient life star in the 10 directions celestial domain. He could imagine that his family and friends in the 10 directions celestial domain must be worried about him all these years. After all, for his family and friends, he was completely missing when he left the 10 directions celestial domain because no one knew where he went. It had been many years since he left the 10 directions celestial domain. Now, with the help of the python, Lin Tian had found the coordinates of the ancient star of life in the 10 directions celestial domain. He was very happy and wanted to go back as soon as possible. The python asked, are you leaving now? Yes, I'm leaving now. Lin Tian Dao. After saying that, he thanked the python again. The python had helped him find the sword soul fragment in the celestial devouring valley and the starry sky coordinates of the ancient star in the 10 directions celestial domain. Although it was because he had taken the python out of the ancient immortal divine garden, he was still very grateful. Moreover, the python had helped him a lot in other aspects during this time. Little friend, you don't have to be so polite. It is my fortune to be able to meet you. Without you, I wouldn't have a future. I would be trapped in the ancient immortal divine garden forever. Even if I reached the eternal immortal realm, it would be meaningless. The python said, if I could, I would like to accompany you back to your homeland. However, I have to practice in seclusion to break through to the true immortal realm. I guess I'll have to practice in seclusion for a few years. It said with a regretful expression. At first, it had been practicing in seclusion to break through to the true immortal realm. It had sensed the supreme celestial jade, which was very useful for those who wanted to break through to the true immortal realm. Then, it had experienced many things with Lin Tian. It had been delayed for a long time in breaking through to the true immortal realm. The impact was not small. Now, it couldn't delay any longer. Otherwise, it would suffer great losses. Senior, I appreciate your kindness. I've troubled you so much. I can't affect your breakthrough to the true immortal realm. Lin Tian said. He then smiled and said, however, with Senior's accumulation and the addition of the supreme immortal jade, you will definitely be able to perfectly break through to the true immortal realm. Moreover, after breaking through to the true immortal realm, you will be unrivaled within the same realm. He was not flattering the python, but telling the truth. The psychic supreme celestial jade was rare in the world. It was a treasure for those who wanted to break through to the true immortal realm. If the python refined the psychic supreme celestial jade and broke through to the true immortal realm, it would succeed. Moreover, once it entered the true immortal realm, its true immortal chi would be extremely condensed because of the supreme celestial jade. It was absolutely possible for it to be invincible in the same realm. Well, I'll take advantage of your auspicious words. The purple-scaled python said with a smile, I hope we can meet again in the future. As it spoke, it extended its right hand towards Lin Tian like an ordinary person. Lin Tianyi smiled. He extended his hand and shook the purple-scaled python's hand. Then, he released it. Goodbye, senior. He bid farewell to the purple-scaled python in the end. Then, he took Jiang Luoluo and left. He turned into a beam of golden light and rushed into the distance. The purple-scaled python looked in the direction where Lin Tian and Jiang Luoluo had left. Only when the two had completely disappeared from its sight did it leave and land on the Xian ancient star. It would cultivate in seclusion in the Xian ancient star in hopes of breaking through to the true immortal realm. Lin Tian separated from the purple-scaled python. Then, she took Jiang Luoluo with her. She had already traveled a long distance in the starry sky. Golden divine light was intertwined around his body, protecting Jiang Luoluo as she traveled. After all, Jiang Luoluo's cultivation was only at the airborne realm, which was far from enough to travel through the starry sky. She could not withstand the pressure of the starry sky at all. By the way, how long will it take to travel from here to the 10 directions ancient star where you are? Jiang Luoluo asked Lin Tiandao. While she was only at the airborne realm at the moment, the clan she belonged to was very powerful and knowledgeable. As such, she was not too surprised about being able to travel through space. Back then, her great-grandfather had taken her to travel through space for a while. There are still 2 ancient star regions between the Xian ancient star region and the Xian ancient star region. At my speed, including the rest on the way, it will take about 2 years. Lin Tiandao. His current speed was, in fact, not much slower than that of an early-stage Eternal Realm expert. However, the starry sky was too vast. To walk out of the Xian ancient star region in such a vast starry sky, and then pass through 2 strange ancient star regions to reach the 10 directions ancient star region, the distance between was an astronomical figure. Naturally, it would take a lot of time. On the other hand, the starry barrier was extremely sturdy. It was impossible for him to tear open a starry passage in the starry sky to traverse a long distance with his current cultivation. Even an Eternal Realm expert did not have the ability to do so. To have the ability to tear open a starry passage, one had to be at least at the true immortal realm. My great-grandfather took me to play in the starry sky before, but the longest time we stayed was 7 days. Now that we have to travel through the starry sky for 2 years, it's quite interesting. Jiang Luoluo said. Lin Tiandao replied with an "oh" and did not say anything else. His speed was very fast, like a golden lightning flashing through the starry sky. Of course, because it would take about 2 years to travel through the starry sky from here to the 10 directions ancient star, he was not just simply moving through the starry sky. Instead, he was moving towards the 10 directions ancient star while activating the starry sky origin energy to cultivate. Just like when he went from Earth to the Xian ancient star, his essence, chi, and spirit slowly increased. In this way, 2 years passed in a flash. On this day, he took Jiang Luoluo out of a strange starry sky and soon arrived in front of a huge star. As far as the eye could see, this ancient star had a standard round shape. It was colorful and hazy, as if it was hiding something. It gave people a strange feeling. We're back. Looking at this brightly colored star, Lin Tian's eyes lit up. Strands of resplendent light appeared in his eyes. This huge star was the 10 directions celestial domain. It had been 10 years since he was swept away by the starry sky tide and accidentally left the 10 directions celestial domain. 10 years later, he finally found this place again. This is the 10 directions celestial domain you mentioned? Jiang Luoluo looked at the ancient star and asked. Lin Tiandao nodded, yes. Looking at the 10 directions ancient star, he took a deep breath and reminded Jiang Luoluo to be careful. Then, he took a step forward, broke the starry barrier outside the 10 directions celestial domain, and descended inside. After that, in the blink of an eye, he took Jiang Luoluo through the starry barrier and appeared inside the star. The sky was blue, and looking down, there was a vast plain world. This was the 10th heaven of the 10 directions celestial domain. He scanned the vast heaven region with his immortal level psyche and found that this heaven region was exactly the same as when he first arrived here 10 years ago. There were no mountains, no rivers, only lush greenery. The only difference was that at this time, he found many figures in this heaven realm. They were cultivating silently in different areas, and their strength was not weak. However, although most of these people were not weak, more than 90% of them did not possess the cultivation to enter this heavenly domain. It was obvious that they were brought here by other experts from the lower heavenly domain. Back when I unsealed this heaven, those who had reached quasi-emperor level and above were able to break through the barrier of this heaven and enter here. After that, no major forces moved their inheritance here, and only the experts of great inheritances brought there outstanding disciples to this heaven to cultivate? He muttered to himself. Although this was his guess, he did not care. He took Jiang Luoluo and silently disappeared from this heaven. In the next moment, they appeared in the 9th heaven of the 10 directions celestial domain. Then, he took another step forward, as if he had teleported, and brought Jiang Luoluo to a group of immortal mountains. Looking around, the mountains in this group of immortal mountains were not tall, but each of them had an extraordinary aura, as if immortal beasts were lying on the ground. It was very shocking. In this group of immortal mountains, there were many immortal palaces, magnificent and luxurious. They occupied a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles, not only on the ground, but also in the void. They were dragged by powerful Tao patterns, and were thousands of feet above the ground. Moreover, there were not only palaces in the void, but also treasure islands. Each of them was very large, and they were spaced apart from the other palaces. They were arranged in a very orderly manner. Jiang Luoluo was a little shocked when she saw the majestic palaces and floating treasure islands in the immortal mountains in front of her and felt the faint dragon qi in the air. It was impossible for an ordinary place to have dragon qi. What is this place? She asked Lin Tian. The immortal court, the inheritance I established. Lin Tian Dao. The reason why there was dragon qi in the air here was because there was a dragon essence under the immortal mountains, which was equivalent to the fruit borne by the ancestral dragon's veins. What? Jiang Luoluo's eyes widened. This place is the inheritance established by Lin Tian? Lin Tian actually established an inheritance? Lin Tian didn't say much. He had drifted in the starry sky for 10 years. Now that he had returned, he was in a good mood. Let's go. He beckoned Jiang Luoluo, stepped into the immortal mountains, and soon arrived in front of the immortal court. The main gate of the immortal court was very grand. There were more than 10 immortal soldiers guarding outside. Their expressions were very solemn. When they saw someone approaching, one of them stepped forward and asked, "What's the matter?" The person opened his mouth, but in the next moment, his face suddenly changed. When he saw Lin Tian's appearance, his eyes widened in surprise and surprise. Immortal, immortal. Lord Immortal Emperor? At the same time, the other immortal soldiers also recognized Lin Tian, and they were all shocked. It's really the Lord Immortal Emperor. Greetings, Lord Immortal Emperor. Everyone hurriedly saluted. In the past, Lin Tian established the immortal court and called himself the Immortal Emperor. He single-handedly suppressed the dark turmoil and led the experts in the world to destroy the invasion of the Netherworld race. Then, he unsealed the 10th heaven and preached his Tao to the world from a distance, causing the 10 heavens to tremble violently. All the immortal soldiers and immortal generals of the immortal court were proud of this and respected Lin Tian very much. 10 years ago, after Lin Tian entered the 10th heaven, he never returned. Many cultivators of the immortal court knew about this. Now, after 10 years, Lin Tian appeared in front of them, which made the immortal soldiers of the immortal court excited and pleasantly surprised. Get up. Lin Tian didn't put on airs at all. He told the immortal soldiers to ignore him and led Jiang Luoluo into the immortal court. You call yourself an immortal emperor? This name sounds pretty good. It's quite imposing. Jiang Luoluo clicked her tongue. I'm very imposing myself too. Lin Tian Dao. Pride. Jiang Luoluo curled her lips. But thinking about it, Lin Tian was speaking the truth. In the time that she had spent with Lin Tian was indeed very imposing. Or rather, she was very strong. She was extremely ferocious towards her enemies. Inside the Immortal Lyceum, ancient buildings were connected to each other. All of them were extraordinary and were arranged in a very orderly manner. The dragon chi in the air was denser than outside the Immortal Lyceum. Many immortal soldiers and immortal generals were walking back and forth in the Immortal Lyceum. When they saw Lin Tian, they were both surprised and delighted. All of them bowed and paid their respects. Lin Tian got these people to stand up and walked deeper into the immortal court. As he walked, he spread out his powerful divine sense, causing his powerful divine sense to instantly spread throughout the entire immortal court, informing his family and friends of his return. Suddenly, in a special area in the depths of the immortal court, several women were shocked. They were all pleasantly surprised. Big Brother? It's Big Brother's aura. Lin Shi, Jiyu, Shuiyi, Baiqiu, Sushu, and Xianxia were cultivating together. At this moment, their bodies trembled. It's that guy's aura. There's no doubt about it. He's back? Baiqiu said happily. Lin Shi was the most excited. She rushed out in a flash. At the same time, in other places in the immortal court, Baiziki, Yangqi, Wuxing Crocodile, Little Taichu, He Jiao, Ling Yun, Fanning Xiong, and Yitong were all shocked. It's Master's aura. Master is back. Yitong's eyes lit up. Wuxing Crocodile said, that's right. It's that little rascal's divine sense. After 10 years, he finally appeared. Little Taichu cried out happily. With a flap of its wings, it dispersed strands of six-colored light and instantly disappeared from where it stood. Lin Tian walked in the immortal court with Jiang Luoluo. His steps were very gentle, and there was a faint smile on his face. He looked at the immortal court. Returning after 10 years, he felt very comfortable and relaxed walking in it. Whoosh, the sound of air breaking rang out. With a flash of six-colored divine light, Little Taichu flew out and flashed in front of Lin Tian. Ya, Lin Tian. The little guy's body was snow white. His 4 little furry paws and his big eyes were very bright. He seemed very happy. After all, it had been 10 years since Lin Tian accidentally left the 10 Heavens domain. After 10 years, the little guy missed Lin Tian very much. Little guy, long time no see. Lin Tiandao was also very happy. Beside him, Jiang Luoluo looked at the little Taichu, and her eyes instantly lit up. What a cute little guy. It had to be said that the snow-white little Taichu with a pair of bright and clean wings was really cute. For some young girls, it was very lethal. Jiang Luoluo couldn't help but reach out to hug the little guy. Yeah. The little guy was very vigilant, or rather, he was a little shy. He immediately dodged, not letting Jiang Luoluo touch him. Don't, little guy. Let me hug you. Jiang Luoluo said, with a hint of pleading. At this moment, the sound of air breaking rang out again. A graceful figure rushed over and pounced on Lin Tian. Brother. Lin Shi arrived after the little Taichu. She was very happy. I'm back. Lin Tian smiled and rubbed Lin Shi's head. In the next moment, the sound of air breaking rang out one after another. Jiyu, Baiqiu, Shuiyi, Sushu, Xianxia, Yitong, Wuxing Crocodile, Fanning Xiong, Baiziki, and others appeared one after another. Master. Yitong stepped forward and bowed to Lin Tian. After so many years, the childishness on her face has completely disappeared. Lin Tian chuckled and gently pulled Yitong up. Where have you been all these years? After breaking into the 10th heaven, you disappeared directly. Ye tried to deduce anything, but she couldn't deduce anything, just like your master. Baiqiu muttered. When Lin Tian broke through to the 10th heaven, he unsealed the barrier of the 10th heaven while transmitting the Tao across space. However, when the transmission was over, Lin Tian didn't return. After that, it wasn't until 49 days later that the heavenly barrier was truly broken. Little Taichu ascended to the 10th heaven with his Empyrean realm cultivation base, but after searching for a long time, he still couldn't find any trace of Lin Tian. After that, little Taichu returned. Xianxia tried to deduce anything, but she still couldn't find anything. The situation was the same as when she tried to deduce an old drunkard. She couldn't find anything about Lin Tian. The heavenly divination can't deduce anything about me? Is it related to my physique? Lin Tian was a little surprised. After breaking the heavenly barrier of the 10th heaven, I continued to rush up from the 10th heaven and entered the starry sky. Then, I accidentally encountered a starry sky tide and was swept to another unknown starry sky. It wasn't until 2 years ago that I found my way back. He could hear the worry in Bai Qiu's words. He looked at Bai Qiu, then at Jiyu, Shuiyi, Sushu, Xianxia, Wuxing Crocodile, and the others, and smiled. Well, I've made you all worry over the years. It's okay, it's good that you're back. Moreover, although we were worried about your unexpected disappearance over the years, we weren't overly anxious. After all, you left a soul lamp in the immortal court, and we know that you are safe. Jiyu said gently. She and the others weren't too surprised that Lin Tian mentioned the starry sky above the 10th heaven, because when the little Taichu was looking for Lin Tian, he also rushed into the starry sky and told everyone what he saw. Come on, kid, tell me what you have experienced over the years. Wuxing Crocodile flew over and suddenly saw Jiang Luoluo behind Lin Tian. He suddenly smiled evilly. By the way, kid, did you kidnap another girl? At the same time, Jiyu, Bai Qiu, and the others also noticed Jiang Luoluo. Who is this? Jiyu asked. Lin Tian glanced at Wuxing Crocodile, then said to Jiyu, Shuiyi, and the others. Jiang Luoluo, in her hometown, stepped on an interstellar transmission array and was teleported to an ancient life planet in another starry sky. After that, she was chased by fierce beasts and birds. She lived a pitiful and lonely life. Well, to put it simply, she's a stupid and unlucky child. He pointed at Jiang Luoluo and briefly introduced her. Jiang Luoluo was both embarrassed and angry. Weren't you also swept away by the starry sky tide? What's the difference between your situation and mine? After saying that, she looked at Lin Tian's relatives and friends. She didn't have the casual attitude she had towards Lin Tian. She politely bowed to the group of people and said, Hello, everyone, I'm Luoluo, please take care of me. After saying this, her eyes fell on Jiyu, Bai Qiu, and the other women. Sisters, you are all so beautiful. Jiyu, Bai Qiu, and the other women looked at Jiang Luoluo and couldn't help but smile. After all, no girl would be unhappy to be praised as beautiful. You are also very beautiful. Jiyu chuckled, pulled Jiang Luoluo over, and said, Before you go back to your hometown, you can stay with us and treat this place as your home. Thank you, beautiful sister. Jiang Luoluo said. At this time, her mouth was extremely sweet. That night, a bonfire rose in the depths of the immortal court. Lin Tian returned from the starry sky after 10 years. The group gathered together, and it was very lively. The fragrance of wine drifted far away. Kid, in the past 10 years, what is your cultivation level now? Lord Crocodile can't see through you at all. Wuxing Crocodile asked. Hearing its question, Baiziki and the others couldn't help but look at Lin Tian. They were all curious about this. Oh, early stage immortal realm. Lin Tian Ondao. What? As soon as these words came out, except for Jiang Luoluo who knew Lin Tian's cultivation level, everyone in this place was shocked. Lord Crocodile has been cultivating hard. It took me 10 years to reach the peak of the Quasi-Emperor from the Half-Step Emperor realm. You have already reached the immortal realm? Wuxing Crocodile's eyes widened. From the early stage of the Heavenly Venerable realm to the early stage of the immortal realm, there were 9 small realms of the Heavenly Venerable realm and the Empyrean realm. Lin Tian had crossed the 9 small realms of the Heavenly Venerable realm and the Empyrean realm and reached the immortal realm in just 10 years. This cultivation speed was shocking. Everyone in the immortal court except Jiang Luoluo was shocked. Even Baiziki and Yang Qi, who had always been calm, were no exception. Their eyes flickered violently. Abnormal as always. Bai Qiu muttered. Damn monster. Ling Yin added. Lin Tianyi smiled. I'm just lucky. I've had a lot of adventures. Then, he looked at the people here and said, I've traveled through the starry sky for 10 years. I've obtained a lot of good things. Let me help you improve your cultivation. As he spoke, his thoughts moved slightly, and he took out some treasured pills and divine medicines from the stone ring. Instantly, the air in this place was filled with a thick fragrance, and there was even an extremely shocking fluctuation of the way that interweaved. These are? Seeing these things, Wuxing Crocodile, Ling Yun, and the others were shocked. They didn't recognize these Baodan and divine herbs, but they could feel that they were extraordinary. Xian Essence Pill, Soul Pill, Luo Du Pill, Shadowed Heaven Pill, Green Dragon Dao Ginseng, Thousand Illusion Giran Plant, 9 Flames Dragon Sunflower, Snow Cloud Root. They can all improve the cultivation of Nirvana Realm and Emperor Realm cultivators. Lin Tiandao said, refining with these things will help all of you reach the Heavenly Venerable Realm in a short time. These things were taken from the Purple Yang Divine Sect, Xian Luo Immortal Palace, and the Fan family of the remote antiquity. We can reach the Heavenly Venerable Realm? Ling Yan's eyes widened. He was now at the 8th sky of Nirvana Realm. After refining these things, he could directly reach the Heavenly Venerable Realm? The gap between the two was huge. Don't worry, it won't be a problem. Lin Tian said with a smile, it should be enough to help all of you reach the 5th level of the Heavenly Venerable Realm. Yi Tong and Lin Shi were at the peak of the 5th heavenly layer of Nirvana. Ji Yu, Su Shu, Shui Yi, He Jiao, and Fanning Xiong were at the 6th heavenly layer of Nirvana. Bai Qiu, Yenya Yang Qi, and Ling Yun were at the 8th heavenly layer of Nirvana. Bai Ziki was at the 9th heavenly layer of Nirvana. Wuxing Crocodile was at the peak of the boundary Emperor Realm, only a small step away from the Emperor Realm. As for the little Taichu, he no longer needs to refine these things. He looked at little Taichu. When he had just returned to the celestial court, he did not pay attention to the little fellow's cultivation level. At this time, when he scanned with his immortal level divine sense, he discovered that the little fellow had already reached the Emperor Void Realm, and was at the early stage of the Emperor Void Realm. This little fellow is too heaven-defying. I've never seen him cultivate at all. If he's not playing, he's sleeping, but his cultivation level is increasing faster than anyone else's. Wuxing Crocodile was a little speechless. This little fellow is very powerful. Ji Yu said with a smile. Little Taichu lay on Lin Tian's shoulder and squeaked. It was charmingly naive and cheerful. Although it had been born for so many years, its temperament had not changed at all. It was still like a child, very lovable. Lin Tian smiled and rubbed the little fellow's head. He looked at the crowd and said, then, let's begin to refine these Baodan divine medicines and cultivate. I'll protect you. As he spoke, he looked at Jiang Luoluo and said, the unlucky child over here, you should also cultivate with us. After spending so much time with Jiang Luoluo and going to so many places together, he naturally would not forget to help Jiang Luoluo improve her cultivation level. The space in the depths of the celestial court was very vast. Only the core members of the celestial court were qualified to enter. On this day, in this place, Lin Tian took out the Xian Essence Pill, Soul Pill, Luo Du Pill, Shadowed Heaven Pill, Green Dragon Ginseng, Thousand Illusion Garum Plant, 9 Flame Dragon Sunflower, and other Baodan divine medicines and distributed them evenly to Ji Yu and the others for them to refine. As for Jiang Luoluo, because her cultivation level was relatively low, she could not refine these things directly at first. He took out a large pile of Lingjing and other Baodan divine medicines and gave them to Jiang Luoluo. Speaking of which, according to what you said, your family seems to be stronger than the Purple Yen God sect. It should have countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures. And from the fact that your eternal realm great-grandfather could personally refine protective precious weapons for you and take you to play in the starry sky, it is enough to show that you should be very favored in your family. Since they dote on you so much and have such a strong foundation, they should be able to push you to the immortal realm. Why are you only in the flight realm? Lin Tiandao had always been curious about this question. Jiang Luoluo rolled her eyes and said, the stronger the inheritance of the family, the stricter the requirements for the descendants. How can they directly use Lingjing, Baodan, and divine medicines to improve the cultivation of the descendants? This has nothing to do with whether I am favored or not in the family. Directly using Lingjing, Baodan, and divine medicines to improve the cultivation of the descendants is not good for the inheritance and continuation of the family at all. Oh, I see. Lin Tian understood. Thinking about it, Jiang Luolua's words made sense. Directly using Lingjing, Baodan, and divine medicines to improve the cultivation of the descendants was not good for the inheritance and continuation of the family at all. He did not say anything more and let the group begin to cultivate. He and the little Taichu stood on the side to protect them. The group did not hesitate and immediately began to practice their cultivation methods and began to refine the Baodan divine medicines given by Lin Tian. Suddenly, the group's essence, qi, spirit, and cultivation levels rose rapidly. Time flew, and a month passed. Boom! On this day, a clap of thunder sounded in the depths of the celestial court. Jiang Luoluo stepped into the immortal realm and attracted the immortal tribulation. Continue to cultivate. Don't be distracted. I will handle the heavenly tribulation. Lin Tian Andao. As he spoke, he flicked his finger, and a golden light shot into the sky and shattered Jiang Luoluo's heavenly tribulation in the sky. Jiang Luoluo successfully ascended to the immortal realm and then continued to cultivate seriously. The essence, qi, and spirit she exuded increased rapidly. At the same time, Jiyu and the others cultivated seriously. The aura outside their bodies also increased rapidly. Just like that, it did not take long for the group's cultivation levels to break through again and again. Buzz. Divine lights of different colors intertwined in this space. The Tao light was very dense. In the blink of an eye, a year passed quickly like sand between fingers. During this year, the group did not cultivate all the time. Instead, every time they broke through a small level, they would rest for a few days before continuing to cultivate. Finally, on this day, they finished refining the Baodan divine medicines given by Lin Tian. Everyone's aura became extremely powerful, and there was a powerful heavenly venerable aura around them. It was very shocking. In a year, everyone had reached the 6th level of the heavenly venerable realm. Even Jiang Luoluo was no exception. It was a magnificent feat in this year. Jiang Luoluo had received the most help from Lin Tian. After all, she was only in the airborne realm at the beginning. In terms of cultivation foundation, she was far from Jiyu and the others. 6th level of the heavenly venerable realm. Wuxing Crocodile laughed. It took more than 10 years to reach the peak of the quasi-emperor realm from the half-step emperor realm. Now, in just 1 year, she has reached the 6th level of the heavenly venerable realm. This is simply awesome. It is indeed awesome. Fanning Xiong echoed. He had the barbarian king physique. He was burly and straightforward. At this time, he was as excited as Wuxing Crocodile. In just 1 year, Lin Tian had used many miraculous Baodan and divine medicine to push their cultivation from the Nirvana realm to the 6th level of the heavenly venerable realm. It was impossible not to be excited. Even Jiyu and Xianxia, who were usually indifferent and elegant, couldn't help but sparkle in their eyes. Kid, do you have any other good things? Ling Yin smiled and stared at Lin Tian Dao. Hearing what he said, Wuxing Crocodile also looked at Lin Tian. Yes, do you have any good things? Take them out quickly. They had fought side by side with Lin Tian. They were all friends who had gone through life and death together. Naturally, they would not be polite to Lin Tian. There was no need to be polite at all. Of course. Lin Tian smiled. As he said that, he raised his hand. Suddenly, more than 10 precious weapons appeared. They were all intertwined with divine light and divine runes. In an instant, the place was directly shrouded by more than 10 murderous auras. The space was distorted. These are? Looking at these precious weapons, everyone was shocked. Even the calm Baiziki and Yangqi were no exception. Eternal weapon-level precious weapons. Lin Tian Dao. These eternal weapons were obtained from the Xian ancient planet. At this time, he took them out and distributed them to everyone. Thank you, brother. Lin Shi jumped to Lin Tian's side and held Lin Tian's arm. Lin Tian had helped them rise from the Nirvana realm to the Empyrean realm and even gifted them an eternal weapon. He had truly given them a lot. Silly girl, why are you thanking your brother? Lin Tian smiled and flicked Lin Shi's forehead. After that, he took out some magical powers and secret arts. There was the purple-derived celestial canon of the Purple Yang divine sect, the Xianluo Sutra of the Xianluo Celestial Palace, and the Fan family of the Ancients Brahma Flame Sutra. All of them were genuine celestial-level ancient sutras. He gave them to Baiziki, Ling Yun, Fanning Xiong, and the others to study. They would be of great use to them. As for Bai Qiu, Ji Yu, and the other girls, there was no need to study these ancient sutras. They either cultivated the Taiyin ancient scripture or the medicine code, which were created by the 9 most ancient peerless celestial masters in the 10 directions heavenly domain. Their levels were very high. Although he did not know what level of ancient sutras they were definitely far beyond the genuine celestial level. You've been wandering the starry sky for 10 years. You've gained a lot. You even got an eternal weapon and a genuine celestial ancient sutra. Wuxing Crocodile looked at Lin Tian and clicked his tongue in surprise. Lin Tianyi smiled and said, "There are other good things." "There are more?" Wuxing Crocodile stared at him. "Of course," Lin Tian said with a smile. As he said that, he raised his right hand and took out a cauldron. It was surrounded by genuine celestial qi and immortal Tao Dharma. It was the Fan family's Brahma flame cauldron on the Xian ancient planet. It was a genuine celestial artifact. This is a genuine celestial artifact? Upon seeing the Brahma flame's true immortal pagoda, everyone, with the exception of Jiang Luoluo, opened their eyes wide. Yes, a genuine celestial artifact. Lin Tian nodded. With a wave of his right hand, the Brahma flame cauldron, a genuine celestial artifact, disappeared into the immortal emperor pagoda of the immortal court. In an instant, wisps of genuine celestial qi and immortal Tao Dharma appeared in the immortal court. It was shocking. This is... Ling Yan's eyes widened. He was really shocked. Then, he looked at Lin Tian. Seeing the faint smile on Lin Tian's face, Ling Yan's heart skipped a beat. He said, "Look at you. Do you have more good things?" Lin Tianyi smiled and said, "More or less." With a wave of his hand, he took out several 100-inch-long dragons, 2 spiritual energy dragon pearls, and a spiritual celestial pond. Rich spiritual energy instantly intertwined in this place, turning it into a spiritual energy ocean, causing everyone to tremble. This, Ling Yun and the others were shocked. With a single glance, they could tell that these were divine veins that Lin Tian had compressed using a special method. Hundreds of divine veins, ah! The value of these divine veins was astonishing. The 2 spiritual chi dragon balls and the spiritual celestial pool were even more shocking. They felt that any one of them was worth hundreds of thousands of divine veins, or even more. "Where did you get so many treasures?" Wuxing Crocodile trembled. "Well, I got them from a few top inheritances on the imperial planet in the center of a stellar region." Lin Tian smiled and said. Then, he used the dragon burial scripture to place hundreds of divine veins, spiritual celestial pool, and 2 spiritual chi dragon balls in the depths of the immortal court. They became the foundation of the immortal court. In an instant, the density of spiritual chi in the immortal court doubled. The immortal soldiers and immortal generals of the immortal court were shocked. The density of spiritual chi seems to have increased a lot in an instant. What is going on? It must be the immortal emperor who strengthened the foundation of the immortal court. Yes, it must be so. The immortal emperor came back a year ago, and now the spiritual chi in the immortal court has suddenly increased. It must have something to do with the immortal court. Many immortal soldiers and immortal generals were discussing, and many of their eyes were shining. In the depths of the immortal court, Lin Tian used the dragon burial scripture to bury hundreds of divine veins, 2 spiritual chi dragon balls, and a spiritual celestial pool. Then, he used his immortal realm cultivation to set up more profound dragon formations under the immortal court. He adjusted the foundation of the immortal court so that the spiritual chi emitted from the foundation was even denser. It only stopped after half an hour. At this time, the spiritual chi in the immortal court was even denser than half an hour ago. It was like a small immortal realm. In terms of the foundation of inheritances, I don't think any place in the stellar region can compare with this place. Jiang Luoluo said. Her family was a top force in the eternal ancient stellar region. There were many experts in her family, but in terms of the foundation of inheritances, it was far from being comparable to this place. This spiritual chi fluctuation is simply, everyone was shocked, and they were all extremely surprised. Lin Tian smiled and said, "Alright, don't be surprised." In fact, he still had nearly 1,000 divine veins in his stone ring that he hadn't buried under the immortal court. He wanted to keep them for other purposes. At this time, he looked at the group of people and said, "In a year, you have all advanced a lot. Don't do anything else now. Go into seclusion for a while and stabilize your cultivation base." Well, that's the main point. We do need to go into seclusion to seriously sort out and stabilize our cultivation base. Whooshing Crocodile said. Stepping into the heavenly venerable realm from the Nirvana realm in a year was a bit too fast. At this time, they must immediately go into seclusion to sort out their current cultivation base and stabilize their heavenly venerable realm cultivation base. Otherwise, their cultivation base might be unstable, which would have a very bad impact on their future cultivation path. At this moment, the group of people didn't hesitate. They chatted with Lin Tian briefly and then began to go into seclusion. For a time, only Lin Tian and little Taichu were left in the depths of the immortal court. "Little guy, do you want to go to Ethereal Mountain for a walk?" he said to little Taichu. After traveling in the starry sky for 10 years, it has been another year since he returned to the 10 Heavens domain. He had met Lin Shi, Jiyu, and other women, as well as Whooshing Crocodile and others. At this time, he wanted to see the Purple Fairy. He knew that although the Purple Fairy was the lord of the Demon King Palace, she usually stayed in Ethereal Mountain. At the same time, he also wanted to see Wu Yi. When he was in the 10 Heavens domain, Wu Yi suddenly went into seclusion. Now that so many years have passed, he guessed that Wu Yi should have already come out of seclusion. "Yeah." Little Taichu nodded his little head and called out cheerfully. Lin Tianyi smiled, "Let's go." Jiyu and the others were in seclusion to sort out their cultivation base. Now, they no longer needed his protection. He took a step out of the immortal court and disappeared in an instant. In the next moment, he took the little Taichu and appeared in a mountain range surrounded by clouds and mist. The spiritual energy here was astonishing. It was the ethereal mountain located in the eastern region of the 9th heaven. When he came to this place, he didn't hesitate. He took the little Taichu and stepped directly into the mountain range. Soon after, he arrived at the most magnificent peak in this mountain range. "Brother Lin, you're finally back, come up quickly." Almost as soon as he and the little Taichu arrived at the foot of the main peak, a voice came from the top of the main peak. He raised his head and saw a girl in red waving at him. It was AI. At the same time, there were 2 other people standing behind AI, the Purple Fairy, and Wu Yi in a white dress. Obviously, the moment he entered the ethereal mountain, Wu Yi and the Purple Fairy sensed his arrival. Lin Tianyi smiled and stepped forward, instantly arriving at the top of the main peak. AI jumped over at once. After so many years, she was very happy to see Lin Tian again. Lin Tian rubbed AI's head and came to the front of the Purple Fairy and Wu Yi. "Little Purple, Wu Yi." He greeted them with a smile. "Wu Yi." The little Taichu flew out from his shoulder. Its voice was still childish as it fluttered its wings and came to Wu Yi's side. Wu Yi revealed a light smile. Heaven and earth lost their color as he hugged the little fellow to his chest. Lin Tian looked at Wu Yi's smiling face and was slightly dazed because it was really beautiful. At the same time, this also made him a little envious of the little guy. Wu Yi has always been very quiet and rarely shows any emotional fluctuations. He has never seen Wu Yi smile at other people. It seems that only the little guy can receive such treatment. "Brother Lin, your eyes are almost falling on Wu Yi." The Purple Fairy smirked. Lin Tian suddenly felt a little embarrassed and couldn't help but cough twice. The Purple Fairy smiled even more happily. She floated over and circled Lin Tian twice, looking up and down at Lin Tian. Then, a ray of light flashed in her eyes, and she was slightly surprised. "Not bad, Brother Lin. After 10 years, your cultivation has already surpassed Ling Er's." As she spoke, she smiled and hugged Lin Tian's neck like a child from behind Lin Tian. She said, "It's your turn to protect Ling Er in the future." P.S. Oh, I saw a question in the book review section. Why could Heavenly Venerables see that? Little Tian Tian is a reincarnated being, but now people stronger than heavenly venerables can't see at a glance. About this question, I explained in chapter 1325. It's because little Tian Tian used a special method to hide his origin after reaching the heavenly venerables level. After that, unless one uses divine consciousness to probe his origin, no one can see that he is a reincarnated being. Then, a book friend asked about making up for the chapters. This dragon didn't forget. He owed a total of 5 chapters, so he will definitely make up for it. Here, please give Dragon some time and make up for it by August this year at the latest. Dragon has been preparing for the driver's license test recently, and he has to spend some time training every day. Time is indeed a little tight. Everyone, please forgive me. For the latest novel update, please visit. The Violet Fairies had lived for many years, but from their appearance, they always looked like a little girl of 11 or 12 years old. Their soft, silky hair naturally fell to their waists. They were very cute, just like the fairies in the legends. Lin Tian felt very warm as the Violet Fairy held his neck like this. Little Violet has also reached the Emperor realm. He scanned with his divine telekinesis and found that the Violet Fairy's cultivation was the same as the little Taichu's. She was now also at the early stage of the Emperor realm. I reached the Emperor realm in ancient times, but because of my body, it became very difficult to advance further. Fortunately, I found the purple evolution stone in the sealed dust ancient region. Together with other things, I solved the problem. Now, my cultivation is very smooth. The Violet Fairy smiled. Lin Tian was slightly moved. Did the Violet Fairy's so-called body mean that she would lose all her cultivation and memory one day every year? That kind of thing, will it also affect one's cultivation? He asked. The Violet Fairy obviously knew what Lin Tian was thinking and said, that is just a manifestation of the body's problem. In essence, it is a problem with one's origin. Therefore, cultivation after the Emperor realm becomes abnormally difficult. I see. Lin Tian understood. Until today, he knew the real reason why the Violet Fairy would lose all her cultivation one day every year. It turned out that there was a problem with her life origin. But fortunately, this problem had been solved. What are you guys talking about? A soft voice sounded. Wu Yi hugged the little Taichu and looked at Lin Tian and the Violet Fairy. In order not to worry Wu Yi, the Violet Fairy did not tell Wu Yi that she would lose all her cultivation and memory one day every year. Wu Yi had never known about this. It's nothing, little Yi. The Violet Fairy giggled. Wu Yi looked at the Violet Fairy and Lin Tian, then her gaze fell on the Violet Fairy. I'm not small. Lin Tian couldn't help but want to laugh. Every time she saw the Violet Fairy giggling and calling Wu Yi little Yi, and then Wu Yi seriously saying I'm not little anymore, she always felt a little happy. He looked at Wu Yi, paused, and asked, Wu Yi, what is your cultivation level now? When he was in the 10 Directions heavens, he couldn't see through Wu Yi's cultivation base. Now that he had reached the sempiternal realm, he still couldn't see through Wu Yi's cultivation base. He felt that Wu Yi was like a bottomless black hole. Big brother. Before Wu Yi could say anything, the Violet Fairy spoke first. She grabbed Lin Tian's neck from behind and said, it's better if you don't know about this. You won't be able to take it. Then she smiled ambiguously and said, well, what I mean is that you'll be under a lot of pressure. You know what I mean. Lin Tian blushed slightly when he saw the Violet Fairy's ambiguous expression. However, when he thought back to the Violet Fairy's words, his heart couldn't help but tremble. He knew very well that apart from Wu Yi, the Violet Fairy was probably the only person in the world who knew how strong Wu Yi was. Now that the Violet Fairy had spoken like this, he naturally understood the underlying meaning behind her words. It was likely that Wu Yi's cultivation base had reached an extremely frightening height, far surpassing his current level of cultivation. He looked at Wu Yi, his eyes flashing slightly. Little Yi, do you want some tea? The Violet Fairy asked again, looking at Wu Yi. Wu Yi nodded and invited Lin Tian inside. Not long after, they arrived at a small courtyard on the main peak. The courtyard was as simple as ever. There was a fence outside the courtyard, and a stone table stood in the middle of the courtyard. There were several wooden chairs around the table, and the atmosphere was simple and unadorned. Wu Yi brewed the tea skillfully and gently. Not long after, the rich aroma of tea wafted out from the courtyard. Smelling the tea's fragrance, Lin Tian couldn't help but feel his essence, energy, and spirit become many times smoother in an instant, and his entire being became ethereal. The fragrance of the tea makes the person even more beautiful, isn't that right, big brother? The Violet Fairy looked at Lin Tian with an ambiguous and mischievous smile on her face. Lin Tian was speechless. This main peak was the misty peak of the Misty Mountain. It was the central peak, and the spiritual energy there was the densest. There were numerous extraordinary immortal trees, many of which were difficult to find in the outside world, and the ripples of Tao in the air were extremely strong. Lin Tian didn't leave immediately after arriving here. In the blink of an eye, he had stayed here for a month. During this month, Wu Yi took him to many places in the Misty Mountain, and he became completely familiar with the Misty Mountain. After this, another month passed quickly. On this day, he bid farewell to Wu Yi and the Violet Fairy. Before leaving, he gave each of them an eternal weapon. As for Wu Yi, he could vaguely sense that Wu Yi was very powerful from the Violet Fairy's words, so he didn't give him any weapons or treasures. There was no need for that. However, since he gave the Violet Fairy an AI things, he naturally couldn't refuse to give Wu Yi something. Thus, he took out a piece of psychic ancient jade and carved a little Wu Yi jade figure according to Wu Yi. I feel like this is countless times more valuable than the eternal weapon you gave us, right, little AI? The Violet Fairy giggled. That's right, that's right. AI nodded repeatedly. Lin Tian blushed with sweat and was slightly embarrassed. He looked at Wu Yi and the other two, and finally bade farewell. He stepped out of the main peak and instantly disappeared with the little Taichu. Soon, he left the range of the Misty Mountain and stepped on the void, leaving afterimages with each step. In the blink of an eye, he returned to the Immortal Court. After that, on the 7th day after he returned to the Immortal Court from the Misty Mountain, more than a dozen powerful auras rushed out one after another in the Immortal Court. Jiyu, Baiqiu, Shuiyi, Sushu, Linshi, Yanya Wuxing Crocodile, Ling Yan, and the others all came out of seclusion on this day. The auras outside their bodies had become very condensed, and their cultivation of the 6th firmament of the heavenly venerable realm had all stabilized. Not bad, Lin Tian said with a smile, and then said, let's go out for a walk and go back to the lower heavens to take a look. Okay. The group nodded. In this group, except for Jiang Luoluo, the others came from the lower heavens. Some of them had relatives in the lower heavens, some of them had masters in the lower heavens, some of them had tribes in the lower heavens, and some of them had cultivated in the sects in the lower heavens. Now that Lin Tian proposed to go back to the lower heavens to take a look, they naturally wouldn't be unwilling. Okay, then let's go. Lin Tian said with a smile. On this day, the group left the Immortal Court. They didn't use their powerful strength to tear through the heavens' barriers. Instead, they entered the lower heavens through the space-time portals that connected the various heavens. They walked between the heavens on foot, looking very leisurely. During this process, many cultivators naturally saw the group and were all moved. After all, except for Jiang Luoluo, everyone in the group was a big shot in the Immortal Court. In the cultivation world of the 10 Directions heavens, it could be said that they were known by everyone. Especially when these cultivators saw Lin Tian in the group, their expressions were filled with shock and excitement. Lord Immortal Emperor. Greetings, Immortal Emperor. Greetings, Immortal Emperor. All the cultivators who saw the group bowed to Lin Tian with a respectful expression. There was no exception. Jiang Luoluo was a little surprised. She looked at Lin Tian with a surprised expression. You have a lot of prestige in this area. Along the way, all the cultivators who saw them bowed to Lin Tian with a serious expression. She could see that this kind of seriousness was not because of fear of Lin Tian's strength, but because of a kind of reverence that came from the bottom of their hearts. Of course I have prestige because Big Brother is the true hero of the 10 Directions heavens. Lin, she said, appearing extremely proud. In the past, Lin Tian established the Immortal Court in the 9th heaven. He single-handedly suppressed the dark turmoil and led the people to defeat the ancient netherworld race. Then, he broke the seal of the 10th heaven and preached the Tao to the entire 10 Directions heavens. He passed down the essentials of cultivation after the chaos realm to all the cultivators in the 10 directions heavens. Everyone in the 10 directions heavens respected him. This kind of respect came from the bottom of their hearts. Lin Tian patted Lin Shi's head and said with a smile, "Don't brag about your brother. It's the truth," Lin Shi said. Lin Tian smiled and didn't say anything more. He and the group walked through the spacetime portals that connected the various heavens. Soon after, they walked through many heavens. They went to the barbarian race, Emergence Dao Gate, and by family to visit familiar old friends and elders. At the same time, he personally buried 150 divine veins for each of these inheritances to improve the foundation of the inheritance. He left 20 billion Ling Jing as cultivation resources and an immortal-grade soul treasure as a treasure weapon, which surprised and delighted the 3 great inheritances. These divine veins, Ling Jing, and soul treasures were naturally obtained from the top inheritances on the Xian ancient star. Kid, you have traveled the starry sky for 10 years. You have obtained too many treasures, right? You have shocked Uncle Crocodile. Whooshing Crocodile's eyes widened. After passing through the barbarian race, Emergence Dao Gate, and by family, Lin Tianyi gave each inheritances 150 divine veins, an immortal-grade soul treasure, and 20 billion caddies of Ling Jing. This was simply too extravagant. Well, it's nothing. Lin Tian smiled. On the Xian ancient star, he obtained more than 1,000 divine veins. He buried hundreds of divine veins in the immortal court before, and he still had about 1,000 on him. He obtained nearly 300 billion caddies of Ling Jing on the Xian ancient star. As for soul treasures, he obtained a lot on the Xian ancient star, about 100 pieces. He traveled with the group, left the 2nd heaven, entered the 1st heaven, and soon arrived at the Fanyang sect. Good boy, welcome back. The Supreme Elder of the Fanyang sect personally came out to welcome him, followed by the Burning Sun sect master and several elders of the Burning Sun sect. Supreme Elder, Sect Master, Elders. Lin Tianyi saluted with a respectful look. On this day, he and everyone temporarily stayed in the Fanyang sect. In the evening, he buried 300 divine veins for the Burning Sun sect as the foundation of cultivation, gave a peak soul treasure as a treasure weapon, and 50 billion caddies of Ling Jing as cultivation resources. He also gave a lot of Baodan and powerful secret techniques. In this regard, the Supreme Elder of the Burning Sun sect, the Burning Sun sect master, and others were naturally surprised and overjoyed. Good boy. I don't know what to say. Patting Lin Tian's shoulder, Tu Yao sighed with emotion. Over the years, Lin Tian would bring back piles of immortal treasures and ancient divine techniques to the Burning Sun sect every time he returned, causing the Burning Sun sect to change and become much stronger. This time, he even brought back hundreds of divine veins, tens of billions of Ling Jing, many Baodan immortal medicines, and powerful divine abilities and secret techniques. The accumulated value was simply unimaginable. Today, although the Burning Sun sect was located in the 1st heaven, in terms of heritage, it was definitely among the top forces in the entire 10 directions heaven. Good boy. Good boy. The Supreme Elder of the Burning Sun sect said. Like Tu Yao, he really didn't know how to express his feelings at this moment. Lin Tian, on behalf of the past elders of the Burning Sun sect and the current Burning Sun sect, I thank you. The sect master of the Burning Sun sect was also excited and pleasantly surprised. Taking a deep breath, he thanked Lin Tian Dao and even bowed to Lin Tian directly. Lin Tian was moved and hurriedly moved aside. At the same time, he used his divine power to straighten the Burning Sun sect master's body. Sect master, please don't be like this. You are the sect master of the Burning Sun sect, master's junior brother, Lin Tian's senior martial uncle. How can Lin Tian accept such a big bow from you? I can't accept it. He said with a serious expression. Moreover, although Lin Tian is now independent, he will never forget that he is a member of the Burning Sun sect. Contributing to the sect is what Lin Tian should do. The master he respected the most was a disciple of the Burning Sun sect. In the past, it was he who led him to the Burning Sun sect to cultivate. For him, master was like a father. The Supreme Elder and sect master of the Burning Sun sect also treated him very well. Back then, for him, they did not hesitate to fight to the death with the strongest force in the 1st heaven, the 100 Refinement Square. He had always remembered this in his heart and would never forget it. To him, this place was like home. The Burning Sun sect leader nodded. He looked at Lin Tian with a face full of emotion. Then, he smiled and said, "It seems that I was being unreasonable. The fact that my Burning Sun sect has you and your master is truly a blessing from the heavens." The Grand Elder of the Burning Sun sect said. He looked at Lin Tian with a face full of emotion. With a smile on his face, Lin Tian paused for a moment before remembering something. "By the way, Great Elder, after I broke into the 10th heaven, I found some traces left behind by Master. Master left the Burning Sun sect more than 10 years ago and entered the 10th heaven with Master's wife, then left the 10th heaven and entered the starry sky." After saying that, he briefly explained to the Burning Sun sect's Great Elder and Burning Sun sect leader that the 10 Directions heaven was an ancient life star in the starry sky, as well as the vastness of the starry sky. Then, he asked, "Master didn't come back in these years?" Listening to Lin Tian's words, the Burning Sun sect's Great Elder and the others were shocked. The 10 Directions heaven is an ancient life star in the starry sky? Beyond. The 10 Directions heaven is the starry sky? There are many star fields in the starry sky, and there are more powerful life sources? This is simply. These people were shocked. This was the first time they heard of such a thing. Their eyes flickered, and it was only after 10 breaths of time that they calmed down. The Burning Sun sect leader said, "Senior brother and senior sister haven't come back in these years, we all miss them very much." Lin Tian nodded, feeling a little regretful. He originally thought that after returning to the Burning Sun sect this time, he would be able to see an old drunkard. Next to him, Wuxing Crocodile's eyes were filled with surprise. Master Crocodile thought that Lin Tian was the first to reach the 10th heaven. "I didn't expect that man had already broken through the barrier of the 10th heaven before Lin Tian." He sighed with emotion and said, "What do you mean?" As expected of that man, he always surprises this crocodile. "Grandmaster is really amazing." Yi Tong said, "So, Grandmaster is the first person to reach the 10th heaven?" "That's not it." Lin Tian shook his head and said, "When I reached the 10th heaven due to some special reasons, I accidentally saw many scenes. Before me and Master, Wu Yi had already reached the 10th heaven, and before Wu Yi, the 9 Empyreans of the ancient era had also reached the 10th heaven. All of them rushed into the starry sky." As soon as these words came out, except for Jiang Luoluo, who didn't know much about the 10th heaven, everyone was shocked. "Miss Wu Yi has already reached the 10th heaven? This is really powerful. Unfathomable." Wuxing Crocodile was surprised again, and then he thought of the other side that Lin Tian mentioned. The 9 Empyreans of the ancient era all reached the 10th heaven and rushed into the starry sky? Is the rumor in the 10th heaven wrong? The 9 of them didn't die? The 9 Empyreans whose names shook the 10 Directions heaven were all unrivaled under the heavens. The ancient scriptures they created were all marvelous and marvelous. All the cultivators in the 10 Directions heaven believed that the 9 of them had already fallen. Even though they were unrivaled under the heavens, they were still limited by the terrifying barrier of the 10th heaven, unable to ascend to the 10th heaven. In the end, they fell under the gears of time. However, the truth was actually not so. The 9 of them have already reached the 10th heaven? With the power of the 9 of them, when they reached the 10th heaven and rushed into the starry sky, they should have reached the eternal indestructible realm. They definitely didn't die. Lin Tiandao, however, the 9 of them weren't the first ones to reach the 10th heaven. I don't know who the first person to reach the 10th heaven is, but he is very powerful. Peerlessly powerful. The cultivation levels and essentials after the chaos realm that I passed down were engraved on a stone tablet in the 10th heaven by that person. The barrier of the 10th heaven is also difficult to break because of the aura left by that person. What? The reason why the barrier of the 10th heaven is so strong is because of the aura left by the first person to reach the 10th heaven? Everyone was shocked. Jiang Luoluo stared at Lin Tiandao and said, "According to what you said, that person engraved a series of cultivation levels and essentials on the stone tablet in the 10th heaven. Doesn't that mean that person reached the Divine Emperor realm in the past?" Lin Tian nodded and said, "It should be like this. The Divine Emperor realm. I can't believe that this ancient life star of yours had an existence at that level." Jiang Luoluo was shocked. Ji Yu and the others were also shocked. It was hard to imagine that there was such a terrifying existence in the 10th heaven. For a moment, this place became silent. Everyone had a look of shock on their faces. Well, don't worry too much about this matter. After all, it has nothing to do with us. Lin Tiandao. Wuxing Crocodile nodded, that's true. The group gradually calmed down and stopped thinking about it. After that, because of Lin Tian, the group stayed in the Burning Sun sect for 3 days. 3 days later, Lin Tian bid farewell to the Supreme Elder and the Burning Sun sect leader and the others before walking out of the Burning Sun sect. Let's take a trip to the Valley of the Harp, then return to the Northern Flame Country. Lin Tiandao. After leaving the Burning Sun sect, he went directly to the Valley of the Harp to visit Yu Wushuang, the Lord of the Valley of the Harp, leaving behind 150 divine veins and 20 billion gene of Ling Jing. Then, he returned to the Northern Flame Country to visit Old General Ji, Mu Qing, Sherdong, and the other elders. He gave them a lot of baodan, precious herbs, Ling Jing, and ancient scriptures. He also used his divine veins to transform their residence into the most suitable place for cultivation. At the same time, he also went to see Zhu Yi, Xianxia, and the others, giving each of them valuable treasures. After that, he returned to the immortal court of the 9th heaven with the others. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, he called Jitong over and explained the Tao of Faith to her in detail. He planned to let Jitong spread the immortal court's Tao in the 10th heaven and shape the immortal court's faith. Believers can give birth to the power of faith? Not only can it be used for cultivation, but it can also temporarily increase one's combat power? And it can even be used as an offensive force? Yitong was surprised. This was the first time she came into contact with such a strange Tao. Yes. Lin Tiandao. He waved his hand, and a pagoda flew out from his knowledge sea. It was intertwined with purple divine light and lightning arcs, exuding a majestic aura. Yitong was shocked. Master, this pagoda, could it be? He was now already an Empyrean-level powerhouse, and he had already flipped through many ancient books that Lin Tian had brought back from the starry skies, so his knowledge was already extraordinary. At this time, he saw that this pagoda was extraordinary, and recognized that the purple divine light was primordial origin qi, and it was extremely pure primordial origin qi. Such pure primordial origin qi could only be found in primordial heavenly crystals. You're right. Lin Tian could see that Yitong had already guessed the material of the Immortal Emperor Pagoda. He said, "This is the Immortal Emperor Pagoda. It's an origin divine weapon that I forged using primordial heavenly crystals." Yitong was shocked again. Although she had already guessed it, she was still shocked to hear Lin Tian say it personally. "Congratulations, Master," she said. The Grand Mist Heavenly Crystal was the ultimate holy artifact recorded in the ancient books for forging weapons. Divine weapons forged with it could be reconstructed even if they were shattered. It was indestructible and could evolve endlessly. It was a treasure among treasures. Now, her master had obtained primordial heavenly crystals and used them to forge an extraordinary origin divine pagoda. As a disciple, she was naturally happy. Lin Tiantan smiled, and then his expression became serious again. "Next, you will dispatch some immortal soldiers and immortal generals in the immortal court. With you as the leader, you will go to every corner of the 10 direction celestial regions to preach the Tao." With that, he flicked his finger. The immortal Emperor Pagoda swayed slightly and flew to Yitong. "During the preaching period, this pagoda will be under your control. It will be a sacred object for preaching the Tao." The path of faith was a different path of cultivation. Although Lin Tian didn't mainly rely on the power of faith to cultivate, this kind of power was really extraordinary. He obtained the derivation of this power on earth, and it wouldn't affect the believers themselves. Therefore, he wanted to store this power, which could only be beneficial to him. Moreover, as the number of believers increased and the power of faith accumulated, he believed that this power would be of unimaginable use one day. At this time, the Immortal Emperor Pagoda was about an inch tall. It bobbed up and down in front of Yitong, intertwined with strands of primordial qi. It was sacred and majestic, with a domineering aura. "I understand, Master." I will do my best to preach the Tao in the future. Yitong's expression was solemn. Good, go. Lin Tiandao. Yitong nodded seriously. She carefully put the immortal Emperor Pagoda into her sea of consciousness, then bowed and left. Looking at Yitong's back, Lin Tiantan smiled. He had taught Yitong everything about the path of faith in detail. He believed that with Yitong's ability, she would be able to handle it well. I'll accompany them alone. He muttered to himself. His eyes were gentle as he looked into the depths of the immortal court. Soon, he arrived at a large courtyard in the depths of the immortal court. This courtyard was a special place in the immortal court. The fragrance of flowers was very strong inside, and there were many immortal plants. It was where Linshi, Jiyu, and the other girls lived. He came here and called out Linshi, Jiyu, Sushu, Baiqiu, and Shuiyi. The 6 of them were ready to go out for a walk. Okay. Brother, I want to take a look in the starry sky. I want to take a closer look at the ancient planet of life in the 10 directions celestial domain, and the other stars in the starry sky. Linshi said, a bit happy. No problem, Lin Tian said with a smile. He looked at Jiyu, Sushu, and the other girls. What about you guys? Is there anywhere in particular you want to go? Well, in this 9th heaven, there is a vast sealed dust ancient domain. You have fought there before, and the netherworld race has also invaded this world. Can you take us to that sealed dust ancient domain to take a look? Baiqiu said. Jiyu nodded. I think so too. Well, I can go anywhere. Shuiyi said. Sushu echoed, just like Shuiyi. Lin Tianwei smiled, alright, let's go to the sealed dust ancient realm first, then enter the 10th heaven, and then take a stroll in the starry space. Immediately, he brought Linshi, Jiyu, and the other girls away from the immortal court, and headed towards the sealed dust ancient region before stepping into the starry skies. It was also on this day that Yitong dispatched a group of outstanding experts in the immortal court. She explained the path of faith that Lin Tian taught her to this group of outstanding immortal emperors, ordering them to leave the immortal court and start preaching the Tao in the 10 heavens. He himself also stepped out of the immortal court, roaming the world with the identity of the immortal court's divine child. Using the immortal Emperor Pagoda as a sacred treasure, he earnestly preached the Tao. Soon, he gathered devout believers in the mortal world. In fact, because of Lin Tian's actions in suppressing the chaos of darkness and unsealing the 10th heaven, countless cultivators revered Lin Tian. Therefore, in addition to the mortal world, many people in the cultivation world also became believers of the immortal court. Like all the mortal believers, they worshipped the immortal emperor. Everything went smoothly. In the blink of an eye, the immortal court's faith was like a flame that ignited in the wasteland. It rapidly spread to various regions of the ancient star. As time passed, the number of believers of the immortal court multiplied exponentially. Time passed bit by bit. The 10 heavens was very vast, and preaching the Tao wasn't a simple task. Yitong controlled the immortal Emperor Pagoda and poured her heart and soul into every corner of the 10 heavens. Not only did she manifest miracles among the mortals, but she also preached the Tao to the cultivators in the cultivation world. Gradually, the number of believers of the immortal court increased. At the same time, under Yitong's guidance, the other immortal court experts were also doing their best to preach the Tao. The flame of faith in the immortal court grew stronger and stronger. Lin Tian accompanied his younger sister, Lin Shi, Jiyu, and the others. They crossed the sealed dust ancient region and traveled through the starry skies, visiting ancient stars one after another. He brought the girls to cultivate in the starry skies. After traveling in the starry skies for half a year, they finally returned to the 10 heavens. The starry skies are so beautiful. Lin Shi said. Jiyu and the others nodded. Lin Tian took them to many places in the starry skies, showing them many stars. Each star was incomparably huge and colorful, very attractive. It's indeed very beautiful, but there are also many dangers. Lin Tian said with a smile. After traveling in the starry skies for 10 years, he had obtained many ancient books and read many of them. His understanding of the starry skies was very thorough. Although the starry skies were beautiful and fantastical, it contained many dangers. Among them, there were starry tides that could crush everything, space-time black holes that could devour everything, ferocious star beasts that even eternal experts couldn't defeat, and some strange islands and continents that floated in the starry skies. Those places were the most terrifying as they were full of unknowns and uncertainties. He took Linxi, Jiyu, Shuiyi, and the other girls from the vast starry skies and landed in the 10th heaven domain. They walked leisurely in the 10th heaven and then returned to the 9th heaven. Not long after, he made a trip to the fake king palace and gifted them a peak-tier immortal rank soul treasure, 150 divine veins, and 20 billion spirit crystals. He also helped the fake king palace strengthen their foundation and heritage. Everyone in the fake king palace was shocked and excited. A few of the grand elders thanked Lin Tian. "Seniors, you're welcome," Lin Tian said with a smile. The Violet Fairy was the master of the fake king palace, and several of the supreme elders of the fake king palace had helped him before. Whether it was for the sake of the Violet Fairy or the supreme elders of the fake king palace who had helped him before, he had to do something. As for Wu Yi's Misty Mountain, he didn't give away the divine veins and Ling Jing because it was really not necessary. The Misty Mountain was too special. The spiritual qi there was not inferior to the current immortal court. He bid farewell to the supreme elders of the Demon King Palace and took Linxi, Jiyu, and the other girls to other places in the 10th heaven domain. After that, they went to many places in the lower heavens domain. It was not until another month had passed that they returned to the immortal court. After that, he still spent most of his time with Linxi, Jiyu, and the other girls. He walked out of the immortal court with them several times and walked to many corners of the 10th heaven domain. He also personally guided them in their cultivation. In this way, time passed like the sand between one's fingers. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. On this day, he sent out an immortal-level divine sense to summon Yitong back because he was about to leave for the eternal ancient star field. He was going to send Jiang Luoluo home and go to the eternal ancient star field where Jiang Luoluo was to retrieve the sword soul fragment. He needed to bring the immortal Emperor Pagoda along. In the following days, he would refine and polish the Origin Divine Pagoda. Not long after, Yitong received his message and returned to the immortal court in a very short time. "Master." Yitong returned and called out the immortal Emperor Pagoda. It floated in front of Lin Tian. At this time, the purple divine light outside the pagoda was even thicker. It was surrounded by a divine aura and carried an immortal divine charm. It was as if it had an additional divine power. It was extremely extraordinary. "You've worked hard." Lin Tian put the immortal Emperor Pagoda into his sea of consciousness and said to Yitong. The immortal Emperor Pagoda was a sacred object for preaching. It was a vessel that carried the power of faith. It would gradually change and become stronger as the power of faith fused with it. At this time, he scanned it with his divine sense and found that the immortal Emperor Pagoda had carried an incomparably dense amount of power of faith. It was like an ocean of faith. It was much more than the power of faith it carried from Earth in the past years. It was enough to imagine how hard Yitong had worked in the past 3 years. Of course, this didn't mean that the two Xianxia on Earth didn't work hard enough. It was because the two ancient stars were different. The ancient star of life in the 10th heaven domain was countless times bigger than Earth. Naturally, the number of living beings on it was also countless times more than on Earth. Therefore, the accumulation of power of faith was naturally much faster than on Earth. "It's not hard. This disciple has benefited a lot," Yitong said. During the 3 years of preaching, he had always been with the immortal Emperor Pagoda that was inscribed with Lin Tian's origin energy and origin Tao. He had been baptized and nurtured by the immortal Emperor Pagoda. Now, he had reached the 7th stage of the heavenly venerable realm. His essence, qi, and spirit were much stronger than 3 years ago. Then, a trace of doubt appeared in his eyes. He paused and said, "Well, Master, in the past 3 years, this disciple found something strange. The power of faith produced by the immortal Emperor Pagoda doesn't seem to belong to the 10th heaven domain. It seems to come from outside the 10th heaven domain. Master, do you have other believers outside the 10th heaven domain?" Lin Tian listened to Yitong's words and nodded with a smile. "Your guess is correct. It is indeed so." He said, "Back then, because of the cosmic tide, I was far away from the 10th heaven domain. I descended on another ancient star of life in the starry sky and learned about the Tao of faith there. Then, I established the immortal court on that ancient star. My preaching of Tao began there. The preaching of Tao and the immortal court there are under the charge of a little junior sister you have never met. She is the second disciple I accepted on that ancient star. Oh, a cute little fox. He continued, the power of faith you sensed that doesn't belong to the 10th heaven domain should be from that ancient star. It is the result of your little junior sister's preaching of Tao. As he said this, he missed the little fox a little. That little fox was really lively and cute. Yitong understood and scratched his head. So there are believers outside the 10th heaven domain. I was wondering why the power of faith that doesn't belong to the 10th heaven domain would gather in the immortal emperor pagoda. Then, he became curious about another matter. But, I actually have a junior sister now. Speaking of which, Master, from what you said, little junior sister is of the Yao clan. Is she powerful? Yes, she is of the Yao clan. She is also very powerful. In terms of cultivation talent and potential, she is not inferior to you in the slightest. Lin Tian smiled. Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, Yitong's eyes lit up. I wonder when I'll be able to see my junior sister. They shared the same master and lineage, so Yitong naturally wanted to meet this little junior sister of his that he had never met before. It won't take long. Lin Tian smiled. Yitong had worked very hard during the 3 years of preaching. He asked Yitong to take a rest first. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed since Yitong returned to the immortal court. On this day, Lin Tian was ready to depart for Tonghing Ancient Star. He wanted to tell his family and friends about this matter. Brother, we'll go with you. Lin Shi said. At the same time, Ji Yu, Bai Qiu, Shui Yi, and Su Shu also said that they wanted to go with Lin Tian. The outside world is very dangerous. None of you should go. Cultivate in peace in the immortal court. Lin Tian Dao said. Now, the cultivation foundation of the immortal court was very amazing. It was definitely one of the top places in the entire starry sky. It was definitely a blessed place for cultivation. Moreover, he had carved a special Tao pattern in the immortal palace at the center of the immortal court. A part of the power of faith of the immortal court in the 10 directions heavenly domain would gather in the immortal palace. It was enough for the group to cultivate freely. In this way, Lin Shi, Ji Yu, and the others really didn't need to go to the starry sky. He hoped that they could cultivate and live in this absolutely safe place. This way, he could be absolutely assured. The girls hesitated. They really wanted to go with Lin Tian. However, after a pause, they nodded one after another. We'll listen to you. Ji Yu said. They weren't stupid. They naturally knew that Lin Tian was worried about them and didn't want them to be in any danger. They just didn't want to be separated from Lin Tian because they cared about Lin Tian and wanted to travel with Lin Tianyi. However, if staying in the immortal court could let Lin Tian do all kinds of things without worry, they were willing to stay in the immortal court. Lin Tian nodded and smiled. He wasn't worried about the girls staying in the immortal court to cultivate. They would be absolutely safe if they stayed in the immortal court. We are also preparing to explore the starry skies. Baiziki said. Not bad. Ling Yin nodded and looked at Lin Tian. However, we won't travel with you. After all, your current cultivation level is much higher than ours. If we travel with you, you'll be able to solve everything on your own. We won't be able to get real training. That's not good. At the side, Fanning Xiong, Yang Qi, He Jiao, and the others nodded. They had decided to explore the starry sky, but they would not fight with Lin Tianyi. The reason was just as Ling Yin had said. You guys think too much. Lord Crocodile doesn't care about this. On the contrary, let Brat Lin solve everything alone, and then get rare treasures for Lord Crocodile to improve my cultivation. That's what I call comfortable. I should enjoy life like this. Whooshing Crocodile opened his mouth and said, Lord Crocodile will also go to the starry skies to explore and train with Brat Lin. Lin Tian wanted to cover his face. This guy actually said sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' work so naturally and proudly. He was really thick-skinned. Yeah. Little Taichu called out in a childish voice and flew to Lin Tian's shoulder. Obviously, it wanted to go with them. After this disciple does a better job of preaching in the 10 directions heavenly domain, I will also go to the starry skies to experience and strive to spread the faith of the immortal court throughout the starry skies. Yi Tong said. In the past 3 years, he has preached to the world and gained a lot of insights. He felt that this Tao can be extended infinitely. Whether it is for him, who preaches the Tao, or for his master, who is the center of the faith, it will be of great benefit. In the end, everything was decided. Lin Tian took Jiang Luoluo to the eternal ancient star field, and Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu would go with them. Baiziki, Yang Qi, Ling Yun, He Jiao, Fanning Xiong, and others would go to the starry skies on their own. Lin Shi, Ji Yu, Bai Qiu, Shui Yi, Su Shu, Yenya and others would stay in the immortal court to cultivate. Yi Tong would enter the starry skies later. So, on this day, Lin Tian and Lin Shi, Ji Yu, and others bid farewell seriously, and then rushed into the 10th heaven with Jiang Luoluo, Wuxing Crocodile, and Little Taichu. At the same time, Baiziki, Yang Qi, Ling Yun, Fanning Xiong, He Jiao, and others also rushed into the starry skies. Everyone, take care of yourselves. In the starry skies, Lin Tian bid farewell to Baiziki and others. Baiziki and the others would split up and go to different places to fight, sharpen themselves, and improve themselves. At the same time, he imparted the saint refining art to Baiziki, Ling Yun, Fanning Xiong, and the others. This art was created by an emperor of the human race back then in the sealed dust ancient region. It could be used as a sacrifice for oneself. If it was used crudely, casually using other living beings as a sacrifice for oneself, this art would bring about endless harm. However, if it was used appropriately, using the corpses of enemies or living beings that had already died to refine it, the effects would be unparalleled. It could raise one's cultivation extremely quickly and strengthen oneself. Over the years, his cultivation base has improved by leaps and bounds time and time again. This saint refining treasure technique has played a crucial role. After passing this saint refining treasure technique to Baiziki and others, he was 100% sure that they would not use the saint refining treasure technique carelessly. Kid, I look forward to the day we meet again. Ling Yun said. Baiziki, Yang Qi, Fanning Xiong, and He Jiao said one after another. They bid farewell to Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile, Little Taichu, and Jiang Luoluo. Then, they took one last look at the ancient star of life in the 10 directions heaven domain before flying off into the starry skies. Lin Tian looked at the group until they completely disappeared from his sight. Then, he led Wuxing Crocodile, Little Taichu, and Jiang Luoluo away from the ancient star of life in the 10 directions heaven domain. Kid, Jiang Yua's ancient star of eternity, how far is it from here? How long will it take to get there? Wuxing Crocodile asked. It's very far from here. Based on our average speed, it will take about 5 years. Lin Tian Ondao. What? So long? Wuxing Crocodile stared at him. We're crossing the starry skies now. We're crossing the star field. Do you think we're moving within a star? Lin Tian squinted at him. The starry skies were boundless. The ancient star of eternity was located in the ancient star field. It was separated from the star field where the ancient star of life in the 10 directions heaven domain was. It would naturally take a long time to get there from their current location. Wuxing Crocodile rolled his eyes. It would take 5 years to fly from here to the ancient star of life. Just thinking about it made him feel tired. Jiang Luoluo looked at Lin Tian and said with a smile, well, thank you for sending me home. Now that she had reached the celestial venerable realm, she no longer needed Lin Tian's protection. She could cross the starry skies with her own strength. You're welcome. I have to go to that ancient star to get something anyway. Lin Tian Ondao. The starry skies were dim and there was a faint silver light intertwining. The group traveled through the starry skies, leaving the ancient stars behind them. It would take about 5 years to reach the ancient star of life from here. Therefore, they would not simply travel through the starry skies. Instead, they would cultivate their ancient scriptures and ancient skills while traveling through the starry skies to improve themselves. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. After traveling through the starry skies for 3 years and cultivating seriously for 3 years, their essence, qi, and spirit had improved greatly. At the same time, they were much closer to the ancient star of life. 2 more years. Whooshing Crocodile rolled his eyes. He was speechless after traveling through the starry skies for 3 years. Moreover, after that, to reach Tongheng Ancient Star, they would have to continue flying for another 2 years. You can just treat it as admiring the starry skies. Or, you can really immerse yourself in cultivation and treat it as a closed-door cultivation. That way, you won't feel bored. Lin Tianandao. Whooshing Crocodile curled his lips. You really know how to think. Of course, I have to think about it. Otherwise, I will only feel more and more tired, Lin Tianandao. As he spoke, he suddenly stopped talking. The expression on his face changed slightly. He looked forward and stopped in his tracks. Whooshing Crocodile, Little Taichu, and Jiang Luoluo were curious. They followed Lin Tian's gaze and their expressions changed. They looked ahead and saw a great continent floating in the starry skies. It was surrounded by fog and was drifting toward them like a warship. This is? Whooshing Crocodile was shocked. Lin Tian brought back many ancient books from the ancient Xian star area. Baiziki and the others had read them in detail. They knew a lot about the starry skies. They knew that there would be strange islands and continents floating in the starry skies. They were all very dangerous. Even the Eternal Realm Undying experts would most likely die if they went near these places. Avoid it. Lin Tianandao. In the face of these islands and continents floating in the starry skies like fog, he felt that avoiding them was the best choice. Immediately, the group moved horizontally away from the continent. They planned to move forward after the continent was far away. However, at this moment, the surrounding starry skies suddenly distorted. A majestic force suddenly surged from the continent. The group of people's expressions changed. As this majestic force surged, all of their bodies were restrained. It was as if an invisible hand had grabbed them and dragged their bodies quickly toward the continent. In just a moment, they were pulled close to the continent and then dragged into it. We were pulled in by force in just a moment? F***CK. Whooshing Crocodile cursed. Let's get out of here. Jiang Luoluo said. Such a strange continent floating in the starry skies was not a good place. They did not want to stay here. I'm afraid it won't be so easy to get out. Lin Tian said. As soon as he was forcibly dragged to this continent by that majestic force, he wanted to leave immediately. However, when he scanned the continent with his immortal divine thought, he found a problem. There was an invisible barrier at the edge of the continent. It was very strong, and even an immortal realm expert in the eternal realm would not be able to break it. He told them what he had found out. At the same time, he slashed out a golden sword essence toward the edge of the continent. The golden sword essence operated the heaven ascending sword manual for him. With his early stage immortal realm cultivation, he slashed out with all his strength. It was so powerful that it could kill an expert half a step to the eternal realm. However, the moment it approached the edge of the continent, a black bounded domain appeared. It melted the golden sword essence like ice meeting fire. What? Suddenly, Whooshing Crocodile and Jiang Luoluo's expressions changed. Whooshing Crocodile and Jiang Luoluo could feel how strong Lin Tian's golden sword essence was. It could almost kill anyone under the eternal realm. But now, when this fierce sword essence hit the edge of the strange continent, it caused a black bounded domain barrier to emerge and directly melted the fierce sword essence. The scene was a little scary. When we were pulled to this continent by that strange force, we didn't feel any bounded domain barrier. How come now? Whooshing Crocodile frowned. It blocks the inside but not the outside. Haven't we seen this kind of bounded domain barrier before? Lin Tianandao. There were many bounded domains between heaven and earth. Some prevented creatures from stepping in from the outside, but were not affected when they went out from the inside. Some prevented creatures from moving in from the outside, but were also prevented from moving in from the inside. Others only prevented creatures from moving out from the inside, but were not affected when they went in from the outside. Obviously, the bounded domain here only prevented creatures from moving out from the inside, but were not restricted when they went in from the outside. Then, what should we do now? How do we leave? Whooshing Crocodile asked. Looking at Lin Tian's expression, they could not break this bounded domain with brute force. I don't know for the time being. Lin Tian said, if we just rely on brute force, with our current cultivation, even if we join forces, we won't be able to break through it and leave. Now, we can only walk around the continent, observe and measure this continent, and find a way to break it. Originally, the divine chain around Jiang Luolua's neck was very extraordinary. It was very amazing in breaking bounded domains. It had an extraordinary magical effect because it was mixed with the aura of the sword soul of the divine sword in his sea of consciousness. However, when he returned to the 10 directions heavenly domain from the Xian star, the aura of the sword soul in the divine chain disappeared. It seemed that it was absorbed by the divine sword in his sea of consciousness. So now, this divine chain could no longer be used to break the bounded domain here. Now, if they wanted to break the bounded domain barrier outside this continent, they could only choose to walk around the continent and observe every corner to find clues to break the bounded domain here. This might not be useful in the end because they could not find a way to break it. But if they just stayed here and did nothing, it was even more impossible to get out of here. Let's go to the continent. Whooshing Crocodile tilted his head and looked at the continent. I always feel that this place is not very good. I can see it. Lin Tian Ondao. They had been pulled to this island by that strange force. At this time, they were at the edge of this continent. Looking at the continent from here, they could see strands of black fog intertwining. Broken stone tablets stood in many places, and the soil was dark red as if it had been soaked in blood. There were many strange black and red plants growing on the ground, but most of them were withered. Leaves were scattered on the ground sparsely. The entire continent gave off a creepy feeling. Let's go. Lin Tian Ondao. Just standing at the edge of the continent would not solve any problems. Now, they had to go to the continent to explore. At the same time, he was not in a hurry to be pulled into the continent by the majestic force. After all, they had not encountered any danger yet. There was no need to be anxious. Moreover, being anxious would not help them solve the problem. Immediately, they walked towards the continent. This continent was very shocking. It was even bigger than some stars. Walking on it, the ground was a little moist. The withered leaves on the ground would occasionally sizzle, and a moldy smell spread out. Lin Tian stepped forward. Strands of dragon patterns spread out from the soles of his feet and sank into the ground to explore the terrain. Soon, an hour passed. They were very far away from the edge of the continent and gradually moved towards the center of the continent. Kid, did you see anything? Whooshing Crocodile asked. Lin Tian shook his head, no. No? Aren't you an authority to look at the ground? It's been an hour, but you can't see anything? Correction, I'm not an authority to look at the ground. Those who look at the ground are called tomb seers. I'm cultivating the dragon burial scripture. I control the layout of the earth and the general trend of the world. They're on different levels. Aren't they the same? They're all related to the earth. Are you asking for a beating? Lin Tian wanted to beat it up. Whooshing Crocodile rolled its eyes and looked around. Jiang Luoluo followed Lin Tian cautiously. Little Taichu was lying on Lin Tian's shoulder leisurely. In the blink of an eye, another hour passed. They walked further away. The amount of vegetation around them was obviously much less. The ground was more moist, and there was a strong medicinal fragrance. This medicinal fragrance, Lin Tian was moved, and a glimmer of light flashed across his eyes. At this time, the medicinal fragrance in the air was incomparably strong. It was even more amazing than the 5-colored phoenix plant he obtained on the Xian ancient planet. Moreover, this medicinal fragrance was not just a single one. It was a mixture of dozens of different medicinal fragrances. Each of them was amazing. Whooshing Crocodile was shocked. This rundown place looks eerie. How can there be such an amazing medicinal fragrance? Beside him, Jiang Luoluo was also very surprised. Let's go and take a look. He called out to Whooshing Crocodile and Jiang Luoluo, and they went in the direction of the medicinal fragrance. He had read many ancient books. In this mixed medicinal fragrance, there were a few medicinal fragrances that were very similar to very precious natural treasures recorded in an ancient book. They were even more valuable than the 5-colored phoenix plant he obtained on the Xian ancient planet. Soon, he led Wuxing Crocodile and Jiang Luoluo across tens of thousands of feet. At this time, the medicinal fragrance in the air became even stronger. A medicinal garden appeared in front of him. It was about a few thousand square meters. Inside, ancient and immortal herbs were laid out horizontally. They were intertwined with spots of light and emitted a strong medicinal fragrance. "There's such a medicinal garden here?" Jiang Luoluo was shocked. Flowing grass, a super divine medicine for refining one's body. Thousand spirit flower, refined by a heavenly venerable. Only 3 stalks are needed to raise one's cultivation by a small level. Immortal star root, born from starlight, is a rare treasure for Empyrean realm masters. It can strengthen one's divine soul, sea of consciousness, and origin. It can also raise one's cultivation. Also, Emperor Snow, black glass grass, resurrection flower. Wuxing Crocodile's eyes widened. Lin Tian was also shocked. Not only was he shocked by the fact that there was such a medicinal garden on such a eerie continent, but he was also shocked by the various rare treasures in the medicinal garden. In this medicinal garden, he saw too many precious divine medicines. Among them, there was even the black and yellow treasure lotus, which could directly raise one's cultivation after being refined by an immortal realm master. All of them are harvested. Wuxing Crocodile howled. Seeing such a divine medicinal garden, he was excited and almost drooled. He rushed forward directly. Lin Tian's eyes were shining. He also stepped forward to the medicinal garden in front of him. But in the next moment, his heart suddenly shook as he noticed a withered corpse at the corner of the medicinal garden. The corpse's sunken eyes were staring fixedly at them, and they were faintly suffused with a gloomy green light. Instantly, it caused his back to go cold as a feeling of terror rose in his heart, and his scalp couldn't help but go numb. "Come back." After being pulled back by Lin Tianyi, the Wuxing Crocodile was puzzled. "Kid, what are you doing? Look over there." Lin Tiandao pointed at the dried corpse in the corner of the herb garden. The Wuxing Crocodile looked in the direction Lin Tian pointed and naturally saw the dried ancient corpse in an instant. At first glance, it didn't feel anything, but in the next moment, it felt a chill run down its spine and an inexplicable tremor rose in its heart. Is this a pure dried corpse, or has it mutated? Jiang Luoluo's heart also palpitated. She felt that this dried corpse was not ordinary. The dried corpse's eyes stared straight at them, and it felt as if they were being stared at by the soul-reaping emissaries of hell. No matter how I look at it, it doesn't look like a pure dried corpse. Lin Tiandao looked at the dried corpse and his eyes narrowed slightly. How could a corpse that could make him feel a chill run down his spine and a sense of danger be a pure dried corpse? It had 100% turned into a great evil. Almost at the instant he finished speaking, a light sound came from the front. It sounded like the sound of a person waking up from a deep sleep. The dried corpse suddenly moved. Its sunken pupils were suffused with a green light. The corpse stood up in a deformed manner, and its head was tilted unnaturally. In an instant, an extremely dense aura of death spread out. It stared at Lin Tian and the others and directly pounced on them. The icy cold aura of death rolled like a vast ocean. The temperature in this place dropped by more than 100 degrees in an instant, causing the group of people to tremble and their internal organs to become cold. This old corpse is really not a pure dried corpse. The Wuxing Crocodile trembled violently. It was shocked by the aura of death. It was really too dense, as if the king of hell had come. That kind of an aura was appalling. It was a little scared. Fortunately, Lin Tian pulled it back in time. Otherwise, it would have been in great trouble if the dried corpse suddenly pounced on it after rushing into the herb garden. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. It only took an instant for the corpse to pounce over. Its speed was so fast that it was frightening. It let out a low roar, and its withered arms grabbed at several people at the same time. The Xianxia of death rolled like a fog, covering all directions. A gust of sinister energy directly locked down the space. The Wuxing Crocodile trembled again. It was frightened by the ferocious aura of the withered corpse, and the scales on its body stood up. Jiang Luolua's face turned pale. This withered corpse was too terrifying. It was as if a true immortal had come to kill them. Lin Tian raised his hand and punched the corpse's big hand. In the blink of an eye, his fist collided with the corpse's arm. He felt as if he had punched a piece of immortal divine iron. His fist immediately went numb, and the web between his thumb and forefinger was about to crack. The old corpse roared, and sharp black claws grew out of its withered hands. Its pair of sunken eyes glowed with green light. It was gloomy and frightening. It grabbed at several people like an emperor evil god. Lin Tian felt that this withered corpse was very scary before it moved. At this time, with a head-on collision, this feeling became even clearer. He waved the Chaos Emperor fist and performed it with his Immortal Realm Cultivation base. He punched out one punch after another to meet the old corpse. Bang! 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 The void rang loudly. He punched dozens of times in a row. He felt a burst of pain in his fist, and then a little bit of blood floated out. The web between the thumb and forefinger of his right hand was shattered. Wuxing Crocodile was shocked. It knew what kind of physique Lin Tian had. It was the strongest king physique. With Lin Tian's current Immortal Realm Cultivation base, the strength of his body was almost no worse than that of an early-stage Eternal Realm expert. But now, his body was injured after colliding with the withered corpse in front of him. It was shocked. This old corpse was too terrifying. Roar. The old corpse roared, its pupils deep green. Its corpse was clearly extremely withered like firewood, as if it would break apart with a light touch. However, in reality, it was extremely terrifying. Its entire body was like a great sword of death, shattering expanse after expanse of the void. Lin Tian waved the Chaos Emperor fist and felt the horror of this old corpse more and more. The other party's corpse body was shockingly strong. Moreover, the death aura outside its body was very shocking. It was as if there was a sea of death wrapped around its body. He punched again and again. Then, black and white lotus petals flew out of his body, intertwining with the rich power of yin and yang. In the blink of an eye, they turned into yin and yang lotus swords. They made a sonorous sound and slashed at the withered corpse. This was the vision of his sea of consciousness, which had a strong restraining power against evil ghosts. At this time, he directly cast it out and combined it with his Chaos Emperor fist to bombard the withered corpse. The power of yin and yang kept falling on the withered corpse. However, this time, the yin and yang lotus sea, which had a strong restraining power against evil ghosts, was not very useful against the withered corpse in front of him. The effect was very weak, almost negligible. Is my cultivation base not enough? He muttered to himself. Roar. The withered corpse roared, and the death aura outside its body became even more terrifying. Lin Tian used the Chaos Emperor fist and the yin and yang lotus sea to bombard the withered corpse. After a pause, the yin and yang lotus sea and the fist force were put away at the same time. He then turned to the 5 heaven-shaking thunders technique. Boom! Thunder roared, and in an instant, silver lightning flashed. It was extremely overbearing, dyeing the space in this place silver for a short time. In an instant, a large amount of silver lightning fell on the chest of the withered corpse. This time, the withered corpse trembled and was sent flying. Wisps of green smoke rose from the corpse's body. A light flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. The 5 heaven-shaking thunders technique could greatly restrain this powerful withered corpse. Lightning flashed in his eyes, and with a slight change of his mind, another large amount of silver lightning fell and enveloped the withered corpse. With a boom, the lightning flashed and the withered corpse was sent flying again. More green smoke rose from the corpse, and a scream was heard. It was like 2 pieces of glass rubbing against each other, which was very ear-piercing. It works. Lin Tian's eyes lit up. The 5 heaven-shaking thunders technique was very effective against the withered corpse. It was much more effective than the yin and yang lotus sea. Then, he thought for a while and felt that it was very normal. He should have known that the 5 heaven-shaking thunders technique could greatly restrain the withered corpse. After all, there were clear records in the ancient books that evil spirits were most afraid of lightning. The 5 heaven-shaking thunders technique that he cultivated was not an ordinary lightning technique. It was deduced by a peerless existence from the heavenly tribulation. It was extremely overbearing and strong. It was very normal for it to be more effective against evil spirits than the yin and yang lotus sea. He activated the nirvana of the sun, and the cracked web between his thumb and forefinger was instantly repaired. Then, he took a step toward the withered corpse that was sent flying. At this moment, silver lightning surrounded his body. The electric arcs crackled as if a god of thunder had descended. Bang! He waved his hand, and a large amount of silver lightning flashed across the sky. Once again, the withered corpse was sent flying, and another ear-piercing scream was heard. It was unusually mournful. This kid has mastered the great way of thunder? No, it's not the great way of thunder. This kind of lightning. Whooshing Crocodile looked at the silver lightning outside Lin Tian's body and widened his eyes. Why do I feel that there is the aura of the heavenly tribulation? Looking at Lin Tian at this moment and the silver lightning surrounding Lin Tian's body, Whooshing Crocodile was shocked. It was not only because he felt the overbearing power of the silver lightning, but also because he could vaguely feel the aura of the heavenly tribulation in it. He obtained a lightning technique from the Xian ancient star. Only he can cultivate it. It is said that it was deduced from the heavenly tribulation. Jiang Luoluo said. Deduced from the heavenly tribulation? Whooshing Crocodile was shocked. Someone had deduced a lightning technique from the heavenly tribulation? Roar. The withered corpse roared, and the death chi surged. It was extremely horrified, and its sunken eyes shone with a gloomy light as it stared at Lin Tian. Lin Tian coldly snorted. He could clearly feel that the withered corpse was even more terrifying than before. However, he was not afraid. He circulated his 5 heaven-shaking lightning art even faster. Thunderous sounds rang out as dense silver lightning continuously struck down. Facing this tyrannical silver lightning, the withered corpse waved its claws. However, in the blink of an eye, it was struck again. Once again, it let out a miserable shriek. Numerous pitch-black lightning seals appeared on its sturdy corpse, while green smoke continuously rose from them. Lin Tian stepped forward, and the silver lightning struck down, restraining the withered corpse, and sent it flying again and again. This, Whooshing Crocodile stared. The terrifying evil corpse was like a genuine immortal expert, but at this moment, it was suppressed by Lin Tian. This lightning technique is really terrifying. Jiang Luoluo gasped. Yeah. The little taichu flew out from Lin Tian's shoulder when Lin Tian first fought against the withered corpse. At this moment, it looked ahead and saw Lin Tian firmly suppressing the tyrannical withered corpse. It waved its little paws and cheered for Lin Tian. Boom! The thunder roared, and it was incomparably domineering. The silver lightning streaked across the sky, almost drowning the entire place. Lin Tian stepped forward, and like an invincible thunder god, he waved the 5 thunder sky-shaking art and sent the withered corpse flying again and again. The withered corpse let out a mournful cry like a wolf's howl. Its body was about to fall apart, and in its sunken eyes, there was a look of fear. Staring at Lin Tian, its corpse trembled violently, and then like an ape, it jumped high and rushed into the distance, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Its speed was extremely fast. It escaped? The Whooshing Crocodile widened its eyes. Such a powerful withered corpse with dancing energy and frightening ferocity, but at this moment, Lin Tian beat it into fleeing in fear. That lightning technique has an absolute restraining effect on it. It can't use its strength, and if it doesn't escape, it can only be destroyed, Jiang Luoluo said. Her eyesight was extraordinary. In front, Lin Tian's body was intertwined with silver lightning. Seeing the withered corpse disappear from his sight, he didn't chase after it. The opponent's escape didn't affect him much, so there was no need to chase after it. Kid, your lightning technique is too domineering. The Whooshing Crocodile flew over, its eyes full of shock. The lightning technique Lin Tian used just now was too powerful. Those silver lightning bolts were extremely domineering, and even that terrifying evil corpse fled in fear. It looked at Lin Tian and said, "This lightning technique, is it really deduced from heavenly tribulation?" Just now, it had heard Jiang Luoluo mention that Lin Tian's lightning technique was heavenly tribulation, but at this moment, it couldn't help but ask. This statement was really a bit frightening. In the history of cultivation, there was actually someone who could deduce a lightning technique from heavenly tribulation. Yes. Lin Tian nodded. When Jiang Luoluo mentioned that Lin Tian's lightning technique was deduced from heavenly tribulation, and when Lin Tian nodded in affirmation, the Wuxing crocodile became even more shocked. Then, it thought of something else that Jiang Luoluo mentioned just now, and asked, "This lightning technique, is it really only you can cultivate?" Lin Tian nodded and confirmed it again, which made the Wuxing crocodile even more shocked. "Okay, don't be shocked, let's pick the herbs first," he said. The Wuxing crocodile was originally shocked by Lin Tian's lightning technique, but at this moment, when it heard Lin Tian mention the word herb picking, its energy was instantly lifted. It tilted its head and looked at the herb garden not far away, and its demonic eyes immediately lit up. Immediately, the group stepped forward and went directly to the herb garden. In the herb garden, the medicinal fragrance was rich, and various treasured herbs intertwined with a faint glow. They didn't say anything unnecessary and began to pick the treasured herbs intertwined with immortal light. Thousand Spirit Flower, Emperor Snowstalk, Black Glaze Grass. With them, Lord Crocodile and Jiang Yua can probably reach 8th stage Heavenly Master. The Wuxing crocodile was excited. There are also a few immortal star flowers. After the little guy refines them, he can directly step into middle stage Emperor realm. There is also the black-yellow treasure lotus. Kid Lin, after you refine it, you should be able to directly step into middle stage immortal realm. Lin Tian took the black-yellow treasure lotus in his hand, and his eyes lit up. After all, the value of this black-yellow treasure lotus was very amazing. If he refined it, he could directly improve his cultivation by a small level, from the current early stage immortal realm to middle stage immortal realm. Soon, he, Wuxing crocodile, and the others picked all the treasured herbs in the garden. Speaking of which, it's a bit strange. How can there be such a herb garden with so many rare treasures on such a ghastly continent floating in the starry sky? This herb garden seems to be man-made, right? Jiang Luoluo had a strange expression. Lin Tian was actually a little curious about the doubts raised by Jiang Luoluo. This medicinal garden occupied an area of thousands of square meters, and there were many rare and precious medicines growing. It did seem to be man-made. However, this was a little strange. How could there be such a man-made medicinal garden on such a gloomy and strange continent? Moreover, there were so many precious medicines growing. He scanned the surroundings, trying to find some clues, but he couldn't find anything. In the end, he could only shake his head and not think about it. Ignore it. Let's find a more hidden place and refine these precious medicines first, he said. Hearing his words, Wuxing crocodile nodded repeatedly. Grandpa Crocodile thinks so too. At this time, they had obtained such a group of rare and precious medicines in this place. As long as they refined them, their cultivation would increase greatly. At this moment, it naturally couldn't wait to refine these precious medicines and advance to a higher level. Let's go. Lin Tian Ondao. He scanned the surroundings and left with little Taichu, Wuxing crocodile, and Jiang Luoluo. They came to an empty place. You guys refine the precious medicines in your hands first. I'll protect you guys. When you're done, you can protect me, he said. At the same time, soul light intertwined in his right hand. He set up more than 10 ceiling formations in this place in succession. They completely covered the space within a radius of 1,000 feet to conceal their auras. Okay, let's do that, Wuxing crocodile said. Lin Tian immediately protected Wuxing crocodile, Jiang Luoluo, and little Taichu. Wuxing crocodile and Jiang Luoluo refined the 1,000 spirit flower, emperor snow plant, and Xianli grass that could increase the cultivation of heavenly venerables from the medicinal garden. Little Taichu refined the immortal star flower that could increase the cultivation of emperor-level powerhouses. For a time, there was a very strong light intertwining outside their bodies. Their essence, qi, and spirit increased greatly. Just like that, half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Half a month later, little Taichu, Wuxing crocodile, and Jiang Luoluo had finished refining their respective precious medicines. Wuxing crocodile and Jiang Luoluo had reached level 8 heavenly venerable realm, and little Taichu had reached mid-emperor realm. Compared to half a month ago, their blood and chi had increased by many times. Awesome! Wuxing Crocodile could not help but howl. In just half a month, it had advanced from a 6th stage Heavenly Venerate to an 8th stage Heavenly Venerate. It's hard to imagine that I've gone from the airborne realm to the 8th level of Celestial Lord in just a few years. It's like a dream. Jiang Luoluo clenched her fists, her beautiful eyes sparkling. After that, she happily thanked Lin Tiandao, because the reason why her cultivation was able to reach this level in such a short period of time was all because of Lin Tian's various treasures. If it wasn't for Lin Tian, she definitely wouldn't have been able to achieve this in such a short period of time. You're welcome. We're friends. This is nothing. Lin Tian smiled and said, but didn't your clan have very strict requirements? Now that you've piled up treasures to reach level 8 Heavenly Venerate, won't you get scolded when you go back? These treasures were given to me by you. I didn't rely on the resources of my clan, so they can't do anything about it. Jiang Luoluo said. Lin Tiandao said, well, that's true. As he said that, he looked at little Taichu and Wuxing Crocodile. Now, it's your turn to protect me. Keep an eye on the surroundings. I'll refine the black gold lotus. Little Taichu, Wuxing Crocodile, and Jiang Luoluo had all finished refining their respective treasures. At this time, he was ready to refine and absorb the black gold lotus. Don't worry. Wuxing Crocodile said. Lin Tian nodded and immediately sat down cross-legged, taking out the black gold lotus and starting to refine it. Buzz. He ran the Heart Sutra of Sun and absorbed the spiritual chi and essence chi in the black gold lotus. His essence, chi, spirit, and cultivation improved rapidly. Very quickly, a full month had passed, and he had finally finished refining the black-yellow treasured lotus. A majestic force rippled out from his body, blowing away all the dried leaves that were scattered on the ground around him. Middle stage Immortal Realm. He opened his eyes. 2 rays of light flashed in his eyes. After refining the black gold lotus in a month, his cultivation had advanced from early stage Immortal Realm to middle stage Immortal Realm. His essence, chi, and spirit had improved greatly. His blood chi, physique, divine soul, and principle were many times stronger than they were a month ago. Compared to a month ago, he could clearly feel that his combat strength had improved a lot. He took a deep breath and then stood up. Let's go. He said, calling little Taichu, Wuxing Crocodile, and Jiang Luoluo to leave and find a way to leave this strange continent. This continent was huge. He used the dragon marks to explore the surroundings. Soon, he led Jiang Luoluo and the others far away. The soil was still damp, and there were withered leaves everywhere on the ground. Not long after, another medicinal garden suddenly appeared in front of him. It was many times larger than the previous medicinal garden, and there were also many precious medicines growing inside, but they had all withered. The few of them walked closer and sized up the newly discovered stalks of withered treasured medicines in the medicinal garden, and all of them revealed shocked expressions. Geocentric chestnut fruit, a divine herb to strengthen the origin. It is a treasure even for Eternal Realm experts. Myriad purple treasure ginseng can condense and strengthen the genuine immortal chi. Red sky 9 phoenix flower can strengthen the Tao and strengthen the soul. It is very useful for golden immortals. Poria 9 senses grass can broaden the sea of consciousness. It is effective even for Xian immortals. Wuxing Crocodile was shocked. There are so many precious treasures here? The worst of the precious herbs in this herb garden were more precious than the black and yellow treasure lotus in the previous herb garden. Any one of them was enough to shock the world. It was very shocked. While it was shocked, it could not help but feel a little annoyed. All the precious herbs had withered, and their essence chi was gone. They were completely useless. Jiang Luoluo was also shocked. Even someone as powerful as Lin Tian, who had experienced all sorts of things since he started cultivating and had an extremely firm mental state, could not help but be stunned at this moment. The various treasures in this medicinal garden were just too precious, and their value was shocking. In this place, the medicinal garden was more than 10,000 square meters. As the group walked around, they saw one stalk of rare and precious medicine after another. Each stalk had extraordinary value, but they were all withered, and many had even rotted. What a sin! Whooshing crocodile howled. It found so many precious herbs, but they had all withered and lost their value. It felt very uncomfortable. It wasn't just him. Even Lin Tian felt a bit of heartache. The value of these precious medicines was truly too shocking. He estimated that if all of these precious medicines were in good condition and refined, he would be able to directly charge into the true immortal realm. "Forget it, let's go," he said. This herb garden was very shocking. However, the precious herbs in it were all spoiled. There was no need for them to stay here. He let a few people out of here and continued to explore this continent with the dragon pattern. They moved towards the center of the continent and found several more herb gardens one after another. Each one was bigger than the previous one. The precious herbs in it were more amazing than the previous one. In one of the herb gardens that covered an area of nearly 100,000 square meters, there was an exquisite myriad immortals grass. It was a super treasure even for a celestial immortal expert. After refining it, it could directly increase one's cultivation level in the celestial immortal realm. However, this exquisite myriad immortals grass had withered and decayed, and all kinds of precious herbs in the other herb gardens had also withered. None of them could be used. The essence contained in them had long been lost, and they were no different from withered grass. #yen%#. Whooshing crocodile's face was filled with grief and indignation. These precious herbs together were enough to support their cultivation to the celestial immortal realm, but now they were all withered. "Stop howling. No matter how loud you howl, they won't come back to life." Lin Tian glanced at it and said. "Lord Crocodile is unwilling. Such a big pile of divine herbs turned into withered grass. It's useless even if you're unwilling." Lin Tian Dao. Beside him, Jiang Luoluo said, "These medicinal gardens clearly look like they were created by someone. The value of the precious medicines growing in them is shocking. Could it be that there was once an extremely shocking inheritance of a great power on this continent?" Lin Tian frowned and said, "The possibility is very high. All the major forces and sects in the world would have their own herb gardens, which were specially used to cultivate all kinds of precious medicines for the sections. The immortal court he established was one of them. Now, there were 9 herb gardens in the immortal court, in which there were all kinds of precious medicines. There were specific experts of the immortal court who took care of them. Of course, the various precious herbs in the immortal court's herb gardens were incomparable to the precious herbs in the herb gardens in this place. The difference between the two was huge. He inferred that Jiang Luoluo's guess was indeed very likely. Perhaps there was once a great force on this continent, and the herb gardens that they found on this continent belonged to that great force. But if that's the case, then how powerful was the great force inheritance that was established on this continent? Based on the fact that the herb garden on this continent had the exquisite myriad immortals grass that could directly increase the cultivation base of a heaven immortal expert, there should be at least a heaven immortal expert guarding the inheritance. How did such a powerful inheritance end up like this? Looking at the scene in front of us, that inheritance is clearly destroyed. Whooshing crocodile said. The annoyance caused by the withering of many precious herbs gradually subsided at this time. That I don't know. Lin Tian shook his head. He thought for a while and could only guess the situation. Then, he continued to explore this strange continent with the dragon marks. After that, 3 hours passed quickly. They walked on foot and gradually approached the center of this continent. At this time, a piece of dilapidated ancient palace suddenly appeared in front of them. They were all intertwined with the aura of time. It was unknown how many years it had existed. It could be measured with the unit of 100,000 years at least. It looks like the ruins of a great power. Whooshing crocodile was visibly moved, and his gaze descended onto the piece of dilapidated ancient palace. Could it be that a formidable inheritance really existed on this continent? I told you, the possibility is extremely high. Lin Tiandao. In the middle of the dilapidated palaces, there was a large hall that was several hundred feet tall. It was unknown what material it was made of, but it was covered with cracks, and the aura of time was very strong. Lin Tian looked at this large hall, and a ray of light flashed across his eyes. In this large hall, he sensed an aura that was very similar to the barrier at the edge of the continent. Let's go to the large hall in the center. He called out to Whooshing Crocodile and Jiang Luoluo. Whooshing Crocodile's expression changed slightly. Did you find something? Lin Tian nodded and said, there is an aura that is very similar to the barrier at the edge of the continent. There should be clues to break through the barrier. Whooshing Crocodile and the others heard this and their eyes lit up. Let's go in and take a look. Whooshing Crocodile said. Immediately, the few of them walked forward and quickly arrived in front of the large hall in the center. When they came close to the large hall, the temperature in the air became even colder, and there was a stifling aura intertwined in the surroundings. The few of them could see that this large hall was not a good place, but they did not hesitate and directly stepped into it. After all, they were not weak, so naturally, they were bold. Most importantly, there were clues leading to their departure from this continent in this grand hall. They had to enter and search for it. The space in the large hall was a little dim, but it was incomparably vast. It did not feel like a simple large hall at all, but more like a small world. The inside of the hall extended in all directions, leading to various positions in the large hall. An aura similar to the barrier at the edge of the continent came from the depths of this large hall like water ripples. Lin Tian called out to little Taichu, Whooshing Crocodile, and Jiang Luoluo, and directly walked into the depths. "Da-ba. Da-ba. Da-ba." The space in the hall was very quiet. As they walked, the sound of their footsteps echoed in this space. Lin Tian walked at the very front. His pace was neither fast nor slow as he followed a fixed path towards the depths of the palace. Soon, they had walked far away. Many cracks gradually appeared on the walls of the palace. There were many knife marks and sword marks in many corners. Gradually, they found some bone dust and weapon fragments on the ground. It was obvious that a fierce battle had taken place here. Most importantly, the bone dust and weapon fragments contained very weak immortal Dao laws. The people who fought here back then were at least true immortals. Whooshing Crocodile was a little surprised. Lin Tian was also moved, but he didn't pay too much attention to it and continued to head deeper into the hall. Not long after, he brought little Taichu, Whooshing Crocodile, and Jiang Luoluo along with him. They followed the aura similar to the barrier at the edge of the continent and arrived in front of a huge stone room. Looking around, the stone door of the stone room was open. The space inside was very large, and there was blood everywhere. No one knew how long it had been there, but it didn't dry up and was full of the smell of blood. In the center of the stone room, an old man in a black robe had his chest pierced through by a cracked spear. His body was shriveled, and there was no trace of life. The other end of the spear was held in the hand of a human-shaped skeleton. It looked like the human-shaped skeleton had burned all of its flesh and blood at the last moment of its life to pierce the spear into the body of the black-robed old man. These two people fought to the death here, and in the end, they died together? Several people were moved. The scene in front of them was a little horrifying. Lin Tian's gaze moved and fell on the other hand of the human-shaped skeleton holding the spear. It held a blue ancient token in its hand. The aura similar to the barrier at the edge of the continent came from this blue ancient token. At the same time, Whooshing Crocodile, little Taichu, and Jiang Luoluo naturally discovered this ancient token. They sensed that the ancient token emitted the same aura as the barrier at the edge of the continent, and their eyes lit up. If we get it, we can definitely pass through the barrier at the edge of the continent. Whooshing Crocodile's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, several people, led by Lin Tian, directly entered the stone room and headed for the ancient token. In the stone room, the human-shaped skeleton held the spear, and the black-robed old man's chest had been pierced through. Their bodies emitted a very frightening aura. When several people entered the stone room, they were immediately oppressed by this aura, and their bones hurt. What realm were these two people in when they were alive? The aura naturally emitted by their corpses is actually so terrifying. Also, the blood in this stone room should belong to these two people. After so many years, it hasn't dried up yet, and there's a very strong smell of blood floating in the air. This is simply... Whooshing Crocodile's heart palpitated. Lin Tian was also shocked, but at this time, he didn't say anything. He slowly walked forward in the stone room, and soon, together with Whooshing Crocodile, little Taichu, and Jiang Luoluo, came to the black-robed old man and the human-shaped skeleton at the center of the stone room. When they came here, the pressure in the air was even greater. It was as if there was a starry sky here, and it was going to crush them directly. Lin Tian looked at the human-shaped skeleton holding the battle spear. He carefully took the blue ancient badge from the skeleton's other hand. This ancient token was only the size of a palm, and there was an ancient yuan character engraved in the center. He didn't know what kind of metal it was forged from, but it was abnormally heavy. Holding it, Lin Tian felt as if he was dragging a 10,000-foot tall mountain. I got it. Whooshing Crocodile's eyes flashed. Looking at the ancient token at close range, it felt the aura similar to the barrier at the edge of the continent become stronger. It believed that with this ancient token, they would be able to pass through the barrier and leave this place. Then, it looked at the spear that pierced through the black-robed old man's body, and said to Lin Tian Dao, "Boy, this is also a good thing. It's a great treasure. Pull it out and take it away." Lin Tian naturally felt that this spear was extraordinary. Although it was covered in cracks, as if it would break at the slightest touch, it still exuded a very fierce murderous aura. It was much more tyrannical than the Xianluo immortal sword he obtained from the Xian star. It seemed as if it could really pierce through all things in the world. It was difficult for him to estimate its level in a short time. He didn't hesitate and raised his hand to grab the spear, wanting to take it away. Wang! Suddenly, a strange sound rang out, as if billions of birds were flapping their wings. The aura was terrifying. A divine sense suddenly rushed out from the black-robed old man's body, shooting straight towards Lin Tian's head. It also enveloped the whooshing crocodile, Jiang Luoluo, and the little Taichu behind him. Lin Tian's expression changed. He immediately retreated and propped up the immortal Emperor Pagoda to protect himself. At the same time, it also enveloped the whooshing crocodile, the little Taichu, and Jiang Luoluo. Clang! A violent sound rang out. The divine sense landed on the immortal Emperor Pagoda, causing it to shake violently. It was as if it had been hit by billions of pounds of force. Lin Tian and the others were sent flying along with the immortal Emperor Pagoda. They slammed into the stone wall of the stone room. Their blood and chi surged, and they all almost vomited blood. Fortunately, the immortal Emperor Pagoda was sturdy enough. It was made from the primordial heavenly crystal, the ultimate weapon forging artifact. Otherwise, the immortal Emperor Pagoda would have been shattered by that strand of spiritual sense, and Lin Tian and the others would have suffered. In front of them, the black-robed old man who had been pierced by the spear had shriveled up beyond recognition. He was like a mummy. At this time, he opened his eyes. His eyes were frighteningly deep, and there was a faint aura of life intertwined. At the same time, the aura that naturally intertwined around his body became even more terrifying. He's alive? Whooshing Crocodile's heart palpitated. Lin Tian's expression also changed. When they entered this stone room, they did not sense any aura of life at all. They thought that the black-robed old man was dead, just like the human-shaped skeleton with the spear. They did not expect that the black-robed old man who had been pierced by the spear was still alive. He was pierced by the spear and was in a state of suspended animation. Because we approached him with our aura, he woke up. He was moved. The black-robed old man opened his eyes. His eyes were deep and cold. He stared at the blue ancient token in Lin Tian's right hand. Then, he looked at the immortal Emperor Pagoda that Lin Tian had summoned. His deep eyes became even more frightening. Another strand of consciousness flew out. This time, it was aimed at Lin Tian. Obviously, he wanted to seize the ancient token in Lin Tian's hand and the immortal Emperor Pagoda that Lin Tian had summoned. Facing this strand of consciousness, Lin Tianji felt a chill run down his spine. He could clearly feel the terror of this strand of consciousness. He immediately activated the immortal Emperor Pagoda with the Sun Heart Sutra. The immortal Emperor Pagoda glowed with purple light, firmly protecting him and whooshing crocodile. In the blink of an eye, the black-robed old man's strand of consciousness slammed into the immortal Emperor Pagoda. Lin Tian and the others were once again sent flying by the immortal Emperor Pagoda. They were all in pain. Wang! The space buzzed as the third strand of consciousness surged over. It was still aimed at Lin Tian, and its speed was extremely fast. In an instant, it was right in front of Lin Tian. It was as if a vast sea of deities was pressing down on him. Lin Tian could not avoid it. He immediately activated the Great Tao reincarnation diagram and met it together with the immortal Emperor Pagoda forged from primordial heavenly crystals. Boom! The stone chamber rumbled and exploded with blazing rays of light. With a bang, Lin Tian was once again sent flying along with the pagoda. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood essence. The little Taichu, Wuxing crocodile, and Jiang Luoluo, who were protected by him within the pagoda, were also sent flying along with him. Their blood essence was in turmoil. What level of cultivation is this old fart at? It looks like he already has one foot in the coffin. His spiritual essence and divine energy should not even be at 1/10,000th of his peak. Yet, he is still so terrifying. Wuxing crocodile's heart palpitated. Lin Tian looked at the black-robed old man with a serious expression. At this moment, he could naturally see how terrifying this black-robed old man was. "Let's go," he said in a low voice. He wrapped the little Taichu, Wuxing crocodile, and Jiang Luoluo with the immortal Emperor Pagoda and stepped out of the stone chamber. This black-robed old man was unfathomable. Even if they combined forces, they would not be a match for him. They did not have the leisure to retrieve the battle spear. At this moment, the wisest choice was to take advantage of the fact that the other party had just awakened and his battle strength was still unstable to leave quickly. Otherwise, if they continued to linger in this place, they might all die here. Lin Tian was very fast. With little Taichu, Wuxing crocodile, and Jiang Luoluo, he rushed out of the stone room like a flash of lightning. At the center of the stone room, the black-robed old man's body was shriveled, and his pupils were slightly sunken. However, his gaze was deep and cold. Another wisp of divine sense spread out, and as it fell on Lin Tian, it directly sealed the surrounding space. Lin Tian's eyes were intertwined with wisps of light. With a thought, the Xianluo celestial sword, a true immortal weapon, rushed out of his body. He used it to display a great sword principle theurgy from the high heaven sword scripture, and in an instant, he slashed out a dazzling golden sword essence. Clang! The sound of the sword was ear-piercing. The high heaven sword essence, which was displayed by a true immortal weapon, was astonishingly powerful. In the blink of an eye, it collided with the black-robed old man's divine sense. A blazing light burst out in the stone room, and a hurricane swept out. Lin Tian was sent flying. However, as he used a true immortal weapon to counter the opponent's divine sense, and at the same time, he used the immortal Emperor Pagoda to protect himself. This time, he did not suffer a great shock. His essence, qi, and spirit were very calm, and his situation was much better than before. He used the immortal Emperor Pagoda to protect himself, and wrapped Wuxing crocodile and the others. He used the recoil force from the collision with the opponent's divine sense to move. He activated the 5 heaven-shaking thunders incantation on the spot. This peerless thunder technique, coupled with the Xianluo celestial sword scripture and the high heaven sword scripture, slashed open a crack in the space that was sealed by the opponent. He wrapped Wuxing crocodile and the others and rushed out of the stone room. "Stay," the black-robed old man said in a hoarse and cold voice. 3 wisps of divine sense swept out in succession, drowning Lin Tian. "No need to send me off. Lin Tian Ondao." The 5 heaven-shaking thunders incantation was activated. At this moment, he also displayed the 9th level of the yin and yang steps. His speed instantly soared, and in an instant, he crossed an endless distance, dodging the black-robed old man's 3 wisps of divine sense. Then, in the next moment, he left the stone room far behind him. Inside the stone room, the black-robed old man's eyes were deep and cold. He stared coldly at Lin Tian as he left, but he didn't chase after him. He didn't move at all. At the spot where the battle spear had pierced through his chest, the blood had already stopped flowing. However, at this moment, new blood was spreading out. "It's all mine." A cold voice reverberated through the stone chamber. Lin Tian used the immortal Emperor Pagoda to protect himself and Wuxing crocodile as they left the stone chamber. At this point, they were already very far away. "That old bastard didn't chase after us?" Wuxing crocodile stared behind him. "It seems that he's being suppressed by that battle spear and can't move for the time being. The range of his soul consciousness seems to be limited," Jiang Luoluo said. "Luoluo is right. Lin Tiandao. When they were in the stone room, the black-robed old man had attacked him several times with his soul consciousness as a weapon. He hadn't moved at all. At that time, Lin Tiandao had sensed that the old man's essence, qi, and spirit were weak and unstable. He was temporarily restrained by the battle spear that had pierced his body. Moreover, he couldn't use much of his soul consciousness, and the range of his coverage was very limited. As he spoke, he didn't stop walking. He used the 5 heaven-shaking thunders incantation and the 9th tier of the yin and yang steps to quickly rush out of the main hall. Looking from the outside, the main hall was covered in cracks. The surrounding air was especially stifling. The terrifying black-robed old man didn't chase after them. He was completely left in the stone room of the main hall. He didn't chase after us. It seems that he's being suppressed by that battle spear for the time being. Whooshing Crocodile stared into the main hall. His heart palpitated, and he couldn't help but tremble. That old bastard is really terrifying. He's so badly injured, and his life force is so weak that it's almost negligible, but he's still so terrifying. If he's at his peak, he could probably even destroy the stars in the starry sky. Terrifying. Jiang Luoluo swallowed her saliva. Even the emperor-level little Taichu shrunk its neck. Lin Tian could naturally imagine how terrifying the black-robed old man was at his peak. However, he didn't care at this time. After all, they all walked out of the stone room unscathed. "Let's go," he said, and put away the Immortal Emperor Pagoda and Xian Luo Immortal Sword at the same time. Then, he left the main hall and walked towards the edge of the continent. Now that he had obtained the ancient token that had the same aura as the boundary barrier at the edge of the continent, he felt that he could walk out with this ancient token. Let's go," Whooshing Crocodile replied. It wasn't surprised that Lin Tian took out the Xian Luo Immortal Sword and the Immortal Emperor Pagoda made of primordial heavenly crystals. This was because it knew about the existence of the Immortal Emperor Pagoda and Xian Luo Immortal Sword when it was still in the Immortal Court 3 years ago. Little Taichu was the same. It wasn't surprised at all. As for Jiang Luoluo, she had seen Lin Tian take out the Immortal Emperor Pagoda before Little Taichu and Whooshing Crocodile. She knew where the Xian Luo Immortal Sword came from. Therefore, she naturally wouldn't be surprised that Lin Tian took out the Immortal Emperor Pagoda and Xian Luo Immortal Sword. The few of them moved very quickly. It didn't take long for them to reach the edge of the continent. Looking out from the edge, they could see beautiful stars. Lin Tian took out the blue ancient token that he had obtained from the stone room. He took a deep breath and held the ancient token in his right hand. Then, he stretched his arm out towards the edge of the continent. In the blink of an eye, his arm touched the boundary barrier that appeared at the edge of the continent. Chi. The boundary barrier that his right hand touched melted on the spot, revealing a huge gap. His right hand directly passed through it. It really works. The 5-element crocodile's eyes lit up. Although he had guessed that holding this ancient token would definitely allow him to pass through the barrier at the periphery of the continent, when he saw Lin Tian holding this ancient token and his right hand passing through the barrier at the edge of the continent, he could not help but be pleasantly surprised. Jiang Luoluo's eyes also lit up. She said, "Then, let's leave this place quickly. If that black-robed old monster suddenly breaks free from the battle spear and chases after us, we'll all be finished." Lin Tian nodded. Holding the blue ancient token, he enveloped Little Taichu, Whooshing Crocodile, and Jiang Luoluo. Then, the ancient token shattered the boundary barrier around the continent like ice. He took them and stepped out of the continent in the blink of an eye. "We're finally out." Whooshing Crocodile exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. After stepping out of the continent, Lin Tian stood in the starry sky and looked up. The continent was floating like a huge battleship in the starry sky. It was drifting into the distance, getting further and further away from them. Then, he paused. His gaze retracted from the continent that was drifting into the distance and looked at the blue ancient token in his hand. The ancient token was only the size of a palm. It was blue, and the word Yuan on it was very eye-catching. The barrier that enveloped that continent was formed because of that ancient token. This is very obvious. After all, the ancient token has the same aura as that barrier, and it can easily break through that barrier. Just these 2 points alone are enough to explain a lot of things. Lin Tian nodded in agreement with Wuxing Crocodile's conjecture. However, it shouldn't be the blue ancient token that evolved on its own. It should have been condensed by someone using it. Someone? Jiang Luoluo thought for a moment and said, was it the human-shaped skeleton in the stone room who used the ancient token to condense the barrier when he was alive? Lin Tian nodded. Obviously it was him. But why would he condense such a barrier? After enveloping the entire continent, it only restricts the creatures inside from stepping out, but doesn't restrict the creatures outside from entering. This seems a little strange. Wuxing Crocodile said. There's no doubt that there was a super inheritance on that continent in the past. The human-shaped skeleton in the stone room may have been the core figure of this inheritance when he was alive. According to the situation of the large number of cultivators fighting in the hall that we entered, this inheritance should have been attacked by other experts. The human-shaped skeleton condensed that barrier with the ancient token when he was alive, perhaps to prevent any enemy from escaping, Lin Tiandao said. Of course, this is just a guess. I can't say for sure what the specific situation is. Although it's just a guess, it's very likely. Wuxing Crocodile shook its head and said, forget it, it doesn't matter. It doesn't make any difference to us whether we figure it out or not. The key is still this ancient token. It looked at the blue ancient token in Lin Tian's hand and said, even that terrifying black-robed old man wanted to seize this thing. It must be a great treasure. Boy, try it and see what kind of power it has. Hearing this, Jiang Luoluo and little Taichu's eyes also fell on the ancient token in Lin Tian's hand. Obviously, they were very interested in this ancient token. Lin Tian was naturally very interested in this ancient token. He immediately tried to activate it with his divine power. However, the ancient token did not have any reaction. After he activated his divine power and poured it into the ancient token, it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Then, he activated his divine thought to explore it, but found nothing. After his divine thought entered the ancient token, it was pitch black inside and he could not sense anything. He briefly explained the situation, which surprised Wuxing Crocodile and the others. Then, Wuxing Crocodile and Jiang Luoluo took the ancient token and activated their divine power and used their divine thought to explore it. Little Taichu also took it and fiddled with it. However, the result was the same as Lin Tian's. We guessed that the enchantment outside the continent was formed by the human-shaped skeleton activating this ancient token when he was alive. This should be correct. Since the human-shaped skeleton was able to activate the enchantment when he was alive, why didn't it have any reaction when we activated it now? Wuxing Crocodile was puzzled. Lin Tian thought for a moment and said, perhaps it's because our cultivation isn't high enough to make this ancient token react, or perhaps a special method is needed to activate it, and we don't know the method. Well, that should be the case. Wuxing Crocodile said, no matter what, this ancient token is definitely a great treasure. It's priceless. Although we can't activate it now, we will definitely be able to in the future. Lin Tian nodded in agreement and then kept the ancient token in his body. The starry sky was still dark and there were many stars everywhere. At this time, the strange continent had already disappeared. Let's go. Let's continue our journey to the ancient Tongheng star. He said. On the way to the ancient Tongheng star, they were caught by the strange continent. The time they spent on the continent was not short. At this time, they had already deviated from their original direction. However, this did not affect them much. Jiang Luoluo remembered the coordinates of the ancient Tongheng star. No matter where they were now, they would eventually reach the origin of life on the ancient Tongheng star as long as they followed the coordinates. Then, he called Wuxing Crocodile, Jiang Luoluo, and little Taichu to follow the coordinates of the ancient Tongheng star and move in a fixed direction. Soon, 2.5 years had passed. On this day, the few of them stopped in the starry sky. There was an incomparably huge star in front of them. Compared to the other stars around it, it was like a giant elephant and an ant. It was surrounded by other stars like a moon surrounded by stars. It was like a crane among chickens. We're here. This is the ancient Tongheng star. Jiang Luoluo's eyes lit up with excitement. This was her hometown. Back then, she was teleported from the ancient Tongheng star field to the ancient Xian star field because she stepped on a teleportation formation. Lin Tian looked at Jiang Luoluo and naturally understood how Jiang Luoluo felt. When he returned after leaving the Ten Heavens domain, it was almost the same. Let's go. Without any hesitation, he called Wuxing Crocodile, Jiang Luoluo, and Little Taichu to descend towards the ancient Tongheng star. After about 10 breaths of time, they penetrated the natural barrier that shrouded the ancient star and appeared inside the ancient star. As far as the eye could see, this was a vast and boundless world with towering celestial mountains and ancient peaks. The turbulent currents were turbulent, and the spirit qi in the air was extremely dense. It was even denser than the Xian ancient star. Amazing! Wuxing Crocodile was shocked. This was the first macro world that it had entered after leaving the Ten Heavens domain. At this time, looking at this macro world, its pupils could not help but shrink. This world was too vast and amazing. No matter what, it was far beyond the Ten Heavens domain. Lin Tian looked at this world and was not surprised. After all, he had been to the origin of life in the ancient Xian star. That world was not much worse than this one. At this time, he glanced at this world. Traces of light appeared in his eyes. This was because there was a sword soul fragment in this world. That thing was very important to him. He spent 5.5 years to come to this world. The main purpose was to get that sword soul fragment. I'm finally back. Stepping on this land again, Jiang Luoluo was more excited than when she looked at the ancient Tongheng star in the starry sky. Her eyes were brighter. Then, she took a deep breath and put away her excitement and joy. She thanked Lin Tiandao and said, I'll take you to the ancient land where the seven-colored divine light is. She knew that Lin Tian came to the ancient Tongheng star for 2 reasons. One was to send her back. The other was for the seven-colored divine light. He was very concerned about it. Lin Tianyi smiled and said, Don't worry. You've been away from home for 10 years. You'll be back after 10 years. Go home and have a look. Lin Tian knew that Jiang Luoluo was very grateful to him and could not wait to help him obtain the sword soul fragment in this ancient planet. However, he also knew that Jiang Luoluo, who had been away from home for more than 10 years, missed her family very much. Jiang Luoluo's family should be worried about Jiang Luoluo all the time. Therefore, after more than 10 years, he sent Jiang Luoluo back to this land again. He felt that it was better for Jiang Luoluo to go home first. Go home first and let your great-grandfather, parents, and other elders feel at ease. This is filial piety. Filial piety is the most important thing in this world. He looked at Jiang Luoluo and smiled. Moreover, you must miss them very much. Jiang Luoluo had a lively personality and was not a pretentious person. Lin Tian's words of filial piety is the most important thing in the world moved her greatly. Adding on the fact that she really did miss her family, she nodded in agreement. Yes, thank you. Then I'll go home first, and then I'll immediately bring you to that ancient land to look for that seven-colored divine light. She said, feeling even more grateful to Lin Tian. This was because she knew that Lin Tian cared a lot about the seven-colored divine light in this world. However, at this time, Lin Tian did not immediately look for the seven-colored divine light after traveling thousands of miles and crossing the starry sky for 5.5 years to descend to this world. Instead of looking for that seven-colored divine light, he first considered her and asked her to go home first to see her family. This made her very touched. Let's go. I'll send you back, and then I'll look for that thing. Lin Tian Andao. Jiang Luoluo immediately pointed the way. They walked along the east direction of this place. Along the way, they tore open the void several times to move. After more than 4 hours, they arrived near a boundless ocean. As far as the eye could see, the ocean was boundless, but on the surface, it was calm and peaceful. Not far from the ocean, there were many palaces, each of which was dazzling and majestic. We're here. This is my home. Jiang Luoluo seemed a little excited. She was very happy to be back after wandering outside for more than 10 years. Your home is really extraordinary. Wuxing Crocodile couldn't help but stare at the palaces in front of him. Although it had heard that Jiang Luoluo's family was extraordinary, it couldn't help but be shocked when it saw the magnificent palaces in front of it with its own eyes. Lin Tian was very calm. From where he was, Jiang Luolua's family was indeed very grand and imposing. However, it was only slightly stronger than the purple evolved god sect of the Ziyan planet. It wasn't enough to surprise him. With Jiang Luoluo leading the way, they soon arrived at the Jiang residence. "Who are you?" "There is." Outside the Jiang family's residence, one of the Jiang family's disciples who were guarding the entrance came forward to inquire. The next moment, he was shocked when he saw Jiang Luoluo. Young lady." At the same time, the other guards also saw Jiang Luoluo, and they were all moved. "Miss, you're finally back. Where have you been all these years?" The patriarch, the elders, and the old ancestor are all worried sick. When they saw Jiang Luoluo, they were all pleasantly surprised. At the same time, someone shouted to the Jiang family, informing them that Jiang Luoluo was back. Jiang Luoluo said a few words to the Jiang family's disciples and then led Lin Tian, the Wuxing crocodile, and the little Taichu into the Jiang residence. The Jiang residence was rich in spiritual energy and there were many kinds of immortal plants. As soon as Lin Tian and the others walked in, they heard the sound of something breaking through the air. A dozen figures quickly rushed out from the depths of the Jiang residence. The purple-robed old man in the lead had the most amazing momentum, which made Lin Tian's eyes flash with a faint light. "The eternal peak," he said to himself. At the same time, he glanced at the other figures who rushed out with the purple-robed old man and found that their cultivation was not bad. The weakest one was at the middle stage of the immortal realm. Next to him, the Wuxing crocodile stared. This Jiang girl's family is really powerful. Obviously, he also saw how terrifying the dozen people who rushed out of the Jiang family were. Great-grandfather, father, great ancestor, Jiang Luoluo greeted them happily. "It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back." Among the dozen people who came out from the depths of the Jiang residence, the purple-robed old man in the lead said. He was Jiang Luoluo's great-grandfather and the great ancestor of this generation of the Jiang family. He was the most powerful person in this generation of the Jiang family. "You sneaked out of the family and disappeared for more than 10 years. You made our family into a mess." Jiang Luoluo's father, the master of the Jiang family, reproached her, but everyone could hear the concern in his voice. Jiang Luoluo naturally heard the concern in the master of the Jiang family's words. She apologized in a low voice. Then, she introduced Lin Tian to the big shots of the Jiang family. "Great-grandfather, father, and great ancestors, it's all thanks to his help that I can come back safely." She pulled Lin Tian aside and quickly told him what had happened in these years. The dozen big shots of the Jiang family saw Lin Tian the moment they came out. However, at first, they were focused on Jiang Luoluo. At this time, when they heard Jiang Luoluo introduce Lin Tian and learned that Lin Tian had helped Jiang Luoluo in various ways, they were immediately moved. "Thank you, little friend." The great ancestor of the Jiang family expressed his thanks. Even though his cultivation was much higher than Lin Tian's, he was still extremely polite. At the same time, the head of the Jiang family also stepped forward to express his gratitude. "Thank you for your help. My daughter is naughty and mischievous. I've troubled you all these years. Seniors, you're too polite. We're friends, so it's only right that we help each other. There's no need for thanks," Lin Tian said with a smile. Facing the patriarch of the Jiang family, who was at the peak of the immortal realm, and the patriarch of the Jiang family, who was at the peak of the eternal realm, he seemed very casual. After all, he had seen people at this level before. "You can't say that. You've helped Luoluo so much. How can we not thank you?" the Jiang family's grand ancestor said. On this day, the Jiang family held a big banquet to celebrate Jiang Luoluo's return. It was also to thank Lin Tian and welcome Lin Tianyi and the others. The day passed in the blink of an eye. After that, Lin Tian stayed in the Jiang family for 3 days under the great hospitality of the great ancestor and the head of the Jiang family. 3 days later. On this day, he bid farewell to the great ancestor and the head of the Jiang family and prepared to leave. He had to search for the sword soul fragments that had fallen into this world. The great ancestor and the head of the Jiang family knew that Lin Tian had something important to do, so they did not continue to persuade him to stay. A group of big shots personally sent Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile, and little Taichu out of the Jiang family. Little friend, after you're done, you can come to our family as a guest at any time. No matter when, the door of our family will always be open for you. If you need anything, just let us know. As long as the Jiang family can do it, we won't refuse. The great ancestor of the Jiang family said. He had always doted on Jiang Luoluo, a direct descendant of the Jiang family. Jiang Luoluo had gone missing more than 10 years ago, and the family had spent a lot of effort to find her, but to no avail. He had been worried sick all these years. Now that Lin Tian had sent Jiang Luoluo back, he learned from Jiang Luoluo that Lin Tian had helped Jiang Luoluo in various ways. He was very grateful to Lin Tian. The head of the Jiang family also spoke with a smile. He allowed Lin Tian to come to the Jiang family as a guest at any time. He was also very grateful to Lin Tian. Thank you for your hospitality, seniors. Lin Tian thanked them with a smile. At this moment, Jiang Luoluo, who was by Lin Tian's side, said to the Jiang family's patriarch and patriarch, that, great-grandfather, father, I will temporarily leave home for a period of time to accompany Lin Tian, Luoluo. Suddenly, a voice sounded from afar, interrupting Jiang Luoluo's words. A few hundred feet away, a handsome young man appeared, followed by 3 old men who looked like servants. In the blink of an eye, they arrived outside the Jiang family and stood in front of Jiang Luoluo, looking at her with a gentle gaze. The man was dressed in a blue robe. His spirit was extraordinary, and there was a faint emperor qi around him. The 3 elders behind him were even stronger. One of them was at the early stage of the emperor realm, while the other 2 were at the middle stage of the emperor realm. Wu Si, you're here. The great ancestor of the Jiang family looked at the man with a faint smile on his face. He clearly knew this blue-robed man. The man's name was Wu Si. He looked gentle and elegant. He bowed to the great ancestor of the Jiang family, the master of the Jiang family, and the others, and said, I heard that Luoluo had returned, so I immediately rushed over. As he spoke, he looked at Jiang Luoluo again. His gaze was very gentle, and anyone could see the adoration in his eyes. Luoluo, are you all right? Yes, I'm fine. Thank you for your concern. Jiang Luoluo said. Lin Tian glanced at Jiang Luoluo. He realized that Jiang Luoluo did not seem to be interested in this man. Although her words were very polite, there was clearly a perfunctory feeling. However, he did not care much about this. He looked at the great ancestor of the Jiang family and said goodbye again. He also said goodbye to Jiang Luoluo, and then walked away. Ah? Jiang Luoluo pulled Lin Tian. Didn't we agree that I would go with you? Why are you saying goodbye to me? It's only been 3 days since you returned from wandering outside. It's better for you to stay at home and accompany your great-grandfather, father, and other elders. You don't have to go with me. Lin Tian Dao. He had already learned the exact location of the ancient land that contained the sword soul fragment from Jiang Luoluo. It did not matter if Jiang Luoluo followed him or not. In fact, if Jiang Luoluo did not follow him, he would act faster. After all, the place with the sword soul fragment was not a good place. If he encountered danger, he would have to protect Jiang Luoluo. As for the Wuxing crocodile and the little Taichu, they were different. They were stronger than Jiang Luoluo, and they were very experienced in various aspects. Moreover, they would follow him no matter what. Jiang Luoluo grabbed Lin Tian's hand. She was very quick-witted. She paused and said, You don't like me. He felt that I would be a small burden if I went with him. Lin Tian couldn't help but smile. Oh, you said it yourself. I didn't say that. One of them was glaring angrily, while the other had a faint smile on his face. They looked rather intimate. Wu Si's eyes glinted. He had seen Lin Tian when he first arrived, but he didn't pay much attention to him. It wasn't until he saw Jiang Luoluo holding Lin Tian's hand that he truly set his eyes on Lin Tian. Luoluo, who is this? He glanced at Lin Tianyi and asked Jiang Luoluo with a gentle smile on his face. My friend. Jiang Luoluo said. Her words were simple, not saying much. Wu Si looked at Lin Tian and smiled amiably. He extended his right hand and said, Hello, I'm Wu Si. Since you're Luolua's friend, you're my friend too. Nice to meet you. Lin Tian. Lin Tian extended his hand and shook this person's hand. His words were as simple as Jiang Luolua's. He felt that the smile on this person's face was a little fake. Brother Lin, you have a dignified appearance. You're definitely not an ordinary person. Wu Si smiled. Brother Wu, you flatter me. Lin Tian Dao. Although he felt that Wu Si's smile was a little fake, there was a saying after all, don't hit a smiling person. Therefore, he naturally treated him calmly. After he finished speaking, he looked at the ancestor of the Jian family and the head of the Jian family and said goodbye again. He was ready to leave immediately. You really don't want me to come with you? Jiang Luoluo pulled him. Lin Tian smiled and said, you really don't have to come with me. It's better for you to stay in the family and accompany your family. Before I finish my business and leave, I'll come and disturb you again. At that time, oh, if you're free, you can take me around this world. Then. Well, remember what you said. Before you finish your business and leave, you must come and find me. I'll take you around this world. If you leave quietly after you finish your business, I'll go to your hometown to find you. Jiang Luoluo said. In fact, she also knew that she was not strong enough. Going to that ancient land with Lin Tian was really a small burden. At the same time, she also knew that Lin Tian was not from this world. After he found the mass of 7-colored divine light in this world, he would definitely leave this world. She thought that before Lin Tian left, she must do something to thank Lin Tian. Don't worry. Before I leave, I'll definitely come and find you again. Lin Tian said with a smile. After he finished speaking, he nodded to the ancestor of the Jian family and the others. Then, he left with Wu Xing Crocodile and little Tai Chu. Wu Si looked at Lin Tian's back as he left. An obscure light flickered in the depths of his eyes, but he still had a smile on his face. Ancestor, seniors, I'll also take my leave. He bowed to the ancestor of the Jian family and the head of the Jian family. Don't you want to come in and have a seat? No, I'm relieved to see that Luoluo is safe and sound. Luoluo has been wandering outside for so many years. It must be very hard for her. Moreover, she must have a lot to talk to you seniors. I'll come and visit Luoluo later. Wu Si said. He looked at Jiang Luoluo with a gentle gaze and said goodbye to her. Then, he bowed to the ancestor of the Jian family and left with his 3 servants. Lin Tian left the place where the Jian family lived. At this time, he was already far away. He was heading to the south of the ancient star. He learned from Jiang Luoluo that in this world, the ancient land with the 7-colored divine light was located in the southern region of this world. It was called the Crimson Wilderness and covered a vast area. There were all kinds of strange monsters living in it. It was a natural training ground for this star. Usually, many cultivators would go to the wilderness to train themselves. However, although many people went to the wilderness to train themselves, most of the cultivators only dared to train at the edge of the wilderness. They did not dare to go to the depths of the wilderness. This was because there were very terrifying existences living in the depths of the wilderness. Only the Eternal Realm experts dared to set foot there. The 7-colored divine light was located in the deepest part of the Crimson Wilderness. It had been discovered by the experts on the ancient star for countless years. However, no one had been able to take it away, not even the experts of the Eternal Realm. How far is it from here to the Crimson Wilderness? Wu Xing Crocodile asked. It's not too far. Lin Tian said, of course, if we fly, we'll be able to get there in roughly 4 hours. He did not tear the void to move. Instead, he walked naturally toward the Crimson Wilderness. Soon, he took Wu Xing Crocodile and little Tai Chu far away. They went over a dozen mountains in a row. It was also at this time that he suddenly stopped in his tracks and glanced behind him. Come out. His voice was flat. Wu Xing Crocodile and little Tai Chu were slightly moved when they heard this. They followed Lin Tian's gaze and looked behind them. A breeze blew in the air. After 3 breaths, the void distorted and an old man appeared from the void. It's you. The 5-element crocodile immediately narrowed his eyes and recognized this old man. Surprisingly, he was one of the 3 old servants that followed behind Wu Si. The old man who appeared from the void was wearing a gray robe. His cheeks were wrinkled, but his chi and blood were very vigorous. Good spiritual sense. He looked at Lin Tian and said in a hoarse voice. Wuxi asked you to come. What does he want? Lin Tian was very calm. He naturally remembered that this old man was one of the 3 old servants who followed Wuxi. Miss Jiang is a noble lady. Not everyone can get close to her. You've displeased the young master of my clan. The gray-robed old man said. He did not care that Lin Tian had discovered him hiding in the void and following him. He was calm. Lin Tian smiled when he heard this. He understood the purpose of the gray-robed old man's visit. Wuxi was jealous of him because he was with Jiang Luoluo. Therefore, he sent the gray-robed old man to kill him. That girl said that she has good eyesight and knows how to judge people. It's true. Well, she's good. He smiled and muttered to himself. Previously, when he was outside the Jiang family, he noticed that Jiang Luoluo did not like Wuxi and was perfunctory. Now, he finally understood the reason. Obviously, Jiang Luoluo knew that Wuxi was not a good person and did not want to have anything to do with him. However, because the Wu family and the Jiang family were both top forces connected to the Eternal Star and had been friends for generations, she had to deal with him on the surface. Otherwise, with Jiang Luoluo's straightforward personality, she would not have bothered with him. In fact, when he first met Wuxi, he did not like him. He felt that the smile on his face was fake and that he was a hypocrite. However, he did not expect him to be so sinister and ruthless. Just because he admired Jiang Luoluo, he wanted to kill him when he saw Lin Tian getting too close to Jiang Luoluo. Go back and tell him that Luoluo and I are just friends. There is no romantic relationship between us. Don't make enemies for yourself, he said to the gray-robed old man. Do you think that's possible? The gray-robed old man's expression was indifferent. He took a step towards Lin Tian. Faint waves of divine power appeared on the surface of his body, and his killing intent was not concealed at all. Young master means to make you disappear from this world. It doesn't matter if you and Miss Luoluo have any romantic relationship. What's important is that your existence has displeased young master. Alright, Lin Tian said with a smile. However, do you think you can kill me? Are you sure you won't regret it? I am not talented, but I am at the level of Emperor realm. I am enough to kill you. The gray-robed old man was very calm. He felt that since Lin Tian was friends with Jiang Luoluo, his cultivation should be about the same as Jiang Luoluo's. Jiang Luoluo's cultivation could not be compared to his, who was at the Emperor realm. Then, it would be easy for him to kill Lin Tian. Beside Lin Tian, the Wuxing crocodile opened his mouth. He looked at the gray-robed old man as if he was watching a monkey performing a circus. Old man, to say such words in such a calm manner, are you deliberately here to tease us? Looking at the gray-robed elder, Wuxing crocodile only felt that the other party was very funny and weird. Even little Taichu could not help but stare at the gray-robed elder with its big watery eyes. It held its little belly and laughed in a very human-like way, making fun of the gray-robed elder. The gray-robed elder's face immediately darkened. He stared coldly at Wuxing crocodile and little Taichu and said, after I kill him, it will be your turn, you 2 bastards. Faint divine light intertwined around his body. He raised his hand and slapped toward Lin Tian. Suddenly, the void shook and a large part of it was shattered. The scene was terrifying. Lin Tian had a faint smile on his face. He stretched out a finger and easily blocked the gray-robed elder's murderous palm print. You? The gray-robed elder's expression changed immediately. He did not show any mercy in this slap. He had used his full strength, wanting to kill Lin Tian in a single strike before killing the 5 elements crocodile and little grand primordium. However, he never thought that Lin Tian would actually be able to block his full-strength strike so easily with a single finger. Now, do you still think that you can kill me with your emperor-level cultivation? Lin Tian Dao. As he spoke, a wisp of immortal-level pressure spread out. The gray-robed elder's expression changed again, and he trembled violently. You, his eyes were filled with shock and fear. He did not expect Lin Tian to be in the immortal realm. Immortal realm. The person he came to kill was in the immortal realm. With a buzzing sound, he retracted the palm print and turned around to escape without hesitation. Lin Tiantan smiled. His mid-level immortal-level divine power shook and froze the surrounding space. With a bang, the gray-robed elder who was escaping was knocked back. "Little brother, spare my life. Don't kill me." The gray-robed elder trembled. He no longer had the calmness and composure he had at the beginning. His eyes were filled with fear. Lin Tian's expression did not change. "I gave you a chance to live at the beginning, but you did not cherish it." The gray-robed elder trembled. Pooh. Lin Tian pointed a finger and pierced right through this person's forehead, crushing the soul in his mind. All that was left was an intact flesh shell. "This old man is really..." Whooshing Crocodile laughed, then asked Lin Tian, "Speaking of which, why did you leave his flesh shell behind?" "For you to cultivate. Use the Saint Refinement Precious technique to refine and strengthen yourself." Lin Tian Dao. Saint Artifact Refining Technique? Whooshing Crocodile frowned. "That technique seems to be something only you humans can practice, right?" Back in the sealed dust ancient region, when Lin Tian first found the Saint Refinement Treasure technique, he had given it to the demon beast to cultivate. Unfortunately, the demon beast was unable to cultivate it. That level of technique was only suitable for humans. Demon beast cultivators were unable to cultivate it. Now it's possible. I've improved this technique a few years after coming here from the 10 Directions Heaven domain. Now, both humans and monsters can practice it. You and the little guy can control it. Lin Tian Dao. Hearing his words, Whooshing Crocodile suddenly showed a surprised and pleasantly surprised expression. "Really? I'm not lying to you?" It knew how powerful this Saint Refinement Treasure technique was. If it could control it, it was bound to make rapid progress on the path of cultivation in the future. "When have I ever lied to you?" Lin Tiandao stretched out his hand and pointed a finger. A wisp of divine sense rushed into Whooshing Crocodile's mind. It was the Saint Refinement Treasure technique that he had modified over the years. At the same time, he also pointed a finger at little Tai Chu and imparted the modified Saint Refinement Treasure technique to it. In the future, as long as there was a suitable expert's flesh shell, by relying on this technique, whether it was him, Whooshing Crocodile, or little Tai Chu, their cultivation would be able to advance by leaps and bounds. Whooshing Crocodile closed its eyes and carefully felt the modified Saint Refinement Treasure technique that Lin Tian passed into its mind. Then, its eyes brightened. It's really possible. Just by slightly comprehending the revised Saint Refining Treasure technique that Lin Tian had inserted into its sea of consciousness, it knew that it would definitely be able to cultivate this technique now. "If I say it's possible, then it's possible." Lin Tiandao said, "Find a place nearby and refine this flesh shell first. Then, we'll go to the barren wilderness." The gray-robed old man was at the early stage of Emperor Void. The flesh and blood essence contained in the flesh shell was only effective for Whooshing Crocodile among the three of them. This was because Whooshing Crocodile was still at the heavenly venerable level, which was below the early stage of Emperor Void. As for him and little Tai Chu, one was at the middle stage of Immortal Void, and the other was at the middle stage of Emperor Void. They had both surpassed the early stage of Emperor Void. Since they had surpassed this level, refining the flesh shell of a cultivator at this level was naturally useless. At that moment, he probed with his divine thought and found a relatively secret place nearby. He casually set up 9 sealing formations and then let Whooshing Crocodile begin to refine the gray-robed old man's flesh shell with the modified Saint Refinement Treasure technique that he had refined. "Master Crocodile is starting." Whooshing Crocodile roared and operated the Saint Refinement Treasure technique that Lin Tian had modified. The process was very smooth. It began to absorb the flesh and blood essence in the gray-robed old man's flesh shell strand by strand, and its own essence, qi, and spirit rose rapidly. Soon, 3 days passed. The gray-robed old man's flesh shell dried up and shattered. On the opposite side, Whooshing Crocodile's body surged with vigorous energy. Its cultivation rose from the 8th stage Heavenly Venerable level to the peak 9th stage Heavenly Venerable level. Its essence, qi, and spirit had increased substantially. "It's really a success." It was very excited. It was not until dozens of breaths later that it calmed down a little, but its eyes were still very bright. Stop howling. Look at your useless appearance. Lin Tian squinted at it. Wuxing crocodile rolled its eyes, paused, and said, "Boy, that little bastard called Wu Si, what should we do with him?" Just because Lin Tian and Jiang Luoluo were close, Wu Si sent someone to kill Lin Tian. When facing Lin Tian head-on, Wu Si had a gentle smile on his face. This really made Wuxing crocodile feel a little disgusted, and it was quite unhappy. He's just a clown. I'm too lazy to look for him. After that, it's fine if we don't meet him. If we meet him, just kill him. Lin Tian said calmly. Wu Si's Wu family, along with the Jiang family, the Zhou family, the Sky-Severing sect, and the Tongheng Immortal sect, were the top inheritances of the Tongheng Ancient Star. They were very strong, and Wu Si's status in the Wu family was also very high. However, he did not care at all. Now, he had his own things to do, and he was too lazy to take the initiative to look for the other party. However, if they met again by chance, he would not show mercy. It did not matter how high the other party's status in the Wu family was. If they met again, there was only one word for it: kill. Lord Crocodile thinks so too. Wuxing crocodile bared its teeth. Alright, let's go to the Crimson Wilderness. Lin Tian Dao. Little Taichu lay on his shoulder. At this time, he called out to Wuxing crocodile and left this place. They continued to head to the south of this world, where the Crimson Wilderness was located. In the depths of this world, there was a sword soul fragment. Tongheng Ancient Star, Wu family. Wu family was located in a group of immortal mountains. There were groups of majestic halls, and the family was surrounded by dense spiritual energy. Young master, the person who went to kill the young man called Lin Tian has his soul lamp extinguished. He is dead. In a hall, an old servant reported to Wu Si, who was dressed in a blue robe. Wu Si's face darkened. The person he sent to kill Lin Tian was at the early stage of Emperor Void Realm. How could he fail? Could it be that Lin Tian's cultivation exceeded the early stage of Emperor Void Realm? The first kill failed. He already knows that I'm behind the person who killed him. Therefore, I can't let him live. He raised his hand slightly, and a seal flew out from his body, exuding wisps of eternal weapon pressure. Before he sees Luoluo again, kill him. Yes, young master. The old servant took the seal and disappeared into the hall in a flash. Lin Tian, Wuxing crocodile, and little Taichu flew in the air, leaving the hidden place where Wuxing crocodile broke through to stage 9 Heavenly Venerable. They were not fast, but they were not slow either. They headed south. In the blink of an eye, 4 hours passed. At this moment, an incomparably vast wasteland appeared in front of them. They did not know how wide it was, and they could not see the end of it at a glance. We're here. Lin Tian muttered to himself, and a faint light flashed across his eyes. This was the Crimson Wasteland that Jiang Luoluo mentioned contained the Sword Soul fragment. Arriving here, he did not hesitate. He called out to Wuxing crocodile and little Taichu, and they directly approached and stepped into the wasteland. As far as the eye could see, there were many ancient trees in the great wasteland, but most of them were withered, which was quite fitting for the word wasteland. There were roars of beasts and birds intertwined in the great wasteland, and there were also the roars of human cultivators echoing in the air. Many people here were fighting against powerful demonic beasts in order to improve their strength and improve themselves. Poof, in the distance, a great Dao-level beast was beheaded, and blood splattered in all directions. Ah! In another location, a human cultivator screamed miserably as he was swallowed into the stomach of a giant Wuxian-level pangolin. Coming here to train, some people killed beasts one after another to improve their combat strength. Naturally, there were also people who met with misfortune here and died in the bellies of the beasts, becoming food for the beasts here. Lin Tian was not interested in the training of these cultivators in this place. He walked straight into the depths of the wasteland. Boom, a Wuxian-level beast swooped down from the sky. Its claws were as sharp as swords, and it clawed at Lin Tian's head. Lin Tian did not even bother to look at it. His pace did not change as he continued to walk into the depths of the wasteland. Little thing, go to the side. Wuxing crocodile glanced at the beast that swooped down. The body of the ferocious bird that pounced over was enormous, and its wingspan was over 100 feet. When it met the five-element alligator's gaze, it immediately trembled and forcefully stopped its swooping momentum. A wave of fear arose from its instinct, and it directly turned around and fled into the distance. After all, it and whooshing crocodile were both demons. It could clearly feel the terrifying demonic aura that naturally intertwined around whooshing crocodile's body. If it attacked, it could easily crush it. If it did not escape, only death awaited it. Lin Tian did not care about it and continued walking. In the blink of an eye, 4 hours passed. He brought whooshing crocodile and little Taichu to the center of the wasteland. Help! The green-robed man was in a sorry state. He was at the Nirvana realm, but the fierce ape chasing him was comparable to an Emperor realm expert. Its demonic aura was very strong. Save me! He shouted. Naturally, he saw Lin Tianyi and the others. As he staggered to escape, he looked back from time to time. Roar! The fierce ape roared, and the demonic aura was shocking. Help! The man shouted again. Lin Tian came here with the whooshing crocodile and little Taichu. When he saw this scene, he naturally wouldn't stand by and watch. He drew a sword aura forward, and with a bang, the fierce ape chasing the man was sent flying. It couldn't get up for a long time. Thank you. Thank you. The green-robed man ran to Lin Tian and thanked Lin Tian Dao while panting. His face was a little pale, and there were many injuries on his body. As he panted, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. This was because Lin Tian didn't look very old, but he was able to easily send the fierce ape that was comparable to an emperor rank expert flying. His strength was truly quite tyrannical. It's okay. It's nothing. Lin Tian Dao said that he didn't need to be so polite. The green-robed man thanked him again, and then said, well, my name is Xianxia. Can I stay with you for a while? Like many cultivators, he also came to the wasteland to train. With his Nirvana realm cultivation, he gradually left the edge of the wasteland, which was the safest place. Then, he was swept by a strange wind to the area behind the center of the wasteland. There were too many evil creatures and ferocious beasts in this area. With his Nirvana realm cultivation, it was simply not enough. When he encountered danger several times and tried to escape, there were also groups of ferocious beasts blocking his way. He was no match for them, so he was directly trapped in this area. At this time, he saw Lin Tianyi and the others and saw how strong Lin Tian was, so he wanted to stay with Lin Tianyi temporarily. Together with Lin Tianyi, he felt that he would definitely be able to get out safely. Lin Tian was a little hesitant. He wanted to go to the depths of the sword soul fragment and didn't want to bring Jiang Yichuan with him. After all, this person's cultivation was too low. If he really brought him along, he might become a burden later on. Please. Jiang Yichuan looked at Lin Tian and spoke again. His eyes were filled with hope and pleading. Lin Tian sighed slightly and nodded. All right. Jiang Yichuan was delighted. Thank you. Many thanks. Lin Tian waved his hand and continued to walk deeper into the forest. Soon, he was far away from the central region. During this process, many terrifying ferocious birds and beasts pounced over. However, they were all easily killed by Lin Tian. Moreover, along the way, Lin Tian found a lot of precious herbs and strange fruits. Although they weren't very precious and weren't of much use to him, the whooshing crocodile, and the little Taichu, they were still valuable. He took most of them and gave the rest to Jiang Yichuan. This made Jiang Yichuan very surprised. After all, Jiang Yichuan's cultivation was only in the Nirvana realm. These things were nothing to Lin Tianyi and the others, but to Jiang Yichuan, who was in the Nirvana realm, they were undoubtedly treasures and divine treasures. However, gradually, Jiang Yichuan's expression changed. He found that Lin Tian was going deeper and deeper into the wasteland. Are you going to go deeper into the wasteland? He asked. Lin Tian nodded and said yes. After his guess was confirmed, Jiang Yichuan turned pale with fright and said anxiously, It's said that the depths of the wasteland are full of terrifying monsters. You can't go there. You're courting death if you go there. Previously, he saw that Lin Tian was very powerful and thought that if he followed Lin Tian, he would be able to get out of the wasteland safely. However, he didn't expect that Lin Tian was going to go deeper into the wasteland. That area was the most dangerous place in the wasteland. Only the masters of the Eternal Realm dared to set foot there. Lin Tian was going there. Do you know how to talk? What do you mean by courting death? Are you cursing us? Wuxing Crocodile was a little dissatisfied. Lin Tian was very calm. He said, if you are afraid and have concerns, you can separate here. You don't have to follow us. With that, he continued to walk deeper into the wasteland without changing his pace. Wuxing Crocodile and the little Taichu followed him on his left and right. They went deeper into the wasteland together. Xianxia looked at the direction where Lin Tian and the others were heading. He was a little flustered and scared, but in the end, he gritted his teeth and followed them. That was because he was now far away from the center of the wasteland with Lin Tian and the others. If he separated from Lin Tian and the others at this time and acted alone, he would be in great danger. He wouldn't be able to fend off the terrifying ferocious beasts in this area. If he encountered any one of them, he would die tragically. However, if he continued to follow Lin Tian into the depths of the wasteland, although it would be very dangerous, he wouldn't necessarily die. At least, he had a higher chance of survival than if he acted alone. Therefore, after weighing the two options, he could only continue to follow Lin Tian. Lin Tian saw that Xianxia continued to follow him and didn't say anything. He didn't change his pace at all. Very quickly, an entire 6 hours had passed. More than 6 hours later, the sky became dark. Stars twinkled in the sky, and night covered the earth. In this wasteland, the roars of the ferocious beasts were even more harsh than during the day. That was because the ferocious beasts were most active at night. It was also at this time that Lin Tian led Wuxing Crocodile and the others to the depths of the wasteland. In his sea of consciousness, the divine sword trembled slightly. Strands of rainbow-colored light swayed out and spread into the depths of his sea of consciousness. It's not far from this position. A faint light flashed through Lin Tian's eyes. He had already known from Jiang Luoluo that there was a mass of rainbow-colored divine light in the depths of the wasteland. He had already confirmed that the mass of rainbow-colored divine light was the sword's soul fragment. However, when he came here at this time, the divine sword in his sea of consciousness had a strange reaction, indicating that there was a sword's soul fragment in this area. He couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Roar! In the depths of the wasteland, the ferocious beasts roared and the demonic aura rolled. The moonlight sprinkled on this land, covering the wasteland with a layer of faint silver light. Not far away, there was a ghost tiger covered in bone spikes walking. It wasn't fast, but its aura was very shocking. It was at the immortal level. At the same time, a ferocious bird streaked across the sky in the northwest direction. Its wingspan was at least 1,000 feet. It was also intertwined with the pressure of a peak immortal expert, causing the void to distort inch by inch. Then, it shattered with a series of cracking sounds. In the southeast, a dark flame centipede was at the immortal level. Its whole body was intertwined with yin light. Its pupils were blood red. Further away, there were all kinds of ferocious beasts. There were winged giant ants, red-haired giant rhinoceroses, and immortal-level yakshas facing the sky and swallowing the origin energy of the stars. Their auras were very terrifying. Jiang Yichuan's heart trembled. He actually followed Lin Tian and the others to the depths of the wasteland. Looking at the terrifying ferocious beasts in this area, he felt that the air they exhaled from their nostrils was enough to crush him. Hide your aura. Don't let them find you. Lin Tian said in a low voice. The immortal-level ferocious beasts in this place were nothing to him now. With his current battle strength, he could even kill a half-step eternal-level expert easily. The reason why he was so cautious at this moment was that he vaguely felt the demon aura of the eternal level in this area, and there was more than one. If 1 or 2 eternal-level ferocious beasts were attracted because of the fight with the immortal-level demonic beasts here, it would be troublesome. He suppressed his aura to the lowest level and moved carefully in this area, avoiding the tyrannical ferocious beasts. Soon, 2 hours passed. At this time, he led Wuxing Crocodile and the others through the depths of the wasteland. After a short distance, they avoided the terrifying ferocious beasts and came to a place a few hundred meters away from a small valley. In the small valley, a fist-sized seven-colored divine light floated up and down. It emitted rays of seven-colored light, causing the nearby Great Tao to surrender. Everything was suppressed. Found it. Lin Tian's eyes immediately lit up. He stared straight at the seven-colored divine light floating up and down in the small valley. There was no doubt that this was another sword soul fragment. Wuxing Crocodile showed a surprised expression. This place really has such a seven-colored divine light? Before coming here, it had already found out the purpose of coming here from Lin Tian. It knew that there was a seven-colored divine light here. However, when it saw it now, it could not help but be a little surprised. This was because it clearly knew that the seven-colored divine light was extraordinary. Just how many of these things are there? When it was in the 10 Directions heavenly territory, it had seen Lin Tian obtain several identical seven-colored divine lights. Now that it saw another one, it was both surprised and puzzled. At the same time, Jiang Yichuan's expression also changed. His eyes could not stop flickering. This is the legendary divine light of the immortal path in the barren wasteland? The divine object that even experts of the eternal realm dream of obtaining? Since ancient times, there had been a rumor in the ancient star that there was a special seven-colored divine light in the depths of the barren wasteland. It contained infinite possibilities and was called the first divine treasure of the ancient star. Several eternal realm experts of the top superpowers had gone there to obtain it. They even brought genuine immortal weapons, but they all failed. The seven-colored divine light in the depths of the barren wasteland repelled everything and even suppressed the great ways. No one could take it away, not even get close to it. He was a practitioner of the ancient star and knew that the legend was true. He knew that there was indeed a seven-colored divine light in the barren wasteland, but he had never seen it before. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, he felt that the great ways around him had surrendered to it. His eyes flickered and his face was full of shock. Wait for me here. I'll get it and then leave. Lin Tian Dao. This place was very quiet and there were no fierce birds or beasts nearby. He asked Wuxing Crocodile and the others to wait there while he walked toward the seven-colored divine light. End of chapter 1455. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.